Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 4715 to Chapter 4800. What should we do? Xianxia? Qiyu looked at Xianxia. Although Xianxia's strength was only at the second sky of the star realm, if he were to go all out and gather everyone's strength, he wouldn't be any weaker than Qiyu. Moreover, it was Xianxia that they were able to escape previously. We have nowhere to run now. Xianxia smiled bitterly. This green snake's strength was probably not much weaker than the heavenly hound. Little Green, why are you only here now? You're such a disappointment. The heavenly hound glanced at the green snake and said indifferently. No one can wreak havoc in the great emperor's tomb. With me here, no one can leave this place. The green snake's sharp voice made Xianxia and the rest even more anxious. The current situation was on the verge of death. They originally thought that the heavenly hound was already terrifying enough, but this green snake had also appeared. Wasn't this too hopeless? Can't you guys control me? De Huang said with a wronged expression. He stood weakly beside Xianxia. After being bitten by the green snake, his entire body had stiffened and his face turned green. Little Qinzi, save me. Xianxia grabbed De Huang's claws. Suddenly, a terrifying blazing flame engulfed De Huang's body. Phew, so comfortable. This damned snake, I'm going to stew you and eat you. Big Yellow gritted his teeth and said. But when he saw the huge green snake, he became silent. This green snake was the same as the heavenly hound, incomparably terrifying. It gave people the feeling that a dark cloud was pressing down on a city, threatening to destroy it. What should we do? Don't tell me this green snake has its eyes on us? De Huang mumbled. What do you think? Xianxia glanced at De Huang. Obviously, he had not recognized the current situation. They were in a life-and-death situation. Compared to Yang Guolao, they had no advantage at all. A celestial might be killed by this green snake. Green Snake's strength was extremely terrifying. He exchanged glances with the heavenly hound. Both of them were extremely confident. Gagaga, this is called retribution. Damn dogs, I want to see how you will die this time, Gagaga. Yang Guolao said with a sinister smile. Although his situation was also very difficult, it was at least much better than Xianxia and the others. In the face of this green snake, Xianxia and the others would certainly be unable to move an inch. Hiss, the green snake flicked its tongue continuously. Its eyes were filled with coldness. To it, Xianxia and the others were just a bunch of ants. That's right. This is the result of the green snakes. We might really be in trouble now. Qiyu's face was solemn. There was no time to hesitate. The green snake was the same as the heavenly hound. They were both silver bell guardians of the land of heritage. They only had one goal, and that was to kill him. They would never let them enter the land of heritage and accept the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Let's fight. Mother asterisk cur, I'll let you bite me if I can't beat you. De Huang said fiercely. Everyone looked at each other. At this moment, there was no other choice. Facing the green snake was a matter of life and death. The green snake had decided whether they could continue to stay here or not. Once they failed, only death would await them. There was no exception. Yang Guolao and them had fallen into the same situation. However, the battle between Yang Guolao and the heavenly hound was evenly matched. None of them could do anything to the other. All of you must die. The green snake coiled its huge body in the sky and flew up into the clouds. Its tail was more than 100 feet long. Xianxia took out his heavenly dragon sword and flew up. He was facing death and going against the odds. This was their last hope. Qiyu led Xianxia and the others and started a life-and-death battle with the green snake. Just a bunch of ants. How dare you compete with the light of a grain of rice? You're overestimating yourself. The green snake charged forward. His body was like an iron rod that could destroy heaven and earth. In the sky, the clouds were dancing, but they were all disturbed by the green snake. Compared to the heavenly hound, the green snake's power was also not to be underestimated. Although Xianxia and Qiyu had used all their skills, the green snake's power still left them in the dust. Demonic beast army, come out. Xianxia shouted angrily. At this time, thousands of demonic beasts came out in full force. With the Black King leading and the others supporting from the side, they were not completely helpless against the green snake. At this time, thousands of demonic beasts caused a lot of trouble for the green snake. Because of this, their battle became more and more intense. "It seems that I have underestimated you," Yang Wolao murmured. Jiang Chen and the others were evenly matched with the green snake. Only by relying on the attacks of the demonic beasts did they manage to turn the situation around. De Huang finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although the green snake was powerful, they had the advantage in numbers. They were not to be trifled with. "If this goes on, we won't have any chance." "Jiang Chen, do you have any ideas?" Qi Yeyu looked at Jiang Chen. But at this time, they had no way out. They could only fight to the end. Since things had come to this, they could only take one step at a time. If Yang Wolao defeated the Heavenly Hound now, they would be the ones in the most danger. 2 against 2, both sides were in a stalemate. Let's see who would have the last laugh. However, Jiang Chen had no other ideas. He could only resign himself to fate. "It's a pity. If I had a more powerful divine weapon, I might be able to set up another formation. But now, all the divine weapons in my hands have been completely destroyed. Even the Ashura sword formation will not succeed." Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. But everything was just a if. He had already tried his best. At the last moment, facing the Silver Bell Guardian, he no longer had any chance. Could it be that the land of inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos was not fated with him? But until the last moment, Jiang Chen would not give up. As long as Yang Wolao could still hold on, he would not give up. "Luckily, we killed Neon previously. Otherwise, with the addition of Neon, wouldn't we be dead for sure?" Big Yellow sighed. It was a narrow escape, and the battle had reached its final juncture. Chi 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 whoosh whoosh, a gust of wind blew, and the sky darkened again. Compared to before, it was even darker. But as time passed, light began to reappear in the world. They saw a shocking firebird soaring into the sky and gradually appearing in their sight. Qi Yeyu's face was filled with shock. "It's Neon. F***ck. It's Neon again? Isn't he dead?" De Huang roared. "Can you not speak?" De Huang. The eyes of the 6 Ridges coiled dragon flashed. The despair in its eyes made De Huang feel even more uneasy. "Huh. Haha," Big Yellow yawned. Its face was as pale as it could be, and it was as ugly as it could be. "Your mouth has really been blessed. What you're afraid of comes true. You can even talk a dead thing back to life. You're too amazing, De Huang. Neon, you're finally here. Woof woof woof. This time, we, the Silver Bell Guardians, have finally gathered together." Tengu roared, his expression extremely grim. If not for Neon, they would be in a stalemate now. It would be impossible for anyone to break the stalemate. F***ck, you damn dog. Yang Wolao almost fainted from anger, his body trembling. Neon's strength was obviously as strong as Tengu's. Her appearance at this time undoubtedly messed up everyone's plans. The stalemate would also be broken. "It's not my fault, damn it." De Huang felt very wronged. Neon's appearance was completely hopeless for Jiang Chen and the rest. The 3 beasts were all star level 7 terrifying strength. This time, the reborn Neon was obviously more domineering than before. Neon, reborn from the ashes, he will never die." Jiang Chen murmured, his eyes were increasingly bitter and confused. This time, were they really going to die here? "You can't blame it all on me, little Chenzi. Coincidence, this is all a coincidence." De Huang's face was full of despair. Neon's appearance was almost a death sentence for them. "Ni Huang, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?" Green Snake growled. Being surrounded by so many demonic beasts, he was also very depressed. If there were enough ants, they could even kill an elephant. He had to pay attention to these ants at all times. The embankment of 1,000 miles would be destroyed by an ant's nest. He might as well be like Tengu and fight Yang Wolao alone without any worries. "Neon, hurry up and attack." Tengu growled. Neon was circling in the sky, but he had yet to attack. If you two continue to quarrel, who should I help first? Neon said with a faint smile. Help me first. Green Snake's voice was extremely sharp, piercing through the clouds. At this time, Neon charged forward, directly into the battle of Xianxia and the others. It's over. This time, we're really done for. Qianyu's face was filled with despair. Xianxia still wanted to charge at the last moment. At the very least, he couldn't just admit defeat like this. However, just as Xianxia was about to unleash his natal soul, he suddenly realized that Neon's attack was not aimed at them, but at the Green Snake. Hiss, no, this is impossible. Green Snake's voice became extremely low. This time, it was no longer sharp, but he had completely fallen into a state of panic. Blood kept flowing out of his body, and the essence of his body kept leaking out. The Green Snake grew weaker and weaker, its eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. What, why? Green Snake looked at Neon in disbelief. He didn't know why Neon would rush towards him and pass through his body, causing him to be heavily injured and his life hanging by a thread when he was defenseless. Why don't you hide? I'm going after them. Neon said calmly. Xianxia was completely confused. Why was Neon helping them? At the crucial moment, Neon killed Green Snake and let them go. If Neon had rushed towards them just now, they would almost certainly be dead. Even if they didn't die, they would probably be seriously injured and on the verge of death. Neon, what are you doing? What are you doing? Tengu roared, his voice hoarse. The three of them were originally the Silver Bell Guardians, the last guardians of the Emperor of the Cosmos' land of inheritance. But now they had started to kill each other. Neon killed Green Snake, causing him to fall into a panic. He didn't know what to do. Tengu's heart was filled with doubts. How could this be? How could this be? They were the three swordsmen who had lived together for millions of years. They were the most valued mounts of the Emperor of the Cosmos. They were existences that were carefully selected from millions of beasts. But in the end, they were killed by their own companions. This was too ironic. Not only Tengu, but even Qianyu was confused. What exactly happened? Why did this happen? He was originally prepared to welcome death, but at that moment, Neon actually saved them. What's going on? Qianyu looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was also silent. He didn't know what had happened. He just didn't dodge. It's not my fault. Neon said coldly. Tengu was stunned. This was a complete lie. He couldn't believe it at all. How could Neon not know him? How could he not know Green Snake's weakness? Therefore, Neon must have done it on purpose. Tengu's eyes were extremely complicated. He didn't know why Neon would become like this. Do you believe these words yourself? Tengu was stunned and said Lung Lung. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. I'll help you now. Nihuang stared fixedly at the Heavenly Hound. The Heavenly Hound was incomparably hesitant. Green Snake was already dead, and he died at the hands of his comrade. If this continued, would he become the second Green Snake? Trying to plot against me? You're not worthy. Tengu snorted coldly. But at this moment, Neon had already rushed to his side. Tengu was already prepared and wouldn't give Neon any chance to take advantage of him. As expected, Neon was indeed coming for him. Even Yang Wolao was dumbfounded. Who the hell was on whose side? Neon's attack missed. Tengu's eyes emitted a terrifying ray of light. This guy actually betrayed him. Let's attack together and kill Tengu. Yang Wolao, we'll split the Dawn Stones equally. The rest depends on our own abilities. How about that? Jiangchen looked at Yang Wolao and transmitted his voice to him. Tengu isn't as simple as you think. Even if Neon and I join forces, we might not be able to kill him. Even if we can, I don't think we can do it in a short period of time. Yang Wolao looked at Jiangchen. Only by killing Tengu will we have a chance to obtain the inheritance of Emperor Cosmos. Jiangchen's eyes were burning. All right. Although Yang Wolao didn't know where Neon came from, now that Jiangchen, himself, and Neon were all targeting Tengu, this was their only chance. They couldn't let it go. Tengu was their leader and the strongest. Green Snake and Neon were much weaker than Tengu. Yang Wolao was able to last until now because Tengu didn't use his full strength. Tengu was also constantly paying attention to the movements of Jiang Chen and the others. He wasn't a stupid dog. He was just waiting for an opportunity and for reinforcements. But now, he no longer had any reinforcements. Green Snake had been killed by Nihuang, and Nihuang had betrayed him. He was completely alone in this battle. Killing the Green Snake wasn't a coincidence, nor was it a misunderstanding. Neon had found an opportunity to kill the Green Snake in a single strike. Now, only the Tengu was left. You dare to disobey the Emperor of the Cosmos? Neon, you're courting death. The Tengu's eyes were blazing with rage. One could very well imagine the rage in his eyes. His brothers were killed, and he was betrayed by his comrades. This was the true source of his pain. The Silver Bell protectors had protected the inheritance grounds for tens of millions of years. But in the end, because of the betrayal, the Silver Bell protectors had fallen apart. Why did things turn out like this? Neon, you've truly disappointed me. The Tengu struggled in his heart. He didn't want to stand against Neon, but there was nothing he could do. Neon's massacre had caused the rage in his heart to grow stronger and stronger, to the point where he was losing control of his emotions. Everyone has something they're determined to do. You and I aren't the same kind of people. Neon flapped her wings and swooped down, aiming for the Tengu. Die. Jiang Chen and Qi Yiyu swooped down. Thousands of demonic beasts swarmed towards them like a flood. Yang Wolao attacked with all his might. At this moment, his number one enemy was definitely the Tengu. When he fought against the Tengu earlier, although he managed to hold on, only he knew how pathetic he was. The Tengu didn't even use his full strength. Soul attack, Yang Wolao. If I'm not mistaken, you should already have your own innate astral soul. If not, you wouldn't have been able to escape from my detection. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to Yang Wolao. Yang Wolao didn't deny it. Indeed, he had his own innate astral soul. If not, it would be as difficult as ascending the heavens to escape from Jiang Chen's detection. He might be able to escape from Qi Yiyu, but the might of an innate astral soul wasn't something anyone could evade. Yang Wolao nodded his head heavily. Jiang Chen executed the soul-seizing divine art to kill the Tengu. Victory or defeat depended on this. Souls lay. 1,000 miles boundless. Raging flames burning the heavens. Wave after wave of attacks came crashing down. Everyone was betting on this battle. Tiango's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The two terrifying spiritual soul attacks had caught him off guard, causing him to be in a passive position. He was unable to retaliate at all. While he was hesitating, Qi Yiyu and Ni Hong's attacks came one after another. Furthermore, there was no pause in their attacks and they were seamlessly linked together. Even Qi Yiyu had to sigh in admiration at Neon. He never imagined that Neon would be able to synchronize with him. Get lost. The Heavenly Hound was enraged. It soared into the sky, wanting to escape from this inescapable net. However, Neon's attacks didn't give it any chance to escape. Furthermore, Jiang Chen and Yang Wolao's soul attacks were even more successful. The Heavenly Hound had nowhere to run, and there was no way for it to turn the situation around. Bang, 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 like a kite with a broken string, the Heavenly Hound smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater on the ground. The Heavenly Hound twitched continuously. Blood flowed down like a stream. Who asked you to act tough? Ha ha ha, you're finished now, aren't you? De Huang kicked the Heavenly Hound's body and laughed. All of a sudden, the Heavenly Hound raised its proud head and glared at De Huang. De Huang's face turned pale as he ran away. He's coming back to life. Jiang Chen chuckled and shook his head. It's just a momentary recovery. He's about to die. I see. Master Dog was scared to death. Damn, if he really bit me, wouldn't I be finished? De Huang said casually. This Heavenly Hound has the chaotic bloodline. It should be of some help to you. Neon looked at De Huang. Chaotic bloodline? De Huang exchanged glances with Jiang Chen. He was drooling and his face was extremely serious. The chaotic bloodline is the strongest bloodline in the world. It was born at the beginning of the world, when chaos was born. It was born after going through the baptism of chaos. Compared to my phoenix bloodline, it's even scarier. Neon said softly. I'm rich. I'm rich. De Huang widened his eyes and looked at the heavenly hound. The heavenly hound had turned into a dead dog. De Huang knew that this heavenly hound was a true saint beast. It was even stronger than a divine beast. Even though his own bloodline was extremely strong, compared to this heavenly hound, it was still a little shabby. Possession, as long as he possessed the heavenly hound's bloodline, he would be able to deal with the heavenly hound with ease. Without hesitation, De Huang opened his mouth and swallowed the heavenly hound into his stomach. De Huang widened his eyes and held on to his belly. His face was extremely ugly. Little Chenzi, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore, De Huang gritted his teeth and said. His entire body was trembling and his belly was about to explode. Xianxia grabbed De Huang's hand. De Huang's face was extremely sallow. Xianxia looked at Neon. It's fine. He's just getting weaker. The energy in the heavenly hound's body is too huge. He's a little greedy. With his strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to devour the heavenly hound's bloodline in a short period of time. As soon as Neon finished speaking, De Huang fell beside Xianxia. His big belly bulged up. However, he had only fainted. No one knew how long it would take for him to absorb the heavenly hound's bloodline. Xianxia's eyes flashed as he looked at Neon. He had a feeling that this Neon was not simple. Who are you? Big brother Jiang, it's me. Neon's body shook and the flames faded. Dressed in red, she landed in front of Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia's pupils shrank. His face was extremely flushed. His excitement was mixed with shock. Luoying. How could it be? This, Luoying, Xianxia never dreamed that Neon would become Luoying. How did she do it? Child, my child, Qiyu stared at Luoying in a daze as tears streamed down his old face. He thought that his daughter had died just like that. He thought that he would have to spend the rest of his life in regret and despair. But the Luoying in front of him truly existed. She actually fused with Ni Huang as one. Is this real? Qiyu hugged his child tightly. Although his heart was full of doubts and shock, Luoying's existence was real. Of course it's real. Father, I'm back. Luoying hugged Qiyu tightly. She knew that her departure had made Xianxia and her father feel incomparably hopeless. Back then, when you were born, you stepped on a 5-colored phoenix. The reincarnation of a phoenix. Child, you didn't disappoint me. You will always be my pride. Qiyu hugged Luoying. The excitement in his heart was beyond words. He wasn't a failure as a father. At least his daughter was back. This was the happiest moment of his life. Xianxia's lips curled into a faint smile. His eyes were filled with gratification. Luoying's return and merging with Neon had finally made him feel at ease. It's good that you're back. Xianxia silently gazed at Luoying. At this moment, he was also extremely shocked. He never expected that Luoying would actually come back from the dead. Moreover, she seemed to have inherited Neon's body. This was unimaginable. However, no matter what, it was good that she was back. It was good that she was alive. Xianxia's eyes were filled with tenderness as he gazed at Luoying. At this moment, Luoying was also gazing at Xianxia. Their gazes met, and their eyes were as tender as water. Luoying also never expected that she would be able to see Xianxia again. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have crossed thousands of years and reunited again. There was no joy or sorrow in their hearts as they hugged each other tightly without saying a word. This time, Luoying had returned to her peak and possessed Neon's body. Her strength had also reached the 7th heavenly layer of the star realm. Such strength had even surpassed her father, Qiyu. Qiyu's face was filled with gratification. Strength was secondary. As long as his daughter was alive, it was more important than anything else. At this time, he could also go back and explain to his wife. The 7th heavenly layer of the star realm is really reborn. The 6-ridged coiling dragon's eyes were filled with solemnity. Luoying's strength made him feel suffocated. He never expected that Luoying not only did not die, but also benefited from her misfortune. She obtained Neon's body and was reborn from the ashes. This was true luck. This time, I won't be a burden to you, Luoying said with a smile as she raised her head and looked at Xianxia. I suspect that you were trying to make a fool out of me. Xianxia rubbed his nose and said. His strength was only at the second heavenly layer of the star realm. Compared to Luoying, this time, there was a huge gap. Then I will protect you, Luoying said solemnly. Back then, my physical body was destroyed, but I didn't die completely. My soul was preserved, and in the end, it somehow fused with Neon's body. Even I was very curious. Father said that when I was born, I was possessed by a phoenix. It seems that Neon and I really have a great fate. Luoying nodded slightly, her expression grave. She had been able to rise from the ashes thanks to Neon. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to come back to life. All of this seems to be predestined, Xianxia murmured. If they hadn't killed Neon, perhaps Luoying wouldn't have had such an opportunity. If Luoying hadn't reincarnated using Neon's body, they wouldn't have been able to survive. All of this seemed to be a predestined fate. Yeah, even now, I still feel like it's been a lifetime, Luoying said. Brother Jiang, who is he? An old bastard, Xianxia said. You're the old bastard. Your whole family are old bastards. Yang Wolao squinted his eyes and said unforgivingly. Now, do you think that you can still snatch the treasure from my hands? I must obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Jiangchen looked straight at Yang Wolao and said. Jiangchen was very clear that the danger had not disappeared. If he rashly fought with Yang Wolao at this time, he didn't know what kind of danger he would encounter next. Green Snake, Heavenly Hound, Neon, and the other Silver Bell Guardians were all guarding the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. He had no idea what kind of obstacles he would face next. Even if they came to the land of inheritance, they could still lose their lives here. Ha ha ha, I've already made up my mind. You guys don't have the strength to make me back off. Although this little girl is very strong, I'm not afraid of you. Other than her, who else can fight against me? Yang Wolao said with a smile. At this time, neither of them could do anything to the other. Moreover, Yang Wolao was obviously more confident, although Jiangchen didn't know why this old man was so blindly confident. I'm not sure that I can defeat him. Luoying looked at Jiangchen and said with a voice transmission. In that case, why don't we cooperate? As for who will have the last laugh in the end, it will depend on our own luck. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We are all in danger. If we don't cooperate, we might all die if we encounter a great demon like the Heavenly Hound Green Snake. Jiangchen said faintly. That's not bad. He he he. But don't have any ulterior motives. Let me tell you, this old man is not to be trifled with. He he he. Yang Wolao said confidently. Even if this alliance was not important to him, at least Jiangchen and the others wouldn't be thinking about him all the time. One more friend was better than one more enemy. They didn't know if Emperor of the Cosmos had any backup plans. What seemed to be a flat plane in front of them might be an undercurrent. Then let's go. Whoever can get the treasure will depend on their own abilities, Jiangchen said in a low voice. Luoying had been following beside Jiangchen. Although their current strength wasn't something Yang Wolao could compare to, if the star level 7 Yang Wolao wanted to leave, other than Luoying, the others wouldn't be able to do anything. Let's go over this mountain first, Qi Yeyu said. That's right. We are also confused now. After going over this mountain and this ridge, the real peak is in front of us, Yang Wolao said with a smile. He was calm and his face was full of vigor. Those silver bells are all broken, Luoying said in a low voice. Jiangchen looked at the mountain and saw the scene. The silver bells that had been vibrating before were indeed broken. Behind this mountain, there must be something we want. Let's not waste time. He he he. Yang Wolao took the lead and rushed to the front. Big brother Jiang, Luoying said in a low voice. Don't worry. There are no real treasures behind this mountain. I have inherited some of Neon's memories. There will be many paths behind this mountain. What next? Where will it lead to? Xianxia looked at Luoying. It would be best if she knew where it was safe. After all, she had inherited Neon's memories. Luoying shook her head. She wasn't sure either because her memories were only fragmented. She didn't completely inherit Neon's memories. The mountain in front of her gave her an inexplicable sense of oppression, but she didn't know why. I don't know either, but at least there are no treasures ahead. Neon's memories only stop here. However, I know which path to take. Since this old man is so anxious, let him lead the way. We will be happy to be idle. Ha ha ha. Xianxia smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with a meaningful look. After Xianxia and the others crossed the mountain, a vast wilderness appeared in front of them. The surroundings were filled with a desolate atmosphere, which formed a sharp contrast with the other side of the mountain. Xianxia gazed into the distance. Although the wilderness was desolate, there were 9 paths that led in all directions. Although the scene was extremely desolate, these 9 paths gave people a completely different feeling. This is the Emperor of the Cosmos's 9 reincarnations? Yang Guolao said in a low voice. The brilliance in his eyes was getting brighter. 9 reincarnations? What does that mean? Xianxia looked at Yang Guolao. Yang Guolao smiled and said calmly, the 9 reincarnations is the method of the Emperor of the Cosmos. It is also a reincarnation left behind by him when he created the world. To be exact, even he himself might not have understood how the 9 reincarnation cycles were formed. The end of the 9 reincarnation cycles is a rugged journey filled with fantasies. Every path represents a reincarnation cycle. Once you choose it, there is no turning back. It could be a myriad of changes in an instant, it could be a narrow escape, it could be a narrow escape, it could be a path of riches and glory, and it could even be a path of hell. So, where does the other side of the 9 reincarnations lead to? Qiyu said. It may be a transformation, or it may be an eternal farewell. Yang Guolao smiled faintly. Xianxia looked at Luoying. Luoying nodded slightly. Yang Guolao was right. In her scattered memories, there was not much information about the 9 reincarnations. However, this was the only way to the land of inheritance. In order to obtain the inheritance, one must choose one of the 9 reincarnations. The 9 paths led to 9 directions. In each direction, the wind and clouds were surging and the weather was different. Some were rolling clouds, some were fierce, some were flying yellow sand, and some were pouring rain. Xianxia closed his eyes. His mind moved slightly. He seemed to have heard a call, a child's call, the call of the river wind. Let's go here. This should be the safest path. Luoying looked at Xianxia and said. Alright, let's go here. Qiyu naturally had no objections. His daughter had inherited Neon's body, and her strength was still above his IQ. Qiyu naturally had full trust in her. This old man will take his leave first. Yang Guolao glanced at Luoying and the others before he chose a path with surging winds and clouds. Xianxia glanced at Yang Guolao, shook his head and said to Luoying and the others. You guys go this way, I want to go this way. Why? It's raining cats and dogs on that path, and I don't know what kind of path it is. 9 reincarnations, it's also filled with danger. This isn't just a path, it's also a cultivation. Luoying frowned. Because I think there's something I want on that road. Xianxia said. You don't have to come with me. I know what I'm doing. But, Luoying frowned. No buts, it's no big deal. I've been able to escape danger every time. This time is nothing. Xianxia smiled. He didn't want to cause trouble for Luoying because he vaguely felt a trace of Feng'er's aura. He didn't know if it was an illusion or real, but he had to go. Although Luoying had inherited Neon's body, she might not be 100% clear about the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Therefore, it went without saying how dangerous it was. Xianxia didn't want to implicate Luoying and Qiyu. Although the two of them were very strong, he, together with the 6-spined coiling dragon and the Black King, were not to be trifled with. Whether or not he could solve the doubts in his heart depended on this time. If there was danger and Luoying and Qiyu were implicated, Xianxia was unwilling. After all, Luoying didn't owe him anything. This was his promise to Feng Er and the home of his family. Luo Ying's sacrifice was not worth it. Jiang Chen was not a savior, but he only wanted to save his child. He wasn't sure if there was anything he wanted in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. The 9 reincarnations were definitely not simple. Jiang Chen had already mentally prepared for everything. After all, it's safe here. You must know that I can't do this for my own selfish desires. Don't worry, I promise you that there won't be any danger. Jiang Chen insisted. Luo Ying knew that Jiang Chen definitely didn't want her to be involved with him. However, at this time, seeing Jiang Chen's insistence, Luo Ying knew that no matter how much she said, it would be useless. In that case, you must take care. Big brother Jiang, I'll be waiting for you. Luo Ying didn't continue to entangle with Jiang Chen. Now that the old bastard Yang Guolao had entered, they had to act quickly. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded heavily. Take care. Qi Yu also looked at Jiang Chen and said. Everyone looked solemn and prepared to enter the 9 reincarnations. The so-called 9 reincarnations were 9 different paths. There was a thick fog in front of them. As for where they could go, it would depend on their own luck. Coiling Dragon, it's been hard on you to follow me and fight to the death. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen had already prepared himself for this journey of no return. However, he couldn't see anything clearly in front of him, only the heavy rain that kept pouring down. Since I've chosen this path and chosen to follow you, I've already disregarded my own life and death. Everyone has their own pursuits. I know that in your heart, your dreams and pursuits are even more lofty. Although I might not be able to see them clearly, there's no need to doubt the shock you brought me. I'm even more clear that with my strength, if I continue to stay in the Water Curtain Mountain, I'll probably stop here. I'm not willing to be a greater demon. My dream is to roam the eternal world. The 6-ridged coiling dragon smiled lightly. Okay, then from now on, we will wander the eternal world together. This time, as long as we can obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, it will be time for us to leave the heaven-awakened planet. Jiang Chen said solemnly. However, the prerequisite was that he had to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Otherwise, what was the point of all his hard work? There was also another point. Jiang Chen had already felt a trace of summoning. He wasn't sure if it was the wind, but it was definitely coming from the great Emperor's tomb. On this path of wind and rain, Jiang Chen's feeling became more and more obvious. Heavy rain fell all around them, wind and thunder rolled, and lightning flashed. However, they still didn't know when the path ahead would end. Jiang Chen was very careful. He didn't know what the reincarnation path of this life would be like, but the surrounding lightning struck the ground again and again, making people feel a lingering fear. Even the 6-ridged coiling dragon was very shocked. It kept following Jiang Chen, afraid that there would be any accidents. After all, Jiang Chen's strength was inferior to itself, so the 6-ridged coiling dragon placed great importance on Jiang Chen's safety. What is that? 9-colored lightning? Jiang Chen's eyes were blazing with passion. 9-colored thunderbolts fell from the sky without any sound, but they were extremely powerful. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard as the thunderbolts covered the sky. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, white, 9 different colored thunderbolts gathered together and struck down from the clouds. Jiang Chen's heart palpitated. This was a dreadful thunderbolt from the outer heavens. It was even stronger than his own thunderbolt. Such terrifying lightning, even a level 9 star state wouldn't be able to survive it. The 6-backed coiling dragon couldn't help but be speechless. It was too terrifying. It was the first time it saw such terrifying lightning since it was born. 9-colored lightning represented 9 different types of power. When the power interweaved, it seemed to seal the entire sky. Indeed, these 9 lightning bolts seemed to belong to different masters, but in fact, they're one lightning bolt. Jiang Chen said seriously. How is that possible? The 6-backed coiling dragon looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. That's because you don't understand. Jiang Chen's expression was very serious. At this time, he saw a figure. Under the 9-colored lightning, that figure seemed to be made of steel. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his upper body was bare. His muscles were golden, and his whole body was shrouded in flames. He roared towards the sky. No, impossible. Feng Er. Jiang Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His face was pale without blood. He didn't expect that the figure under the nine-colored lightning would be Feng Er. Although it was only a back view, Jiang Chen definitely wouldn't be wrong. That was Feng Er. There was no mistake. Feng Er was here? Why would Feng Er appear under the nine-colored lightning? Don't, Jiang Chen roared and charged forward. His eyes were filled with blood. He kept charging towards the nine-colored lightning at an extremely fast speed. Once the nine-colored lightning fell, Feng Er would definitely die. This is too terrifying. Jiang Chen, the six-back coiling dragon didn't look sideways, but he never expected that Jiang Chen would actually charge towards the nine-colored lightning. He was calling out to that shirtless youth. Could that person be Jiang Chen's relative? Was that really the case? Otherwise, why would he rush forward recklessly? The nine-colored lightning was hopeless for experts like them. That kind of terrifying pressure made the six coiling dragons feel suffocated in front of the nine-colored lightning. However, Jiang Chen rushed forward at this time. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Knowing that there's a tiger in the mountain, he still went towards the tiger. He had no choice because that shirtless youth was his son, the most important person in his life. How could Jiang Chen watch Feng get struck by the nine-colored lightning? Even if he had to pay with his own life, Jiang Chen wouldn't hesitate. Feng Er was his belief and hope to break into the eternal world alone. For so many years, he had been waiting. He firmly believed that Feng Er would be fine. As long as he worked hard, he would definitely be able to find Feng Er. Jiang Chen didn't have any hesitation. No matter how terrifying the nine-colored lightning was, as a father, he wasn't afraid. As long as Feng Er was fine, he would be happy. Feng Er, wait for me. Father is coming. Jiang Chen's body was like lightning as he flew forward. His feet stepped on the sky ascension stairs as if he was flying. Father, don't come over. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back to the shore. Jiang Chen didn't know whether it was his own heart or his mind that was echoing these words. That was definitely Feng Er's voice. It must be him. The sea of bitterness is boundless, turn back to the shore. It lasted for a long time, enlightening even the deaf. Sigh. The six-spined dragon's face was ashen as it sighed softly. Jiang Chen was probably going to die this time. Even a ninth heavenly layer star wouldn't be able to avoid the nine-colored lightning. Perhaps only those who surpassed the star realm could contend with it. However, Jiang Chen still went without hesitation. I'm coming. Jiang Chen was extremely anxious. The nine-colored lightning was too fast, too strong, and too fierce. Jiang Chen activated the lightning in his body, and it circled around his body, preparing to have a crazy clash with the nine-colored lightning. Breaking heavenly lightning of drought, dawn sky golden lightning, 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, 1,000 flames annihilation lightning, 4 lightning bolts intertwined on Jiang Chen's body. The lightning source kept spreading out. Jiang Chen rose up and approached the nine-colored lightning. What a great Jiang Chen! The six-spined dragon's eyes turned red. Jiang Chen's lightning source had protected his heart. In this battle, facing the nine-colored lightning, Jiang Chen might not necessarily be struck to death. Perhaps, there was still a chance. Perhaps, it was just the beginning. Jiang Chen's mind was as firm as ever. He must save his son. That was his effort for such a long time. Even if his body was crushed, even if it was beyond redemption. The six-spined dragon knew that Jiang Chen wasn't charging blindly. He knew that even if the 4 lightning sources couldn't contend against the nine-colored lightning, they wouldn't just be struck to death. Feng Er! Feng Er! Quickly dodge! Jiang Chen roared with all his might. Even his eyeballs were about to pop out. It was because he was already too late. The nine-colored lightning struck Feng Er's body. In the end, he was still a step too late. No, Jiang Chen felt like he was about to die. He was just one step away from saving Feng Er. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Under the bombardment of the nine-colored lightning, Feng Er's flesh and blood were torn apart and dissipated. Jiang Chen was pushed back by the terrifying shockwave of the lightning. If it wasn't for the protection of the 4 lightning essences, perhaps he would have died without a burial place. However, these weren't what Xianxia cared about. What he cared about was that Feng didn't manage to dodge and he was 1 step away. Why, just 1 step away, Xianxia felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, blaming himself. Why couldn't he be the one to die? Why did Feng have to bear the bombardment of the 9-colored lightning? Why was that? Pfff, Xianxia spurted out a mouthful of blood. Under the dragon transformation, his body was almost penetrated by the 9-colored lightning. No one could imagine how overbearing the 9-colored lightning was. Why can't I be the one to die? Xianxia murmured. In his eyes, a teardrop was filled with the self-reproach and guilt of a father. He was unwilling to accept this. It's fake, Xianxia, all of this is fake. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed dramatically. The 6 coiling dragons seemed to have woken up from a dream and shouted. Xianxia's eyes swept across the surrounding sky. His mood was still indescribable. The 6 coiling dragons madly rushed towards Xianxia. Everything just now was too realistic, as if it was real. Fortunately, it was just an illusion. However, only Xianxia knew that this was not a dream. Xianxia could still distinguish between illusion and reality. Although this was like an illusion, Xianxia knew that this was not a dream at all. Feng, where are you? His injuries were real, and everything in front of him was real. How could it be an illusion, although the world had changed drastically, and the 9-colored thunderbolt had disappeared without a trace? Xianxia's body had been greatly suppressed. However, Xianxia's body was greatly suppressed and heavily injured. This couldn't be fake. But how could this be explained? Everything in front of him had disappeared. Feng had also dissipated. Xianxia had no idea whether he was dead or had disappeared along with the 9-colored thunderbolt. He couldn't let go of the rage in his heart. Why couldn't I be the one who died? Feng, what happened to you? Father is really worried. Are you in these 9 cycles of reincarnation? Why do you look so sad and painful when I see you? The 9-colored thunderbolt was extremely powerful, and Xianxia couldn't control it. At this time, he was even more suspicious. Was the one he was looking for here? Xianxia's heart became extremely anxious. His child had once again slipped away from him. Was he still alive? Why did he always dream of the same scene? Why did he disappear without a trace every time he didn't let him see his face? Why did he appear here in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos? Was there any relationship between him and the Emperor of the Cosmos? Xianxia didn't know where to start, and he didn't know who to look for. His injuries were very serious. The 9-colored thunderbolt from before was not fake, and what he saw was not fake. Xianxia was 100% sure. However, he could only continue moving forward. As for what else he would encounter, only God knew. Are you okay? The 6-ridged coiling dragon asked nervously. Looking at Xianxia's appearance, it was very scary. Could he have been struck dumb by the thunderbolt? He knew that Xianxia wanted to find his child, but now that he was so seriously injured, where could he find his child? I'm fine. Xianxia shook his head and sorted out his thoughts. He couldn't be trapped here, or else he wouldn't have the time and opportunity to find Feng. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. Let's go. Xianxia said as he continued forward with the 6-ridged coiling dragon. After walking for a long time, Xianxia could feel that his body had undergone a huge change. In fact, he had become extremely light, as though he had been reborn. Xianxia frowned. Did this happen just by walking on the path of 9 reincarnations? Although he did not know what was going on, the increase in his strength was real. The Genesis Qi in Xianxia's body had become more abundant and solid, while his body had also become stronger than before. Coiling dragon, how do you feel? Xianxia asked. I don't feel anything, do you? This 9 lives reincarnation, could it be a lie? The 6-spine coiling dragon said noncommittally. That shouldn't be the case. My body has become much stronger. It's probably because of the 9-colored thunderbolt earlier. Xianxia did not dare to be certain, but the 6-spine coiling dragon had not changed. Only his body had changed, which could only be due to the 9-colored thunderbolt. Could it be that the nine-colored thunderbolt was a divine tool for body tempering? But why did he see Feng-er under the nine-colored thunderbolt? Feng-er was definitely not an illusion. He had already turned to ashes under the nine-colored thunderbolt, but whether it was the real Feng-er still needed to be verified. Reality and illusion. On the path of 9 reincarnations, Xianxia felt that it was all a dream. However, some people in a dream were in reality, while others were in an illusion. They were all different. You don't have a past or present life, nor do you have any wishes or regrets. Therefore, you may not be able to see anything. Your reality is an illusion, and your illusion is also reality. Xianxia pondered. The 6-spine coiling dragon was more realistic than him, and even in the 9 lives reincarnation, there was nothing that could disturb it. On the contrary, his 9 lives reincarnation had nearly caused him to fall into a trap. This is too scary. The things here are not illusions, but reality. If I had been struck by the 9-colored thunderbolt, I would have died. TSK, TSK, TSK. The 6-spine coiling dragon shuddered. The ending was hard to imagine. Even Xianxia could not help but feel a little scared. If he did not have the protection of the 4 thunderbolts, he might have already turned to ashes. He would not be standing here at all. The 9 lives reincarnation was indeed a peerlessly dangerous place. Were the other 8 paths of reincarnation the same? Xianxia did not know, but according to Luo Ying's memories, they should be fine, right? This danger was really high, but fortunately, he had survived. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Now, Xianxia's only worry was Feng-er. Was he in the tomb of Emperor of the Cosmos? The fight for the inheritance battle had become even more complicated and confusing. Emperor of the Cosmos, what kind of existence are you? The 9 lives reincarnation path did not hinder the pace of Xianxia and the 6-spine coiling dragon. The two of them quickly rushed out of the 9 lives reincarnation path. At this time, Xianxia found that Yang Wolao had already appeared in front of him. In front of them, the cliff was thousands of zhang high, and the blue sea was endless. Hee, kid, I didn't expect you to have some skills. You came through the 9 lives reincarnation path unscathed. I thought you wouldn't be able to endure it. Yang Wolao said with a smile. You are the one who can't endure it. I am living well. You will be the one to die first. Xianxia said solemnly. You are really arrogant. Aren't you afraid that I will take this opportunity to kill you? Yang Wolao said. You can try. I can't beat you, but you can't kill me either. Xianxia and Yang Wolao looked at each other without the slightest fear. Well said. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. I hope you can always be so confident. Yang Wolao gave a thumbs up to Xianxia. You flatter me. Xianxia smiled slightly, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wanted to get rid of this old man at every moment. When he looked back, he found that Luo Ying and Qi Yiyu had already come out. The two of them had also successfully passed. However, Qi Yiyu was obviously seriously injured and did not look good. Are you okay? City Lord Qi. Xianxia asked. It's nothing serious for the time being. Qi Yiyu smiled bitterly. Luo Ying nodded. At this time, it was better to be more cautious. However, what Xianxia did not expect was that they would encounter a huge obstacle in front of him. A natural moat appeared in front of him. Most importantly, this natural moat was a sea, a spiral-shaped sea with layers of waves. From time to time, there were strong winds, and from time to time, the waves were calm and the wind was calm. In the distance was a cliff-like platform with white jade steps. However, this sea was too far away. Xianxia mobilized the Genesis Qi in his body, but he could not fly over. The storm above this sea was extremely terrifying. The white jade mansion was small and exquisite, emitting a white light. The surroundings were filled with bright colors that lingered around the white jade mansion. The mansion looked like it was on the sea, standing tall and aloof. However, upon closer inspection, it was a heavenly palace. The sea was merely its protector. The waves were stacked on top of each other, one wave after another. This sea was extremely unusual, and the sea breeze was like a demonic blade. Xianxia and the others were only a few hundred meters away from the mansion, but Xianxia felt like they were thousands of miles away. Can't fly? I don't believe it. Yang Wolao snorted coldly. The space there was extremely distorted. Flying was almost impossible. Moreover, the turbulent space and the demonic wind on the sea could tear their bodies apart. Yang Wolao was not convinced. He flew up, but he was blown back by the demonic wind. Without the support of source power, he fell from the sky and hugged the ground. Yang Wolao's face was covered in dirt, and his expression became more and more unsightly. It seems like you have no choice but to believe it. Jiangchen shrugged. Yang Wolao snorted coldly. He was very depressed, but there was nothing he could do. The turbulent space was indeed too terrifying. Coupled with the demonic wind on the sea, even a peak stargrade powerhouse would be torn to pieces. That white jade mansion is the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Luoying looked at Jiangchen. Although she knew that it was the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos, she could not get close. She could see it, but she could not touch it. Who wouldn't be excited? Who wouldn't be depressed? What can we do? Even if the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos is all there, we can't go there. Yang Wolao said angrily. Why don't we try from the sea? Qiyu said hesitantly. If they jumped into the sea and swam to the other side, it would not be impossible, right? The demonic wind in the sea is enough to tear the body of a stargrade expert to pieces. It won't work. Jiangchen was also at his wit's end. Could it be that they were willing to be stuck here? In front of him was the treasure, the inheritance of the great emperor that he coveted, but what could he do if he couldn't obtain it? Look, there was supposed to be a bridge here, but it's a pity that it's broken. The gap between the bridge and the white jade mansion has become a natural chasm. Only an expert surpassing the star level would be able to cross it. However, I don't know if the spatial turbulence and the demonic wind can be overcome. Luoying said. Indeed, at the edge of the cliff, there were traces of a broken bridge. However, for some unknown reason, it had long been separated from the white jade mansion. The broken bridge in the middle had become a headache for everyone. Is there really no other way? Jiangchen frowned and looked at Luoying. Luoying had inherited Neon's memories. If even she did not have a solution, then it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Luoying pondered for a moment but couldn't do anything about it. She shook her head and sighed. We can't fly over it, and we can't cross it either. Looks like we came here for nothing. Qiyu said. This sea is called the Sea of Fengluanhai. Legend has it that it was formed by the tears of a goddess. The tears of a goddess contain endless anger and roars. Therefore, even the Emperor of the Cosmos wanted to build a bridge over this Sea of Fengluanhai. Unfortunately, tens of thousands of years have passed, and we can't see the person who crossed the bridge. Looks like we really can't cross it. Yang Wolao kept shaking his head. His heart was full of unwillingness. Although the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos was good, he simply could not get close to it. Sea of Fengluanhai, Jiangchen murmured. No one knew what he was thinking, and no one knew what he wanted to do. However, Jiangchen was still unwilling to leave like this. He had suffered untold hardships to come here, and he had narrowly escaped death. If he left like this, it would be a regret for the rest of his life. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you will be saved, Jiangchen repeated the words that echoed in his mind when he went to save Feng-er. Feng-er, are you here or not? Why did you say such words to your father? Could it be that there is really an existence ahead that we can't contend against? The Emperor of the Cosmos was extremely powerful. In the eyes of the Emperor of the Cosmos, stellar-level experts were no threat at all. They were no different from ants. Feng-er, are you really going to give me another warning? Jiangchen had always believed that he and Feng-er were connected. Whether it was the danger that Feng-er encountered or the scene that appeared on the path of reincarnation, Jiangchen knew that it was not groundless. Perhaps, the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos is really not fated with me? Jiangchen's heart was incomparably conflicted. If he wanted to become stronger, if he wanted to follow Feng-er's footsteps, Jiangchen had to go all out. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Only the strong could have a foothold in the eternal world. Only by becoming stronger could he find traces of Feng-er. Because the eternal world was too big, Jiangchen had to do this. However, there was no way forward. The sea of bitterness was separated by heaven and earth. The tear of the goddess was their obstacle. Perhaps I really should go. This place is not fated with me. Xianxia looked at Luoying and Qiyu. Although he wanted to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos more than anyone else, he couldn't advance at all. Xianxia wasn't a person who liked to give up. If it wasn't for Feng Er's words, the sea of bitterness is boundless, repent and you will be saved, echoing in his heart, Xianxia would never have given up. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity wasn't something that anyone could encounter. Even if they encountered it, they might not be able to obtain it. Although Yang Wolao had calculated everything, in the end, he still gained nothing. It was like drawing water with a wicker basket. Although he knew the origin of the Feng Luanhai, what could he do? He still couldn't break through the Feng Luanhai and enter the White Jade Mansion. Big brother Jiang. Have you really decided to turn back? Luoying couldn't believe it. Xianxia was a person who wouldn't give up until he died. Although there was no result now, turning back was not his character at all. In front of them was the real peerless treasure, the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. The White Jade Mansion must be filled with endless treasures. That was the palace of the Emperor of the Cosmos. However, at the last moment, Xianxia actually gave up. It couldn't be said that he gave up. Perhaps it was because he knew how difficult it was. However, even Luoying didn't choose to give up so quickly. She still wanted to try again. However, Xianxia retreated bravely. At the most critical moment, he chose to remain silent. Yes, the sea of bitterness is boundless, repent and you will be saved. Perhaps this originally didn't belong to me. Human strength is sometimes limited. I have tried my best and have no regrets. I will wait for you on the path of the 9 reincarnations. Brother Xianxia, are you sure you don't want to give it another try? Perhaps with so many of us working together, there's still hope. Qiyu looked solemn as he looked at Xianxia. No one knew Xianxia's determination better than him. Qiyu saw Xianxia in big letters, but he chose to retreat at the last moment. Perhaps he had his own difficulties that he couldn't mention. However, retreating in front of a treasure was a respectable thing to do. Facing the temptation of the inheritance of the great emperor, Xianxia was able to ignore it. One could imagine that his state of mind must be very strong. In order to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, Qiyu knew how much Xianxia had sacrificed. However, he was able to let it go just like that. It was really admirable. One must know when to advance and when to retreat. The sea of bitterness has no bounds. Repent and you will be saved. I've done enough. I'll do my best and leave it to fate. Now, I feel that it's no longer necessary. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's not meant to be, don't force it. Xianxia chuckled. His carefree and open-minded attitude left Qiyu in the dust. Interesting. Heh heh heh. I didn't expect you to have such awareness. Very good. It seems that I have one less competitor. Yang Wolao said happily. Xianxia's withdrawal was definitely good news for him. Moreover, Xianxia was prepared to retreat. In other words, he would not continue to compete for the inheritance of the great emperor. Xianxia smiled indifferently and looked at the 6-ridged coiling dragon. I'm willing to leave with you. The 6-ridged coiling dragon naturally wouldn't let Xianxia leave alone. At this time it would definitely advance and retreat together with him. All right. Xianxia nodded slightly. As he turned around, he didn't have the same imposing manner as before. Because of Feng Er, because of his child, that sentence lingered in his mind. Besides Feng Er, no one could make Xianxia so calm. He had already arrived at the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, so how could he leave? But those cries and warnings were all a source of warmth to Xianxia's heart. In that case, you are not in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. This world doesn't belong to me, so why should I force it? Now that things have come to this, I have no way out. Luoying, I will fight to the death for the Heaven and Lightning Starfield. If I miss this opportunity, I won't be able to live for another 10 million years. For Qiyu, this was a rare opportunity. He couldn't leave just like that. Furthermore, this was within the boundaries of the Heaven Awakening Star region. He had to persist to the end. Even if he couldn't obtain the Tao, he definitely couldn't let this old man obtain it. Otherwise, the Heaven Awakening Star region would face a disaster and be threatened. As the Lord of the Heaven Awakening Star region, Qiyu was naturally duty-bound. In that case, I will accompany you to the end, father. Luo Ying's heart was firm. If it had been Jiang Chen, she would have made the same decision. It was the same for her father. After so many years, the relationship between her and her father had become increasingly strained. Hence, this was a good opportunity for them to work together. For the Heaven Awakening Star region and for her father, Luo Ying's choice was understandable. I will wait for you at the reincarnation path. Jiang Chen glanced at Luo Ying before turning and leaving. Perhaps he would miss out on a lot, but he was more willing to believe in his son. Perhaps he would lose a lot, but his son's words still lingered in his ears. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. Although he had given up on a lot, he was still very happy. However, after taking 100 steps, Jiang Chen's eyes became incomparably passionate. What is that? What terrifying energy? The six-ridged coiled dragon mumbled. The six-spined coiling dragon murmured. He felt that his body was about to be squashed by this energy. Why hadn't they discovered this before? Thank you, Feng Er. Jiang Chen didn't look sideways as he gazed at the huge mountain that they had already seen. The mountain that was engraved with the words inheritance ground. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds, but repent and you will be saved. Jiang Chen finally understood the meaning of this sentence. If he hadn't turned around sincerely, they wouldn't have been able to see this scene. When Jiang Chen turned his head again, he couldn't see Luo Ying, Qiyu, and the others anymore. His state of mind was neither happy nor sad. Because of this, he and the six-ridged coiling dragon had entered another space. The same scene, the same image, but it was an overlapping space. It was simply breathtaking. Emperor of the Cosmos, you are indeed worthy of being called the Emperor of the Cosmos. Raging waves surged in Jiang Chen's heart. Choosing to turn around this time might have been the best decision he had ever made in his life. If he hadn't turned around sincerely, he wouldn't have been able to enter the space. If he hadn't entered this space, he wouldn't have been able to see the true treasure. For Jiang Chen, this was a true treasure. He wouldn't exchange it for a mountain of gold or silver. What the hell is this energy boulder? What the hell is it? The six-ridged coiling dragon was still in a daze. It didn't express its opinion. The six-ridged coiling dragon had never seen such a huge energy boulder before. It was even more terrifying than the origin stone. Compared to the six-ridged coiling dragon's shock, Jiang Chen was filled with happiness. With this energy boulder, or rather, this energy mountain, his trip to the great emperor's tomb was not in vain. Even if he didn't obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, it didn't matter. This is the core of a star, a true treasure. What I and the Eastern Mountain Elders fought over was just the tip of the iceberg. The core of a star is where the energy of the entire Xianxia star resides. The core of a star is filled with the power of the stars. Because of the existence of the core, the Xianxia star continuously revolves, and revolves. In other words, it is the heart of the Xianxia star. Without the core, the Xianxia star is a dead star. With the core, the Xianxia star can grow and multiply. An incomparable brilliance bloomed in Jiang Chen's eyes. It must have been because the Emperor of the Cosmos set up a formation on the core. If we hadn't turned around sincerely, we wouldn't have seen the true treasure. Ha 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 ha. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Turn back to the shore. Feng Er, I finally understand your good intentions. Perhaps this is the true treasure of the great emperor's tomb. Jiang Chen was extremely excited. He had searched far and wide for it, only to find it by chance. All of this was thanks to Feng Er's warning. If it wasn't for Feng Er's warning, he definitely wouldn't have given up on the great emperor's inheritance. No matter how difficult it was, he would have walked to the end. But now, Jiang Chen suddenly looked back and realized that the real treasure was right behind him. That mountain was the core of the Xianxia star, the thing that Jiang Chen had been searching for. I see. The six-spined coiling dragon was shocked. Such a huge source of energy was actually this mountain. The core of a star was something he had never heard of before. This is the core of a star, the true source of energy. The power of the stars is all here. Today, I will devour this core. Xianxia's eyes were blazing as he said this. What? The six-spine coiling dragon looked at Xianxia in disbelief. This mountain was huge. Could Xianxia really absorb such a huge amount of energy? This was simply too inconceivable. But since Xianxia had said so, he must have his reasons. It wouldn't be groundless. The six-spine coiling dragon couldn't imagine it. If this mountain was really devoured by Xianxia, wouldn't his strength increase by leaps and bounds? What was the purpose of entering the great emperor's tomb? Wasn't it to continuously break through and reach the peak? At this moment, it was clear that Xianxia had achieved his goal. No matter what the great emperor's inheritance was, he seemed to have found what he wanted. This was enough. The core of this star is the key to my breakthrough, Xianxia said in a deep voice. The heavens didn't disappoint those who worked hard. He had finally found the core of the Tianqi star. Congratulations, Master, congratulations, Master. The Black King said excitedly. Now that he had found the core, Xianxia's astral pull would have a huge improvement. At that time, his power would definitely multiply. The core of a star wasn't something that could be found on all planets. The core of every star contained an unparalleled amount of star energy, and this star energy was the best source of energy for Xianxia to use the astral. Master, the coiling dragon and I will protect you. Just devour the core, the Black King said in a deep voice. All right. It's been hard on you too. Xianxia nodded. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. All of this was fate. The wind's warning was the key for Xianxia to find the core. He was finally going to break through again. The second firmament of the star state was far from his limit. This time, it would depend on whether he could devour the core completely. Xianxia was solemn. The energy in the core was terrifying, and the star power was also abnormally strong. It wouldn't be easy for him to devour it perfectly. He had to be careful. Otherwise, if the star power couldn't be perfectly compressed to a balanced state, Xianxia might have to choose between life and death. The core of a star contained boundless energy, but it was also a double-edged sword for Xianxia. Water could carry a boat, but it could also capsize it. Nothing could be achieved overnight. If he wanted to become stronger, Xianxia had to endure more than ordinary people. Core of a star, Emperor of the Cosmos. Thank you. Xianxia didn't look sideways. He activated the astral pull and prepared to devour the core. His mind was connected. His dantian surged and devoured the firmament. The astral pull was the most powerful and monstrous cultivation technique in the world. Otherwise, Longfoto wouldn't have been hunted down by the Eternal Lord just to obtain the astral pull. Xianxia was incomparably solemn. The astral pull revolved and frantically plundered the star power in the core. The terrifying energy kept surging into Xianxia's body. At that moment, the sky changed color and the earth spun. The six-ridged coiling dragon was shocked. He had followed Xianxia and seen too many unbelievable things. Xianxia's strength had changed the world. Although there was still a significant gap between their strength, he could still erupt with earth-shattering power. The six-ridged coiling dragon could feel the boundless energy surging into Xianxia's body. The majestic aura was unimaginable. Xianxia's strength was only at the second heaven of the star realm. How could he withstand such a huge amount of energy? This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Even a pinnacle star realm might not be able to withstand it. However, Xianxia did it. The terrifying star power was unimaginable. When it was used on a person, it was like being run over by thousands of soldiers and horses. It was suffocating. In short, the six-ridged coiling dragon didn't dare to imagine it. If it was him, his body would have long exploded. Xianxia was simply a walking miracle. How terrifying. The six-ridged coiling dragon murmured. Now you know how terrifying Master is. He. Although the star core this time is a bit huge, I believe that Master will definitely be able to devour it. The astral stars devour everything. Even the core of a star is nothing to them. The Black King looked at the six-ridged coiling dragon, who nodded in agreement. Xianxia was too domineering. His existence was a legend. The star power continuously surged into Xianxia's body. Xianxia swallowed it like a whale. The huge amount of energy made Xianxia feel enlightened. It was abnormally carefree and comfortable. The feeling of being enveloped by the star power made him unable to calm down for a long time. Let the tempest come even more fiercely. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia laughed heartily. The astral pole kept revolving and the star core kept shrinking. The huge mountain also started to shake. The violent star power within the star core had already started to leak out uncontrollably. At this moment, Yang Wolao, Luoying and the others, who were standing in front of Feng Luanhai, were all confused. They didn't know what was going on, as they had also felt this terrifying and abnormal vibration. What's going on? Qiyu looked at Luoying. Luoying was confused and shook her head. She didn't know where this vibration had come from. I don't know either, but it seems to be that mountain. Luoying pointed at the mountain in the land of inheritance and looked back. In their eyes, they still couldn't see the scene of Xianxia devouring the star core. This was because Xianxia and they weren't in the same space. They were in two different spaces, which caused the star core to be covered in dust. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Yang Wolao had a complicated look in his eyes as he looked at the mountain. No one knew what he was thinking. He felt uneasy and couldn't calm down. Could there be other treasures in the tomb of the great emperor of the cosmos? The entire heaven-awakened planet was filled with torrential rain. Countless mountains, rivers, and volcanoes began to tremble. The earth started to collapse, and rivers started to flow in reverse. Above the heaven-awakened planet, wind and clouds surged, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. The entire planet seemed to be going through a storm. Xianxia kept devouring the power of the stars. The core of the star also started to shake. The astral pole kept compressing the power of the stars. The star in his Dantian sea of energy was also becoming more and more resplendent. The power of the stars surrounded Xianxia's body. Xianxia's body was like a huge furnace, or rather, the star in his Dantian sea of energy. That star was filled with the power of the stars, and it shone resplendently. Through the baptism of the power of the stars, Xianxia's power was also steadily increasing. The power of the stars is too strong. I feel like my body is about to explode. Xianxia was excited, but he didn't dare to waver. He went all out. The astral pole started to spin, and only then could it compress the power of the stars. Otherwise, he would have been crushed to pieces by the power of the stars. Time slowly passed. Xianxia's body was filled with the power of the stars, and his power was rapidly increasing. In less than an hour, he had already reached the peak of the second level of the star realm. He broke through, Master broke through. The Black King said excitedly. Xianxia's power was gradually breaking through to the third level of the star realm. As time passed, Xianxia absorbed more and more of the power of the stars. At this moment, the changes to the heaven-awakened planet were becoming more and more obvious. Earthquakes were happening more and more frequently, bodies were collapsing, and rivers were bursting. The millions of miles of the heaven-awakened planet were filled with natural disasters. The core of the heaven-awakened planet was the foundation of the heaven-awakened planet. As the power of the star was constantly being devoured by Xianxia, the heaven-awakened planet was like an anxious beast, becoming more and more violent. Star State Level 3, his power has indeed increased quite a bit. Xianxia's eyes shone even brighter as he devoured the power of the stars even more ferociously. Now that he was at the third firmament of the star realm, his power also became more and more profound. The more he devoured, the stronger he became. Another 2 hours passed, and Xianxia's strength reached the peak of the star level 3, about to break through again. Star State Level 4, here I come. Xianxia bowed solemnly, extremely excited. Another hour passed, and he finally broke through to the star level 4. The shock in Xianxia's heart could be imagined. The breakthrough in strength within a star was completely unimaginable. Moreover, it was his unique astral pole. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been finished long ago. Such a terrifying power of the stars was simply unbearable. Although Master's power is constantly breaking through, it's also a double-edged sword. With such a huge amount of energy, you've seen it for yourself. If you're not careful, you might be devoured by the power of the stars. So, you're walking a tightrope. The Black King was extremely worried about Master's safety. However, in order to become stronger, this was also a path that had to be taken. In order to become stronger, one had to suffer what ordinary people couldn't endure. When Xianxia's power broke through to the fourth firmament of the star realm, his power had clearly slowed down. At this time, the mountain had already been devoured by Xianxia by half. The astral pull was too powerful. No amount of star power could escape the bindings of the astral pull. Even the Eternal Lord was wary of this ultimate technique. Xianxia was increasingly confident in the astral pull. Back then, even the previous master of the Buddha prison palace, Long Futu, couldn't cultivate the astral pull to the peak. However, even so, he could already compete with cosmic kings. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the astral pull was. Xianxia didn't dare to be negligent. However, his power had broken through to the fourth firmament of the star realm. The absorption of the power of the stars and the energy of the star's core had also slowed down. The energy within the star's core was extremely violent, and the power of the stars couldn't be directly absorbed by Xianxia. The astral pull was the best conversion. After the astral pull went through layers of tempering, the starlight could be used by Xianxia. However, the terrifying pressure that the breakthrough in power brought to Xianxia also made him feel like his heart was being torn apart. His power kept rising. Even with the protection of the dragon transformation, Xianxia's body couldn't be guaranteed. The starlight was torn apart, reformed, and torn apart again. Xianxia already felt the despair of life and death. From his expression, the Black King and the six-ridged coiling dragon could see that the pain he was experiencing was far beyond anyone's imagination. Veins popped up on his sinister face, and his body kept trembling. Starlight shot out in all directions. The Big Dipper shift. Xianxia's body was surrounded by starlight. The blue light was deep and filled with blazing light. Xianxia was bathed in a sea of starlight. The astral pull's evolution, devouring, and transformation were endless. Countless veined patterns appeared on Xianxia's palm. Within the veined patterns, blue starlight appeared, as if it wanted to tear Xianxia's body apart. The power of the stars was terrifying. Xianxia felt that his flesh and blood were being penetrated, and his bones were being bound. The surrounding space was extremely distorted. The astral pull was indeed powerful and mystical, but the power of the stars was even more majestic. The core energy of a planet was acting on Xianxia's body. Light and shadow collided, and every inch of light wreaked havoc in his body. Xianxia's continuous roars shocked the Black King and the six-ridged coiling dragon. Even someone as strong as Xianxia, who was so determined, had become so cautious. His roars were filled with despair. One could imagine how difficult it was for him. However, neither the six-ridged coiling dragon nor the Black King could help him. All of this required Xianxia to overcome, change, become stronger, and become more tenacious. No one can judge me, not even the heavens. Xianxia's rage shook the heavens. The boundless power of the stars made him stronger and stronger, but at the same time, the pain increased. Again and again, he brushed shoulders with death. Again and again, Xianxia's body became stronger and stronger. Starlight shot out. At this moment, his strength had already reached the peak of the fourth heavenly layer of the star realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the fifth heavenly layer. I don't believe that you can control my life and death. Power of the stars, erupt. Xianxia finally prepared for the final attack. The entire mountain, the entire core of the star, had already been devoured by him. His strength had also broken through to the second heavenly layer. At this moment, Xianxia's mental force was constantly being ravaged. His natal astral soul felt like it was about to be torn apart. However, Xianxia's expression didn't change. With the astral pull in his hands, no one could control him. Xianxia's body was penetrated by the terrifying power of the stars. The power of the stars in his body became more and more majestic. Above the surrounding sky, rays of deep blue starlight continuously shot into Xianxia's body. Xianxia clenched his fists and revolved the astral pull to the extreme. The final breakthrough, the final engulfment, depended on this one move. Xianxia had already engulfed most of the star's core. Mountains collapsed one after another, all of them were trash that had lost the power of the stars. Star level 5, here I come. Xianxia roared furiously. An incomparably majestic aura spread out. The power of the stars in his body also reached the peak. The final breakthrough in one move was Xianxia's goal. The power of the stars was constantly compressed and integrated into Xianxia's body. The astral pole also reached the peak of the third level. Exploding stars, Xianxia's eyes were incomparably blazing. The exploding stars had reached the peak, and the power of the stars was also more skillful. He was incomparably calm in his hands. With a punch, the stars shone brightly, shattering the sky. Roar! Xianxia roared. The power of the stars in his body once again erupted. Breakthrough for me! Xianxia roared. The power of the stars broke through the shackles of heaven and earth. The power of the stars in his body finally completed the final engulfment. The color of the star in his dantian became even brighter, shining brightly. Star level 5, finally breaking through. One could imagine the excitement in Xianxia's heart. At that moment, although he had experienced the despair of life and death, the bitterness was over. His strength broke through 3 levels consecutively. Xianxia's chest was filled with endless valor. He wanted to compete with the heavens. Success? The 6-spine coiling dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. There was only shock left in its eyes. How long had it been? He had broken through 3 heavenly layers consecutively. Moreover, the entire mountain, the land of inheritance, had been completely devoured by Xianxia, turning into a barren mountain of ashes. With a light touch from the 6-ridged coiling dragon, the towering mountain that stretched for 10 miles was instantly reduced to ashes and blown away by the wind. The 6-ridged coiling dragon's heart was filled with shock. One could imagine how horrified it was. The entire star's core had been devoured by Xianxia. The surrounding sky was filled with dust that danced in the air. This scene was truly spectacular. The Black King was very excited too. He was very happy that his master broke through. At this time, Xianxia's power had reached star level 5. This was within the Black King's expectations, but it was still unbelievable. How much pain and torture had Xianxia experienced? The power of the stars shuttled back and forth in his body, constantly fusing and transforming? To Xianxia, he had long since grown accustomed to it. Only by experiencing the most bitter of hardships could one become an outstanding person. Phew, Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. His heart was incomparably carefree. At this moment, the entire mountain had disappeared. That sense of accomplishment and domineering spirit made Xianxia's battle intent unparalleled. At this moment, if he were to face Yang Wolao again, perhaps Xianxia would also be able to fight to the death. What is that? Xianxia frowned and looked at the mountain that had turned into ashes. Only a bare mound was left. That was the remnant of the star power that Xianxia had not devoured. It's actually the source stone essence? The Black King exclaimed, his expression incomparably shocked. The source stone essence can only be found by chance. It's even better than a grade 7 source stone. However, it's extremely rare. In all these years, I've only heard of it once and have never seen it before. Looks like I'm really lucky this time. The Black King said enviously. He did not expect the source stone essence to exist under the star's core. It seems. There's more. Xianxia drew a deep breath. Below the source stone essence was a giant stone crystal glowing with a purple light. It looked very dazzling and its color was as bright as a lilac. Divine Luminous Stone. This is Divine Luminous Stone, a supreme stone used to refine divine weapons. The Black King was shocked once again. He did not expect them to find so many treasures in succession. Not to mention the star's core that Xianxia had devoured, which was naturally incomparable. The Divine Luminous Stone and the Source Stone essence were also extremely rare. Even the 6-ridged coiling dragon was envious of Xianxia's luck. Xianxia directly took out the Source Stone essence. It was indeed a good thing. The density of its Genesis Chi was on a completely different level compared to a grade 6 Source Stone. Here. Xianxia divided the Source Stone essence between the Black King and the 6-ridged coiling dragon. The two were slightly taken aback. They did not expect Xianxia to share the treasures with them. Master, the Black King was in a difficult position. Hurry up and absorb it. Your strength has already reached the critical point of a breakthrough. This source stone essence is much more useful to you than to me. I have just broken through to the 5th layer of the star level and will not be able to use it in a short period of time. Hurry up. Xianxia smiled. The 6-ridged coiling dragon solemnly nodded and received the source stone essence. The excitement in its eyes was beyond words. Xianxia had shared such precious things with them and did not treat them as outsiders at all. The 6-ridged coiling dragon would never forget this kindness. Following Xianxia, from this moment on, its life finally had its own light. Xianxia's gaze fell upon the divine bright stone. All of his divine weapons were destroyed in the previous battle. Therefore, Xianxia planned to polish them and turn them into a divine weapon to enhance his formation. As to what level it could reach, he had no idea. Divine bright stone, divine bright stone. However, Xianxia was confident that he could make the divine luminous stone into an extremely powerful divine weapon. You two break through. I'm going to forge a divine weapon. We'll leave once I'm done. Xianxia's expression was solemn as he spoke. Okay. The 6-ridged coiling dragon and the Black King said in unison. They regarded the Genesis stone essence in their hands as a treasure and began to rapidly absorb the tyrannical Genesis chi within. Xianxia looked at the divine bright stone under his feet. It was 10 square meters. Even if it was tempered by him, it would be enough to make a lot of divine weapons and treasures. This time, it was a good opportunity to make a good one. Xianxia stared at the mountain of divine light stone. To him, to refine such a small hill and continuously temper it was not an easy task. Xianxia activated the 5 elements divine fire and began to refine this huge divine light stone. The 5 elements divine fire continued to temper it. Light flowed and ashes rose. The impurities in the divine light stone were constantly being removed. Layers of stones and lime fell on the surroundings. Seeing the divine light stone becoming smaller and smaller, the light in Xianxia's eyes became brighter and brighter. The 5 elements divine fire refined it for such a long time before it gradually refined the original form of the divine light stone. After a full hour, Xianxia finally burned out the last essence of the divine light stone. There was not a trace of impurities. Finally, the divine light stone was less than 3 square feet, it had shrunk by 99%. The green light flickered with a faint light. Xianxia knew that this was the final form of the divine light stone. Xianxia had a sudden impulse. He held the heavenly dragon sword and fiercely slashed on the divine light stone a few times. In the end, there was not a single mark. Xianxia could not help but secretly smacked his lips. Such a terrifying divine light stone. It seemed that this thing was indeed not an ordinary thing. He would definitely be able to refine a batch of extremely terrifying divine weapons. Let's begin, my passion time. Ha ha ha. Xianxia held the storm hammer in his hand and activated the 5 elements divine fire. He began to refine the divine light stone again. Fusing the divine light stone was not an easy task. Moreover, it needed to be tempered by the storm hammer for thousands of times before it could be forged into a sword embryo. Xianxia wanted to play big this time. The divine light stone was enough for 72 swords. Moreover, the divine light stone that he wanted to forge must be of the highest grade. Such a precious thing, if it could not shine its brilliance and was covered in dust in his hands, wouldn't it be a pity? Xianxia's countenance was incomparably solemn. The might of the craftsman god appeared once again. It had been a long time since he created his own divine weapon. This time, Xianxia was filled with confidence. Time ticked by. Hammer after hammer, hammer after hammer. Xianxia had already forgotten how many times he had swung his hammer. 1,000 times? Or 10,000 strikes? Or 100,000 strikes. In short, under Xianxia's desperate forging, the 72 sword embryos had been forged, and it was time to see the final forming process. Xianxia was meticulous and careful. To him, every divine sword had its own soul, especially a high-grade divine weapon. Xianxia had already forgotten about time in the Buddha prison palace. He was completely isolated from the outside world. Now, he was wholeheartedly refining. Without thousands of strikes, every sword would not be able to complete the baptism of life. The heavenly dragon sword in Xianxia's hand had been refined by Xianxia countless times. It had long reached its peak. At least, the current Xianxia was unable to make the heavenly dragon sword improve any further. According to the rules of the eternal world, the heavenly dragon sword's grade had most likely reached the 8th grade combat weapon. Xianxia had no distractions as he continued to refine the divine weapon. After thousands and thousands of strikes, the divine light stone had finally completed its mission and was forged into a peerless divine weapon. The Xian sword radiance and sword chi were like dragons. They were actually released, showing off their sharpness. Xianxia had forged 72 divine weapons in one breath, and all of them were incomparably sharp. Just the sword chi released from the sword body had already reached the highest level of sharpness. Good swords. Xianxia's eyes were blazing. The divine weapons were completed. The 72 divine swords had all reached the level of a 7th grade combat weapon. Even a stellar level warrior would not be able to withstand their sharpness. A 6th grade combat weapon was already the best combat weapon a stellar level warrior could come into contact with. A 7th grade combat weapon was completely unimaginable. Even for Xianxia, it was extremely difficult for him to activate all 72 divine weapons at this moment. The terror of a 7th grade combat weapon was beyond Xianxia's imagination. Each of the swords looked the same, but in reality, there were thousands of changes. Each sword had its own soul and its own sharpness. With these 72 divine swords, Xianxia really did not dare to imagine how domineering and destructive it would be once the Ashura sword formation was activated. Whether he could control it or not, it was still uncertain. Right now, it was still an unknown. After admiring the 72 divine weapons, Xianxia realized that there was still less than half of the divine light stone left. With a thought, Xianxia decided to forge another 2 divine weapons, a divine staff and a divine spear. They were custom-made for De Huang and the monkey. This time, Xianxia divided the last piece of divine light stone into 2 and forged it with all his might. After countless tempering, it was even stronger than the 72 divine weapons, reaching the level of a peak 7th grade combat weapon. The divine spear was glowing in a cyan light. Cold light shot out in all directions, it was mighty and domineering. The body of the spear was like a ferocious dragon emerging from the sea. It soared into the sky and grabbed the moon. I'll call you Piercing Moon. Xianxia held the piercing moon in one hand and a perfectly round iron staff in the other. It was also glowing in a cyan light, giving people a feeling of being extremely heavy, like a magnificent army bearing down on them with the weight of Mount Tai. Heavy and domineering. Then I'll call you Piercing Void. Piercing Moon, Piercing Void, these 2 divine weapons were custom-made by Xianxia for his brothers, but he did not know where the monkey was right now. In order to search for Feng even his 2 brothers risked their lives to accompany him. Xianxia was very grateful to De Huang and the monkey. They depended on each other and supported each other all the way. De Huang and the monkey had no complaints, even if they died 9 times, they would not regret it. I hope that we brothers can meet again soon. Xianxia sighed in his heart. With the monkey's agility and strength, even in the eternal world, he would not be at a disadvantage. It was better to go see Luoying and the others first. At this moment, Xianxia's heart was filled with lofty sentiments. He had already reached the 5th level of the star realm. Although he had just broken through, his reputation was not undeserved. Now that he was facing the 7th level of the star realm, Yang Wolao, he did not feel any fear. At this moment, Xianxia finally felt that his strength had skyrocketed. He estimated that he would not be able to find a match in the entire Heaven Awakening star region. As for now, the 6-ridged coiling dragon and the Black King were still cultivating, so he did not disturb them. With his strength, sweeping through the entire Heaven Awakening star region would be a piece of cake. Xianxia's heart was filled with emotions. This time, he knew that he had to go to the true inheritance ground of a great emperor. This opportunity came from Feng'er's warning. At this moment, he already possessed the strength to contend for supremacy. Feng'er, your father will definitely not let you down. Wait for me, we will definitely be reunited soon. Chapter 46-58, Ascending the Stairway to Heaven. Hope of ascending the stairway to heaven. Damn it, this distance doesn't seem big, but I can't cross the sky at all. This is infuriating. Yang Wolao's face was gloomy. He had tried countless times to no avail. Luoying and Qiyu were also at their wits' end. They were not willing to give up on this opportunity, but it was not that easy to cross the sky. The great emperor's inheritance was right in front of them, but they could not take a step forward. This was simply a huge torment. It seems like we have no chance of obtaining the emperor of the cosmos's inheritance. Qiyu looked at the square we'll see inside. The square we'll see in front of them was not something they could cross. If they could not cross it, they would not be able to touch the emperor of the cosmos's treasure. This was a headache. Even Yang Wolao could not do it. I got it. Condense water into ice. Yang Wolao's eyes lit up. Building a bridge when meeting water and turning it into an ice road might work. Soaring dragon absorbing water, freeze. Yang Wolao swept up countless water pillars and blasted them towards the top of the dome, wanting to turn it into an ice bridge. However, at this time, the spatial turbulence in the void evaporated the water directly, leaving nothing behind as it turned into air. Failed again, Yang Wolao's face was gloomy. His idea was good. Condense water into ice, but the spatial turbulence in between the broken bridges was too strong. Although it was invisible, the water was evaporated by the spatial turbulence before it could condense into ice. Emperor of the Cosmos, CKU. Yang Wolao was furious. At this time, it was obvious that Yang Wolao was completely exasperated. Otherwise, he would not have cursed so loudly. At this time, the sky started to rain heavily. Yang Wolao and the others were drenched. Old man Xianxia, how dare you slap me in the rain? Yang Wolao kept roaring angrily in his heart. He had put in so much effort, but in the end, he failed. Now, he couldn't take another step forward at all. He could only stand there and stare blankly. Cursing won't solve the problem. It only shows that you're useless. A cold voice resounded. Luoying and Qiyu looked back. It was actually Jiangchen? He was back? Brother Jiang, you're back. Luoying was very excited. Back then, when Jiangchen left, it was a huge blow to her. She could not advance and retreat together with brother Jiangchen. Her heart was filled with regret. However, brother Jiangchen's power was there. It was impossible for him to pass through the emperor of the cosmos's inheritance ground. Even they were helpless. Yang Wolao looked at Jiangchen. Jiangchen's power had improved by leaps and bounds. How long had it been? How was this possible? Qiyu's face was filled with shock as well. Jiangchen's strength had shocked even him. He had never heard of someone breaking through 3 heavenly layers in a row. This Jiangchen was too terrifying, wasn't he? You got that treasure? Yang Wolao narrowed his eyes. That treasure was what he wanted. Yes, the sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Repent and be saved. I've told you before, but you didn't listen. Jiangchen smiled. How pathetic. You play around all day but got your eyes pecked by an eagle. You're really something, Jiangchen. Yang Wolao sighed. He did not expect that after so many years of cheating, he was tricked by Jiangchen. If news of this got out, how was he going to live? Your power? It actually improved so much? At this time, Luoying also felt that Jiangchen's power had a qualitative improvement. However, she was more concerned about Jiangchen, so she did not notice it immediately. His power directly went from the 2nd level to the 5th level. This was something no one dared to imagine. Luoying's power reached the 7th level because she inherited Neon's body. That was why she was so powerful. However, Jiangchen did not inherit anything. Even the real treasure of the Emperor of the Cosmos was in front of them. Jiangchen, do you have a way? Qiyu looked at Jiangchen, full of anticipation. If he did not have a way, Jiangchen probably would not suddenly turn back. You can say so. If I don't try, how would I know it won't work? Jiangchen looked at Yang Wolao confidently. Yang Wolao was so angry that his face turned green. He had tried countless times, but in the end, it was to see if Jiangchen could reach the other side. Yang Wolao could not help but beat his chest. Jiangchen actually obtained the treasure. He had been searching for it, but he did not get it. He did not expect that when he turned back, he actually obtained it. It was really depressing. Hee hee, if I can't go, you can't either. Little bastard, your power is not as strong as mine. Even if you broke through, I want to see how you will embarrass yourself today. Do you think that the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos is so easy to obtain? Tisk. Yang Wolao stood with his arms crossed. At this moment, he was waiting to see Xianxia make a fool of himself. It was impossible for this guy to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Even if he obtained the treasure, he might not be able to continue. Now, Yang Wolao was thinking about how to deal with him. He definitely could not let him monopolize the treasure. Otherwise, what was the purpose of him coming here? Yang Wolao had schemed and schemed for that treasure. He needed that thing, the core of a star. However, with Qiyu and Luoying eyeing him covetously, it was impossible for him to succeed. Jiangchen's strength was only at the fifth sky of Star Realm. He could still put up a fight against Jiangchen, but with Luoying and Qiyu, he had no chance of winning. Then let's wait and see. Jiangchen said faintly. He turned around and walked to the edge of the cliff. He had already made his preparations. This time, he would use the stairway to heaven as a bridge to cross the Fengluanhai. Other than that, Jiangchen had no other choice. Whether or not the stairway to heaven could change the current situation depended on his luck. After Jiangchen's strength increased, he felt the existence of the stairway to heaven on the other side. In other words, other than his own 3 segments of the stairway to heaven, there was another stairway to heaven in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. This stairway to heaven was on the other side. This meant that the bridge back then was most likely formed by the stairway to heaven. However, Jiangchen couldn't find the root of it. He couldn't find the reason. He only had a vague feeling in his heart. He hoped that it wasn't wrong. The stairway to heaven was his treasure. It was also the key to whether or not he could cross the Fengluanhai. It's up to you. Jiangchen took a step forward and stepped on the stairway to heaven. The 3 segments of the stairway to heaven continued to climb. As expected, the spatial turbulence in the surroundings was all pushed away by the stairway to heaven. Jiangchen seemed to have entered an uninhabited place. The stairway to heaven under his feet was finally effective. Did he really make it? Luoying was overjoyed. She was happy for Jiangchen. However, it seemed like no one could keep up with him except Jiangchen. Ascending the stairway to heaven? Good lad, you're really a moving treasure trove. Yang Wolao's eyes lit up as he quickly followed behind Jiangchen and attacked. Be careful, big brother Jiang. Luo Ying's expression changed drastically, but she couldn't help. Even Neon, who had spread her wings, couldn't fly over the sea of transmigration. She could only watch helplessly as Yang Wolao ambushed Jiangchen. Yang Wolao took the last step of Jiangchen's ascending stairway to heaven and made a powerful move. His sharp claws grabbed at Jiangchen as if he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It seems like you really can't hold it in any longer. Jiangchen sneered. He had been prepared for this. How could Yang Wolao be so weak? This guy was very strong and his origins were unknown. How could he not take him seriously? A slight mistake could cause him to be trapped and beyond redemption. Hee, your treasure really attracts me. Little bastard, it seems like we really have to have a good fight. Yang Wolao was full of confidence. How could Jiangchen be a match for him with his strength? He definitely couldn't let Jiangchen have his way at this time. He had already swallowed the core of the star. If he couldn't even obtain the final inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, then wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Yang Wolao wasn't willing to give up, so he had to take the risk out of desperation. He wanted to fight to the death with Jiangchen. Jiangchen launched a heavy punch, sweeping through the universe. With his current combat strength, even if he fought against Yang Wolao, he wouldn't be the slightest bit inferior. There was a difference of 2 heavens between the two, but Jiangchen's strength was more than enough to make up for the difference. The surging fist smashed down, startling the world, causing the surrounding space to shake unceasingly. Jiangchen's attack was also not simple for Yang Wolao. Their fists and palms collided with each other, causing an explosion. The terrifying wind generated by their fists shook the heavens and the earth. The more Yang Wolao fought, the more shocked he became. How could this fellow be so strong? Back then, he didn't even have the strength to fight back, but now he could fight to the death with him. This was too abnormal, wasn't it? Was it the core of a star? Could it be that he had already absorbed the star's core? Impossible, the star's core was so powerful, how could it be absorbed by Xianxia? Even Yang Wolao couldn't completely absorb the star's core. That was the core of a star, how could it be absorbed just like that? However, how could Xianxia's strength become so strong? This kind of combat strength made one's scalp numb, a star level 5 fighting a star level 7 without the strength to fight back. Could it be that you absorbed the star's core? This is impossible, Yang Wolao said while gritting his teeth. That was a treasure that he had been yearning for day and night. What do you think? The corner of Xianxia's mouth curved into a faint smile. He still didn't give up. His combat strength had completely crushed Yang Wolao. Xianxia had absorbed an endless amount of star power, completely compressing the star's core and devouring it, only then did he form his astral pole. Therefore, Xianxia was incomparably confident. The star power carried a faint blue radiance, the wind from his fists was sharp, his momentum reaching the heavens. Star power, explode the heavenly star. Xianxia launched a heavy punch, the star power surged endlessly, shocking the world. That kind of sharp starlight made Yang Wolao unable to resist. Damn it! This time, you have succeeded in angering this old man. Yang Wolao was furious, he was very flustered, but at this time, he definitely didn't dare to retreat. If he fell, he would fall into a bottomless abyss. The terror of the astral pole was not something he could imagine. Yang Wolao held the black wooden cane in his hand, black light radiated in all directions, continuously smashing it towards Xianxia. I gave you face but you don't want it, then I will send you to heaven. Xianxia raised his sword and the aura of the heavenly dragon sword was unleashed once again. This time, it was many times stronger than before. Yang Wolao was shocked. However, the difference between the strong and the weak was obvious. Xianxia's star energy was more overbearing than the origin chi. It was more like a willow snake. His powerful strength created star marks one after another, incomparably domineering. Sword 28. Sword 29. Sword 30. Limitless sword, devouring the heavens. Yang Wolao was extremely shocked, he was forced to retreat again and again by Xianxia. He already had no path of retreat. If he didn't take advantage of the last moment and followed Xianxia up the stairway to heaven, it would be impossible for him to fight to the death with Xianxia. At this moment, regardless of speed or agility, Xianxia completely suppressed Yang Wolao. Yang Wolao had to follow closely behind Xianxia to ensure that he wouldn't fall into the bottomless abyss. Today, I will use you as my first target, let's see how terrifying my new sword formation is. Xianxia's lips curled into a cold smile. With an intention of his will, 18 supreme divine weapons descended from the sky. His innate astral souls had matured, it was no longer a problem for him to control 18 7th-grade weapons at the same time. However, Xianxia didn't attempt to use all 36 swords at the same time. If he did, his innate astral soul would suffer a backlash and suffer heavy injuries. Radiance of Hell. Yang Wolao waved the black wooden walking stick in his hand, summoning the heavenly lightning and earthly fire. A black ray of light rushed towards Xianxia's body. Ancient Soaring Dragon Art. Xianxia activated the Soaring Dragon Art and Dragon Transformation, withstanding the radiance of hell without any change in his expression. Damn it! Yang Wolao's countenance drastically changed. Xianxia actually managed to block his attack without any changes, completely ignoring it. Have a taste of my Ashura sword formation. Xianxia raised his sword, using the heavenly dragon sword as the eye of the formation. The 18 7th-grade weapons split into 8 directions. Xianxia controlled everything with his strength alone. Countless sword silhouettes rushed towards Yang Wolao from all directions. What a terrifying sword formation! Qiyu sucked in a breath of cold air. 18 peerless divine weapons were extremely terrifying, even he was intimidated by them. Every single sword made him look up to them. How could Xianxia have so many peerless divine weapons? It was simply unbelievable. Just one of these divine weapons was enough to sweep away the entire Tianqi star, and Xianxia had 18 of them. Although they couldn't compare to his heavenly dragon sword, they were still rare supreme divine weapons, causing Qiyu's countenance to change. Xianxia's sword formation is indeed terrifying, I can't withstand it. Luo Ying's eyes were solemn. At this moment, Yang Wolao was facing Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation. Whether he could escape or not depended on his luck. At least from Luo Ying's point of view, Yang Wolao would die without a doubt. Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation was mighty and domineering. Even Luo Ying, who was at the 7th sky of the star level, dared to break it. Yang Wolao also had a slim chance of survival. Damn sword formation. This time, let's see where you can run to. Jiang Chen looked straight ahead. With a thought, he commanded the 18 7th grade fighters to shoot out in all directions, disrupting the Heavenly Dipper. The surrounding void was completely sealed by Jiang Chen. The terror of the Ashura sword formation was displayed once again. Especially the 18 peerless fighters, they instantly exploded the starry sky. Streaks of sword shadow swept across the sky, destroying everything in their path. Yang Wolao didn't dare to face their sharpness. He retreated step by step with a pale face. In just a moment, Yang Wolao was attacked from all directions, suffering more than 10 sword wounds. At this time, his situation had become extremely dangerous. Breaking shadow, Yang Wolao held the black wooden cane in his hand, piercing through the sky, turning into a black shadow and falling below the sea of Fang Luanhai. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. His eyes flickered. Even he didn't expect that his sword formation would be broken at this time. At the same time, Yang Wolao fell into the sea of Fang Luanhai. The sea of Fang Luanhai is the sea of bitterness in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Death is certain for those who fall into it. Qi Yeyu said in a deep voice. Yang Wolao had schemed to deal with Jiang Chen, but in the end, he was still defeated by Jiang Chen. Big brother Jiang, it's your turn now. Luo Ying looked at Jiang Chen with anticipation. Yang Wolao was dead. Now, there was no one who could threaten Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded heavily. His heart was filled with shock. The Ashura sword formation seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. The key was the terror of the 7th grade fighters. Jiang Chen was filled with anticipation. When he could fully control the 72 peerless fighters, the Ashura sword formation would be even more terrifying. Jiang Chen turned around and stepped on the sky ascension stairway, rapidly heading towards the white jade palace of the Emperor of the Cosmos. I don't know if Big Brother Jiang can get the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. It's going to be very dangerous. Fortunately, he has broken through the stellar level. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to succeed. Luo Ying said worriedly. Now that Jiang Chen had left, they didn't know where Jiang Chen would go. Luo Ying's heart was filled with anxiety. Qi Yeyu smiled. His daughter's thoughts had already flown away with Jiang Chen. At this time, he was also very gratified. He hoped that Jiang Chen could live up to everyone's expectations and return as an expert. Otherwise, wouldn't he be letting down his daughter? For the sake of the safety of the entire Heaven Awakening Star region, Jiang Chen had followed him all the way. They had overcome many obstacles and killed many enemies to protect the Heaven Awakening Star region. However, Jiang Chen was the only one left to walk. Even if he was full of confidence, he still hadn't been able to cross the sea of reincarnation. Perhaps the treasures and inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos weren't fated to be with him. Don't worry. Jiang Chen definitely won't disappoint you. He has never disappointed anyone. Without his existence, the Heaven Awakening Star region will definitely be beyond redemption. Xiao Yuan won't be able to get rid of him either. Jiang Chen is a virtuous person, and his strength isn't any weaker than yours. Your worries are unnecessary. I think the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos was specially left for him. Ha ha ha. We can't even take half a step forward. Let him experience his final moments by himself. Qi Yeyu smiled. Yes, I understand, father. However, I'm still worried. I hope he's fine. Although there's no danger anymore, no one can guarantee that the White Jade Palace is absolutely safe, Luo Ying said. Luo Ying muttered. Then I'll accompany you and wait for Jiang Chen's triumphant return. Qi Yeyu crossed his arms and nodded. Thank you, father, Luo Ying said. However, at this time, Jiang Chen had already reached the other shore and was in front of the White Jade Palace. After crossing the other shore, Jiang Chen could clearly see that the White Jade Palace wasn't as luxurious as he had imagined. It was a courtyard filled with fallen leaves. Inside the white jade palace, the doors were tightly shut, and the windows were locked. In the courtyard, there was a white jade stone and a golden cassia tree. The cassia tree covered half of the palace, blocking the sun and reaching the sky. There was no terrifying pressure here, nor was there any unknown danger. Jiang Chen's faith was stirred as he looked at the white jade stone door. However, when he reached the door, Jiang Chen couldn't push it open no matter how hard he tried. It wasn't something that could be pushed open with force. There must be some profound mystery behind it. Jiang Chen looked left and right. After looking for a long time, he still couldn't find the mystery behind the white jade stone door. A piece of cinnamomum cassia, the years have sharpened the dust of the past. Looking back, I only dared to ask the one who came. Jiang Chen murmured. On the left side of the white jade stone door, there was a line of poetry. What did it mean, a piece of cinnamomum cassia? It should be referring to this cinnamomum cassia. Jiang Chen raised his head and died. However, at this time, he didn't understand what was going on. Did he still need to ask the one who came? Wasn't that asking himself? Looking back at the bleak place, the ground was covered with golden leaves. Jiang Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This poem must be the key to entering the White Jade Palace. Although there was no danger at this time, it wasn't easy to enter. This Emperor of the Cosmos was really full of mysteries. Did his inheritance really exist in this White Jade Palace? It was still too early to say these things. However, if he couldn't understand the meaning of the poem, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to forcefully break the white jade stone door. He had tried many times to no avail. He understood that the Emperor of the Cosmos's fortune wasn't something he could reach. Looking back at the bleak place, he only dared to ask the one who came. He had to ask himself why he had appeared here. He had to ask himself, and he had to ask Jing Guishu. At this time, under Cinnamomum Cassia, Jiang Chen slowly sat down. His impetuous mood had been greatly improved. Acting rashly wouldn't do. It seemed that he still had to test his own comprehension. Jiang Chen constantly calmed his inner state of mind and began to enter the state of cultivation. He asked Cinnamomum Cassia, how to open the door, how to reach the true great fortune. Time passed by minute. Jiang Chen didn't know the flow of the world at all. His mood became incomparably carefree and incomparably restrained. At this time, he was very quiet and very calm. He forgot all the love and hatred in his heart and entered a rare state of meditation. The fluttering golden leaves kept sliding down his face. Jiang Chen's heart had gone through many baptisms. Every time a leaf fell, it seemed to be a change. It was a kind of life, an inexplicable path of reincarnation. Not knowing why, Jiang Chen sat under Cinnamomum Cassia. He was incomparably quiet and peaceful. It was like a cultivation, more like a kind of his own sublimation. His mood was a lot calmer. There was no killing, no emotional entanglement, there was only that kind of state without desires. Cinnamomum Cassia, perhaps, was the source of this enlightenment. Jiang Chen stared at the Cinnamomum Cassia in front of the white jade residence. Its branches were luxuriant, and its golden leaves were extremely dazzling. There were also many branches in the surroundings, and the fallen leaves covered the entire area, forming a golden path. This Cinnamomum Cassia was truly extraordinary. Jiang Chen silently sat down under the Cinnamomum Cassia. He wanted to comprehend the heavenly Tao according to the meaning of the poem. Maybe, all the secrets were hidden within the Cinnamomum Cassia. Jiang Chen had no distractions in his heart as he slowly closed his eyes. When Jiang Chen closed his eyes, his thoughts flew out. It was as if he had turned into a fish, swimming around the heavens and earth. It was a very comfortable feeling. The thoughts of a human could change in an instant. To Jiang Chen, comprehending the heavenly Tao under the Cinnamomum Cassia was his only chance. Cinnamomum Cassia was extremely vast, and it gave off an aura of peace and tranquility. Under the Cinnamomum Cassia, he could feel an unprecedented sense of relaxation and expansion. It was as though he had laid down his mental state, and all the pressure he felt had vanished into thin air. Gradually entering a meditative state, he gradually sensed the qi of heaven and earth, bringing forth a sense of peace and tranquility. Jiang Chen could feel his own innate astral souls becoming more and more comfortable. Innate astral souls were one of Jiang Chen's trump cards. There were many stellar-level experts who were unable to condense their own innate astral souls, and Xianxia was 1 in a million. This time around, his innate astral souls were steadily growing stronger. Xianxia was incomparably excited. Once his innate astral souls grew stronger, his strength would also rise along with it. There was no need to doubt this point. Astral soul travel, this feeling is too wonderful. A sense of comfort involuntarily surfaced in Xianxia's mind. His innate astral soul continued to grow stronger and stronger. At this moment, Xianxia felt that the cinnamomum kasha above his head was like a kind old uncle, watching him slowly grow and become stronger. Xianxia was filled with gratification. The feeling that cinnamomum kasha brought to him was indescribable, but it also brought him endless benefits. Xianxia knew that this cinnamomum kasha was not ordinary, a single thought traveled thousands of miles. His thoughts flew freely. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. Xianxia was extremely agitated. His innate astral soul had once again advanced to the next level, allowing him to receive boundless benefits. This cinnamomum kasha didn't say anything, yet she was his benefactor. The branches of cinnamomum kasha swayed with the wind. When Xianxia looked at it, his face was filled with a smile. At this moment, he could clearly feel the existence of cinnamomum kasha. It was like a kind and benevolent old man, gently caressing his shoulders. Xianxia knew that his state of mind had merged with cinnamomum kasha. He could feel its existence. This cinnamomum kasha wasn't simple, it truly wasn't simple. Xianxia didn't know why, but since it could appear in front of the white jade residence of Emperor of the Cosmos, it was sufficient to show how much importance the Emperor of the Cosmos placed on it. Rumble, a humming sound rang out. The ground beneath Xianxia's feet started to split apart. Xianxia frowned. What made him shocked was that a heaven ascension stairway appeared before him. Xianxia was incomparably excited. Heaven ascension stairway, it was the heaven ascension stairway again. This was already the 4th segment of the heaven ascension stairway. After obtaining the heaven ascension stairway, his speed would be even faster and more powerful. Also, Xianxia still hadn't fully understood the uses of the heaven ascension stairway. But at this crucial moment, the heaven ascension stairway had become his only chance. Xianxia didn't hesitate to keep the heaven ascension stairway. This was a treasure, an absolute treasure. Although Xianxia didn't know how many segments the heaven ascension stairway had, he already had 4 in his hands. The Emperor of the Cosmos had placed the heaven ascension stairway in front of his door. If it was him, he would definitely know the uses of the heaven ascension stairway. Xianxia was wild with joy. He had already obtained enough treasures from the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Even if he left now, he wouldn't have any regrets. However, Xianxia knew that the true inheritance was still far from appearing. Creak, at this moment, the door unexpectedly opened. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. This white jade residence should be the final inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Xianxia was very excited. The Emperor of the Cosmos was the legendary Emperor of the Cosmos. He was the true king, the supreme expert of the universe, standing at the peak of the eternal world. No one could compete with him. Xianxia had always admired the Emperor of the Cosmos. To be able to stand at the peak of the eternal world, one could imagine how powerful such a person was. As for how the Emperor of the Cosmos had fallen, Xianxia didn't know. However, in his inheritance, Xianxia was able to witness the glory of many Emperor of the Cosmos. This was already a very fortunate thing for Xianxia. After going through many difficulties and obstacles, he finally arrived at the final inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Here, he truly felt the might of an expert. Regardless of treasures or other existences, none of them could be comprehended by himself. This was the spirit of an emperor, this was the glory of an emperor. Xianxia experienced many life and death situations. Being able to reach this step, he didn't only depend on strength, he also depended on luck. However, what he truly cared about was whether the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos would allow him to find traces of Feng-Er. He had a premonition that Feng-Er was in this tomb. If not, how could he have received the warning? If it wasn't for Feng-Er's warning, he would have long left this place. In fact, he might not even be able to reach this step. It was precisely because of Feng-Er's existence that he was able to become a true winner. He was the last one to arrive at the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. There was no longer any sense of danger here. Instead, it was replaced by a sense of tranquility. Comprehending the Tao under the Cinnamomum Kasha was the most reverent thing Jiang Chen had to the Emperor of the Cosmos. Cinnamomum Kasha had an indescribable effect on the enhancement of his astral souls. Jiang Chen calmed his emotions. With an incomparably solemn expression, he stepped into the white jade residence. What kind of inheritance would the Emperor of the Cosmos obtain in the end, would depend on his own luck. Whether or not he could become the successor of the Emperor of the Cosmos, everything was still unknown. After Jiang Chen entered the white jade residence, the expression in his eyes became even more sincere, as well as solemn. There was nothing in the surroundings, only a long corridor. At the end of the corridor, there was a screen with a stone sculpture. On top of the stone sculpture, there was a rock that spread its wings and soared in the skies. However, when Jiang Chen focused his gaze, there was actually a person standing in front of the stone sculpture. Indeed, it was a person, clad in a gray robe. Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. Who was this person? Although the long sword was not unsheathed, it gave people an invisible sense of oppression. Jiang Chen seemed to see thousands of sword essences shrouding him in an instant. And the source of the thousands of sword essences was the man in the gray robe. Who are you? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. Jian Chen. The man in the gray robe said faintly. Jiang Chen was stunned. He did not expect that he could really speak. If you break my sword essence, you can enter the Great Emperor's palace and obtain the inheritance of the Great Emperor. Jian Chen's voice was very hoarse, but Jiang Chen did not feel any pressure. The pressure did not seem to come from him, but from the endless sword essences that were crushing down from all directions. After thousands of years, you are still alive? Who are you? Jiang Chen was very curious. Jian Chen was the only living person he had seen in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Therefore, Jiang Chen had a lot of things he wanted to ask and get to the bottom of. I am not a human. Jian Chen said. Jiang Chen was stunned. Are you kidding me? You are not a human? Then what are you? I am the sword essence left by the Great Emperor. I am named Jian Chen. I am just a sword essence, the sword essence of the Great Emperor. Jian Chen's voice was very calm. At this time, he slowly pulled out the scabbard and pointed the sword at Jiang Chen. A soaring momentum suffocated Jiang Chen. Not a human? Just a sword essence, but it was not an ordinary sword essence. It was the sword essence of the Emperor of the Cosmos. As long as he could break through this sword intent, he would be able to reach the great sovereign's palace. Jiang Chen still felt that the sword intent was not as simple as it seemed. It was a very shocking and distressing thing for Jiang Chen to be able to form a sword intent and survive for thousands of years. But he had no way out. He could only fight. The sword essence of a great emperor. Looks like I'll have to treat it well this time. Jiang Chen's eyes were burning with passion, his lips curled into a smile. Right now, his strength had reached the fifth sky of the star realm. He was worried that he didn't have anyone to fight. He wanted to test how strong he was. During the battle with Yang Wolao previously, Jiang Chen had not had enough. Unfortunately, Yang Wolao had been sent into the Feng Luanhai and died without a burial. This time, Jiang Chen was fortunate enough to experience the sword essence of Emperor of the Cosmos, so he was very shocked. He was pleasantly surprised, but he didn't know if he would still be lucky enough to enter if he lost. Even death would only be a matter of a thought. There was no doubt about the strength of the Emperor of the Cosmos. The sword essence that he left behind was definitely terrifying. Whether they could rise to the top and achieve the final success depended on the Sky Dragon's sword in his hand. It's up to you. Jiang Chen took out the Sky Dragon sword and slowly stroked the blade. The Sky Dragon sword also emitted waves of sword humming, as if it had a resonance with Jiang Chen. In this battle against Jian Chen, Jiang Chen's fighting spirit was high. The sword essence of Emperor of the Cosmos was definitely unparalleled. He might be able to comprehend the Tao from it. If it was someone else, they would definitely think of their own life and death. But for Jiang Chen, he was also a person who loved the sword as much as his life. Perhaps, the same was true for the Emperor of the Cosmos. Kill. Jiang Chen raised his sword. His sword moved like a dragon and the wind and clouds surged. His limitless sword had never met an opponent. When he first entered the tomb of the great emperor, he saw the sword essence on the stone wall. For Xianxia, it was a great improvement. This time, whether the limitless sword could make a breakthrough or not depended on this move. When Xianxia saw Xianxia move, he also moved. His figure was like a sword, sharp as a sword. When he drew his sword, the light flashed. It was so bright that Xianxia couldn't open his eyes. What a strong sword! Xianxia took a deep breath in his heart. His face was extremely dignified. In the battle between experts, every move carried the momentum of a king. This was the sword essence of the Emperor of the Cosmos. That sword was the one that made the Sky Dragon sword excited. It was the first sword that Xianxia had seen in his life. It was not inferior to the Sky Dragon sword. Xianxia was surging and slashing. It leaped between the heavens and the earth. Wherever the sword essence passed, it seemed to be very light, but in fact, it was very powerful. This kind of sword essence gave Xianxia a great shock. He knew that he could never reach such a level. Even if it was the limitless sword, unparalleled in the world, Xianxia's sword still had endless changes. This was the biggest characteristic of the limitless sword. However, Xianxia was different. Every step he took was calm and every strike of his sword was natural. Xianxia knew that he couldn't do the same leisurely strolling in the courtyard. The sword essence was the sword essence, and Xianxia was the sword essence itself. So when the sword fell, it was integrated and there was no stagnation at all. Xianxia was very clear how powerful Xianxia's power was. Both of them had completely different styles. Xianxia pursued a simple and unpretentious aura, calmly cutting through the universe. On the other hand, Xianxia pursued a myriad of things. There was nothing that couldn't be broken. He acted according to his nature and his blade was born. However, Xianxia knew that the limitless sword had no limits. He knew this better than anyone else in the sword Tao he cultivated. Even when he entered the tomb of the great sovereign and obtained the sword scar inheritance, Xianxia did not completely integrate the sword scar. Instead, he blended the sword scar and comprehended the true essence of the 30 sword. The peak of the limitless sword was the transformation of the 30 swords. 28 swords. 29 swords. 30 swords. The 3 swords overlapped, and the heavy sword essence sealed the void. Xianxia ignored everything. The overlord sword was in the sky, sweeping the universe, one sword out, thousands of swords moved, the intent moved 3,000 feet, the wind swept the heaven and earth, the sword rose and shocked the clouds, and the arrogance between the eyebrows. The power of the 30th sword wasn't weak, but Xianxia was able to break it easily. At this moment, Xianxia's mind was in turmoil. Wasn't this too terrifying? He actually broke the 30 swords, which made Xianxia's confidence plummet. The 30 swords was the end of the limitless sword, at least for now. This made Xianxia feel a little disappointed. The 30 swords that he was proud of was broken just like that? This was not scientific. This was impossible. Although his heart was full of shock, Xianxia was still very rational. This battle was far from ending so quickly. Xianxia's sword momentum also took the opportunity to change again, or in other words, from the beginning to the end, he did not stop. Although there was not much difference, that kind of smooth and delicate skill did not seem to be the power of the sword essence at all. Xianxia was full of shock and dumbfounded. The 30 swords was broken in such a casual way. This made Xianxia speechless. His own efforts were not worth mentioning? Everything that Xianxia had, the fusion of the heavenly dragon sword and the limitless sword, was it really so vulnerable? What sword technique is this? Xianxia could not help but blurt out. The sword of no beginning, the method of no beginning. Xianxia's eyes were blazing because Xianxia's swordsmanship had brought him to another world. It was a strange and dazzling world. The swordsmanship traversed the void and crisscrossed. In Xianxia's eyes, there was only the no-beginning swordsmanship that had defeated him. Xianxia had never imagined that the sword essence of the no-beginning swordsmanship was completely different from his own. In his opinion, all the swordsmanship in the world had the same goal. His limitless sword had opened up an unprecedented path. However, the no-beginning swordsmanship shocked him greatly. The no-beginning swordsmanship was also the same path as the limitless sword. It was self-contained, but it was not really the same. The two swordsmanship were not in the same boat as the secular world and had their own domineering sword chi. Xianxia could feel the power of the limitless sword technique. The sword intent of the limitless sword technique was left behind by the great emperor of Star River. There was no doubt that it was powerful. The integration of the sword technique was far from as simple as he had imagined. Xianxia was the peak sword of the Emperor of the Cosmos. However, the current Xianxia was far from the peak of the limitless sword. The gap between the two was obvious. Xianxia was deeply moved by the no-beginning swordsmanship. He had also comprehended a lot of sword essence from it. The reason why the no-beginning swordsmanship could be so powerful was that it had abandoned many useless moves. No move was better than having a move. The beginning and the end of the no-beginning were completed in an instant. Therefore, this sword essence had been passed down for thousands of years. Xianxia was extremely excited and his heart was filled with the desire to fight. He had comprehended the profound meaning of the no-beginning swordsmanship. If he integrated it with his limitless sword, he would definitely be able to reach a higher level and shine brightly. The sword essence of the no-beginning swordsmanship was the peak, which was above all other swordsmanship. There was no beginning and no end. This was the essence of the no-beginning swordsmanship. The sword of no beginning emphasized on having no beginning, no end, no rest, and no end. The sword of no boundary was different, but it also emphasized on having no end. When the two were added together, it was no longer as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. However, this sword intent carried too much tyranny. Xianxia couldn't swallow it at all. Comprehension was one thing, but the terror of this sword intent was self-evident. If he wanted to devour this sword intent, Xianxia's strength was far from enough. From Xianxia's point of view, this sword intent was the most perfect sword intent in his mind. It was the pinnacle sword left behind by the Emperor of the Cosmos. It was a real treasure, at least for him. If it were someone else, they might not be able to understand how terrifying the real sword intent was. However, Xianxia's attack didn't stop. He continued to charge forward, destroying everything in his path without stopping. Xianxia and Xianxia's attacks were unable to take him down for a long time. Fortunately, his limitless sword was getting stronger and stronger. It had integrated a little of the endless sword essence. Finally, the limitless sword had another breakthrough. The 31st blade. Xianxia's eyes were shining brightly. The strength of the limitless sword and Xianxia's limitless sword technique overlapped each other continuously. Xianxia finally understood how powerful Great Sovereign Starry River was. Xianxia's limitless sword technique was extremely terrifying. The 31st blade was indeed powerful. However, no matter how hard Xianxia tried, he couldn't do anything to Xianxia. This was because this was a sword intent. It was invisible and intangible. It couldn't be erased or killed. This was the most fatal thing. The battle between the 31st blade and Xianxia was dazzling. However, in the end they couldn't do anything to each other. Suddenly, Xianxia's mind raced. Since he couldn't destroy it, he would have to see if he could suppress it. If he could suppress this sword intent and integrate it bit by bit, then it would benefit Xianxia a lot. His limitless sword would also improve by leaps and bounds. Buddha Prison Palace, it's all up to you now. Xianxia was extremely solemn. He took out the Buddha Prison Palace and flew across the sky. Suppress it for me. Xianxia's roar was like thunder. The Buddha Prison Palace flew into the sky and landed on Xianxia's head. Xianxia kept struggling, but he couldn't escape. It's done? Xianxia was ecstatic. It seemed that the Buddha Prison Palace was really a big treasure. It could even suppress the Emperor of the Cosmos' sword intent. It was really shocking. With Xianxia's continuous suppression, Xianxia finally lost his ability to resist and was suppressed in the Buddha Prison Palace. At this time, he completely became a sword intent without a sword edge. Perfect. Xianxia said in a low voice. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as if he was relieved of a burden. The sword chin returned to its tranquil state, floating in Buddha Prison Palace. Xianxia was in high spirits. Once he had completely digested the 31st sword, he would fuse with it. At that time, the limitless sword would improve rapidly. Emperor of the Cosmos, now I should be qualified enough to receive your inheritance. Xianxia said faintly. He walked past the screen and came to the last hall. The white jade mansion was very elegant. The last hall didn't have any gorgeous decorations. There was only one person in a green robe with white hair and a golden body. He stood with his hands clasped. The figure was ordinary, but it was broad and vigorous like the rivers and seas. The majestic posture made Xianxia fascinated. Emperor of the Cosmos? Xianxia frowned. The figure in green and gold slowly turned around and looked at Xianxia. It was domineering and cold, but it was irresistible. You're finally here. Emperor of the Cosmos said slowly and looked at Xianxia. You knew I was coming? Xianxia was shocked. More or less. More than 7,000 years ago, I sensed your existence and predicted the changes in the world. I knew you would definitely come. The eyes of the Emperor of Cosmos weren't radiating with light, nor were they filled with arrogance. Instead, they were extremely calm and gentle, like a benevolent elder chatting with a junior, unruffled and in high spirits. 7,000 years ago, he predicted that I would definitely come. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. The great Emperor of Cosmos was indeed the great Emperor of Cosmos, a figure that stood at the peak of the eternal world. 7,000 years ago, I shouldn't have entered the eternal world, right? At that time, how did Emperor of the Cosmos predict it? However, none of that mattered anymore, because the Cosmos Emperor was able to discover his existence and deduce the process of his appearance. To him, this was an unimaginable feat. The eternal world never lacked powerhouses. Even Luo Yunyang had encountered countless powerhouses along the way. A fifth-level star state could at most dominate the Heaven Awakening star system. Once he left this place, who knew how many stronger powerhouses were waiting for him to catch up to? If you have any doubts, feel free to ask. I'll answer them for you. Emperor of the Cosmos smiled. Xianxia raised his brows in delight. In Jiangchen's heart, there was only a longing for his son. Although the great emperor's inheritance was full of temptations, Jiangchen still put his son first. If Feng hadn't left the divine world, then Jiangchen wouldn't have left the divine world with his big brother and second brother and rushed into the eternal world. This was the real world of high martial arts, even above the divine world. However, all of this was not as important as his son. Therefore, when the Emperor of the Cosmos asked about Jiangchen, the first thing that came to his mind was Feng, not the great emperor's inheritance. You are indeed a man of affection and righteousness, and you are also a good father. Jiang Feng has indeed been here, but he has already left. My place of inheritance is my destiny. Even I can't change it. Everything in the world goes through reincarnation. Even as the great emperor of the 9 realms, I can't see everything in the world. Therefore, even if I divined that you would appear in my place of inheritance and obtain my inheritance, Jiang Feng is indeed a special existence. His comprehension is extremely high, something that I have never seen in my life. Even you can't catch up to him. However, because of this, he has jumped out of my deduction layout. Even I can't see his future. The words of the Emperor of the Cosmos made Jiangchen very excited. It seemed that Feng was still alive and had come here. No wonder he had received a warning from Feng. The news that Feng was still alive was really exciting for Jiangchen. May I ask, Great Emperor, where is my son, Feng now? Jiangchen looked at the Emperor of the Cosmos and asked in a deep voice. The Emperor of the Cosmos shook his head. I imparted 30% of my legacy to him out of my love for talent. It's hard to describe with words. He shouldn't have appeared here, but he did. That's why I gave him some good fortune. Even if he enters the eternal world, he should be able to protect himself. Jiangchen was a little disappointed. However, 30% of the Emperor of the Cosmos' inheritance was unimaginable for anyone. This showed how much the Emperor of the Cosmos loved his son. His love for talent was indescribable. This was the greatest praise for Jiang Feng. This was also what made Jiangchen most gratified. Thank you, Great Emperor. Jiangchen cupped his hands and bowed, his eyes filled with devotion and reverence. Although the Emperor of the Cosmos only had 30% of the inheritance, it was probably enough for many people to enjoy for a lifetime. I'm fated with you, but I'm also fated with your son. It can be considered a stroke of luck, ha ha ha. Since it has come to this, you are my successor. Everything I have in my life will be passed on to you. Jiangchen has learned a lot. I will not bring shame to the name of the great emperor. Jiangchen said in a low voice. He had learned from the Emperor of the Cosmos that as long as Feng'er was fine, everything would be fine. He would also have one less worry. I deduced you for 3,000 years. I believe you will not bring shame to me. The Emperor of the Cosmos nodded slightly. You have already obtained the endless sword essence. As for how far you can refine it, it will depend on your own fortune. You have also obtained the star core. I really didn't expect someone to be able to refine such an existence. It should be that guy, Longfutu. The Emperor of the Cosmos smiled. Xianxia nodded slightly. Your fortune is truly not small. Although Longfutu hasn't reached my level, his astral tyrannical body is famous throughout the eternal world. He can be said to be invincible. His existence is also an anomaly. What a pity, sigh, countless experts have already fallen. My inheritance is that Cinnamomum Kasha. Cinnamomum Kasha contains my life's worth of wisdom. Its mental energy is incomparably powerful. Your innate astral soul has just broken out of the ground and can only be considered a child. As for Cinnamomum Kasha, it can allow your mental energy to unceasingly improve, allowing you to transcend your limits. This Cinnamomum Kasha is something I found at the beginning of the primal chaos. It's a true origin tree that has existed for tens of thousands of years, undying and indestructible. It has its own mental energy, but it doesn't have its own consciousness. It's an extremely important existence in your cultivation of your innate astral soul. Innate astral souls are divided into a total of 9 stars. Only when you have a 9-star astral soul can you become an existence like me. Your inheritance, your improvement, it's still a long way to go. This is the divine will art. It's the work of my life. With a thought, I can go to heaven, with a thought, I can go to hell, with a thought, I can go to reincarnation, with a thought, I can go to eternal life. With a thought, I can go to the beginning and end. The Emperor of the Cosmos waved his hand, and the divine will art appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. It was as vast as the sea, broad and profound. With a thought, I can go to the beginning and end. Although the soul-seizing divine art was also very powerful, it couldn't be compared to the divine will art. This was the true treasure. With a thought, the mountains and rivers would shatter. With a thought, I can go to the beginning and end. What an overbearing divine will art. What powerful mental energy. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with boundless shock. Just the divine will art alone was enough to give him endless benefits. Moreover, the mystical power of Cinnamomum Kasha made Jiang Chen's heart tremble. It was unimaginable that it was a primal chaos treasure. Do you know why I'm called the Emperor of the Cosmos? It's because of my peerless technique, the star-picking hand. The Emperor of the Cosmos said confidently. Star-picking hand? Jiang Chen looked at the Emperor of the Cosmos in puzzlement. The star-picking hand is something I comprehended after comprehending the Tao for 9,000 years in the galaxy. The origin of Genesis Chi is transformed into the star-picking hand, which leads to the peak of the galaxy. With the power of the stars, a divine seal descends from the sky. With one hand, one can grasp the blue sky and pluck the stars. The biggest characteristic of the star-picking hand is that it fuses the power of the stars with source power. The palm of source power holds the light of the stars, stirring the myriad changes of the galaxy, and becomes the star-picking hand. After the Emperor of the Cosmos finished speaking, he transmitted his star-picking hand into Jiang Chen's mind. At that moment, the Emperor of the Cosmos grabbed at the blue sky, and the azure palm continued to grow larger and larger. Eventually, it shrank from the galaxy and returned to the front of the Emperor of the Cosmos. The majestic star-picking hand could crush everything, making Jiang Chen click his tongue in admiration. The terrifying star-seizing palm was even more frightening than divine weapons. That was because the power of the star-seizing palm was tempered within the resplendent Milky Way. The might of the star-seizing palm was boundless and unfathomable. Jiang Chen was fascinated by the Emperor of the Cosmos's star-picking hand. It was no wonder that he was called the Emperor of the Cosmos. The star-picking hand was the most terrifying power Jiang Chen had ever seen, and it could overcome all difficulties and dangers. This is the star-picking hand. If you practice it well, you will master it in 3 to 5 months. The power of the star-picking hand is too great, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to master it, so you must be careful. Don't use it carelessly. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. Many almighty experts know about my star-picking hand. In order to prevent others from coveting you, you must hide it well. The Emperor of the Cosmos said earnestly. However, at that moment, Xianxia grasped at the blue sky, and the same star-picking hand appeared in front of the Emperor of the Cosmos. The Emperor of the Cosmos was completely dumbfounded. Is that so? The Emperor of the Cosmos was stunned. As an emperor throughout the ages, there wasn't much that could shock him. However, Xianxia's astounding star-picking palm had shocked him. If it wasn't for his status, he would have cursed Xianxia. How was this possible? He completed it in one move. He didn't need to practice at all. Could it be that this was the so-called chosen one? He mastered it in one move. It seemed like he hadn't even learned it yet. However, even if the Emperor of the Cosmos didn't believe it, there was nothing he could do. Xianxia's star-picking palm was already very proficient. This was unbelievable. This was a legend. The existence of a legend surprised the Emperor of the Cosmos. The power of the stars. It's so mysterious. The Emperor of the Cosmos is indeed a dragon among men. Senior Longfutu taught me the cultivation method of the power of the stars. I didn't expect the Emperor of the Cosmos to be able to fuse the power of the stars with the source power. The star-picking palm is indeed mysterious, Xianxia said solemnly. He was full of respect for the Emperor of the Cosmos. As expected. It seems like the person I deduced is indeed extraordinary. I know you care about your son, but don't forget to cultivate well. If one day you can also become an Emperor of the Cosmos, perhaps this world will become even more colorful. The Emperor of the Cosmos said with a smile. Remember, the star-picking palm is divided into 4 realms: small accomplishment, great accomplishment, and absolute accomplishment. Every step is very difficult. Although you are very close to the small accomplishment, you must remember to guard against arrogance and rashness. You can't be arrogant. There are 4 realms of the star-picking palm. Every realm is an earth-shattering change. However, the changes are the same. You still need to control them yourself. The great Emperor of the Cosmos put away his smile and said sternly. Xianxia was meticulous as he carefully listened to Emperor of the Cosmos's teachings. Although he had grasped the power of the stars and could use the star-seizing hand with ease, it wasn't easy to truly master it to perfection. Emperor of the Cosmos had relied on his own supreme divine art to master the star-seizing hand and was unrivaled in the entire everlasting world. It was enough to imagine how terrifying the star-seizing hand would be when it reached a higher realm. Even though it hadn't even reached the minor accomplishment realm, Xianxia was still very shocked. This star-plucking palm made him feel an unparalleled might. Xianxia will definitely keep this in mind and never forget the teachings of the great emperor. I will never forget the grace of inheritance, Xianxia said seriously. Also, the divine judgment brush needs to be controlled with mental strength. The brush moves like dragons and snakes, sealing the universe, drawing out a spatial enchantment, and blocking everything. However, if you want to carve out your own world, your strength is still far from enough. This is a divine weapon given to me by a friend of mine. It's a 9th grade combat weapon, and it's also quite terrifying. For the current you, it's a true divine weapon. Emperor of the Cosmos explained. I see. Xianxia suddenly understood. If it wasn't for Emperor of the Cosmos's explanation, perhaps he wouldn't have known the use of this divine judgment brush. In that case, you can be considered to have obtained all of my inheritance. Cinnamomum Kasha, star-seizing hand, these are the treasures of my life. I hope you can become stronger and add a ray of light to the righteous path in this world. Emperor of the Cosmos said with a sigh. The end of the Milky Way is unpredictable. The heavens and earth are vast, and nothing is too strange. The eternal world is incomparably cruel. If you want to survive, you can only become stronger. This is the only way. When the day comes that you can traverse the Milky Way, you will understand the true meaning of my words. Great Emperor, Xianxia still has one thing that I don't understand. I hope that the Great Emperor can enlighten me. Xianxia clasped his hands together. Speak your mind. This heaven-ascending stairway, what kind of treasure is it? I already have 3 segments of the heaven-ascending stairway. Including the segment above the Sea of Reincarnation, I have 4 segments. I know that this heaven-ascending stairway is extraordinary, but I don't know what it's used for. Xianxia was filled with curiosity. The heaven-ascending stairway had always been a mystery in his heart. However, until today, Xianxia still didn't know what the heaven-ascending stairway was for. Today, he had met the Emperor of the Cosmos. He also had a segment of the heaven-ascending stairway, so Xianxia was extremely curious. He couldn't wait to quickly ask the Emperor of the Cosmos to dispel his doubts. The Emperor of the Cosmos's expression became somewhat complicated as he shook his head helplessly. Now is not the time for you to know about it. Remember, don't let anyone else know about it. This heaven-ascending stairway is related to an extremely secretive secret. Even I don't know about it. What I can tell you is also very limited. When your strength reaches a certain level, you will naturally know about it. Protect these 4 segments well. At a crucial moment, they might be able to save your life. The Emperor of the Cosmos said. Xianxia could see that the Emperor of the Cosmos definitely had some hidden troubles that he couldn't reveal to him. However, the Emperor of the Cosmos definitely didn't have any ill intentions towards him. He didn't want him to know about it because he wanted to protect him. Xianxia will remember this. Xianxia nodded his head. Alright, I have passed on everything I can to you. I hope that you will be able to find your son soon. Feng'er is a good child. The Emperor of the Cosmos smiled and slowly turned around. At this moment, he turned into a golden ray of light and disappeared into the void. There wasn't a trace of him left. Xianxia originally wanted to ask the Emperor of the Cosmos a few more questions. However, he didn't have the chance to do so in the end. However, Xianxia obtained the star-picking hand and Cinnamomum Kasha. These were his biggest gains. There was also the Divine Will art, which was the supreme inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. In the future, he would definitely be able to sweep across the universe. Even if he wandered in the eternal world, he would still have the strength to protect himself. Farewell, great Emperor. Xianxia bowed slightly. However, the Emperor of the Cosmos had already disappeared. He knew that it was also time for him to leave this place. He didn't know how many people were buried in this graveyard. Those who were too greedy would not be pitied even if they died. Xianxia was able to reach the last step. For him, it was also because of the courage that Feng'er gave him. Otherwise, Xianxia really didn't know whether he would have fallen halfway. Feng'er, wait for your father. It won't take long for me to find you. I definitely will. Xianxia's eyes were solemn. He turned around and raised his hand. Cinnamomum Kasha fell into his hand and became the size of a palm. This scene was witnessed by Luoying and Qiyu on the other side of the river. Such a big Cinnamomum Kasha was in Xianxia's pocket. It seemed that he had now obtained the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Xianxia stood in front of the white jade mansion. His eyes were sharp. He flew up and stepped on the sky-ascending ladder, flying towards Luoying and Qiyu. Big brother Jiang. Luoying was elated when she saw Xianxia. She had been silently waiting for his triumphant return for a long time because she firmly believed that Xianxia would definitely return. How was it, brother Jiang? Qiyu also looked at Xianxia expectantly. Although he hadn't obtained the inheritance of the great emperor, he couldn't deny that Xianxia was much more outstanding than him. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Xianxia's faint smile represented everything. Qiyu couldn't help but give Xianxia a thumbs up. Good. Good, good, good. Sure enough, heroes come from the young. The new generation will replace the old. Ha 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 ha. Qiyu was relieved. He was happy for Xianxia. After all, the inheritance of the great emperor hadn't fallen into the hands of evil people. Otherwise, there would have been a reign of terror in the Heaven Awakening Star region. As the ruler of the Heaven Awakening Star region, Qiyu's greatest gratification was that the Heaven Awakening Star region was safe and sound. This was the happiest thing for him. After he had been defeated by Xiao Yuyan, the entire Heaven Awakening Star region had fallen into a state of unrest. Now was the time to go back and take a look. Then let's hurry up and go. Luoying looked at Xianxia. Xianxia nodded slightly and the three of them quickly left the tomb of the great emperor. After the three of them left, a frightening whirlpool appeared in the middle of the water curtain mountain and a large amount of water poured into the tomb of the great emperor. The three of them looked at each other and nodded. Then, they quickly left the water curtain mountain and headed straight for the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. Heaven Awakening Galaxy City Lord's mansion. Now that the City Lord hasn't returned for a long time, the country can't be without a ruler. Young master, please temporarily take over the position of City Lord. Yun Lingfei will definitely protect you. No one will come to cause trouble. Yun Lingfei's eyes were solemn as he spoke solemnly. Although he was the strongest in the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City, he didn't want to take advantage of this opportunity to rebel. He knew that he was a talented general, not a talented commander. Moreover, he didn't want to deal with so many affairs every day. Being the commander of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse was his biggest goal. What was bad about that? Yun Lingfei viewed the Horsemen of the Apocalypse as his own, and he was filled with affection for the Heaven Awakened Star Field. He didn't want the Heaven Awakened Star Field to become worse and worse without a leader. Many people were eyeing the position of the Heaven Awakened Star Field's overlord. Now was the best time for Chi Mohan to take over. Chi Mohan shook his head with a gloomy expression. My father hasn't returned yet, so I can't become the City Lord. As long as my father is here, I will be here. I will live and die with my father and the apocalyptic Galaxy City. Chi Mohan said solemnly. In the past few days, the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City had become more and more restless. Many people were ready to take action. The experts from the other stars had also gathered here. It was very likely that they would rebel at this time. If Chi Mohan ascended to the throne at this time, it would undoubtedly mean that the City Lord of the Heaven Awakening Milky Way City wouldn't be able to return. Regardless of whether it was true or not, there would be people taking advantage of the situation. At that time, they would no longer be able to control the situation. Even if they had Yun Lingfei, the commander of the Heavenly Awakening Knights, he might not be able to stop those thieves. After all, many experts were gathered in the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City. Who knew how many people were eyeing the #1 position in the Heavenly Awakening Star Field? But the situation right now is getting more and more chaotic. Someone has to come out and uphold justice. Yun Lingfei frowned. If I become the City Lord at this time, what will the others think? I'm far from my father's prestige. At this time, many people will definitely think that I'm not fit to be the City Lord. At that time, it will give them an opportunity to take advantage of me. As long as my father hasn't returned, they will always be afraid of taking action. So we can only bide our time. If we make a move, we will lose. Chi Mohan's face was solemn. Yun Lingfei pondered for a moment. Like father, like son. Although the City Lord's eldest son wasn't as strong as him, his mind was much clearer than Yun Lingfei's. This was something that Yun Lingfei couldn't compare to. The current situation was indeed very chaotic. There could be a riot at any time. If it wasn't controlled well, it would cause the entire Heavenly Awakening Star Field to fall into chaos. At that time, even the Heavenly Awakening Knights would be left in the dust. If that was the case, their idea might be good, but it might very well backfire. Yun Lingfei indeed didn't realize this point. Then what should we do now? There are many stellar-level experts outside of the Heavenly Awakening Star Field. They are already thinking of rebelling. The Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City is more difficult to control than we thought. There could be a riot at any time. It has already been more than 2 months since the City Lord left. AI. Yun Lingfei frowned. There was no doubt that he was worried. Chi Mohan was also very clear that if it wasn't for the deterrence of the Heavenly Awakening Knights and Yun Lingfei's presence, the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City would have been in complete chaos. Biding their time now was the best opportunity. Once this balance was broken, they might never be able to get back what they had lost. Yun Lingfei could only choose to remain silent. At this time, Chi Mohan's words were clearly more reasonable. Although he was now the ruler of the entire Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City, he was still indebted to the old City Lord. Yun Lingfei definitely wouldn't choose to rebel. I wonder how father is now, Chi Mohan muttered. So much time had passed. His sister had also vanished into thin air. His father still hadn't returned. Could it be that this trip to the great emperor's tomb had ended just like that? His father's voice was still ringing in his ears. Chi Mohan couldn't believe it. Father actually died? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He had to wait for his father to return. He had already lost a sister. He definitely couldn't lose his father as well. His mother was heartbroken every day. He was even more anxious. The turbulent Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City was the biggest worry in his heart right now. The old city lord will definitely be fine. His strength is outstanding. Others can't compare to him. Yun Lingfei said in a deep voice. Although that was the case, he was just hoping that the old city lord would return soon. Only under his leadership, the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City would become better and more prosperous. I hope so. Chi Mohan's heart was filled with grief. His eyes were burning with passion as he looked at the sky. Father! You must come back. Not good. Not good. The soldiers of the Heavenly Awakening Knights knelt on one knee and said with a gloomy expression. Hurry up and report. Yun Lingfei said. There's a large-scale riot in the city. The various overlords from the Heavenly Awakening Starfield have started to cause trouble. They're all star-level powerhouses. No one can stop them. Even the Heavenly Awakening Knights are nothing in their eyes. Yun Lingfei and Chi Mohan glanced at each other. They had been worried about this matter. Yun Lingfei wouldn't rebel, but that didn't mean that the others wouldn't. They had long been waiting for any changes in the Heaven Awakening Starfield. They would attack together and take over the Heaven Awakening Starfield. A soldier who didn't want to be a general wasn't a good soldier. Many powerhouses were overlords on their own stars, but they were restricted by the Heaven Awakening Starfield. Therefore, they wanted to soar into the sky and break free from their shackles. This was also the opportunity that many people had been waiting for. Today, they finally couldn't hold it in any longer. These guys finally couldn't hold it in. Yun Lingfei gritted his teeth. Commander Yun, I'm counting on you. I'll fight with you. Qiyu said in a deep voice. All right. The two of them left the city lord's mansion together. This battle was imperative, so they had no choice but to suppress it. However, Yun Lingfei wasn't confident. After all, there were too many powerhouses gathered in the Heaven Awakening Starfield. He couldn't guarantee that he could sweep everything. There were 108 realms in the Heaven Awakening Starfield, and there was no lack of 4th and 5th firmament star-level powerhouses. There were also many 2nd and 3rd firmament star-level powerhouses. Therefore, the Horsemen of the Apocalypse would have to face the entire Heaven Awakening Starfield this time. It was impossible to suppress everyone. Yun Lingfei and Chi Mohan were already prepared for this chaos. However, when it really came, they still felt a lot of pressure. Yun Lingfei rushed out of the city lord's mansion and shouted loudly, shocking half of the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City. However, this battle wasn't something that he could stop alone. It was inevitable that there would be a bloodbath. Where are the Horsemen of the Apocalypse? Fight with me. Yun Lingfei took the lead and rushed into the chaos. Several 4th firmament star-level powerhouses lined up on both sides. Countless people were panicking as they watched this scene. Nothing like this had ever happened in the Heaven Awakening Milky Way City in the past million years. A family can't go a day without a master, and a country can't go a day without a ruler. It seems that we're going to encounter a war this time. Yes, I hope these powerhouses don't implicate the innocent. Let's stay away. Isn't that right? It's better to watch a poop than to watch a fight. A fire at the city gate will bring disaster to the fish in the moat, and we will suffer. Why isn't the old city lord back yet? These people from the other astral realms are all fighting at our doorstep. I don't think even Commander Yun Lingfei can stop them. Yeah, they're all star level 4 or 5. This battle will definitely be earth-shattering. Countless people were watching. They were all very worried about this battle. In times of peace, when had they ever seen such a huge battle? However, if they didn't do this, the Heaven and Lightning Starfield would become even more chaotic. Everyone would have their own way of doing things, and once the order of the Heaven and Lightning Starfield was thrown into chaos, it would be an unimaginable disaster. It was hard to say how many years later, it would always be in the midst of the flames of war, the people unable to make a living. War had never been something the people liked. They only wanted to live and work in peace. Didn't the people of the Heaven Enlightening Milky Way City all fight to enter the Milky Way City just for this peace? However, not even in their wildest dreams could they imagine that the Heaven Enlightening Starfield would change so much that no one would be able to stay out of it. The Heaven Enlightening Milky Way City, which used to be the safest place, would actually become a battlefield. This was the most terrifying thing. Yunlingfei, don't fail to appreciate our kindness. Now that the City Lord's mansion is empty, we've risen up to choose a true City Lord. Don't think too highly of yourself. With your strength, it's impossible for you to stop all of us. Ha ha ha. I have to say that the top warrior of the Heaven Enlightening Starfield, Yunlingfei, is indeed unparalleled. However, our strength can't be underestimated. You're alone, and you can't fight four hands with two fists. How are you going to fight us? Yunlingfei, as long as you choose to be neutral, we definitely won't make things difficult for you. You'll still be the leader of the Heaven Enlightening Knights, and you'll still be above everyone else. That's right. This time, we're only choosing a true powerhouse to lead us. A country can't be without a ruler. Right now, the Heaven Enlightening Starfield is in urgent need of a ruler. We're also duty-bound. That's right, Yunlingfei. Don't be so shameless. Get out of the way. We'll kill our way into the City Lord's mansion and kill that useless young master. Then, we'll decide who gets to sit in this deal. A dozen figures stood in the void, all of them at the fourth or fifth firmament of the star realm. They were all staring at Yunlingfei, and the atmosphere was tense. Chi Mohan clenched his fists tightly. Chi Mohan tightly clenched his fist. His complexion was ashen. He hated himself for not being strong enough to reverse the situation. Although he had broken through continuously, he was only at the third sky of the star realm. He wasn't strong enough to lead this group of heroes. He couldn't even defeat one of them. This was a great humiliation to him. The others had already come knocking on his door, yet he still didn't dare show his face. Now, he could only let Yunlingfei face all of them alone. For the first time, Chi Mohan felt how important it was for a person to be strong. In this world, no one would pity you. Only by being strong enough could you gain the respect of more people. Otherwise, you would just be a clown. Chi Mohan took a step forward, but he was stopped by Yunlingfei. At this time, he definitely couldn't let the young master take the risk. They were still waiting for the return of the old City Lord. Right now, Yunlingfei had to fight 10 people alone and face the siege of these powerhouses. However, Yunlingfei didn't have any regrets. He had to use his reputation to protect this peaceful city. The last dignity of the Heavenly Awakening Starfield couldn't be thrown away. Young master, step back. Leave the rest to me. As the guardian of the Heavenly Awakening Starfield, Yunlingfei is duty-bound. Yunlingfei said solemnly, even though he knew that this was a path of no return. With so many strong warriors, no matter how strong he was, he had no confidence that he could win. These weren't early-stage star-level warriors. The difference in strength between them wasn't that big. Even if he was strong enough and had been through hundreds of battles, Yunlingfei wouldn't be able to defeat 4 or 5 star-level warriors. Yunlingfei wouldn't be able to defeat them all. However, he had no choice. In order to protect the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City, he had to face this. In order to protect the safety of the Milky Way City, in order not to forget the old City Lord's entrustment, he had to fight to the death. Where are the horsemen of the apocalypse? Fight with me. Warriors are heroes. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Today, let us experience just how powerful the top warrior of the horsemen of the apocalypse, Yunlingfei, is. Ha ha ha. Let's fight then. I think this battle will be a hearty one. Fight. Fight, fight, fight. A deafening roar rang out between the two sides. A life-and-death battle was imminent. Yunlingfei led the horsemen of the apocalypse and began to fight with their lives on the line. This was their mission and the meaning of their existence. They would protect the Apocalypse Galaxy City and never retreat. The cruelty of war was something no one was willing to mention, but it was unavoidable. Yunlingfei had been waiting for a long time because he had already predicted that this day would come. As long as the old City Lord didn't return, they would inevitably have to fight. No one was willing to be under someone else for a long time. This was their chance. For the people of the 108 realms of the Apocalypse star field, there was no right or wrong. They wanted to rise up, and that wasn't wrong. Who didn't want to be the overlord of the Apocalypse star field? This was their only chance. If they missed it, they would lose it for the rest of their lives. Therefore, even though many people knew that their chances of survival were slim, they still wanted to fight. They might not be the strongest, but they would definitely be able to take advantage of the chaos to win. When that time came, no one knew who would become the overlord of the Apocalypse star field. Everyone had a chance. With so many experts gathered in the center, the chaos on the battlefield in Heaven Awakening Galaxy City had long been brewing. When Xiao Yuan had taken over the city and obtained the City Lord's throne, they had been tempted. Now that the City Lord hadn't returned for a long time, many people thought that the City Lord was dead. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Whoever could stand at the top of the Apocalypse star field would be the overlord. Who wouldn't want to have this status and this honor? The battle was extremely bitter. Countless experts of the Apocalypse cavalry had fallen, and even Yun Lingfei had fallen into an extremely difficult situation. Fighting 1 against 10, 5 4th-level Star Realm experts and 5 5th-level Star Realm experts. Although Yun Lingfei had never been defeated in 100 battles, facing so many world overlords, he was helpless as well. He could only try his best to deal with them. In fact, he had always been in a very passive situation. After all, the other party's strength was there for all to see, and there were so many of them. When these people joined hands, even if the old City Lord wanted to suppress them, he would need some time, let alone himself. Although Yun Lingfei was very arrogant and domineering, he wasn't stupid. Such a strong force was indeed enough to make countless people's souls leave their bodies. Morale was very important. Now that Yun Lingfei had fallen into a passive position, the horsemen of the Apocalypse were having a harder and harder time. One by one, the horsemen of the Apocalypse fell. This was a kind of pressure on Yun Lingfei, and his heart was bleeding. Each member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse was a 1-in-a-million genius. Each person that fell meant that the protectors of the Apocalypse star system were continuously decreasing. Chi Mohan also joined the battle. However, as soon as he made a move, he was surrounded by a group of 3rd-level Star Realm experts. Chi Mohan wasn't Yun Lingfei. Moreover, the current situation was very disadvantageous to them. At this time, they could only take one step at a time. Chi Mohan was the target of the Knights of the Apocalypse's protection, and he was the son of the old City Lord. Naturally, he attracted everyone's attention. They only had one goal. If Chi Mohan became a fool, the City Lord's mansion would no longer be legitimate. At that time, they would be able to reap the benefits. This was also what many world overlords had already expected. They only had one goal when they attacked the City Lord's mansion, and that was to kill Chi Mohan. Be careful. Eldest young master. Yun Lingfei cried out in alarm. His facial expression changed drastically. More than 10 third heavenly layer Star Realm experts had completely suppressed Chi Mohan. They had forced Chi Mohan into a hopeless situation. This kind of desperate situation made Yun Lingfei's heart tremble. Chi Mohan had already suffered heavy injuries. There were more than 10 cuts on his body. However, as the son of the City Lord of the Apocalypse Milky Way City, Chi Mohan had no regrets. He had to stand at the forefront with the soldiers who were fighting with their lives on the line. This was his dignity, and even more so, his glory. He would die 9 times without regrets. Chi Mohan's mouth was brimming with a smile. Although he knew that he would definitely die today, he still had no regrets. Because at this time, he was the brightest light in the Apocalypse starfield. Father, I didn't let you down. Chi Mohan muttered as he looked at the sky, blood spurting out of the corner of his mouth. Chi Mohan seemed to have already seen his sister's figure. He seemed to have sensed her existence. Luoying, big brother is useless. I couldn't protect the last territory of the City Lord's mansion. I don't have the face to see you. Chi Mohan's heart was conflicted. He was heartbroken, but he had no more strength to fight. More than 10 third-level Star Realm experts had surrounded him. His injuries were getting more and more serious. Chi Mohan's blood flowed all the way, and his essence, energy, and spirit were getting weaker and weaker. Yun Lingfei's battle intent soared to the sky, but he couldn't break out of the encirclement of these 10 people. These 10 people had firmly locked onto him, making it difficult for him to move. If this went on, he would be exhausted to death. Yun Lingfei wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of death. He would let down the entire Apocalypse Milky Way city. He was the protector of the Apocalypse Starfield. It was his duty to protect the Apocalypse Starfield. The Apocalypse Starfield couldn't fall into chaos. Yun Lingfei clenched his teeth and persevered. However, the eldest young master couldn't hold on any longer. Qi Mohan's face was extremely pale. He was forced back again, and his injuries were getting more and more serious. It was as if the Grim Reaper was already in front of him, waiting to reap his soul. "Sister, I'm here. I see you," Qi Mohan murmured, a smile on his face. However, in the next second, a cold light flashed, and more than 10 third-level Star Realm experts all fell to the ground, dead. A single slash across their throats. Qi Mohan couldn't believe his sister's figure was standing in front of him. "This? Luoying, is that really you? Am I already dead?" Qi Mohan couldn't believe it. "Sorry, brother, I came back late." Qi Mohan looked at his brother, who was covered in wounds and had a weak aura. His heart was conflicted and filled with sorrow. "I'm not dead. Father is not dead either. All of them have to die." Luoying put her brother down and looked at the people behind her, who were ready to make a move, but were also afraid. She was so scared that her soul almost left her body. More than 10 third-level Star Realm experts had been killed with a single slash. How strong was that? "Get out of my way!" Yun Lingfei shouted angrily. However, he was still unable to withstand the attacks of these people. More than 10 people attacked one after another. Their thunderous momentum overwhelmed him. As he retreated, his injuries became more and more serious. However, the first miss had returned at this time. Would the city lord come as well? While Yun Lingfei was pleasantly surprised, he was heavily injured by more than 10 people. His expression was extremely ugly. If he continued to fight, he would be finished. These people killed people like flies. They would not give him any chance. As long as he was killed, they would achieve their goal. Die. Yun Lingfei. Kill, kill, kill. Many realm lords flew up. They were determined to kill Yun Lingfei. However, at this time, a cold light flashed and saved Yun Lingfei. Yun Lingfei was slightly surprised. What a powerful technique! Xianxia slowly landed in the middle of Yun Lingfei and the many realm lords. He looked at everyone with cold disdain. "Xianxia? It's you." Yun Lingfei was a little surprised. He did not expect Xianxia to return. "Do you think you can stop us with just you? In your dreams?" "That's right. Your strength is indeed not bad. However, you are a little too naive to fight 1 against 10. He. Why are you still wasting time with him? Kill him first. Don't delay." Everyone looked at each other and rushed towards Xianxia. Without any hesitation, they attacked. Since Xianxia was blocking in front of Yun Lingfei, it would not be too late to kill Yun Lingfei after killing him. "Be careful. Get out of the way. You are no match for them," Yun Lingfei shouted. He was afraid that Xianxia would die under their blades. After all, Xianxia's strength was similar to his. Yun Lingfei thought that Xianxia was definitely not as good as him. This was very frightening for Xianxia. Without strong combat experience, he would definitely die if he was surrounded by 10 experts. However, before Yun Lingfei's voice fell, Xianxia had already rushed over and fought against the 10 experts. A terrifying aura exploded. Yun Lingfei could not help but sigh. Xianxia was still too young. He would definitely lose this battle. How could he reverse the situation with his strength? Sigh. Impulsiveness is the devil. Yun Lingfei wanted to help, but it was too late. A sudden clap of thunder exploded in the horizon. Above the void, everyone's expression became solemn, because they could already see Xianxia's face filled with despair. He was destined to become a corpse. Only Luoying calmly looked at the scene. In the next second, Yun Lingfei was dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze. The 10 figures were all thrown away. A sword had cut their throats. They had no power to resist at all. wow, a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, everyone was stunned. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Wasn't Jiang Chen's method too ruthless? One sword, he only used one sword. There were no fancy tricks or hesitation. With one sword, he beheaded the 10 experts. The dignified realm lord did not have any power to resist. This was the real domineering chi, domineering sword. Luo Ying already knew the fate of the 10 people. With Jiang Chen's attack, they had no chance of survival. However, Yun Lingfei sucked in a breath of cold air. How much power did he need to do this? Suppressing the 10 experts and cutting their throats with one sword. This was the most terrifying thing. Even he felt a sense of oppression in front of Jiang Chen. He shuddered. Yun Lingfei smiled bitterly in his heart. He was like a fool. He felt sorry for Jiang Chen. He did not expect that this guy would be finished just like that. 10 people. They were all extremely powerful existences. Moreover, they could become the realm lord. How could their strength be underestimated? Yun Lingfei thought that he was strong enough to fight against the top 10 experts for such a long time. It was already a miracle that he wasn't killed in the end. However, Jiang Chen's strength was almost the same as his. How did he end up like this? This was not scientific. This was not realistic, hiding his strength? It was absolutely impossible. Before this, when they met, Jiang Chen's strength was not even at the star level. In such a short time, he actually rushed to the 5th sky of the star level. This was a miracle. Yes, it was a miracle. Even a miracle was not enough to describe him. Thinking of this, Yun Lingfei's heart calmed down. If it was someone else, he definitely would not believe it. If he did not see it with his own eyes, who would believe it? Isn't this guy too crazy? He killed 10 people with one sword? 10 realm lords. Their strength was at the 4th or 5th sky of the star level. Oh my god. It's really unbelievable. This guy seems to have reached the strength of our city lord. I don't think so. Even leader Yun Lingfei was left in the dust. This person's strength is not inferior to the city lord's. This time, our Heaven Awakening Galaxy City is finally saved. Everyone was talking about it enthusiastically. Only those who wanted to start a rebellion were filled with panic. Now, they could feel the threat of death. At this time, Jiang Chen was like a huge rock that was pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. It's over. It's over. It's too late. Boss and the others are all dead. What are we going to do? Yeah, isn't this Jiang Chen too terrifying? He's a complete demon. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. How about we surrender? The top 10 experts were all killed by Jiang Chen. They never thought that it would end like this. Wasn't this a joke? Their most powerful domain lords had all been killed. What else could they do? Even if they managed to turn this situation around, they would be the fishermen who reaped the benefits, while they could only drink a mouthful of fish soup. This was not worth it. It was not worth it to pay with their lives. In other words, they were used as cannon fodder. They originally thought that they could quickly end the battle. They had been living under Yi Shiwen for a long time. If they could benefit from it, it would be the same no matter who was the boss. However, now that these traitors were all killed, they also felt a trace of unease. Death seemed to be approaching them step by step. Jiang Chen. I really didn't misjudge you. Yun Lingfei was deeply moved. Even he was not Jiang Chen's opponent now. Such a peerless genius was destined not to stay in a corner. Even the Tianqi galaxy might not be able to trap him. Qi Mohan's face was also solemn. Jiang Chen's strength and Luo Ying's strength had shocked him. It seemed that the Tianqi galaxy could really be saved. Jiang Chen was calm. He looked at Yun Lingfei and nodded slightly. The cold arrogance in his eyes made Yun Lingfei sigh. In front of Jiang Chen, he was no longer a threat. It's the city lord. Where? Is it true? Is it City Lord Qi or Xiaoyuan? Of course it's City Lord Qi in the Heaven Awakening Star region. I only recognize City Lord Qi. Who does Xiaoyuan think he is? He's just a rebel. It's really the City Lord. Sob sob sob. You're finally back. With the City Lord's return, these lowly people will have to bow down to you. Countless people felt emotional. Qiyu had always been their most beloved city lord. Many people only had one city lord in their hearts, and that was Qiyu. Qiyu hadn't returned yet, which was why so many people had the opportunity to take advantage of him. Now that City Lord Qi had returned, what was there to be afraid of? City Lord Qi's domineering return would definitely end the battle here. Moreover, there were still two powerful experts in the form of Xianxia and Luoying. Xianxia and Luoying had shocked everyone, setting off a storm in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Isn't that Xianxia? Commander Zhang's strength was actually stronger than Commander Yan's? Oh my god. That's right. It looks like our Commander Zhang's strength is really unfathomable. 10-star level 4 and 5 experts all had their throats slit with one slash of his sword. Even Commander Yun could only deal with it and couldn't retaliate at all. I can only say that Commander Xianxia is really amazing. This is what you call a genius. Ha ha ha. Commander Jiang, we will always support you. That's right, Commander Jiang is invincible. Many horsemen of the apocalypse cheered excitedly when they saw Xianxia. Xianxia had brought them life and endless hope. In the entire apocalypse Milky Way City, besides Commander Yun and City Lord Qi, who else could have such combat power? Furthermore, Commander Jiang had returned with City Lord Qi this time. To them, the situation had already been completely reversed. Right now, the domain lords that had rebelled were all trembling in fear, not daring to make the slightest move. If this were to continue, then they would be hopeless. No one would be able to escape from City Governor Qi's palm. Now, they had no other choice but to kneel down and wait for City Governor Qi's punishment. Xianxia. Was it really Xianxia? What about De Huang? Where did De Huang go? Tong Yao's face was full of surprise and worry. De Huang and Xianxia were inseparable brothers, but now she only saw Xianxia and not De Huang. Tong Yao became very nervous and excited. Yeah, where is De Huang? He couldn't be. Tong Ling said with a confused expression. Tong Ling said with a perplexed face. Big Yellow had never been separated from Xianxia. Their brotherhood would never allow any gap between them. Now that Xianxia had returned, Tong Ling and Tong Yao would always miss Big Yellow's whereabouts and feel uneasy. Big Yellow, Big Yellow. Don't worry, De Huang is fine. He just ate too much and is cultivating silently. Don't worry. Xianxia saw Tong Yao and Tong Ling in the crowd at a glance. Their anxious eyes explained everything. It seemed that De Huang had not misjudged them. Tong Ling and Tong Yao had not broken through and were not qualified to enter the tomb of the great emperor, so they could only wait outside for De Huang to return. Now that they had received Xianxia's message, they could finally put down their worries and looked at Xianxia gratefully. You all are actually so thick-headed. Do you still want to occupy the nest of the magpie and replace it? Qiyu sneered and swept his cold eyes across. Everyone felt as if there was a sword on their backs. Qiyu's eyes were too scary. Those domain lords did not even dare to look at Qiyu's eyes. When Xiao Yuan rebelled, you guys were already restless. Now that I haven't returned for a long time, you guys actually did such a rebellious thing. Looks like I really need to think about how to deal with you guys. Yunling Fei, traitor, how should we deal with you guys? Qiyu looked at Yunling Fei. Behead. Yunling Fei said in a deep voice. Spare us, City Lord, spare us. City Lord, we know we were wrong, please give us a chance. Sir City Lord's great kindness, we will never forget it. Sir City Lord, please spare us, we were all forced to do so. If we don't rebel, those powerful world overlords would surely target us. Sir City Lord, please be clear about this. Many domain lords knelt down at this time, kowtowing to Qiyu. To them, this was definitely not a successful rebellion. They had suffered a double loss and were stuck in the middle, unable to advance or retreat. If they didn't rebel, they would be suppressed by the joint forces of these experts. Hence, they could only choose to follow her. The city lord had not returned yet, so they had the guts to do this. If Qiyu had been here, they would not have dared to have the slightest thought of rebelling. Qiyu's eyes were cold. At this time, he actually did not intend to attack everyone. Xianxia had killed the chicken to warn the monkey, which made them feel that they were in danger. Hence, if Qiyu really killed them now, there was nothing wrong with it. However, it would inevitably cause unrest in the entire Heaven-Awakened Star region. Killing was not the best way. Subduing the enemy without a fight, making these guys lower their heads and pledge their loyalty again was Qiyeyu's way of doing things. These people were all trembling. Not to mention City Lord Qi, even Luoying and Jiangchen had filled their hearts with fear. Now that Qiyeyu had joined in, how could they dare to resist? Jiangchen had killed these people. The best way to deter them was to kill the bird that poked its head out. Hence, Qiyeyu did not want to kill them now. A true ruler would not slaughter people at will. Even if they were suppressing a rebellion, they would not kill them all. Father, since these people know that they were wrong, why don't we let them make amends? The Heaven-Awakened Star region is currently in need of people. If we kill them, it will definitely make many star realms angry. At that time, it will not be easy to find them and find a suitable leader. Our Heaven-Awakened Milky Way city cannot manage all the 108 star realms in the Heaven-Awakened Star region. Qi Mohan said in a low voice as he appeared beside Qiyeyu. My son, you really make me feel more and more gratified. Ha ha ha, this time, we will do as you say. Qiyeyu nodded slightly. He very much agreed with Qi Mohan's idea. This was also his idea. As a leader, one must have a compassionate heart. Benevolence was invincible. This, Qi Mohan couldn't believe that his father had actually passed the position of city lord to him. Wasn't this too confusing? Qi Mohan looked at his father with excitement and doubt, but his father's eyes were filled with anticipation and encouragement. He had forgotten how many years it had been since he had seen that kind of gaze. Back then, he had misunderstood the relationship between him and his mother, allowing Xiao Yuan's sister to take advantage of it. In the end, the entire Heaven-Awakening Star field had almost fallen into eternal damnation. Fortunately, Jiangchen had stepped in and helped them. Otherwise, the Heaven-Awakening Milky Way city would have fallen into the hands of evil people. After so many years, this was the first time that the father and son had looked at each other with such sincerity and yearning. Qi Mohan knew that his father had returned. However, there was a trace of exhaustion in his eyes, as if he was no longer willing to manage the Heaven-Awakening Milky Way city. You already have the potential to be a city lord. I have seen your hard work over the years. Go, from now on, you will be the city lord of the Heaven-Awakening Milky Way city. I will silently support you from behind. Qiyeyu's eyes were filled with anticipation and comfort. He owed his father too much over the years, so he had already decided that he would no longer manage the Heaven-Awakening Milky Way city. Instead, he would go and live a peaceful life with his wife. This was what he truly wanted. Mohan won't disappoint father. I will definitely become a true official of the Heaven-Awakening Star field and bring prosperity to everyone. Qi Mohan's voice was extremely solemn. This was what his father had entrusted to him, as well as the hope of the entire Heaven-Awakening Star field. Qi Mohan definitely wouldn't disappoint his father. Good, good, good. Father is very happy that my son is like this. Qiyeyu nodded with a smile. Greetings, new city lord. Yun Lingfei bowed and his voice shook the heavens as he greeted Qi Mohan. Countless commoners knelt down and the realm lords also knelt down in fear. They were afraid that the father and son would go back on their word. That would be too unlucky. Today, father has passed the position of city lord to me. Mohan will not disappoint the expectations of the people. From now on, the Heaven-Awakening Milky Way city will become even more prosperous. From today onwards, the world will be pardoned. All of you, get up. If you offend us again, I will exterminate your entire family. There will be no mercy. Qi Mohan waved his hand and looked at everyone with a domineering gaze. Thank you, City Lord. The City Lord is mighty. Qi Mohan slightly nodded. His heart was filled with excitement. He hadn't expected that his father would hand over the position of City Lord to him so early. This was a huge challenge for him. Luoying, let's go see your mother. Qiyeyu looked at his daughter. Previously, he had been feeling guilty, and his wife had thought that his daughter was dead. Now was the time to go and see her. Big brother Jiang, you should come with me too. Luoying looked at Jiangchen, lowered her head, and said with a red face. All right. Jiangchen followed Qiyeyu and Luoying to the lake where Yuan Wen used to live. At this moment, Yuanwen was meditating and cultivating. It was not difficult to see that during this period of time, her complexion had become extremely ugly. Furthermore, she seemed to have aged quite a bit. The pain of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person was something that no one could truly understand without experiencing it. "Mother!" Luoying called out softly. Yuanwen's body trembled, and she suddenly opened her eyes. She thought that she was dreaming. Wasn't her daughter already dead? But who was the person standing in front of her? Are you really Luoying?" Yuanwen couldn't believe it. She stood up and gently stroked Luoying's face. "I am, Mother. I didn't die. It was Father who saved me. He risked everything and almost died in the tomb of the great emperor." Luoying looked back at her father. She knew that her mother had always been holding a grudge against her father and had a deep hatred for him. At this time, the best thing to do was to become the spice between the two of them. My child, my child." Yuanwen hugged Luoying, and the mother and daughter cried together. At this moment, Xianxia and Qiyu walked out at the same time and stood outside the window. "In the future, my daughter will be in your hands. Xianxia, don't disappoint me. If you let her suffer any grievances, I won't let you off even if you have to go to the ends of the earth," Qiyu said lightly. "Luoying is a good girl. I won't let her down," Xianxia said. Although he now had a heavy responsibility and finding his son was the most important thing, Luoying had gone through life and death with him countless times, which showed Xianxia her determination and love. If he kept her at arm's length, he would really be an ice-cold, beast-like person. "I know that you definitely won't stay here. The Heavenly Awakening Star region is just a place for you to stay. I can see your ambition, your dreams, and your pursuits very clearly. However, no matter what, if you are in trouble, this will always be your home." Qiyu looked deeply at Xianxia. It was true that his daughter was with Xianxia, but he was also his savior. If it hadn't been for Xianxia, he would have died a long time ago. If it hadn't been for his stupidity, the Heavenly Awakening Star region wouldn't have ended up in such a mess. Xianxia, the Gamebreaker, had given him hope, as well as the entire Heavenly Awakening Star region. If he was willing to stay here, Qiyu would have given the position of City Lord to Xianxia. Unfortunately, an eagle belonged to the sky. He was destined not to be a loner. Even the position of the City Lord of the Heavenly Awakening Star region wouldn't be attractive to him. "Thank you for your appreciation, Senior." Xianxia nodded slightly. "Father, Mother said that she wants to see you." At this moment, Luoying walked out and looked at her father. "All right, I'll go over now." Qiyu was delighted and hurried into the house. After so many years of failure, it was time for him to settle things with his wife. Luoying glanced at Xianxia and then at her father's departing figure. "Did my father say anything to you?" "No." Xianxia shook his head. "Then what were the two of you talking about?" Luoying looked at Xianxia with a faint smile. "It won't be long before you leave this place, right?" Luoying asked in a low voice, a complicated look in her eyes. "Yes, I used my Life Star Soul to search the entire Heavenly Awakening Star region, but I didn't find any traces of Feng. Perhaps it's time to leave." Xianxia pondered this, his expression extremely grim. Although he was still worried, at least he could rest assured after hearing the words of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Feng had obtained 30% of the Emperor of the Cosmos inheritance, so he definitely wouldn't fall so easily. Even if he encountered danger, he would definitely be able to escape unscathed. Hopefully, he would be able to overcome all obstacles along the way. In truth, Xianxia had already let go of the worry in his heart. Feng'er's path was chosen by him. For the sake of Feng'er's safety, Xianxia had chased him all the way to the Eternal Realm. However, true fortune was something that Feng'er had encountered himself. The younger generation would naturally have their own fortune. It was just that he, as a father, couldn't be at ease. Xianxia knew that Feng'er wouldn't let him down. This was his confidence in his son. After obtaining 30% of the Emperor of the Cosmos inheritance, Feng'er would definitely benefit immensely. However, he still had to find Feng'er. This was what he had told his mother. Ningzhu would definitely be extremely worried. However, now that he had a better understanding of Feng-er and the Eternal World Sword, he could be so calm. Feng-er, wait for me. Father will definitely find you. Xianxia murmured to himself. If you want, you can come with me. I'll bring you to the ends of the earth. Xianxia looked at Luoying. Luoying was startled. She immediately blushed. She had been waiting for this sentence from Xianxia. With this sentence, she felt extremely happy, as it meant that Xianxia had accepted her. All right. I'll follow you wherever you go in the future. Luoying lowered her head and bit her lip. Big Yellow is still cultivating right now. However, he will definitely not be able to bring Tong Ling and Tong Yao along. I hope Big Yellow won't blame me. The two of them are too weak. Even if they leave this place with us, it will be very difficult to ensure their safety. Xianxia muttered. The Eternal World was too dangerous. He couldn't treat Tong Ling and Tong Yao's lives lightly. Furthermore, if he left the Heaven Awakening Star Field, he definitely wouldn't be as calm as he was now. That's true. Luoying nodded. Hopefully, Tong Ling and Tong Yao wouldn't blame Xianxia. Then let's go and say goodbye to them. Xianxia and Luoying went to say goodbye to Tong Ling and Tong Yao. Although they knew that they couldn't leave with Xianxia, they still felt very uncomfortable. After all, De Huang was still in a deep sleep. It definitely wouldn't do to leave De Huang here. Xianxia wouldn't be at ease either. In the end, Tong Ling and Tong Yao had no choice but to remind Xianxia again and again that De Huang must come back to them. Xianxia was also quite emotional. Tong Ling and Tong Yao were deeply in love with De Huang, but they had no choice but to separate at this time. However, Xianxia didn't have the time to continue waiting. He had to leave the Heaven Awakening Starfield as soon as possible. He couldn't stop searching for Feng-er. Since the Emperor of the Cosmos had told him that Feng-er had been here before, he had to be outside the Heaven Awakening Star Sector. Xianxia spent 3 days and 3 nights, but he still couldn't find any traces of Feng-er. He would have to slowly search outside the Heaven Awakening Starfield. However, just as Xianxia and Luoying were about to leave, the Heaven Awakening Starfield experienced a huge change. Not good, someone is coming from the transmission array. It's someone from Milan Planet. He said that Milan Planet has also suffered great damage. Yun Lingfei had originally come to send Xianxia off, but he hadn't expected that something like this would happen. Qi Yeyu and Qi Mohan's expressions changed. As the city lord, Qi Mohan had to be even more careful. He didn't dare make any mistakes. If he made a mistake, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the rest of the world. What's going on? Qi Yeyu said solemnly. I don't know, but I brought him here. Yun Lingfei glanced at the deputy beside him and hurriedly brought the person over. Xianxia and Luoying exchanged a glance. They had to see what was going on first. What's going on? Hurry up and report it. Qi Mohan said. City Lord Sir, Milan Star may have already fallen. It seems that I was sent out by the elders of Milan Star. Cough, cough. I can't hold on much longer. The person who had come was already covered in injuries. His aura was weak, and his blood was flowing all over the ground. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. I seemed to smell a familiar aura from him. Xianxia frowned and said. What do you mean? Qi Yeyu was slightly stunned. I'm not sure either. Xianxia shook his head. We were attacked by the interstellar wanderers and the feather race. They said that there were treasures in Milan Planet. They wantonly plundered and burned our planet. Nearly half of our people died. Now, Milan Planet is a sea of fire, a purgatory. City Lord, please be merciful and save us. The people of Milan Planet knelt on the ground and kowtowed with great difficulty. Feather race? Sure enough, it's them. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity. Xianxia murmured. These people were really everywhere. Feather race, Qi Yeyu's expression was solemn. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The feather race wasn't someone to be trifled with. In the entire eternal world, everyone knew that the feather race was very powerful. Moreover, they could be found in every corner of the eternal world. How could they be together with the interstellar wanderers? Father, let's hurry up and send our troops. The feather race is really too much. Milan planet is under the jurisdiction of our Heaven Awakening starfield. Although it's not a large planet, our Heaven Awakening starfield cannot retreat at this time. Chi Mohan said solemnly. He had already decided to send reinforcements to Milan planet. At this time, he was naturally duty-bound. How strong are their people? Chi Yeyu asked. Many of them are at the 5th or 6th level of the star realm. We can't withstand their attacks at all. The strongest person in Milan planet is our Star Lord, but he is only at the 2nd level of the star realm. In front of them, we are like ants. We can only wait to be slaughtered. City Lord, please be merciful and save us. The people of Milan planet knelt one after another. Everyone was moved by compassion. Milan planet was a star of the Heaven Awakening starfield. Unless something happened, they would definitely not ignore it. However, they had to at least understand the situation first. Father. Saving people is like putting out a fire. Chi Mohan said anxiously. Alright, Yun Lingfei, I'll send you to lead 5,000 horsemen to Milan planet as reinforcements. Chi Yeyu said. Let me go. Now that the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city has just regained its peace, it's hard to avoid people coveting it. The situation in the Heaven Awakening starfield is not stable yet. Once the horsemen leave, it will create a huge hole in the defense of the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city. Luoying and I are about to leave. Let's go to Milan planet first. Jiangchen looked at Luoying and said. Big brother Jiang is right. Father, let us go. Commander Yun has left the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City with the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, which will definitely have a great impact on the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. If someone covets our Heaven Awakening star field, it will be very troublesome. Big brother Jiang and I are about to leave the Heaven Awakening star, so let us go to the Milan star field. Luoying also nodded slightly. The hatred between me and the feather race has always been there. This time, I want to see what tricks they have up their sleeves. The feather race is so rampant, I will definitely make them regret it. I know you have your own matters to attend to, so I didn't want to trouble you. Chi Yeyu said. It doesn't matter. I benefited a lot from the Heaven Awakened star. It's only right for me to make some contributions to the Heaven Awakened star region. Jiangchen glanced at Luoying and smiled. The two of them nodded slightly. They had the same intention. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and leave. The situation on the Milan star doesn't allow us to stay any longer. Luoying said. Jiangchen nodded. The only thing they could do now was to go to the Milan star to take a look. According to the people from the Milan star, they had already lost nearly half of their people. It was an extremely tragic situation. Brother Jiangchen, I'll leave it to you. Yun Lingfei also looked at Jiangchen, full of gratitude. The reason the Heaven Awakened star region could become so stable was inseparable from Jiangchen. I'll activate the teleportation array now and send you over. Chi Yeyu said in a deep voice as he personally activated the teleportation array. Be careful. Chi Yeyu exhorted. However, Jiangchen and his daughter Luoying weren't any weaker than Yun Lingfei. This time, it was indeed the best choice for the two of them to go to the Milan star. Jiangchen held Luoying's hand tightly. Luoying's lips curled into a blissful smile. The two of them shuttled through the teleportation array and quickly arrived at the Milan star. At this moment, when Jiangchen and Luoying landed on the Milan star, they saw an extremely tragic scene. The sky was filled with smoke and dust. Clouds and mist lingered in the air. Smoke and corpses were strewn all over the place. The smell of blood mixed with the smell of soil was incomparably thick in the mountains. It was extremely pungent and made people feel very uncomfortable. The mountains and plains should have been filled with flowers. However, every few dozen meters or even a dozen meters, one could see corpses that had died tragically on the spot. Some were shocked, some were terrified, and some were in despair. The sunset glow was brilliant, but the sky and earth had become heavy, making people feel heavy. Too many people have died here. Too many. Luoying's beautiful brows knit together tightly, and a trace of pity couldn't help but arise in her heart. So many people had died miserably here. Their families had been destroyed, and such a tragic scene caused others to be unable to bear the sight of it. Everything here had become quiet and desolate, and it was like purgatory on earth. Xianxia slightly nodded. His heart was also very uncomfortable. This was too miserable. He and Luoying had already walked through a radius of 1,000 miles. Not even a blade of grass grew. There was no sign of life. The number of casualties was countless. It was hard to predict. These people are simply devils from hell. They are simply too hateful. Luoying gritted her teeth and said, "Brother Jiang, have you found any traces of the winged race?" "Yes, that is indeed what the harpies are doing, but why would they do such a thing? They must want to occupy Milan. The people of Milan rose up to resist, and that's why they burned and killed. However, they didn't even spare the chickens and dogs, nor the beasts. It's really too heartless. So many lives have died." Jiangchen's facial expression turned uglier. At this moment, he couldn't bear to watch any longer. These people were simply devoid of humanity. He had to find those bastards from the Yu family as soon as possible. Otherwise, Milan Star would only be scarier than what they had imagined. "Let me see where they are first." Jiangchen sat cross-legged with a serious expression. He began to use his natal star soul to detect the location of the winged race. An hour passed. Jiangchen's face was slightly ugly, but he finally found the location of the winged race. "Brother Jiang, have you found them?" Luoying asked eagerly. Now, she just wanted to quickly find the winged race bastards and kill them all. Such indiscriminate killing of innocent people made her hair stand on end. If it was a war between two countries, it would be excusable. However, the people of Milan did not have any power to resist at all. Wasn't this a desperate massacre? The dead bodies that Luoying and Brother Jiang saw were enough to pile up into a mountain. At least hundreds of thousands of people had been reduced to a pile of bones. The originally bustling city, noisy streets, and fragrant villages had all turned into a land of death, without any vitality. The winged race was not worthy of being called human. They were absolute executioners. "I found it. It's just 3,000 miles away. It's a big city, estimated to have millions of people, but it's already a sea of fire." Jiangchen was extremely angry. These guys did not treat people as human beings. "Winged race, these bastards, I will definitely kill all of them." Jiangchen was enraged. Both of them couldn't wait to rush towards that direction. 1,000 miles away, for Jiangchen and Luoying, it did not take long. Both of their strength was already very terrifying. They rushed over in almost the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. However, for them, every second was torture. No one knew how many people died every second. These winged race people slaughtered living creatures for fun. They were the devils. From afar, Jiangchen and Luoying could see the blazing fire that was more than 10 li away. A city was burning fiercely. The blazing fire was more than 100 zhang high. It resounded through the clouds, causing smoke and dust to rise everywhere, making one's scalp numb. "We're finally here. I want to see who is wreaking havoc here." Jiangchen clenched his fists. This place must be full of dead souls, full of resentful souls. Just like Red Cloud Planet, if they also encountered such a massacre, then the consequences would be unimaginable. "Help, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. You bunch of devils, you will all die a horrible death. You will definitely go to the 18 levels of hell, you bunch of devils. Mom, I'm scared. Are we going to die?" "Don't be afraid. As long as Mom is here, I will definitely protect you." Countless people were roaring in the ancient city. They were hysterical, and it was a tragic sight to behold. Human lives were worthless at this moment. The people of the feather race watched silently. They didn't have any pity in their hearts. The deaths of these people were insignificant to them. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to escape from their clutches. These guys deserve to die. Ha ha ha. Even if they die, it won't be long before someone else appears. Even if we kill them, it will just be the end of a civilization. Millions of years, tens of millions of years, perhaps it will be another reincarnation. You're right. They are just a bunch of ants. If they die, then they die. Why are they screaming? Let me add more fire to the fire. Ha ha ha. The Yu clan member sneered. He activated his Genesis Chi and turned the entire city into a sea of fire. Countless people fled in all directions, but no one could escape the earth-shattering fire. Flames soared into the sky, and countless people were burned to ashes. Countless people were still wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Is this a blessing from the heavens? We're saved. We're saved. Someone said excitedly. The sky was getting darker and darker. However, as the gale came, the dark clouds retreated and the fire was extinguished by the gale. It was too shocking. It's true. We won't be burned to death, sob sob sob. This is simply a miracle. We don't have to die, we really don't have to die. Is God taking pity on us? These people are too hateful. God has opened his eyes and must punish them. Yes, let them all die without a burial place. My son, you died so miserably. As the strong wind blew, the fire was extinguished. Instead, rain fell from the sky. The heavy rain poured down and the strong wind blew. The whole sky became turbulent. However, this strong wind and heavy rain managed to extinguish the fire. For the people of Milan, this was a blessing from God. Many people were burned to death in this fire and turned into ashes. Some people were burned into dried corpses. However, even more people were filled with despair because they were worried that those people would make a comeback. Those devils had come to kill them without any hesitation or pity. It was as if they were killing them for fun. To the people of Heavenly Wind City, this was a disaster of epic proportions. According to some people, the entire Milan star seemed to be suffering from this unexpected disaster. What's going on? Why is there such a strong wind? Yeah, I've never encountered such pressure before. How could this be? It seems like it's man-made. Even if it's a natural phenomenon, it wouldn't be so terrifying. Look, there seems to be a figure in the wind. It's true. Countless people looked up. Some were happy and some were worried. The people who were happy were naturally the people of Tianfeng City. Because to them, this person was like a savior. Could he really bring light and hope to them? No one knew, because these feathers were too terrifying. They didn't know how long they could last, and they didn't know if they could continue. Even if someone came to save them, they might not be a match for the feathers. Unless, that person was a deity who had descended from the heavens. Damn it. There's actually someone who dares to disturb us. They must be tired of living. A middle-aged man in a white robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring at the figure in the storm. If there was no accident, it must have been caused by this person. If not for him, these ants would have already turned into ashes. Who was he? Why did he appear here? As an elite of the feather race, he was naturally fearless. Wuming Togen's eyes were burning with rage. Anyone who dared to stop him would be killed without mercy. The harpies would not allow anyone to stand in their way. Who are you waiting for? Quickly come and die. How can you interfere in the affairs of the feather race? Wuming Togen roared angrily. His voice shook the sky. Countless people were shocked and terrified. The people in the city were shivering in fear. Fear had already shrouded their hearts. They could die at any time. Under the iron hooves of the feather race, no one could resist them. The people behind Wuming Togen also roared and growled. Their faces were gloomy. For them, this was a provocation. The feather race was an invincible existence. They had already scanned the Milan planet. There was no one above the second layer of the star realm, not even beasts. However, Wuming Togen was a fifth-layer star realm expert. This time, they had mobilized a lot of experts in one fell swoop. They were determined to capture Wuming Togen. Boss, I'm afraid this person is here to cause trouble. That's right. I think he's a coward. Ha ha ha, he doesn't dare to come out. He's afraid of you, boss. How can ordinary people like you compare to the might of the feather race? Boss, let me go and kill this bastard. I'll drink with you. Someone stood out, and his gaze shot straight towards the peak of the sky as he shouted in a low voice. Okay. Kill him and slaughter the Milan star. We still have a long way to go. Wuming Togen said in a low voice. The people of the Milan star had not surrendered at all. Therefore, they had to slaughter the entire planet to let the people of the Milan star know the power of the feather race. After all, they were few in number. There were less than 100 people here. Although the feather army was large, they were all on the Milan star. They had no time to waste. They had to finish the task given to them by their captain as soon as possible. Killing people was not only for fun, but also for the task assigned to them by their captain. The man holding the giant axe had a murderous look in his eyes. He soared into the sky and waved the giant axe. "Little bastard, I'll kill you." An angry roar shook people's hearts. The giant axe was shockingly powerful. Everyone in the Tianfeng city was shocked. They could not imagine such a strength. Even the strongest person in the Tianfeng city was only in the 8th sky of the Star Emperor realm. Such an expert could kill 80 of them. In the sky, the wind was raging and the rain was pouring. However, at this moment, no one knew who was in the storm. Wuming Togen's face was a bit gloomy. He felt something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was. Who is it? He dares to swear so confidently after hearing the name of the feather race. He must be tired of living. Right. Let's see how Adolf kills this guy. Playing tricks. Heh, heh, heh. If we don't teach him a lesson, he will think that the feather race is easy to bully. People sneered. However, to Wuming Togen's surprise, a bolt of lightning flashed in the sky. It pierced through the storm and hit Adolf's giant axe. Oh no, Wuming Togen's heart sank. He had already felt the terrifying murderous intent in the lightning. However, he was still one step too late. Before his voice died away, the lightning swallowed Adolf in an instant. Even Adolf did not expect this lightning to be so domineering and appalling. The lightning turned into a beam of light and spread across the sky. It was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. However, at this moment, Adolf's eyes were wide open. Then, they were replaced by horror and despair. Crack, after the lightning flashed, the light and shadow filled the sky. When they heard the thunder, Adolf had already turned into ashes in the lightning. Even the giant axe in his hand did not leave a trace. In an instant, it all disappeared. He was struck by lightning and killed. Was it really the wrath of the gods? The heavens have opened their eyes, the heavens have opened their eyes. Sob, 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 lightning struck them to death. That's great, that's great. This is the wrath of the gods. Even the gods can't stand it anymore. This is inhumane slaughter. Let's hurry up and kneel down to thank the gods. Thank the gods, thank the heavens. The people of Wind City kept kneeling on the ground and kowtowing towards the sky. They were all in tears. They finally saw hope. In the past, no one believed in the existence of gods. However, at this moment, they knew that gods must exist. Otherwise, how could that damned winged person be struck to death by lightning? Cheers resounded through the clouds, accompanied by bursts of thunder. At this time, the people of the feather race became more and more anxious. They were filled with fear. Boss, don't tell me there's really a god? Could it be that Milan planet is protected by the gods? Don't talk nonsense here. How is that possible? Where are you talking about gods? We are gods. How could Adolf be struck to death by lightning? Boss, what the hell is going on? The people of the feather race looked at Wuming Togen. Their hearts were full of excitement and even a trace of fear. Adolf was struck to death by lightning right in front of their eyes. Moreover, the sky was raining down a storm. This was what they were most afraid of. What are you panicking for? What a bunch of cowards. How can there be any gods? In the eternal world, the strong are the ones in control. It's not difficult for a powerful peak star level to destroy a small planet. How can there be the protection of gods? Don't try to mislead us with your lies. Wuming Togen kicked his subordinate next to him and roared. Wuming Togen naturally didn't believe in the existence of gods. However, when they came to Milan planet, the captain had already scanned the area. There were no experts above the second sky of star level here. That was why they were so unscrupulous, crushing Milan planet to find what they wanted. However, at this time, Wuming Togen still couldn't accept it. Who was the person in the storm? Hong Sihai, go and see what's going on. You must capture the person in the void and bring him back for me. Wuming Togan glanced at Xianxia, a bald feather race expert who entrusted the heavy responsibility to him. Xianxia was a star level 4 expert. Among these people, Xiaoxi's strength was second only to him. Alright. I'll go right now and capture that scoundrel for boss. Even if he's a deity in the heavens, I'll make him kneel and bow down to me. Xianxia held a pair of hammers in his hands, which were as heavy as 1,000 caddies, and fiercely collided with each other. The sound shook the 9 heavens, and the power was monstrous. Brother Xihai, it's up to you now. That's right, big brother Xihai. I'll be counting on you to capture that rascal. Brother Xihai, we believe in you. Everyone began to cheer for Xianxia. Xianxia roared in a low voice, his face was grim. This is not a joke. Just now Adolf was killed by the thunder, he also saw it, but in the face of danger, he will not retreat. As the vanguard of the feather race, he should not be afraid of hardships and dangers, charging forward. Ignorant child, eat my hammer. Xianxia soared up, his domineering aura shocking. Compared to the previous Adolf, he is definitely stronger by more than a level. The gap between the 3rd and 4th heavens of the star level is still very big. With Xiaoxi's help, Wuming Togan was already very calm, hiding in the void filled with thunderclouds and torrential rain. This person is definitely not an expert, he's just trying to be mysterious here. God? How can there be a god under this heaven and earth? Wuming Togan sneered, but Xiaoxi's figure was like a comet, breaking through the sky, soaring straight up. Then, something that everyone couldn't believe happened. A thunderbolt fell again, a dark blue light covered the entire void, and in the blink of an eye, Xianxia was swallowed by this thunderbolt. Ah! Boss, it's me. Xiaoxi's voice was extremely miserable, it made people's hair stand on end, especially the people of the feather race, but no one dared to take a step forward. Even Wuming Togan, who was at the 5th heavens of the star level, stopped at this time, stunned. Wuming Togan clenched his fists tightly. Although he didn't want to believe it, Xiaoxi's ending was still the same as Adolf's, swallowed by the terrifying thunderbolt. Many people's vision turned dark, they looked at each other in fear. God, this must be the embodiment of the descent of God. More and more people believe in the existence of God. Wuming Togan's heart began to beat like a drum. Whether it was Adolf or Xianxia, they were both his right-hand men, but they were actually swallowed by 2 thunderbolts under his eyes. This is too unbelievable, right? In the void, that figure was still vague. Wuming Togan's heart also began to mutter. God, who the hell is he? Motherf asterisk cur, isn't he just trying to scare me? Both of my generals were killed here. Wuming Togan's heart was filled with anger. However, he was also hesitant. Above the gale, under the thunderbolt, who was hiding in the middle? Damn it! Wuming Togan didn't expect to encounter such a thing. How could there be such a troublesome existence on a small planet like Milan? However, Wuming Togan certainly wouldn't risk his life at this time. Whether it was a god or not, he didn't dare to take another step forward. Who dares to fight and avenge Adolf and Xianxia? Wuming Togan said in a deep voice. However, after he finished speaking, none of the 100 experts dared to rush to the peak of the clouds. Their hearts were filled with extreme fear. The unknown was often the most terrifying. They didn't even know whether they were facing a human or a ghost, or whether they were facing a legendary deity that they didn't know if they were facing a god or a ghost. They didn't want to die an unworthy death like Adolf and Xianxia. They wanted to live well and die a great death. Who would be willing to do that? At this time, the sky became darker and darker, and the clouds were constantly rolling. Wuming Togan's heart was beating like a drum. These useless things, none of them dared to take the lead to see what the hell is in the clouds. Perhaps the strength of the people in the clouds is not even at the star level, but the fear just now has completely hit the self-confidence of this group of feather people. They resisted from the bottom of their hearts. If a god descended, would they be able to come back alive? Adolf and Xianxia are the best proof. A bunch of good-for-nothings, what else can I call you for? Trash, all of you are fucking trash. Although they were scolded by Wuming Togan, they still curled their heads. After all, their lives are more important than anything else. Let alone being scolded, even if they were beaten, they wouldn't mind dying. Wuming Togan roared. It seems that this time, he can only take action. This group of good-for-nothings, in the face of a strong enemy, they turned into cowards so quickly. You all have to die. A deep and heavy voice shrouded everyone's heart. A trace of sweat appeared on Wuming Togen's face. Regardless of whether the person in the clouds is a god or not, he has already begun to reject it from the bottom of his heart. What kind of existence is he going to face? Wuming Togen's throat was a little dry. What kind of existence is this guy? 2 thunderbolts have caused such a big blow to the feather people. At this time, it's not just a battle, it's a psychological battle. Pretending to be mysterious? I don't care who you are. Come out and fight me. Wuming Togen didn't dare to continue to challenge the unknown person in the sky. After losing 2 generals in a row, the morale and the hearts of the people became hesitant and full of apprehension. After all, these 2 experts were Wuming Togen's right-hand men. But now, they are in a very tricky situation. They don't know the details of the other party, which is the most terrifying thing. 2 bolts of lightning turned 2 stellar-level experts into ashes. Who would dare to fight against such power? What Wuming Togen wants most now is to figure out whether the person in the clouds is a human, a ghost, or a legendary god. If he is really a god, then where did he come from? Even for the people of the feather race, there were many things that they didn't know about. In the eternal world, there were countless experts and countless races. No one dared to guarantee that they were the most powerful. Moreover, this time, they had invaded the Milan star, which was full of mysteries. Everyone kneel and kowtow to the gods. Kneel and thank the gods for saving us. Gods above, please accept our kowtow. Heaven, earth, the gods have descended, we don't have to die, woo-woo. Gods are mighty. Gods are mighty. More and more people on Milan planet knelt down and kowtowed. They are very afraid of Wuming Togen and the others. If this goes on, their situation will get worse sooner or later. Everyone has a lingering fear and doesn't dare to speak loudly. I am not a god, but I take care of the injustice in the world. The feather race indiscriminately slaughters the innocent. I will cut off your heads and sacrifice them to the heavens. Xianxia stood proudly above the void, at the top of the clouds, and said in a deep voice. You are courting death. Wuming Togen said while clenching his teeth. If it wasn't a so-called god, then he had nothing to be afraid of. He felt that this person's strength was about the same as his. In that case, he felt relieved. As long as it wasn't an invincible enemy, their feather race had already occupied more than half of the Milan star. No one could teach them how to do things. As the clouds dispersed, Xianxia appeared in front of everyone. However, the people of Milan were still kowtowing to Xianxia. After all, Xianxia's appearance saved them. In their eyes, Xianxia was a god. Who are you? Wuming Togen stared coldly at Xianxia and shouted angrily. The one who will kill you. Xianxia said. You sure talk big, aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? You've lost 2 of my generals, so I'll definitely kill you today. Wuming Togen said angrily. You can try. None of the feather race will be able to escape today. Xianxia smiled. Ha ha ha. You're really boasting. I have more than 100 star-level experts. Do you think you can kill them just because you say so? Your strength is at most equal to mine. 2 of my generals were killed by you because they suffered losses. Now, I have more than 100 star-level experts. Do you think you're qualified to talk to me? You're really arrogant and conceited. Wuming Togen didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and kept shaking his head. His eyes were full of disdain. That's right. Boss, we'll kill him today. Yes, we'll avenge our brothers. Kill. The people of the feather race knew that Xianxia wasn't a god. He was just an expert with the same strength as their boss. With so many of them, they could drown Xianxia with their saliva. What was there to be afraid of? Many ants could kill an elephant. Xianxia definitely couldn't avoid the human wave tactic. As soon as Wuming Togen gave the order, more than 100 star-level experts surrounded Xianxia. At this time, they were ready to kill Xianxia. To avenge their dead companions. Go to hell. Kill. More and more people rushed toward Xianxia. Although he was very strong, there were still more than 100 star-level experts. With Wu Mingtogen in charge, Xianxia would definitely die. The people of Tianfeng City were also worried for Xianxia. In the sky, Xianxia was fighting more than 100 feather race experts alone. It could be said that it was a shocking scene. Countless lights flew in the sky. Xianxia faced this calmly. Wu Mingtogen held the sky-piercer halberd and roared. He led the people to fight with Xianxia. The frightening power engulfed the entire Tianfeng City. More and more people started to panic. Many people in Tianfeng City started to retreat, afraid that they would be implicated. The battle of hundreds of star-level experts was too tragic. Xianxia's strength was completely overwhelmed. Even the gods are going to fall? Impossible. This is impossible. God will not abandon us. It's not that the gods have abandoned us. It's that the gods are unable to stop these harpy executioners from slaughtering us. Could it be that the heavens want our Tianfeng City to perish? It's not just Tianfeng City. Right now, Milan Star is in dire straits. Countless people have lost their lives and become homeless. Xianxia's figure was besieged by hundreds of experts. They even felt despair. Even the gods couldn't save them from the fire and water, so who else could let them live? In Milan Star, no one could leave alive. This was a massacre that was even more terrible than a natural disaster. Everyone felt despair. If I don't kill you today, how am I supposed to explain myself to my harpy brothers? Ha ha ha. Die. The dreadful sky halberd swept across the sky, destroying all creations, and hit Xianxia squarely. However, at that moment, Xianxia suddenly soared into the sky and flew to the top of the sky dome. A cold light flashed, and all his hopes turned to dust. The sword image in the sky slowly descended from the void. Ah, help! Screams rang incessantly. Wherever Xianxia's sword light pointed, more and more people fell from the sky. Wherever Xianxia's sword image passed, not even a blade of grass grew. Xianxia's sword image was filled with endless killing intent. This was the true definition of traveling 1,000 miles with a sword. No one could stop Xianxia's footsteps. Xianxia's sword was even more terrifying than the Grim Reaper's scythe. Wu Mingtogen glared angrily and took a deep breath. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so arrogant and presumptuous. The battle was imminent, and his sword was endless, killing everyone. Hundreds of stellar-level experts were like chickens and dogs in Xianxia's hands. They originally wanted to defeat Xianxia with numbers, but now it seemed like a fantasy. No, this is impossible. Wu Mingtogen's face was pale. He clenched the sky halberd and attacked Xianxia again and again, but he couldn't shake Xianxia at all. On the contrary, Xianxia's sword was invincible. His sword cut through everything, and everyone was killed by Xianxia. No one was left alive. The harpy experts were like garbage in front of Xianxia. Spare me, senior, spare me. Wu Mingtogen was suppressed by Xianxia's sword. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face was pale. He was shivering, and the halberd in his hand had already been broken into 2 pieces. Spare me? You still know how to spare me? Why didn't you spare the lives of others when you were slaughtering the Milan Star blade? Now you know how to be afraid. Everyone from the Feather Clan should die. Xianxia shouted. Wu Mingtogen knelt on the ground, his face full of fear. He didn't dare to say anything. Senior, spare me. Senior, spare me. I'm willing to take the lead and die for Senior. Wu Mingtogen didn't expect Xianxia's strength to be so terrifying. So many people from the Feather Clan had fallen in a pool of blood. Only he had survived. Long live God. God is invincible. Thank God, thank heaven. A rain fell from the sky. All the people in Tianfeng City knelt before Xianxia. Xianxia was their savior. They didn't hesitate at this time. Without Xianxia, they would have died a long time ago. This fire would have burned down the entire Tianfeng City. It's not impossible if you want to live. Tell me, why did your Feather Clan slaughter people on Milan Star? Milan Star is a peaceful and prosperous existence in the heaven-awakened star field. Why did it become a thorn in your side? Xianxia said in a deep voice. He frowned and looked at Wu Mingtogen coldly. This, Wu Mingtogen said hesitantly, his eyes full of fear. It's fine if you don't want to say it. I'll find the next person who is willing to say it, and then you can die. Xianxia said. No, no, no. I'll say it all. Senior, spare me. Wuming Togan knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice. I don't want to say it again. Xianxia said coldly. The feather race discovered a large amount of industrial adamantine and source stone veins on Milan Star. Therefore, they want us to land on Milan Star, kill everyone on Milan Star, occupy the entire planet, and then dig out all the industrial adamantine and source stone veins. This way, the people of Milan Star won't fight with us over it. Moreover, this matter is top secret. No one is allowed to know about it. How did Senior know that Milan Star is in trouble? Montagan whispered. Are you asking me, or should I ask you? Xianxia said. Wuming Togan's expression darkened. He didn't dare to look at Xianxia's eyes. This man was too scary. He was a 5th Heavenly Star Realm expert. Even a 6th Heavenly Star Realm expert might not be a match for him. This time, they had met a true expert. Industrial adamantine? Were they used to refine combat weapons? For your feather race to send a large number of people to kill the people of Milan Star, it seems that the treasure this time is not small. Xianxia said. Yes, it is used to refine combat weapons and armors. It is said that it is a grade 7 source stone vein, or even grade 8 source stone vein. However, we have not completely occupied Milan Star yet, so we haven't started developing it yet. Montagan said. Grade 7 source stone. Xianxia nodded slightly. It might even be grade 8 source stone. It seems that there are a lot of treasures on Milan Star. Moreover, with so many feather race invading, Xianxia became more cautious. These guys were definitely not easy to deal with. He had already seen the ambition of the feather race. Being able to start a massacre on Milan Star was also within Xianxia's expectations. The eternal world was boundless, and resources were also very scarce. Moreover, there were so many star fields and astral planes, and countless people needed to cultivate. No matter where one was, source stones were the absolute hard currency. Being able to devour source stones for cultivation was something that no one could forget. Although Big Yellow and the others had picked up a lot of source stone crystals in the Great Emperor's tomb, not everyone had such good luck. Even the worst grade was a 7th grade origin stone mine. It was hard to imagine how attractive it was to anyone. Even stellar-level powerhouses would flock to it like a flock of ducks. It was no wonder that Milan Star would be invaded by the feather race at this time. Their goal was to plunder. This time, Xianxia knew that he must enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Moreover, he was also entrusted by Qiyu to solve the crisis on Milan Star. How many of you are here? Xianxia said. You don't want to say? Do you need me to use my natal astral soul to search your soul? At that time, whether your soul can hold on, I don't know. About 3,000 people, all star-level powerhouses. Wuming Togan said quickly, his expression changing drastically. He was afraid that Xianxia would use the soul-searching technique. If that happened, his soul would definitely be destroyed. 3,000 people, all star-level powerhouses, Xianxia frowned. They are probably more terrifying than the horsemen of the apocalypse. Even if Qiyu sent Yun Lingfei, it would probably be useless. So many people, all star-level powerhouses, landed on Milan Star. Xianxia was quite puzzled. It seems that the feather race's ambition is not small. More than 3,000 people, all star-level powerhouses, just for industrial adamantine and source stone veins. Xianxia always felt that it was not very reliable. Even if the horsemen of the apocalypse from the apocalypse star field came, their wings would probably be broken. With so many powerhouses, they really want to destroy Milan Star. Sure enough, they are coming aggressively. Then, where are the industrial adamantine and source stone veins? Xianxia looked at Wuming Togan with a smile. Wuming Togan shook his head repeatedly. I don't know. My mission is to wipe out all the people of Milan Star within 5,000 miles. I really don't know anything else. Senior, please spare my life. Wuming Togan repeatedly kowtowed to Xianxia. If you don't tell the truth, it seems that I can only use the soul-searching technique to see if you are lying. Xianxia said. I really don't know. Senior, please let me go. I really don't know where the source stone veins are. Wu Mingtogen's face was pale and trembling. The fear and despair in his eyes were overflowing. Xianxia saw that Wu Mingtogen did not seem to be lying. He might really not know where the source stone veins are. His mission was to wipe out all the people of Milan Star within 5,000 miles. As for where the source stone veins were, he might not have the right to know. That's good. Then come with me. Help me find your people, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will have to die now. Xianxia shrugged and said. Damn. Damn. Senior, don't worry. I will never let you down. Now that the bandits have been eliminated, you can return to your homes. Milan Star will not fall because I am here. I will give all of you an explanation. I was sent by City Lord Qiyu of the Heaven Awakening Starfield to help you get through this difficult time. You can go home and rebuild your homes. Xianxia's words reverberated throughout the entire Heavenly Wind City. Countless people knelt down and worshipped him like a god. It didn't matter if Xianxia was a god or a messenger from Heavenly Awakening Star Domain, he was their savior. If it wasn't for Xianxia, they would have died without a burial place. Heavenly Wind City would have turned into a sea of fire, burying all of them. Xianxia took Wu Mingtogen to the next city. There were many people from the feather race. More than 3,000 stellar-level experts were wreaking havoc on Milan Star. Xianxia knew that there was still a long way to go. At this moment, Luoying had already gone elsewhere to help. It wouldn't be difficult for Xianxia to find her on Milan Star. Hence, the two of them had already separated. Senior, if I take you to the next city, will you let me go? Wu Mingtogen said nervously. Xianxia had forced him into a desperate situation. There was no other way. If he didn't do as Xianxia said, he might have been beheaded. That depends on your performance. Xianxia said coldly. Wu Mingtogen brought Xianxia to a city thousands of miles away. This city was much bigger than Heavenly Wind City, and it seemed to be very large. Dietz City is in front. Senior, a good friend of mine from the feather race is here. Oh? Really? A good friend from the feather race? You even brought me here. You are indeed a true brother. Ha ha ha. Xianxia said with a faint smile. Wu Mingtogen looked helpless. If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. I had no choice. Senior, you should let me off this time, right? Let's go and take a look first. Xianxia looked at Wu Mingtogen coldly. Wu Mingtogen walked in front and led Xianxia into Dietz City. Dietz City had already been taken over by the Harpies. Their people had wreaked havoc in the city, leaving the city in shambles. Greetings, Lord Wu Meng. Lord Wu Meng. Quite a few Harpy experts greeted Wu Mingtogen along the way. Yes, where are Elder Gasolier and Elder Chandler? Wu Mingtogen looked at the feather race people on the side of the street and asked in a low voice. In the City Lord's Palace, we have completely taken over Dietz City. We are currently searching for origin stone mines. All right. Take me there. Wu Mingtogen said to the Harpies. Xianxia and Wu Mingtogen arrived at the City Lord's Palace of Dietz City. At this moment, the inside and outside were filled with people from the feather race. More than half of the people in Dietz City had been slaughtered, but there were still many who were enslaved by the feather race. Yes, Lord Wu Meng. The two Harpy guards led Wu Mingtogen straight to the City Lord's Palace. Xianxia's goal was obvious. He wanted to destroy all the Harpies in Dietz City. To capture the bandits, one had to capture the leader first. He had to deal with the elder that Wu Mingtogen had mentioned first. When the two of them arrived at the City Lord's Palace, two middle-aged men were surveying the terrain of Dietz City for tens of thousands of miles, searching for the legendary origin stone mines. Seeing Wu Mingtogen's arrival, the two of them were delighted. Brother Wu Meng. You came at the right time. How is Tianfeng City? Are there any movements or discoveries? Gasolier said. No, but I found something new. Wu Mingtogen's expression changed. When he looked at the two of them, his fighting spirit surged. When he turned around, he attacked Xianxia. Wu Mingtogen retreated in order to advance. His expression was extremely serious. Brother Wu Meng, who is he? Chandler's expression was gloomy. Xianxia sneered in his heart. He had already predicted that Wu Meng Togan wouldn't let this matter go. This bastard had a sinister and cunning look. He was going to use him to help him find these people of the Yu family, so that he could get rid of them all at once. He killed all my subordinates. This guy is a great enemy of the Harpies. He is not simple. Wu Meng Togan said in a low voice. What? He killed all your subordinates? Doesn't that mean there are hundreds of stellar-level experts? How is that possible? Gaselier was shocked. It's true. It was this B*****. I almost fell into his hands. Wu Meng Togan was on the main road. Thief, don't be so arrogant. Now that you're here, just wait for your death. Chandler's smiling eyes were full of femininity. However, all three of them knew that this Xianxia was not easy to deal with. It seems that you don't realize your situation. Do you still want to resist? Isn't that a dead end? Xianxia smiled. Now that I'm surrounded by my brothers, what can you do to me? Ha ha ha. Wu Meng Togan laughed wildly. He did not take Xianxia seriously at all. You should know better than me who is the turtle in the jar now. Wu Meng Togan looked at Xianxia coldly. The battle was about to begin. Chandler and Gaselier were also 120% prepared. When they saw Wu Meng Togan's eyes, they already knew what was going on. It seems that you are still stubborn. The Harpies' hands are really long. Milan Star has gradually become your colony. I don't think this resource plundering is as simple as you think. Xianxia smiled. There are some things that you can't understand. How dare you, boy? Today, we will crush your bones and scatter your ashes to avenge our dead Harpies. Gaselier Lingling said. You are the stubborn one. Thief, don't be so arrogant. You are now in our control. Killing you is as easy as pie. Chandler smiled sinisterly and waved his hand. Suddenly, two figures flashed out. Their strength was no weaker than Gaselier and the others. Even the brothers of the Divine Shadow Guards are here. Ha ha ha, he will die for sure. If we don't kill this bastard today, how can we live up to the trust of the Harpies? Wu Meng Togan also became spirited. The appearance of the two Divine Shadow Guards boosted his confidence. The Divine Shadow Guards were the super guards of the Harpies. Every Divine Shadow Guard was one of the best. The weakest was a star level 3 genius to be qualified to join the Divine Shadow Guards. The Divine Shadow Guards were the absolute guardians of Skyfeather Star. These two Divine Shadow Guards were comparable in strength to them. They were star level 5 experts. In this battle, Xianxia would definitely die. Now, what qualifications do you have to fight me? Ha ha ha. You want to ruin the plans of the Harpies? Why don't you look at yourself first? You really overestimate yourself. The authority of the Feather race is inviolable. Kill without mercy. The Divine Shadow Guard bellowed. Two Divine Shadow Guards wielded long blades and pointed them at Xianxia. The battle was imminent, and everyone's expression was grim. Be careful, this person's strength isn't ordinary. He killed more than 100 star states under me. He's not to be trifled with, Wilmontigan said in a low voice, afraid that they would be at a disadvantage against Xianxia. After all, he knew very well how powerful Xianxia was. A mere star state level 5, what can he do? With the 5 of us working together, it'll be a piece of cake. Gaselier said with disdain. Xianxia was already a turtle in a jar. To them, there was no pressure at all. Seems like you guys are very confident. However, this time, I don't want to fight you. Xianxia shrugged and said calmly. Don't want to fight? He, that's not up to you. Even if the Emperor of Heaven comes today, you won't be able to escape death. Wilmontigan. That's not for sure, Black King. I'll leave these pieces of trash to you. Xianxia's expression was cold as he sat on a chair. At this time, a black figure flashed out. The Black King's expression was cold, his killing intent surging. What a powerful aura. Gaselier and the rest held their breaths. The Black King's appearance made them feel immense pressure. Peak star level 5, he was much stronger than Xianxia. He was even halfway into the star level 6. Against such a powerhouse, the 5 of them had to go all out and be careful. The Black King's strength had recovered to the peak star level 5 after completely fusing with the black gold battle armor and devouring large amounts of source stones. He broke through in one go and soared to the sky. Now, Black King wasn't afraid even if he faced 5 star states at the same time. The talented were bold. The Black King's strength had clearly improved. His cultivation during this period of time had made his strength even more stable. The help that Xianxia had given him was unimaginable to the Black King. Without the help of his master, he would not have been able to improve so quickly. Now, his strength was almost on par with the 6 spine-coiled dragon. However, the 6 spine-coiled dragon was still cultivating. Like De Huang, they had not woken up yet. Once the 2 of them woke up, their strength would definitely increase greatly and they would shine brightly. Master. The Black King looked at Xianxia and bowed slightly. The fighting spirit in his eyes was incomparably strong. The Black King could follow Longfutu to roam the eternal world for so many years. This was enough to prove his strength and potential. As long as there was enough opportunity, he would return to the peak. He would not be inferior to anyone. Xianxia nodded slightly. The Black King's achievements even surprised him. If he had not devoured the star core, he would not have been able to soar to the sky and increase his strength so much. Even so, he still could not surpass the Black King. One could imagine that the Black King must have regained much of his former glory. Kill all these people. There's no point in keeping them alive. Xianxia said. Yes, master. The Black King raised his head and looked at Wu Ming, Togan, and the others. The battle was about to begin. How dare you? Kill. The 2 divine shadow guards rushed at the front, followed by Gasolier and Chandler, while Wu Ming Togan hid at the back. He knew how powerful Xianxia was. Hence, the peak star level 5 expert beside Xianxia must not be underestimated. It was better to leave a way out for himself first. The 2 divine shadow guards could not care so much. They wanted to protect the feather race. Anyone who went against the will of the feather race deserved to die. These 2 killed so many experts of the feather race. They must die. The Black King was even more courageous. He fought 1 against 5. With the Black Demon Divine Spear in his hand, his aura was mighty. The Black King did not hold back. His spear was like a dragon. His fighting spirit soared to the sky. Facing 5-star level 5 experts, this battle was quite serious for him. It made his blood boil. He only had one thought in his mind. That was to kill these 5 people and complete his master's orders. The Black King wore the black gold battle armor. With the Black Demon Spear in his hand, he was like a hot knife through butter. The 5 were very cautious when facing the Black King. When the Black King attacked, they felt a huge pressure. This was a battle between the strong. After all, he was half a step into the star level 6. Such an expert could not be easily subdued. They were even worried about their own safety. The Black King's momentum was too strong. These people were not prepared at all. Like a mad bull, the 5 could not stop the Black King's tyranny. As expected of someone who followed Longfutu. Xianxia nodded slightly. The strength that the Black King displayed was not the least bit inferior to his. This guy could completely hold his own. No one could control him. After attacking for a long time without success, Wu Ming, Togan, and the others were getting more and more anxious. They couldn't even take down one person in their territory. They had lost all face. Moreover, Xianxia had not made a move yet. If Xianxia made a move, they would quickly fall into a passive position. All of you must die. The Black King glared at everyone. The Black Demon Spear flickered with black light. His eyes were blazing, and his killing intent soared to the sky. Bang, 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 the Black Demon Spear flickered. Wu Ming, Togan, and the others were forced to retreat. 1 against 5, but they were defeated by the Black King. They were forced to retreat again and again. This was a great humiliation for them. The Divine Shadow Guards had never encountered such an expert, and they were completely stunned. Although the Black King's strength wasn't as different from what they had imagined, he was still able to completely crush them. They had never heard of such an expert and had never seen or heard of such an expert. Xianxia was very satisfied. Black King's combat strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. The 5 of them had already been defeated by him. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. Even the divine shadow guards were at their wits' end. The Black King's attack was a spurt of energy. They all deeply understood that if this continued, they would die without a doubt. Even if the 5 experts joined forces to besiege him, the outcome would be the same. They had no chance of winning at all. Gather everyone here. We can only fight with our backs to the wall. Xianxia roared angrily. His roar attracted everyone's attention. Come to the city lord's mansion. Today's battle is a battle of life and death. Fight, fight, fight. Xianxia's furious voice resounded through the clouds. At this time, everyone who had heard the news rushed over. There were more than 200 people, all of whom were stellar-level experts. They were even more than the people who had followed behind Wu Ming and Togan. A human wave tactic? You're not worthy. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. Wu Ming, Tuogan, and the others knew that they no longer had the strength to fight. At this moment, they could only fight with their lives on the line. They summoned all the experts of the feather race to join forces against Xianxia and the others. The Black King's eyes flashed as he looked around. Countless experts of the feather race were rushing towards him. His eyes were blazing with passion. Don't worry. Leave those people to me. Capture these 5 alive. It's time for you to show your strength. Xianxia patted Black King's shoulder and smiled. Yes, master. The corners of the Black King's mouth curled up slightly. With his master's words, he could fight without fear. Xianxia gripped the heavenly dragon sword. Sword Chi roared as he faced the scattered Sword Chi. No one could fight him in close combat. Xianxia took advantage of the situation and soared into the air. The entire mansion had been razed to the ground. The surrounding experts fell one by one. Miserable cries rang out incessantly. No one could block Xianxia's sword. 200 people were like chickens in front of Xianxia. Is it the descent of a god? Has the heavens sent people to save us? It must be a god. They can't bear to see us die. They've come to save us. Thank the gods. Thank the gods for saving us. Countless people in Dite City were kneeling on the ground because more and more feather race people were rushing to the city lord's mansion. They were saved. At this time, the city lord's mansion had turned into a sea of flames. The feather race people were dying one after another. Their corpses were flying in the sky. This scene made the people of Dite City even more excited because their families, their flesh and blood, and their friends had all died at the hands of the feather race. Among them, only a small portion of people survived. They were all those with strong bodies and extraordinary cultivations. They were all enslaved by these people. At this time, they finally made a comeback. More and more people fell from the distant city lord manor, all of them feather race scum. They continuously cheered and clenched their teeth. Xianxia soared up and fought against the 200 stellar-level experts. None of them could stop him. It was like the god of death had descended, giving them a suffocating feeling. Chandler and Xianxia glanced at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. At this moment, Xianxia was even more terrifying than the Black King. Their 200 star-grade experts were completely defenseless. One by one, they fell into a pool of blood and were annihilated under the ground of the city lord manor. There was a stark contrast between the cheers and the screams of agony. However, the feather race cultivators couldn't do anything. Orders came first. In order to kill Xianxia, they had done everything they could. But the result was still hopeless. No one could block the sharpness of Xianxia's sword. His sword seemed to be the strongest and most unyielding thing in the world, capable of annihilating all living things. Wherever the sword light pointed, its chi would shake the universe. Poo-poo-poo, the feather race cultivators fell one after another. At this moment, Wu Ming, Tugan, and the others who couldn't do anything else but were extremely agitated were suppressed by the Black King. Their current situation wasn't any better than the feather race cultivators. The pressure from the Black King made them unable to retreat. The Black King's black demon spear swept through thousands of troops, sweeping everything in its path. They couldn't withstand such pressure at all. At this moment, the Black King's strength was constantly rising, and there was even a faint feeling of a breakthrough. It can't be? He's actually going to break through? Too terrifying. This guy is simply inhuman. Impossible, breaking through in the middle of a battle. How is this possible? Wu Meng, Tugan, and the others didn't expect the Black King to be so terrifying. Moreover, he had already reached the 6th firmament of the star grade. Once he broke through, they would definitely die. Even now, they couldn't escape from the Black King's grasp. The Black King had seen his master break through in the middle of a battle countless times, and he had long understood. This time, he also wanted to try breaking through in the middle of a battle. As the pressure increased, his potential also increased. As expected of my little brother. Xianxia laughed. The Black King had indeed obtained his essence. This battle was also very difficult for the Black King. At this moment, he had to go all out. He wanted to silently break through to the 6th firmament of the star grade. This was the biggest surprise. Xianxia naturally wouldn't let anyone become an obstacle to the Black King, but he definitely wouldn't make a move unless it was a critical moment. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia's sword chi had already killed hundreds of star grade experts. More and more people began to feel fear, hesitation. However, Xianxia wouldn't be polite with them. He drew his sword and left no one alive. The last 200 star grade experts all died under his heavenly dragon sword. Countless people cheered. In the void above the city lord mansion, the battle was already continuing, but only the Black King and the others were left. The Black King's strength finally rose under the constant pressure, smoothly breaking through to the 6th firmament of the star grade. At this moment, his strength had also increased greatly. Compared to the 5th firmament of the star grade, it was completely different. Kill, the Black King wielded the black demon spear. The spear was like a dragon, unstoppable. Wu Meng, Tuogan, and the other 4 experts were completely unable to withstand a single blow from him. As they were forced to retreat, blood spurted out. They wanted to leave, but there was no chance at all. Pong, 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 layers of spear shadows continuously smashed onto the bodies of Wu Meng, Tuogan, and the others. It was extremely painful, and the 5 of them were heavily injured. Scram! The Black King swept his spear, flipping the 5 over. They were all beaten to the ground by him, and only panic and fear were left in their eyes. Don't kill me, don't. Wu Meng Tuogan's face was pale as he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The others were also pale as they knelt on the ground, twitching all over. Clearly, they were on their last breaths. Wu Meng Tuogan, as a member of the feather race, how can you kneel and beg for mercy? You bastard! Xianxia roared. As a member of the feather race, they were very proud in their hearts. In the entire eternal world, they were very confident. Now, they were actually beaten to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy. The anger in their hearts made them even more anxious and uneasy. You're the bastard. Living is the right thing to do. Death is the end of everything. I don't want to die, Wu Meng Tuogan said with a terrifying expression. Wu Meng Tugan said, his expression terrifyingly dark. Now, he had already become a chess piece in the hands of the other party, and could be killed at will. If he did not quickly kneel and beg for mercy, he would definitely die a rather miserable death. 200 stellar-level experts had died at the hands of Xianxia. This made Wu Meng Tuogan's fear of Xianxia deepen by a lot. Looks like you're really a wretch. Since you've already decided to surrender, you still changed sides at the last minute. Tell me, do you really think I would dare to use a person like you? Spare me, senior, spare me. I will never betray you this time. Wu Meng Tuogan repeatedly kowtowed to Xianxia, but at this time, Xianxia's gaze fell on Xianxia and Gaselier. The 2 of them were Xianxia's targets. Wu Meng Tuogan did not know where the source stone vein was, but these 2 might know. I can spare the life of anyone who can tell me where the source stone vein or industrial adamantine is. Xianxia said coldly. Don't even think about it. We will never betray the feather race. Xianxia said while gritting his teeth. Although he was seriously injured and his life was hanging by a thread, he still gritted his teeth and did not relax. Is that so? What about you, the three of you, are you willing to tell me? Xianxia smiled. In your dreams, Gasolier said in a deep voice. His face was ferocious, and he did not hesitate at all. As a member of the feather race, he must keep his mouth shut and would rather die than surrender. Look, you are all so stubborn. I can't do anything about it. Alright, since you are not afraid of death, I will let you taste what it means to beg for death. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He activated the natal star soul. At this moment, it began to overwhelm them. The crushing of the natal star soul was a disaster for them. They could not die even if they wanted to, and it was even more difficult to live. Xianxia's destruction of their souls was difficult for anyone to resist. At this time, there was no chance to resist at all. Screams lingered in their ears. Including Wuming Togan, all 5 of them had a miserable look on their faces. Xianxia's method was completely out of their expectation. They thought that death would be the end of all their troubles, but now, it seemed like death was not as simple as they had imagined. Spare me, Senior, I surrender. I am willing to work hard for you and let you demolish me. Please let me go. Wuming Togan screamed. Even breathing became difficult. The pain in his soul caused him to faint, but he was awakened by the pain again. That feeling made one feel despair, but there was nothing they could do. From this, one could very well imagine how powerful the innate astral souls were. Even for cultivators below the star level, there was almost no one who could break through to the next level. Hence, Xianxia's innate astral soul was an invincible existence. Facing the soul suppression of these people, it was simply a piece of cake. You gave in, but they didn't. I couldn't do anything about it. Xianxia shrugged and said indifferently. You be *stards, hurry up and tell me. Gasolier, you may want to die, but I don't. Wuming Togan held his head and roared. His voice was hoarse, and his clothes were soaked in sweat. The others were not much better than him. They were even more suffocating. The pain of the soul was far more painful than the pain of the body. No matter how strong their willpower was, they could not withstand the pain of the soul. Xianxia had completely crushed their souls. No one could retreat. For them, death was also a very extravagant act. There was no possibility at all. In the end, Gasolier and Chandler finally bowed their heads. They would rather die, but Xianxia did not give them such a chance. They wanted to die, but the result was that their souls were heavily injured again and again. It was impossible for them to even lose consciousness. The torture of their souls made them want to die immediately. But every second and minute was an incomparably horrifying torture. Xianxia's methods were far beyond their imagination. I'll tell you now. Please, I'll tell you. Gasolier's voice was extremely weak. At this time, his eyes were filled with despair. He just wanted to die quickly, but without Xianxia's consent, he could not die at all. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Isn't it better to suffer less? The people of the feather race really know how to court death. Xianxia laughed. I can't tell you. Gasolier, you can't betray the feather race. You be *starred. Chandler roared, but he was also on the verge of death. Black King, throw him into the Buddha prison pagoda and torture his soul for 1,000 years. Xianxia glanced at Chandler. Chandler's eyes glowed green, and a chill ran down his spine. He was a little regretful, but there was no medicine for regret in this world. Gasolier, Wuming, Togan, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Chandler with mourning eyes. Kill me. Kill me if you have the guts. However, Xianxia did not care about him at all. Instead, his gaze fell on Gasolier. In the dragon's subduing mountain range 100,000 miles away. We are planning to set off in the next few days to lead these slaves to the dragon's subduing mountain range to mine, Gasolier said hurriedly. He was afraid that Xianxia would go back on his word at this time and throw him to Chandeli's side. If that happened, he would be the one who begged for death. Dragon subduing mountain range? Xianxia frowned, his eyes blazing. It seemed that these people had found the source stone mine. The people of the feather race were too hateful. They had killed so many people just to be their slaves. They wanted to enslave the entire Milan star. Does anyone know where the dragon subduing mountain range is? Xianxia stood in the void of the city lord's mansion and asked in a low voice. The gods are in the mountains. The dragon subduing mountain range is 100,000 miles away from Ardut city. It's a beautiful mountain range that stretches for thousands of miles. It's one of the most beautiful landscapes on Milan star. Someone said to Xianxia, kneeling on the ground. It seemed that Gaselier did not lie to him. All right, then take me there. Xianxia looked at Gaselier. What about me? Senior, what about me? Yuming Togan asked hurriedly. You? Follow Chandler and accept the soul interrogation. What I hate the most in my life is traitors, and you just had to betray me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for thinking too highly of yourself. Do you really think you're a match for me? I can kill the people of the feather race if I want to. I will also kill all of you on Milan star. Xianxia said sternly. No, Wuming Togan's desperate voice made Gaselier shiver. He finally understood how terrifying Xianxia was. Even a sixth heavenly star realm guard was willing to bow down to him. This person's strength must be even greater. Moreover, his methods were truly terrifying. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Xianxia smiled. At this time, Gaselier did not dare to delay at all. He quickly got up and prepared to go to the dragon's subduing mountain range. The other two divine shadow guards were also killed by Xianxia. Gaselier knew that it would be more and more difficult for the feather race to enter Milan star this time. 100,000 miles wasn't far for Xianxia. By the time they arrived at Hidden Dragon City, the sky had already darkened. You can run, but when I catch you again, you'll end up like Mengtigtigan. If you want to end up like him, I'll grant you your wish. Xianxia smiled. Gaselier's expression was unusually ugly. He nodded with a dazed expression. He was afraid that he would end up like Chandler and Mengtigtigan, unable to die even if he wanted to. Hidden Dragon City is our stronghold among the feather race. This is also the place we first explored. The ancestors of the feather race demarcated the 8,000-mile Hidden Dragon Mountain range. At this moment, Gaselier had already told Xianxia everything he knew, fearing that he would anger Xianxia. Xianxia had his lifeline in his hands. Once his soul was suppressed, it would be too terrifying. Your position among the feather race isn't low, right? Xianxia said with a smile. We brought quite a few divine shadow guards this time. They're all around the 4th or 5th level of the star state. There are about 300 of them. The rest are the 6 feathered kings of the feather race. There are about 50 of them. I'm a 5-feathered angel. There are also 300 5-feathered angels. The rest are all star states. Gaselier said. In other words, the strongest of the people who came to Milan planet this time are the 6-feathered kings. Xianxia pondered. It seems like the feather race is taking this matter very seriously. Is this source stone mine really worth so many people coming? Xianxia looked at Gaselier. Gaselier was also confused. Is there anything else? Gaselier frowned. I should be the one asking you that. Xianxia smiled coldly. 56th level star states were all as strong as Chiyeyu. This force was enough to wipe out the entire Heaven Awakening star region. There were also more than 500 5th level star states. If Yin Lingfei brought the horsemen of the apocalypse, they would only be annihilated. Xianxia knew that even he wouldn't dare to act rashly. Previously in Tianfeng City and Diite City, the opponents weren't that strong. Even if there were 2 5th heavenly layer star realm experts, they wouldn't be able to threaten him. However, if there were so many star level 5 experts, or even a star level 6 6-feathered heavenly king, even if he and Luoying teamed up, they would only be able to avoid them. The feather race's goal was definitely not as simple as a source stone mine. If it was just for the source stone mine, then given the feather race's strength, it would not be difficult for them to take Milan star. However, at this time, they were moving stealthily. They did not want to alarm anyone, not even the Heaven Awakening star domain. If it wasn't for someone running away from Milan Star, no one would have known about this matter. Even if it was known, it would have been hundreds of years, or even tens of thousands of years later. Someone would have set foot on Milan Star, only then would this matter be exposed. This force, let alone in the heaven awakening star region, would be a suffocating existence even in the stronger star regions. Where are you from? Xianxia's face darkened. These people were definitely not from the heaven awakening star region. The heaven awakening star region would not have such a powerful existence. Otherwise, Qiyu would have been overthrown long ago. Their appearance in the heaven awakening star region was definitely a huge conspiracy. I don't like to repeat myself, Xianxia said in a low voice. Sky Tyrant Star Region, Eternal Wing Star Region. The Sky Tyrant Star Region has a total of 87 star regions, with the Sky Tyrant Star Region as the leader. The Sky Tyrant Star Region is second only to the Ether Star Region. The Eternal Wing Star Region is one of the main camps of the Feather Race. There are many experts there, including the Nine-Feathered Sky God. The Sky Tyrant Star Region is 140,000 light-years from east to west. The Heaven Awakening Star Region is in the east. We used the super teleportation formation to get here, Jiatholier said in a low voice. He had no choice but to reveal everything. Xianxia must have a use for him. Otherwise, Xianxia would have used the natal star soul to kill him. Sky Tyrant Star Region, Eternal Wing Star Region. Interesting, Xianxia murmured. Of course, Xianxia knew how far 140,000 light-years was. Even if he used the Azure Billow Divine Boat, it would still take him a long time to get there. Xianxia knew that the situation was urgent. There must be a big problem in the Heaven Awakening Star Region. However, the Feather Race must not want to blow things up, which was why they were so secretive. It seemed like he had to be careful this time. Otherwise, with such a strong force, it would be impossible for him to overturn the Feather Race. He did not know where Luoying was now. However, she should be able to find this place soon. Xianxia believed in Luo Ying's strength. It seemed like he had to sneak into their team as soon as possible. He still had not figured out the Feather Race's goal. Whether it was Jiatholier or Wu Ming Togan, they did not seem to have the right to know the core information. Only by finding the Six-Feathered King could he find out the Feather Race's goal of coming to the Milan Star. Although the Heaven Awakening Star Region and the Sky Tyrant Star Region were next to each other, the Eternal Wing Star Region was quite far away. They had used all kinds of methods and used the super teleportation formation. It could not be just for a source stone mine. At this time, Xianxia changed his appearance and aura. He turned into Jiatholier. Jiatholier was stunned and his face darkened. He already knew what Xianxia wanted to do. Go to the Buddha prison palace and stay for a while. I won't pressure your soul. If I meet someone I know, I might be able to find you, Xianxia said with a smile, the corner of his mouth curved into a bright smile. Now, the Milan Star was not just a star region full of danger. It was the beginning of a conspiracy. Xianxia was getting more and more curious about the Feather Race's goal of coming here. Only by entering the Hidden Dragon City and exploring it would he be able to gain something. Xianxia entered the Hidden Dragon City alone and saw a large number of slaves. All of them were Star Emperors. There were more than 100,000 of them. These were the natives of the Milan Star. They were imprisoned by the Feather Race to be their slaves. Their goal was to excavate the Source Stone mine. Xianxia could not bear to look at such a tragic scene. Corpses were strewn everywhere. Other than the slaves who were locked up, there were also corpses all over the city, piled up on both sides of the streets. Dragon Subduing City was a large city, and there were at least 1 million people there. But now, almost all of them had perished. The gloomy and oppressive atmosphere was the most horrifying. Corpses were strewn everywhere, blood was spilled everywhere, and broken walls were everywhere. Accompanied by the bloody sunset, under the cover of the night, the Dragon Subduing City was as horrifying as a ghost city. Some people were crying, some people's eyes were empty and lifeless, like the Walking Dead, and some people's eyes were filled with rage and despair. You Feather Clan people, you will be punished by the heavens. You will die a horrible death. Just wait to be punished by the heavens. I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. my child, my wife, my mother, are all dead. What's the point of me living? Feather Clan, I swear that I will make you fall into the cycle of reincarnation forever. Arg. You bunch of executioners, you all deserve to die. The slaves kept howling, but the people of the Feather Clan who passed by did not care about them, treating them like wild beasts. The respected seniors of the past had all become prisoners of the Feather Clan. In the entire Milan planet, probably no one was spared. Their homes had been devoured, their loved ones had been killed, and they had to become slaves of the Feather Clan, to expand their territory and excavate mines for them. It was extremely cruel and inhumane. To the Feather Clan, these people were like ants. They had killed tens of thousands of people and no longer cared about the amount of blood on their hands. They only had their own mission and their own goal. The powerless rage of these people was nothing more than an itch in their ears. It was supposed to be a beautiful planet, colorful and modeled. But when Xianxia walked into it, he found that the current Milan planet was in a state of devastation. Under the trampling of the U race, it had turned into a living hell. Xianxia's expression was extremely unsightly. The people of the Feather race were simply too cruel. Such a race could actually cover more than half of the eternal world. From this, it could be seen how terrifying their ruling power was. Xianxia's enmity with the Feather race was absolutely irreconcilable. He had almost been killed by them in the past. The Feather race's cruelty and inhumanity was something that Xianxia hated the most. One day, if he had the ability, he would definitely wipe the Feather race from the face of the everlasting realm. Greetings, Lord Garso. When the two level 3-star states saw Gasolier, they immediately bowed and greeted him. Are all the slaves here? Xianxia said lightly. Not yet, but soon. In 3 days at most, we can march into the dragon-subduing mountain range. A white-robed harpy said in a low voice. Why is Lord Garso alone? Where's Lord Qian? The man in white looked at Xianxia. My people are waiting for that bastard Mengtigtigan. I sent Chandler to meet up with Mengtigtigan. I'll go ahead and take a look at the situation here. Xianxia said with a stern expression. I see. This way please, Lord Garso. The man in white said with a look of relief. Ha ha ha. Gasolier, you're really fast. You actually ran ahead of me. Damn it. A burly man with a curly beard held a blood-red iron chain in his hand. Behind him were rows of slaves. All of them were pierced through their shoulder blades. They were dripping with blood. It was a tragic sight. At a glance, one could not even see the end of them. It was simply too cruel. These people were all pale and dazed. They had been pierced through by divine weapons and had nowhere to hide. Who is he? Xianxia asked telepathically. Lu Junfei is one of my sworn enemies. But for the sake of the Feather race, we've put aside our grudges. Gasolier said. So what? We haven't set off for the dragon-subduing mountain range yet. Xianxia said Lung. Didn't you say to put aside our grudges for the sake of the Feather race? I can't believe you're still so petty. Ha ha ha. Lu Junfei laughed loudly. Oh right, where are your people? Why are you here alone? You don't need to worry about my matters. Xianxia turned around and left after saying that. He was afraid that something might happen if this person saw through his identity. He would be in big trouble. This was the base camp of the U race. There were many experts here. Xianxia didn't dare to say that he could advance or retreat easily. This bastard. He's pissing me off. Lu Junfei's expression darkened. Lord Lu, please calm down. Lord Gasolier is waiting for Lord Wu Meng. He told Lord Qian to meet up with him. That's why he came to the dragon-subduing city alone. The man in white explained. No wonder. But this Garso is really infuriating. Damn it, after this big business is over, I will definitely play with you. Lu Junfei looked at Xianxia's departing figure with a complicated expression. Often, the person who understood him the most was his opponent. That was why Xianxia was afraid that he would give himself away if he spoke too much to Lu Junfei. Wait for me, Gasolier. Let's go see Lord Yanfei together. Lu Junfei handed the metal lock in his hand to the man in white and caught up to Xianxia. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. This guy was really persistent. I've already locked up 5,000 Imperial stars. I can report back. He, Gasolier, let's go. Lord Yan Fei probably can't wait any longer. Lu Junfei followed beside Jiang Chen and said with a laugh. Who is Yan Fei? Six-feathered heavenly king? Jiang Chen asked Gasolier. Yes, Yan Fei is one of the people in charge this time. He's in charge of the slaves. Gasolier said. Let's go. It's not like I didn't capture any slaves. It's just that Chandler and Yumengto are at the back. I'm going ahead to check out the itinerary of the Hidden Dragon City. Jiang Chen said coldly. Since this Yan Fei was the person in charge of the Feather Race's mission, he had to meet him. Ha, I think you're worried that I'll leave you behind. That's why you're going alone. You haven't worked hard enough, right? I let you team up with Chandler, but you're still so weak. You really disappoint me. Lu Junfei said, beaming with joy. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered with him. Under the guidance of his subordinates, he went straight to the city lord's residence. That's strange. In the past, Gasolier definitely wouldn't let me go. Why did he leave today? He must be hiding something. Yes, that must be it. He definitely didn't get enough Imperial Star slaves. This guy is too shameless. Lu Junfei touched his nose and muttered. Yan Fei's eyes were extremely cold and filled with coldness and bloodthirstiness. Jiang Chen felt like he was being stared at by someone. This Yan Fei gave him a great pressure and his eyes were blazing hot. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Could it be that he had already discovered that he was a fake? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Yan Fei did not have a deeper misunderstanding of him. He merely took a few glances at him. However, his strength shocked Jiang Chen greatly. This person's strength was not weaker than his at all. He was at the 6th level of the star level, but he gave off a feeling that he was far stronger than that. As expected of the leader sent by the Feather Race. His strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Even Jiang Chen did not have absolute confidence that he could kill this person. Moreover, he was only one of the many at the 6th level of the star level. To be able to become the leader was enough to prove Yan Fei's strength. Commander Yan, my slaves are all here. He. When can we enter the dragon-subduing mountains? Lu Junfei's smile was extremely sinister. What's the rush? Haste makes waste. Are you afraid that you won't have a chance to display your talents? Look at Garceau. He's very calm, isn't he? Garceau. Yan Fei said with a faint smile. Him? He didn't even bring his slaves. He's going alone. He has no right to speak here. Lu Junfei laughed coldly. That's not necessarily true. Garceau, go and prepare. We will enter the dragon-subduing mountains tomorrow afternoon. Yan Fei said in a low voice. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. Commander Yan, what is our goal in entering the dragon-subduing mountains this time? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, but still asked the question in his heart. After all, this was his only chance. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one win 100 battles. Now he had to figure out the Feather Race's true goal in coming here. There are some things that you shouldn't ask about. Don't ask for a snub. Garceau, you disappoint me. Hurry up and capture all your slaves here. Yan Fei coldly glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was even more certain that this place was not as simple as an origin stone vein. That's right. Commander Yan said not to ask what you're not supposed to ask. Gasolier, I think you're just trying to replace me. Humph, Lu Junfei sneered. I don't need you to teach me. After speaking, Jiang Chen turned around and left the city lord mansion. The moonlight of the night was still dim and gloomy. The lifeless hidden dragon city was filled with the stench of blood and fear. Jiang Chen knew that this was destined to be another sleepless night. Garceau, I won't lose to you this time. Let's wait and see. You'd better keep Commander Yan's words in mind, he. Lu Junfei's eyes were dark. He wanted to find some sense of existence from Gasolier, but Jiang Chen did not care about him at all. It was better to speak less. Since he knew nothing about this source stone mine, he could only continue to pretend to be Gasolier. I wonder where Luoying is now. Jiang Chen's eyes were solemn as he muttered to himself. He did not dare to use his natal star soul now. If one of the experts of the feather race discovered him, they would be very nervous and might fail at the last step. He could only take one step at a time. If Luoying appeared, it would definitely cause a huge commotion on Milan Star. After all, with her strength, it would not be a problem for her to protect herself. At noon the next day, more than 2,000 stellar-level experts all appeared in Hidden Dragon City. Almost everyone had gathered here. There were also hundreds of thousands of Star Emperor-level slaves who were all ready to go. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Even if some people had not returned to Hidden Dragon City at this time, they did not have the time to continue waiting. Their time was very tight and pressing. Today is the day of the Feather Race's grand plan. Today, everyone, follow me into the dragon-subduing mountains. For the Feather Race, for the great cause, all of us must face death with equanimity. Yan Fei held the long divine halberd in his hand with a solemn expression. Countless people of the Feather Race were shouting at his feet and beside him. Everyone's eyes were very solemn. What they were going to face this time was probably unprecedented. Hence, the Feather Race here had risked their lives to come here. They knew that for the great cause of the Feather Race, they might even have to give up their lives. However, no one bowed their heads, no one regretted. Instead, they pressed forward with an indomitable spirit. For the Feather Race. For the great cause. For a better tomorrow. Fight, fight, fight. At this time, the experts of the Feather Race all followed Yan Fei's footsteps and rushed into the dragon-subduing mountains. The great army was pressing down. More than 2,000 stellar-level experts, at this time, with a soaring spirit, rose up. The entire land seemed to be trembling continuously. No one knew what they were going to face, but everything was for the sake of meeting obstacles. To them, it was worth it. Jiangchen followed the large army all the way into the dragon-subduing mountains. Facing the scorching sun, the dragon-subduing mountains at this time seemed even more abrupt and barren. It stretched for thousands of miles, and it was difficult to see the end at a glance. This was the hope in everyone's hearts, the hope of the Feather Race's future. Until now, Jiangchen still did not know what kind of existence was behind this source stone mine. He could only take it one step at a time. Moreover, that Lu Junfei was still chattering beside him, as if he was determined to have him. He, looks like your people did not catch up. Garso, this time you are really too disappointing. I think Commander Yan is also very disappointed in you. Lu Junfei laughed coldly. No one knew when he had appeared next to Jiangchen again. I don't need you to worry. Jiangchen said Lung. You don't need me to worry, but when we need you later, you will know how helpless you are. Ha ha ha. Lu Junfei said disdainfully. The hatred between him and Gasolier seemed to be quite deep. Finally, after advancing hundreds of miles in the dragon-subduing mountains, the entire army finally stopped. Yan Fei walked at the front, and everyone looked at him. They should be arriving soon. Everyone, set up camp here. Bring 30,000 slaves and prepare to start mining. Yan Fei said in a low voice. Everyone's spirit was lifted. Countless Star Emperor experts were thrown into the valley. They followed the Feather People's orders and started to dig quickly. To them, it was a dark day. But no one dared to resist, because they didn't have the strength to do so. If they resisted, the only outcome would be death. I finally found you. Yan Fei's eyes were extremely solemn. They had plotted for so long and finally arrived at Milan Star. After overcoming all obstacles, they finally found what they wanted. After waiting for 1,000 years and searching for tens of thousands of years, he had been searching for the secret of this source stone mine ever since he was at the Star Emperor level. Now, he had finally found it. Yan Fei's eyes were filled with excitement. This was not only his own glory, but also the glory of the entire Feather Race. If he could complete this task well, then he would be recorded in the annals of history and become a powerful figure that changed the Feather Race. At that time, his name would become a monument to the entire eternal world. The ground beneath his feet was shaking. Countless Star Emperor slaves began to frantically dig the source stone mine underground. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the spot, waiting quietly. Yan Fei's excitement was definitely not limited to this. We found it, we found a 7th grade source stone mine. It really is a 7th grade source stone mine. Awesome. Countless harpies began to jump with excitement. A grade 7 origin stone mine would definitely contain an uncountable number of origin stones. It seemed like their efforts had not been in vain. Under Yan Fei's command, they quickly found the location of the origin stone mine without expending much effort. This was simply too shocking. However, while countless feather race people were shouting wildly, Yan Fei's eyes were still calm, without the slightest fluctuation. Jiang Chen was even more convinced that this guy must be waiting for something. "We've struck it rich, ha ha ha. A 7th grade source stone mine, this is not something that can be found on every star. Yes, it's a great opportunity. Hee hee." Even Lu Junfei was excited. It seemed that this guy was a fool and did not know Yan Fei's true purpose. However, this was not surprising. Many feather race people did not know. Gaselier and Womontov were only guessing. "Continue digging," Yan Fei said in a low voice. "Continue, don't stop," Lu Junfei said in a low voice. The feather race people constantly spurred the people of Milan Star to dig frantically. They could not rest for even a moment. Just like that, they dug for 3 days and 3 nights, and a large number of grade 7 origin stone veins were dug out. Countless people were salivating. Although Jiang Chen really wanted it, this was not the time to make a move. Moreover, if he made a move now, he would probably die here. He still had to see Yan Fei's real target. "Commander Yan, I've dug up a black metal substance. I can't dig anymore." Lu Junfei frowned and reported to Yan Fei. "All right. I'll go take a look." Yan Fei quickly flew underground. Now, they had already dug tens of thousands of meters deep. The pitch-black underground was filled with a cold and sinister aura. At this time, Jiang Chen also quickly followed behind Yan Fei with Lu Junfei. When they arrived underground, they saw a piece of black metal blocking their way. Even the source stone vein here seemed to have been snapped in half by this black metal. These slaves have been digging for a long time, but they haven't been able to dig anything. All the origin stone veins within 1,000 meters of this place have been blocked, Lu Junfei said in a low voice. Yan Fei walked closer to take a look. He gently touched the golden substance and took a deep breath. It seemed to be filled with traces of the vicissitudes of time. "It's here. Found it. I've finally found it," Yan Fei mumbled. He was too familiar with this aura. If it hadn't been for this aura, he wouldn't have been able to find this place. "Found it? What did you find?" Lu Junfei asked with a puzzled expression. Yan Fei glanced at Lu Junfei and struck out with his palm, landing on the metallic substance. Immediately, the metallic substance started to fall off like layers of iron sheets. It had long since rusted, corroded by the passage of time. "They can't dig anymore. You do it." After Yan Fei said this, Lu Junfei was taken aback. Then, his face turned bitter. "Damn it, I'm so unlucky. They actually made me a miner." However, even though Lu Junfei was resentful, he absolutely did not dare to vent his anger at Yan Fei. Although the difference in strength between the two of them was only 1 layer, Yan Fei's strength and status amongst them was something that Lu Junfei would never be able to match. Although Lu Junfei was unwilling, he still began to frantically dig. Palm after palm slammed down, causing the ground to tremble and the metal to peel off one after another. Yan Fei's gaze grew more and more excited. Jiang Chen took all of this in. Yan Fei had likely found what he was looking for. Several hours later, Lu Junfei was so tired that his forehead was beaded with sweat. His physical exhaustion was self-evident. However, it was at this moment that he finally smashed through the metal substance that was several dozen feet thick. "Move aside." Yan Fei pushed Lu Junfei aside and stared at the dark yellow crystal in front of him. The terrifying Genesis chi contained within was self-evident. It was even denser than a grade 7 origin stone vein. This can't be a grade 8 origin stone vein, right? Grade 8? How is this possible? Then we've struck it big this time. Perhaps it's not just that, the Genesis chi is too dense. I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Damn it, we've struck it big, ha ha ha. The Yu clan members cheered in unison, but only Yan Fei remained incomparably calm. Yan Fei gently stroked the yellow crystal. Within the crystal, there seemed to be some blurry images that he couldn't fathom. Jiang Chen's brows were tightly knitted together. He carefully observed it for a long time, but was unable to find any clues. However, he was certain that the yellow crystal was definitely not simple. Could it be a higher-grade origin stone vein? It did seem to be even more tempting than the origin stone vein from before. Yan Fei's eyes grew increasingly fervent, even somewhat crazed. He had waited far too long for this day. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, he had finally obtained the final reward. What the hell is this thing? Jiang Chen was somewhat puzzled. However, there were several objects within the yellow crystal that Jiang Chen could not understand. They seemed to be humans, but also seemed to be demonic beasts. It was more like a portrait that he could not understand no matter how much he thought about it. Found you, I finally found you, ha ha ha. The rise and fall of the Yu clan depends on this. Wahahaha. Yan Fei laughed maniacally. He could not help but beat his chest and stamp his feet. At this moment, everyone present was even more dumbfounded. Could this origin stone vein really allow the Yu clan to rapidly rise? The Harpies were one of the most powerful races in the world. It seemed that Commander Yan was planning on giving them a bigger stage this time. Commander Yan, what the hell is this? Lu Junfei's face was ashen as he asked with lingering fear. He was somewhat timid, afraid that Yan Fei would blame him for this. However, this time, Yan Fei did not glare angrily. Instead, his gaze became gentle. Origin ancient site? What's an origin ancient site? What's that? How come I've never heard of it before? Countless members of the feather race stared at Yan Fei in confusion, waiting for his explanation. Lu Junfei repeated these 3 words in a daze. He had never heard of it before either. Origin ancient site? Jiang Chen was the same. He had never heard of an origin ancient site either. He had no idea what an origin ancient site was, but something that was sought after by the entire feather race was definitely not simple. This time, the feather race had sent out a huge force. With so many people and so many experts gathered in one place, it was enough to sweep through the entire Heaven Awakening Star region. Yan Fei's goal had finally been achieved. This origin ancient site was definitely an extremely rare treasure. An origin ancient site is an ancient relic that has already become an origin stone. Only after experiencing hundreds of millions of years can it become an origin ancient ruin. In other words, this origin ancient ruin has existed for at least an epoch. It could be a civilization from the previous epoch, or it could be a remnant of the previous epoch. However, the fact that the origin ancient ruin can be preserved after hundreds of millions of years means that it is truly an eternal existence. Yan Fei's voice was extremely agitated. He had sacrificed his entire life for this. It was too difficult, which was why he was so agitated at this moment. He could not even control his emotions. I have studied this origin ancient site for tens of thousands of years and have finally made some progress. That is why I requested permission from the feather race's ancestors to excavate the origin ancient site. The existence of this origin ancient site will change everything for the feather race and even the future. The origin ancient site was left behind by an almighty figure from the previous era. Because of the changes in the world and the fall of the universe, many stars could not be preserved. That is why they were sealed by the almighty figures. Yan Fei said solemnly. The fall of the universe's chaos? Could it be that the universe's chaos already existed before us? Or that it had already gone extinct? Jiang Chen frowned. The destruction of one era meant the birth of another. Back in the divine world, Jiang Chen knew that the sky patrollers had chosen to remain silent in order to hide their identities. Now, it seemed that the fall of the universe's chaos was even more terrifying than the changes he had experienced in the divine world. Or perhaps the two were the same? According to the ancient records of the feather race, the everlasting world has existed for billions of years. Each era is about 1 billion years, so our everlasting world has existed for dozens of eras. The existence of these dozens of eras is a symbol of life. As time passes, no one can escape the baptism of time. An era is the longest we can live. It's also recorded in the ancient texts that when an epoch reaches its peak and declines, it will be reduced to dust. At that time, there won't be a single place in the eternal world that will be safe. The eternal world's meteor flow will destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. The stars will transform, and heaven and earth will change. At that time, even almighty experts won't necessarily be able to reverse all of that. That is why, at the end of an epoch, almighty experts will seal away their world or their treasures, waiting for their descendants to open it. This origin ancient site is a remnant of the previous era, or the era before that. This is a rare treasure. A great expert who could seal himself in the fallen star turbulence at the end of an era was definitely not to be underestimated. Therefore, this origin ancient site must be a heaven-shaking treasure. Xianxia said in a deep voice. His eyes were burning, and the shock and excitement in his heart were obvious. Everyone listened with relish. Even the slaves of the Milan star had sunk into a state of infatuation. One could imagine that if Xianxia did not personally tell them about the secret, no one would know about it. Xianxia was even more shocked. No wonder the people of the Yu clan were trying their best to find this origin ancient site. In other words, there's a high possibility that there's a relic from the previous era or the treasure of a powerful expert in the origin ancient site. If that's the case, this secret would be a huge event in the entire eternal world. No wonder Xianxia was so serious, and the feather race paid so much attention to it. Moreover, they were so careful. It was all to deceive others. From the looks of it, the feather race must be overjoyed. With this origin ancient site, the feather race might really be able to reach the top of the everlasting world, sweep across the universe, and unify the world. If it were any other race, Xianxia would not be so excited. However, he had seen the cruelty of the feather race more than once. If the feather race really conquered the everlasting world, what would happen? The entire world would become a purgatory. Origin ancient site, such a treasure could not be allowed to fall into the hands of the feather race, nor could Xianxia take advantage of it. Xianxia would definitely not let him go. Even if his body was torn to shreds, Xianxia had to stop the feather race. For the entire everlasting world, and for himself. If he could obtain the origin ancient site, perhaps his strength would soar. What an origin ancient site! Ha ha ha! The feather race will eventually rule the entire everlasting world. This time I, Xianxia, will let the world know how powerful I am. Ha ha ha! Xianfei's craziness had far exceeded Xianxia's imagination. It was no wonder. No matter who it was, no one would be able to predict what would happen if they obtained divine power that could make everyone in the world tremble one day. Long live the feather race! Long live the feather race! Long live the feather race! The cheers were deafening. Xianfei's eyes were blazing with excitement. This origin ancient site was the symbol of the feather race's rise. At this time, Lu Junfei was also very excited. Even if he was reprimanded by Xianxia, it was worth it. The origin ancient site that they had found could change the fate of the feather race. This was a true treasure. An origin stone vein could not be compared to an origin ancient site. Such a thing was truly a peerless treasure that could make one's head swim. Start digging! With Xianfei's shout, all the feather race members charged forward as though they had been injected with chicken blood. Their fighting spirit was high. They could finally hold their heads high. This time, everyone who had come to Milan Star would become the meritorious people of the feather race and be recorded in the annals of history. Who are these fellows? Did they come with Luoying? Although Xianxia knew of the existence of those people, he did not dare to act rashly. He could not completely expose his own source star soul. Otherwise, if he was caught by the feather race, he would definitely die. Now, Xianxia could only endure. However, he felt that there seemed to be several figures behind Luoying. Who they were and where they came from would probably give Xianxia a headache. However, the purpose of these people was most likely to be the feather race's treasure. Xianxia was already fully prepared. However, the appearance of these people would definitely disrupt his plans. At that time, he might even be able to reap the benefits from the conflict. Who knows, without absolute certainty, Xianxia would definitely not make a move. Xianxia would be able to hold him back. At that time it would be a battle of life and death. He did not know if there would be any treasures left. If he died here, it would not be worth it. They were here to eliminate the scourge of Milan Planet, not to sightsee. Although the crisis on Milan Planet was now known, it was not possible to completely change the situation overnight. Xianxia had already made a plan in his heart. At least, he would wait until Yanfei dug out the treasure first. If he could steal it while they were not paying attention, he could shift the battlefield away from the Heaven Awakening Star region. He had originally planned to leave this place. He had many friends here, and he did not want to use this place as a battlefield. Otherwise, he would definitely hurt the innocent. Once the Horsemen of the Apocalypse and Qiyu joined the battle, the significance would be different. Jiangchen's plan was to divert the disaster to someone else. It would be best if it didn't involve Milan Star. The current Milan Star was already in a miserable state. Apart from the stronger ones who were enslaved, all the elderly, children, and those who weren't strong enough had been killed. The death toll was definitely more than half. The people on Milan Star could no longer afford the second round of consumption. If there was another war, it was likely to become a desolate planet, and everyone would die. The Star Emperor of Milan Star simply could not bear the burden of so many stellar-level experts. Now, the appearance of this group of people, these uninvited guests, had caused Jiangchen to change his mind. However, their purpose was still debatable. At least, as a bystander, although he had an army of demonic beasts, the army of demonic beasts would definitely not participate in the battle unless it was absolutely necessary. Tens of Star Level 6 experts, Jiangchen didn't dare to be enemies with them at all. Although he was strong, he wasn't strong to the point of being condescending. Yanfei kept a close eye on the excavation. Any secret treasure found in the Origin historic site would definitely be an earth-shattering existence. It looks like a weapon? Lu Junfei said in surprise. What weapon? So big? Yanfei was a little surprised. However, looking at the outline, it did look like a weapon, and it was very big. It was more than 6 feet long, very wide, very thick, and black. It was sealed in the Source Stone mine, appearing very mysterious. What are you waiting for? Continue digging. Yanfei was a little excited. This thing would be a real treasure. If it was a divine weapon, then it would be a huge profit. Jiangchen squinted his eyes and watched quietly from the side. This was indeed a divine weapon. He had a feeling that this divine weapon was probably not inferior to his heavenly dragon sword, and might even be better. It was too big, and this aura did not leak out, but just looking at the outline was enough to predict what it would be. It was very likely to be a great killing weapon. Lu Junfei didn't dare to be negligent. Yanfei's eyes were already burning with passion. At this time, Lu Junfei could only quickly dig with his men. If he wanted to show off in front of others, then he had to suffer a little. Lu Junfei had always wanted to suppress Gasolier and show off in front of Yanfei. Hence, he could only bury his head and work hard. Once they dug out the treasure, Commander Yan would definitely reward them handsomely. There was no doubt about this. After a while, Lu Junfei finally confirmed that this was a weapon. Although only a small part of it was revealed, it already gave people a sense of grandeur and boundless majesty. The smooth handle was as thick as a thigh. The patterns on it were also extremely simple and natural, without any carvings. The black, round handle looked like a giant axe. Good stuff. Jiangchen's eyes lit up. Although he didn't use an axe, his second brother, Pengu, did. This axe was definitely a rare and peerless divine weapon. Jiangchen could see it, and so could Yanfei. At this time, many people were shrouded by a huge pressure, and this pressure came from this divine weapon. What a domineering aura. Yanfei took a deep breath, and his face was extremely gloomy. Those Milan slaves with low strength even became restless even when they breathed. This peerless godly weapon was definitely a great weapon, a great killing weapon. Continue digging. Ha ha ha, this is what I'm looking for. Yanfei said with a big laugh. His eyes were blazing, and he rubbed his palms together. The treasure had finally appeared. He had definitely made a big profit this time. This was just the beginning. If he continued digging, if he found any treasures of heaven and earth, or ancient martial arts, it would be even more like he had the help of God. After more than 2 hours, Lu Junfei and the others finally dug out the giant axe. It was more than 2 feet long, and there was nothing fancy about it. It was just like an enlarged version of an ordinary axe. However, it was undeniable that the power of this axe was not to be underestimated. Now, the people around them had difficulty breathing. It was as if dark clouds were pressing down on the city. This great killing weapon was too domineering. How strong was the person who had it back then, Xianxia didn't dare to imagine, and Yan Fei didn't dare to imagine either. However, one thing was certain, and that was that he had finally obtained the treasure that he had been dreaming of. What a great sky-splitting axe. The person who held the sky-splitting axe back then must have been an awe-inspiring legendary figure. Yan Fei couldn't help but feel emotional. He gently stroked the sky-splitting axe. The people of the feather race around him were also cheering. Commander Yan had led them to win glory for the feather race. Who wouldn't be cheering for him? Be careful, there's someone behind you. At this time, Jiangchen transmitted his voice to Luoying, who was hiding in the dark. Luoying was shocked. She didn't see Jiangchen, nor did she notice the person hiding behind her. However, she knew that Jiangchen should have already arrived. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It seems that the feather race isn't alone. Someone has already beaten us to it. Should we bide our time? Luoying transmitted her voice to Jiangchen. Yes. It's very likely that it's an opponent of the feather race. It could also be an interstellar wanderer. Let's wait and see first. I don't think this is a good place. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. Gagaga, such a treasure is truly too tempting. Who is it? Yan Fei roared, turning around and roaring furiously. Old ancestor Li Shan, Mu Yunhe is here. The skinny old man at the front had a strange smile on his face. What? Old monster Li Shan? It's them. Old monster Li Shan. Damn it, these guys aren't easy to deal with. We feather race are not easy to bully. Even old monster Li Shan cannot make us bow our heads. How many of them are there? What's there to be afraid of? There are no cowards in the feather race. You don't know. This old monster Li Shan is very powerful. These four are all stronger than Commander Yan Fei. Do you think old monster Li Shan is easy to deal with? Many people were shocked. Old monster Li Shan was one of the feather race's archenemies. He was famous in the Sky Tyrant Starfield. He had killed countless people and was extremely cruel. Even the feather race did not want to provoke him. These fellows were like deranged mad dogs. Once they were infected, they would fight to the death with you until the end. Moreover, the strength of these four people was above his own. Yan Fei's eyes were also incomparably cold. After all his calculations, he did not expect that old monster Li Shan would actually follow him and appear on Milan Star. Old monster Li Shan was a terrifying existence in the northern region of the Sky Tyrant Starfield. And there were more than 4 of them. This time, only the 4 of them had come. Even Mu Yunhe did not know what these feather race were planning. He only knew that they were here to search for treasure and had appeared here silently. They had to be so careful in order to deceive everyone. Even so, this was enough for Mu Yunhe. Such a huge treasure was just right for his family of 4. Otherwise, it would attract even more people. Wouldn't that make others jealous? In the end, the situation would get even more out of control. After all, such a treasure was enough to shake the entire Sky Tyrant Starfield. And this feather race was very interesting. To be able to dig up such a secret place, it really made others jealous. But to Mu Yunhe, coming here today was a great opportunity. Yan Fei's face was extremely gloomy. Of these 4 people, 2 were at the peak of the star level 6, while the other 2 were at the star level 7. They were definitely not easy to deal with. Their leader, Mu Yunhe, was notorious. Many people in the Sky Tyrant Starfield had been tormented by him, which showed how terrifying he was. Yan Fei knew that with his strength alone, he would only be able to passively take a beating. This time, they had entered the Heaven Awakening Star Field's Milan Star, which was a top secret of the feather race. Even so, it had still been leaked. It seemed like there was a spy among them. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Even if they were all members of the feather race, there would still be people with ulterior motives. Their whereabouts had definitely been exposed by such people. That was why the old demon of Mount Lishan could take advantage of them. Yan Fei was extremely frustrated. He had thought that this would be a flawless operation. Who would have thought that the people from the Sky Tyrant Star Field would catch up to them? This time, they were going to suffer. Although the other side only had 4 people, 2 star level 7 powerhouses were enough to make dozens of star level 6 powerhouses like them anxious and battered. Since Mu Yunhe had dared to come, he definitely had made some preparations. After all, he had chased them all the way from the Sky Tyrant Star Field. Old Demon of Mount Lishan had been waiting for this day. If there were only a few source stone mines, it would not be a loss. But this time, there were ancient era divine weapons. This was a huge gain. Bastard! Old Demon of Mount Lishan, do you really want to go against the feather race? You should know what the consequences are for offending the harpies. Yan Fei said in a low voice. The people of the feather race behind him had also started to gather. Facing a strong enemy, they had to fight head-on. There was no room for retreat. Kakik, you definitely won't be able to enjoy this treasure. Why not give it to me? Isn't that great? This old man will definitely appreciate it. Mu Yunhe said with a smile. Father, I really like that huge axe. I really like it. A rough-looking, 9-foot-tall young man said excitedly. His eyes were about to fall out of their sockets as he looked at the huge sky-splitting axe. His mouth was full of saliva. Ha ha ha, my son likes it. Father will definitely help you get it. This thing is ours to begin with, Kakik. Mu Yunhe laughed sinisterly as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Yan Fei didn't dare underestimate his stooped figure. Although the feather race is very powerful, I'm not afraid of you now. Do you think that I, old ancestor Lishan, am easy to bully? I've already prepared a countermeasure. Otherwise, why would I dare to come? Humph, if you know what's good for you, then scram. I will appreciate your kindness, but if you don't, then we can only meet on the battlefield. To tell the truth, I don't want to offend the feather race. After all, you are famous for being difficult to deal with. However, who asked my son to like it? Who asked this treasure to be so troublesome? Do you think you can handle this hot potato? Mu Yunhe sneered, his eyes blazing as he stared at the sky-splitting axe. Even he was deeply shaken, let alone his son. This sky-splitting axe was an incomparable existence. It was too domineering, a divine weapon from ancient times. It was a miracle from the origin ancient site. How could Mu Yunhe retreat now? You're courting death. The feather race will definitely not let you off. However, this time, you won't be able to take the treasure from my hands. Do you think the experts of the feather race are all vegetarians? Although you are very strong, you want to eat all of us with just a few people? That's just wishful thinking. Yan Fei shouted, his gaze cold. He was also full of confidence in this battle. However, even if they defeated Mu Yunhe and the others, they would definitely suffer great losses. However, for the future of the feather race, for their great cause, they had no regrets even if they died 9 times. Soldiers of the feather race, listen to my command. For the great cause of the feather race, for our future, kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. Their voices reverberated throughout the dragon's subduing mountain range. The surrounding sky became as dark as ink. Waves of echoes shook the heavens and the earth changed color. The soldiers of the feather race were fearless under Yan Fei's lead. Their mission was glorious. They would fight for the feather race until the very last moment. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Take your time. I want to see who will have the last laugh. At this moment, Xianxia was sitting on top of the mountain and reaping the spoils. He hid at the back, but the feather people were already itching to fight against old monster Li Shan. The battle was about to begin. Old monster Li Shan's strength could not be underestimated. Yan Fei was very shocked, so he had to be even more careful. If he failed this mission, then the feather race would lose too many things. Moreover, everything he had painstakingly prepared for the past tens of thousands of years would all go to someone else. What Yan Fei hated the most now was that he didn't know which bastard had betrayed the feather race. If someone hadn't leaked the secret, no one would have known that they had come to Milan Planet. However, it was too late to say anything now. They could only fight with their backs to the wall. Fortunately, old monster Li Shan had only sent 4 people. If a few more had come, he definitely wouldn't have been able to handle it. As long as there was a chance of survival, he definitely wouldn't let it go. These people had come for the treasures, and so had the feather race. This battle of life and death concerned everyone's future. Everyone's life and death was their responsibility. Kill them. For the dignity of the feather race, for our glory, we can only win this battle. We can't lose. Yan Fei roared angrily. More than 2,000 experts from the feather race were fighting the enemy at this time. Although they were all at the first, second, third, and fourth heavens of the star level, their strength varied. But even ants could bite an elephant to death. After all, there were hundreds of star-level experts. Even if it was a star-level expert, they still had to be careful, not daring to be careless. However, the most frightening thing was that Mu Yunhe and his wife had already reached the 7th stratum of the star realm. No one was a match for them. Yan Fei led more than 26th stratum star realm experts to surround Mu Yunhe. On the other side, his wife, Xianxia, was also surrounded by more than 26th stratum star realm experts. Compared to his son and daughter, Mu Yunhe's sense of danger was stronger. After all, even if his son and daughter were to face hundreds or thousands of star states, they wouldn't have no way out. Those people were all early-stage star states. Even if they couldn't beat them, they wouldn't be trapped. They would be able to escape. However, facing Yan Fei and the other 26th firmament star realm experts, Mu Yunhe's expression turned grave. The difference of one firmament star realm didn't seem like much, but it was like the difference between heaven and earth. With so many people at the 6th firmament star realm, this battle wouldn't be easy. Old woman, kill them. To seize the divine artifact for my son. Mu Yunhe said in a deep voice. He waved the black staff in his hand and swept it across the sky, pressing towards Yan Fei and the others. Alright, whatever my son wants, I'll get it even if I have to risk my life. Xiao's expression was gloomy as she sneered. Wherever her blade went, a fierce battle ensued. After all, Yan Fei was the leader of the feather race. For this feather race expedition, he had made ample preparations. Hence, even if they were to face a strong enemy, he was still methodical. With so many star level 6 experts, he was very confident. Only by killing Mu Yunhe would the feather race be able to rest easy. Old monster Li Shan and the others were all fugitives. If they wanted to kill these 4, they had to kill them all. Otherwise, they would become a problem in the future. Now that they knew about the feather race's treasure and had come prepared, the two sides were evenly matched. In an instant, the battle entered a stalemate. Xianxia watched with great interest from the side. At this time, the feather race had no advantage. Yan Fei and the others had trapped Mu Yunhe, but killing a 7th firmament star realm powerhouse wasn't that easy. The battle intensified as the feather race counterattacked. What Mu Yunhe hadn't expected was that his son and daughter would be forced into a passive position and trapped by the feather race's formation. One person could not turn the tide. They were all star realm experts. Even Mu Yunhe wasn't completely confident. His son was forced into a passive position, and the feather race was already prepared. With the formation in place, the two of them were in an even more difficult situation. Dad, I can't hold on much longer. Dad, save me. Mu Dabiao and Mu Xiaozue were advancing with caution at every step. They were in a difficult situation and were faced with difficulties and dangers. Hold on, son. I'll take care of them and come for you. Mu Yunhe stood up furiously. The walking stick in his hand stirred up endless gales that overflowed with might. Universe opening, dragon subduing staff. Mu Yunhe charged left and right, his battle prowess shocking. Even when surrounded by more than 20 people, he was still able to walk leisurely. His strength was extraordinary. But Yan Fei and the others were not to be trifled with. They had already found Mu Yunhe's weakness, and that was to fight him to the death. The feather race would deal with Mu Dabiao and Mu Xiaozue. As long as those two were killed, they could surround Mu Yunhe and kill him without a doubt. Bastard, get out of my way. Mu Yunhe was furious. His son and daughter were in an increasingly difficult situation, and he was getting more and more furious. But Yan Fei and the others were like dogskin plaster, clinging to him and refusing to let him go. He couldn't do anything else. Want to leave? Humph, not so easy. Yan Fei sneered. More than 20 people fighting with their full strength was also very terrifying. The battle was very bitter. Mu Yunhe, Yan Fei, and the others were all injured, but they still fought to the death. Yan Fei wanted to trap Mu Yunhe, and Mu Yunhe wanted to escape to save his son and daughter. In the end, he had overestimated his son Mu Dabiao. With more than 1,000 star-level experts working together, even if Mu Dabiao had the ability to reverse the situation, he would not be able to break out. Pft. Pft, pft, pft. Saber after saber slashes landed on Mu Dabiao's body. Finally, he could not hold on any longer. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face was filled with despair. Save me, father. Mu Dabiao's voice was heart-wrenching. Xianxia and Mu Yunhe's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. But at this time, they were both trapped by Yan Fei and the others, unable to advance or retreat. Seeing Mu Dabiao falling to the ground, the Feather Race's people swallowed him up and instantly dismembered him. Mu Yunhe did not dare to look at such a tragic scene. Blood splattered everywhere. Desperate roars shook the sky, echoing above Milan Star for a long time. Mu Yunhe's heart skipped a beat, and his face was ashen. My son. Xiao's pupils constricted. She tried her best to break through the Feather Race's defense, but her mind was in a mess. In her panic, she was hit several times and was forced to retreat. Mu Yunhe flew into a rage out of humiliation. He gripped his black staff and charged into the crowd like a mad bull, unbridled. Do you think I'm afraid of fighting you head-on? Yan Fei sneered. TSK, how tragic. Jiangchen couldn't help but shake his head. His expression was calm as he smiled at the storm. Mu Dabiao was killed, and Mu Xiaotsue was surrounded. She retreated with every blow, and it was only a matter of time before she died. As for Xianxia, who was distracted by her worries, she was also heavily injured. Only Mu Yunhe was left, trapped by Yan Fei's Big Dipper formation. Bang! 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 Mu Yunhe charged forward again and again, slamming into the formation. Yan Fei and the others were confused, but Mu Yunhe didn't have it easy either. Yan Fei had long since prepared this formation to deal with powerful enemies, just in case he needed it. Mu Yunhe was trapped by the formation, but he was still a level 7 star-level expert. At this moment, he tore a hole in the formation and swung his staff at Yan Fei. Yan Fei acted as though he was facing a formidable enemy. His face was pale as he quickly retreated, wielding his sword to meet the incoming attack. A huge force came crashing down, and Yan Fei had no way to avoid it. He was directly sent flying. His expression was extremely ferocious as he clenched his fists tightly. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn. Damn it! This guy is really a monster. Yan Fei's heart was in turmoil. Careful. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Don't underestimate the enemy. Yan Fei roared and charged forward again, heading straight for Mu Yunhe. At this time, something even crazier happened to Mu Yunhe. Mu Xiaotsue was also drowned in the wave of feather experts. Billions of star-level experts completely tore Mu Xiaotsue, a 6th firmament star-level expert, apart. Mu Yunhe and Xiao's faces were deathly pale. Their roars shook the sky, especially Xiao. Now that both her children had been killed, she had lost all hope. Under the siege of so many experts, she quickly fell into a situation of life and death. Pfft, with a slash of his saber, Xiao was ultimately outnumbered and killed. At that moment, Mu Yunhe went completely crazy. His family had all been killed. At this time, he could only fight to the death. Although the Feather Race had also lost hundreds of star-level experts, in Mu Yunhe's eyes, their deaths were nothing. The death of his family was his greatest pain. Roar! I'll kill you all. Mu Yunhe shouted himself hoarse as he stood up with his staff in hand. At this time, Yan Fei and the others had finished their preparations and were ready to attack again. Mu Yunhe fought with Yan Fei and the others for a long time, advancing step by step. His situation was becoming more and more worrying. He knew that he had fallen into a passive position and that his chances of survival were slim. If he continued to tangle with the harpies, he would probably die. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will continue to flow. Let's wait and see. Winged race, what a winged race. I, Patriarch Li Shan, will definitely find you. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Ah, blood light evasion. Mu Yunhe used all his strength to break out of the encirclement. He fled far into the distance, instantly disappearing into the horizon. At this moment, even if Yan Fei and the others wanted to chase after him, they would not be able to accomplish anything. A star level 7 being injured and fleeing far away, it was impossible for them to catch up. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Forget it. Yan Fei said in a low voice. It was not that he did not want to chase, but that he could not. At this time, if Mu Yunhe wanted to fight to the death with them, more than a dozen star level 6 experts would die. They had already suffered heavy losses in this battle, so they did not dare to fight head-on. However, Mu Yunhe's departure was a bad thing for Yan Fei and the entire winged race. The winged race had schemed to come here to steal the treasure without anyone knowing, but in the end, it had still been discovered. This time, old demon Li Shan would definitely gather more people to make things difficult for the winged race. However, this place was still a long way from Sky Tyrant Starfield. This was enough time for them to steal the treasure. The most important thing for Yan Fei now was to take the treasure away as soon as possible. Mu Yunhe's appearance had seriously disrupted Yan Fei's plans. Mu Yunhe's departure would probably take at least a few years before he could return. This time, Yan Fei had learned his lesson. However, the winged race's treasure was not something that anyone could touch. No one can steal my treasure. The glory of the winged race is unstoppable. Yan Fei roared angrily. In this battle, they had lost more than 400 star-level experts, but they had finally won. At this time, the most important thing was to seize the time to dig up more treasures. The winged race had suffered heavy casualties, but they had not been seriously injured. Xianxia could not help but frown. He had thought that old demon Li Shan was a ruthless character, but he had not been able to stop the winged race. It seemed like it would not be easy for him to fight them. Xianxia's eyes flickered as an idea struck him. He swiftly fled into the distance. Let's go. Xianxia sent a telepathic message to Luoying, and the two of them quickly flew into the universe. What are you doing? Luoying asked in disbelief. Could it be that Xianxia was afraid of the winged race? After seeing old demon Li Shan and the other two die at the hands of the winged race, did Xianxia want to retreat? Go chase after Mu Yunhe and be a good person for once. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up into a meaningful smile. Be a good person? If we leave now, what will happen to Milan Planet, Brother Jiang? Luoying was slightly worried. Who said we are leaving? Xianxia smiled. Then, where are we going? Luoying did not understand. Didn't I say that we are going to be a good person for once? If we can bring old demon Li Shan back to our lair as soon as possible, the winged race will not be so arrogant. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. What? Brother Jiang, you're playing with fire. You have no idea how many people are behind that so-called old demon of Mount Li. Even the feather race is wary of him. These people are definitely not simple. What you're doing is no different from asking a tiger for its skin. Luoying turned pale with fright. I don't know if it is asking a tiger for its skin, but we are currently not their match. If we want to get rid of the winged race, we must borrow a knife to do so. Hence, if we can get old demon Li Shan to help us find helpers to deal with the winged race, it will be a win-win situation. Xianxia smiled. It's too dangerous to do this. Luoying shook her head. Then tell me, now that Milan Planet has become a wasteland and countless people have died, how are you going to defeat the winged race and restore Milan Planet to its former glory? Xianxia's words caused Luoying to fall silent. Indeed, she had no idea. Even with her stellar-level energy, she did not have the ability to turn the tide. Let's go. What are we waiting for? If we wait any longer, that old demon Li Shan will be far away. Xianxia laughed. Borrowing a knife to kill was the only way to put the winged race in a desperate situation. However, as Luoying had said, there was a powerful force behind old demon Li Shan. Xianxia was also very apprehensive. Xianxia might not be able to defeat so many feather elites, but if old monster Li Shan could bring people over, then there would be a chance. He might have retreated with heavy injuries, but old monster Li Shan would definitely not let it go. Plus, the feather race was their enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Hence, Xianxia's goal now was to cooperate with Mu Yunhe. Mu Yunhe had already left Milan long ago. However, he was heavily injured after all. Hence, his speed was not fast. It didn't take long for Xianxia to catch up to him. Who are you? Why are you following me? Mu Yunhe panted as he looked at Xianxia, his gaze soft and guarded. I'm here to help you. Xianxia smiled. Help me? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Even if I'm in dire straits, it's not your turn to play tricks on me. A mere star level 5, what can you do to help me? Mu Yunhe sneered in disdain. Then how did I catch up to you? Xianxia said calmly. Mu Yunhe was stunned. That's right. Although this fellow wasn't strong, only at the 5th heavenly layer of the star realm, he managed to catch up to him. Who are you? What do you want? Mu Yunhe's smile faded as he sized up Xianxia again. I told you, I want to help you. Time waits for no man. Xianxia said solemnly. The feather race killed your family, so I can help you get back to the Sky Tyrant Starfield to get reinforcements and kill the feather race. Are you sure? Mu Yunhe's eyes narrowed. Why should I believe you? Do you have the ability to take me to the Sky Tyrant Starfield? Ha ha ha, dream on. Do you know how far the Sky Tyrant Starfield is from here? No matter how fast I am, I would need at least a few months. Furthermore, I would need to travel without rest or sleep. This is because the Milan star is very close to the Sky Tyrant star domain. If I were from another star domain, it would be impossible for me to reach the Sky Tyrant star domain. I would need at least a few years to return to the Sky Tyrant star domain and my star domain. By the time I return, the Feather Tribe would have fled. Mu Yunhe laughed self-deprecatingly. How could he not want revenge? His family members had all died at the hands of the Feather Tribe. This was a deep hatred that he could not live under the same sky as them. However, due to the current circumstances, it would be good enough if he could return to the Sky Tyrant star field as soon as possible. Too many things had changed in the past few years. If I can catch up to you, it means that I have the ability. Since I came to find you, I definitely won't come for nothing. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I also have an irreconcilable hatred with the Feather Clan. My sister was humiliated by that bastard Yan Fei, and there are also many experts from the Feather Clan. I can't do anything alone, so I can only wait for an opportunity. Xianxia said solemnly. You are also an enemy of the Harpies? Mu Yunhe said. Yes, my hatred for the Feather Tribe is no less than yours. However, my strength is limited, and I am only one person. You are the famous old ancestor Li Shan of the Sky Tyrant Star Field. There are many experts among you. I admire you, but it's a pity that I can't work with you. I know that as long as I can help you return to the Sky Tyrant Star Field, you will definitely help me take revenge. No, you will definitely kill those sanctimonious people from the Feather Tribe. That's why I want to work with you. Xianxia's face was filled with anger. He was extremely angry at the mention of the Feather Tribe. You make it sound good. I know that you are not here for the treasure. Since you can find this place, it means that you are also after the treasure of the Feather Tribe. Mu Yunhe said in a low voice. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have the guts to do it. With my strength, I wouldn't dare to go against the Yu clan or fight with you. I just want to take revenge. I followed Yan Feizai to this place after so many hardships. But to take revenge, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. When I see you, I see hope. Only by working together will we have a chance to kill Yan Fei and those bastards from the Feather Tribe. My strength cannot be compared to yours. I only hope that you can kill Yan Fei. If I can't kill those people with my own hands, I will be ashamed to face my sister spirit in heaven. But now, this is the only way. Jiang Chen's words were sincere and well-intentioned. At this moment, Mu Yunhe finally believed Jiang Chen. After all, Mu Yunhe wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen even if Jiang Chen was at his peak. He could easily see through Jiang Chen's tricks. I have no enmity with you, and you don't have any treasures on you. I will not kill you for money. Big brother, I just want you to help me take revenge. As long as I can kill those bastards from the Feather Tribe, I will give up everything. Mu Yunhe looked at Jiang Chen and sized him up. He finally believed Jiang Chen. This guy would not dare to lie to him. Otherwise, he would kill him with one slap. Tell me, what method do you have that will allow me to quickly return to the Sky Tyrant cosmic state and gather people? I will tear those bastards from the Feather Tribe to pieces. Mu Yunhe gritted his teeth, his hatred unparalleled. My space travel secret treasure. Jiang Chen said. What? Really? At the same time, Mu Yunhe's eyes were as big as bells. Space travel secret treasures were something even cosmic cloud states might not have. Above the star state was the cosmic cloud state. However, those treasures could travel between space and time. It wasn't something ordinary people could have. If cosmic cloud states could have space travel treasures, they would hide them. Yet, this guy revealed it to the public. Mu Yunhe didn't even understand the principle of not showing off one's wealth. His eyes burned with passion. Killing and robbing was his job. Revenge was secondary. The most important thing right now was this kind of treasure. It was something that could only be found once in a million years, something that could only be chanced upon. Brother Mu, I advise you to be kind. Don't break our friendly relationship. Jiang Chen said plainly. At this moment, Luoying came out. Mu Yunhe's expression changed. No wonder this guy dared to reveal the treasure in front of him. This is my woman. Her power should be similar to Brother Mu's, but Brother Mu is injured. Don't get angry. It's better to be careful. What do you say, Brother Mu? Jiang Chen smiled elegantly. Yes, you're right. If you really have a space travel secret treasure, you can send me to the Sky Tyrant cosmic state within 7 days. By then, I will thank you heavily. Your grudge is my grudge. There's no difference between us, ha ha ha. Mu Yunhe laughed. Seeing Luo Ying's appearance, he knew that he couldn't attack Jiang Chen anymore, at least not now. Alright, I will send you back to the Sky Tyrant starfield now. Are you sure? Mu Yunhe looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. What? You don't believe that I have a spacetime treasure? Jiang Chen said. Have you used a spacetime treasure before? I heard that there are many types of spacetime treasures, and they require a large amount of origin force to be used. From here, which is the Heaven Awakening star field to the Sky Tyrant star field, the amount of source energy consumed is terrifying. Can you really activate the spacetime treasure? Even with her, it might not be possible. Mu Yunhe said doubtfully. You don't believe me? Jiang Chen spread his hands and said. Give me the exact location and coordinates, and I will take you back to the Sky Tyrant star field. Okay. Mu Yunhe didn't say much. Since Jiang Chen could take him back to the Sky Tyrant state, it was more important than anything else. However, if they were in Tyrant Sky Star Field, he would have the final say. At that time, he would definitely seize the treasure in Jiang Chen's hand. It was a spacetime treasure, not everyone was qualified to have it. Mu Yunhe was excited just thinking about it. Time was money. If he could use a spacetime treasure, he would be able to roam the world freely. Mu Yunhe told Jiang Chen the location of the Sky Tyrant state. Jiang Chen controlled the Tsung Lan God boat and was ready to travel through space. With the Tsung Lan God boat, a distance of 100,000 light-years wouldn't be a problem. What a divine boat. Mu Yunhe's eyes were full of greed. The Tsung Lan God boat in Jiang Chen's hands was too beautiful. Such a spacetime treasure could definitely shock cosmic cloud states. Let's begin. Sky Tyrant state, Pajuo state, depart. Jiang Chen didn't look away as he piloted the divine vessel and started to rise madly. He soared into the clouds, roaming between the heavens and the earth, above the universe. Your divine boat isn't bad, but you have to be prepared. It's a long way to go to Pajuo state in 7 days. Mu Yunhe said in a low voice. Piece of cake. Xianxia patted his chest and said. At this moment, Xianxia didn't put Mu Yunhe's words in his heart. However, on the third day, Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. The Azure Billow Divine Boat was indeed terrifying, but it was too far away from Sky Tyrant Star Field. The amount of origin energy required to travel through the void was terrifying. Although Xianxia was very frugal, on the fourth morning, he still couldn't take it anymore. If it was someone else, they would have already collapsed. He didn't dare underestimate such a long-distance spatial leap. It seemed like he was still too young. Mu Yunhe's words weren't unreasonable. I can't take it anymore. You too, hurry up and lend me a hand. My body can't take it anymore. Xianxia rolled his eyes. The main reason was that the distance was too far. Even though the Azure Wave Divine Boat was useful, the amount of source energy it consumed wasn't something he could bear. This was under the condition that the source energy in his body was extremely terrifying. An ordinary fifth heavenly layer star realm expert wouldn't be able to last more than half a day. I thought you wouldn't last half a day. I didn't expect you to be so vicious. Kid, Brother Mu has high hopes for you. Mu Yunhe couldn't help giving Xianxia a thumbs up. Xianxia's face was ashen. This guy was laughing at him. He wasn't a good person either. Hurry up. If we delay any longer, those feather bastards will escape. Xianxia said impatiently. All right. Mu Yunhe nodded. He and Luoying did their best to help Xianxia. At this moment, the Azure Billow Divine Boat gradually stabilized. Xianxia finally understood. He had used the Azure Billow Divine Boat before, but he didn't use it for such a long distance, so he didn't feel anything. Now that he had crossed 2 star fields, he finally understood how difficult it was. Even star states like Mu Yunhe would need a few years. If he was at the primary stage of the star state, it might take decades. Indeed, the distance between the 2 cosmic realms was too far. This was based on the fact that the 2 cosmic realms were right next to each other. If it was any further, the distance would be unimaginable. It was no wonder that there were very few interactions between the star domains. There would almost never be any battles between star domains. If a battle were to break out, the other party would have already fled before they could even arrive, unless they had a peerless treasure like the Azure Wave Divine Boat. However, not everyone had one. Even cosmic cloud states with treasures that could travel through space were rare. 3 days later, the 3 finally arrived at the Bo Duo astral realm. It was an incomparably dark planet, surrounded by mountains, rivers, and lakes. Its appearance was very primitive, and it had not undergone too many modifications. It looked very mysterious. We're finally here. Bo Duo astral realm, I'm back. Brothers of Li Shan, I'm back. Ha ha ha. Mu Yunhe's eyes were burning with passion. They were finally back at their territory. By the way, brother, why don't you come with me and rest at the Bo Duo astral realm first? When I get back, we can go to Milan planet together. No need, you can go back yourself. Xianxia said. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Didn't you just want to trap me and snatch my deep-sea divine boat? Xianxia already knew what this old guy was thinking. However, he had to use Mu Yunhe in order to force the feather race to retreat. Now, he had to go back and do a head count. My porto-astral boundary is very beautiful. Brother, you must go there. Otherwise, you will regret it. He. Mu Yunhe grabbed Xianxia's hand and got ready to head to the Bo Duo astral realm. Brother Mu, don't tell me that you want to force me to do something I'm not willing to do? Xianxia flicked his sleeves, shaking off Mu Yunhe and said with a cold smile. Haha, what are you talking about, brother? Since you don't want to go, I won't force you. Let's meet on Milan planet. Mu Yunhe said. I still have things to do. I need to go to the Tyrant Sky Cosmic region, so I won't be going back. My revenge will depend on you, brother Mu. Xianxia smiled. You're not going back? Mu Yunhe was a little disappointed. He didn't care about Xianxia, but he couldn't ignore the treasures on Xianxia. If Xianxia didn't return to Milan planet, wouldn't his spacetime treasure be ruined? However, Mu Yunhe couldn't be too enthusiastic now. After all, his target was the feather race. The treasures on Milan planet were the most important. The fact that Jiang Chen had sent him back had already shocked Mu Yunhe. As long as he returned to the Bo Duo astral realm, going to Milan planet wouldn't be that difficult. I'm not going back. Brother Mu, I believe that you will definitely be able to defeat the feather race. Goodbye. After saying that, Jiang Chen turned around and left. Mu Yunhe was very disappointed. The treasures had run away, but he couldn't do anything about it. But this time, feather race, you definitely didn't expect that I would return to Li Mountain in 7 days. I will bury your feather race on Milan planet. Mu Yunhe was not stupid. He knew that his visit this time would definitely be a secret. Even though he had many brothers on Li Mountain, he would not call all of them. Although he had yet to obtain the treasure, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Otherwise, if there were too many wolves and not enough meat, the gains would not make up for the losses. Mu Yunhe believed that as long as he could find 5-star realm experts, it would be enough to defeat the feather race. Any more would just be a burden. At that time, who wouldn't be happy if they didn't get the treasures? Thus, Mu Yunhe only found 5 people, 5 of his closest brothers. Brothers, you are all my best friends. Even on Li Mountain, we are friends who can go through life and death with each other. That is why I only came to you. This time, I discovered that the feather race has found many treasures in the Heaven and Lightning Star system. The feather race is launching a large-scale attack and will definitely take those treasures for themselves. We must quickly attack and take their treasures. Mu Yunhe said. The Heaven Awakening Star region? Holy crap! How did you get back from so far away? By the time we get there, the winged race will have already left. Li Punlai said solemnly. That's right, Yunhe. If we go there, we'll probably be too late. Can we really do it? The skinny Sunbin asked nervously. Yeah, can we really make it in time? What if we fail? Wouldn't that be like drawing water with a sieve? You still don't believe me? My wife and children all died there. I risked my life to escape back. Such a great hatred must be avenged. Also, I was sent back by a kind-hearted person. He had a rare treasure in his hands, but it was a pity that I didn't get it. We can use the teleportation array to go to the Heaven and Lightning Starfield. Mu Yunhe said seriously. Teleportation formations? That'll cost a lot of origin stones. Li Punlai said. F***CK. Why are you guys so stingy? We're here for the treasure, so what's wrong with paying a few origin stones first? Do you know how valuable that treasure is? Don't you understand which side is lighter and which side is heavier? Mu Yunhe rolled his eyes. Yunhe's words make sense. If we don't sacrifice our children, we won't be able to catch the wolf. Let's each contribute an origin stone and use the teleportation formation to go to the Heaven Awakening Starfield. Once we obtain the treasure, this bit of origin stone will be nothing. Sunbin said with a smile. That's right. Let's do it. After all, Yunhe is absolutely right. If this treasure is taken by those B***cheese from the Feather Clan, it would be a huge loss. Our brothers from Mount Lishan must not lose out. Let me tell you, when I was on Milan Star, I saw a divine weapon from the ancient world. At that time, the feather race was dumbfounded. They mobilized thousands of star-level experts, but fortunately, they were only at the early stage of the star level. They secretly infiltrated Milan Star, and even the people of the Heaven Awakened Star region didn't know about it. Otherwise, how could they have allowed them to slaughter people on Milan Star? In the end, they captured everyone on Milan Star as slaves. The treasures they dug out were terrifying. That's right, when you get the treasures, you will know whether it was worth it or not. Something from the last era, TSK tisk TSK, just thinking about it makes me excited. Mu Yunhe said solemnly. His eyes were burning with passion. He had seen treasures before, so he was also very solemn. The 5 brothers looked at Mu Yunhe's expression and confirmed that Mu Yunhe's vote would not disappoint them. Let's do it. Damn it, isn't it just origin stones? We'll use it for cultivation. Right, with Brother Yunhe here, what are we afraid of? Ha ha ha. Let's go, let's not waste any more time. Things might change if we delay. Everyone seemed to be on steroids. When they heard that it was another antique treasure from the previous era, their eyes widened. This time, they definitely had to investigate. The fact that the feather race was so secretive meant that they definitely knew about the existence of the treasure. Mu Yunhe being able to discover the feather race's secret was also their good fortune. Right, Brother Yunhe, are you sure that the 6 of us can trample the feather race? Sun Ben asked. Don't worry, the strongest among them is only at the 6th heaven of the star level. It's a pity that my wife and children died in their hands. I will definitely kill all the people of the Feather Clan on Milan Star. Mu Yunhe's face was extremely gloomy. At this time, the group of people set off towards the transportation array. Only the transportation array could allow them to arrive as soon as possible. At this time, Jiang Chen and Luoying had already returned to Milan Planet. Looking at the blue planet from afar, Jiang Chen's expression was serious. More than half of the people on Milan Planet died this time. It's already a scene of devastation. I hope that we can catch all the feather race in one fell swoop. Jiang Chen sighed. That's not something we can control. No one would have thought that the feather race would send so many experts to Milan Planet to search for treasures. Now, we can only pin our hopes on Mu Yunhe. Luoying smiled bitterly. Big brother Jiang, are you sure that they will return? Don't worry, the feather race has already killed Mu Yunhe's wife and children. Even if the feather race finds a treasure, it will be enough to stop him. Mu Yunhe is a fugitive. He will not let this matter rest. You have to understand that the feather race is afraid of old Monster Li, which means that he is very strong. He will definitely make a comeback. Jiang Chen was full of confidence. If we can't kill the feather race, then let them fight each other. Ha ha ha, who knows who will be the winner? We have to do a good deed without leaving our names. You think you can do a good deed? Ha ha ha, but I hope that Mu Yunhe will not summon all the experts on Li Mountain. Otherwise, our plan will fail. Luoying was somewhat worried. As long as Mu Yunhe is not stupid, he will not announce the treasure to the world. When that time comes, how many treasures will they get? He. He will definitely find a few companions of similar strength. Not many, at most 5. If they can control the feather race, that will be enough. Jiang Chen swore solemnly. Are you saying that I am stupid? Luoying said angrily. I didn't say that. Jiang Chen shrugged. That's what you mean. Why are you women so unreasonable? Jiang Chen was speechless. Are you crazy? Isn't reasoning with women just asking for trouble? Luoying laughed. The two of them headed straight for the Tiger Subdue mountain range. Just as Jiang Chen reached the Tiger Subdue mountain range, the feather race was still digging. Half a month had passed, but they still had not taken all the treasures. This was enough to show that the treasures in this treasure trove would definitely shock them. At this moment, the space in the distance fluctuated continuously. The appearance of the 6 figures caused the hidden Jiang Chen's lips to curl up slightly. This is already the 8th treasure. He, Commander Yan, we've struck it rich this time. We've really struck it rich. Lu Junfei was grinning from ear to ear. As the vanguard, he had been praised by Yan Fei many times. They had already dug up 8 treasures. The 8th was a 7-story pagoda. It looked magnificent and exquisitely carved. Genesis Chi continuously gushed out from it, causing countless feather race members to cheer even louder. Even Yan Fei could not hide the joy in his heart at this moment. Although they had lost a few hundred people this time around, the rewards they had reaped were unimaginable. With so many treasures, the strength of the Yu clan would definitely rise to another level. As the leader of this operation, the rewards he could reap were also unimaginable. His many years of hard work had not been in vain. Thousands of stellar-level experts had massacred Milan Star just for this day. Even old Monster Li Shan had been driven away by them. However, if that guy wanted to take revenge, he would have to wait for 10 years. By that time, even if he appeared in front of Yi Shiwen's strength would probably be much stronger than before. Only strength could truly make people feel gratified. Yan Fei's heart was incomparably solemn. When Mu Yun had killed many of their people and escaped, Yan Fei secretly swore that he would definitely raise his strength to a new level. This time, he would definitely be the first to pick the treasures. In the ancient world, the treasures left behind by super experts from different eras, even if the mountains and rivers were toppled and the sun and moon were replaced, were still able to survive until now. This was what shocked him the most. Commander Yen, we've dug up a human figurine. What? Is that for real? Is it a mummy? Bull***t mummy. It's been so many years. It's a person from the previous era. Even his bones have rotted away. That's right. If it's a moving corpse, it would be terrible. Ha ha ha. Shut up. Commander Yen is here. Everyone's expressions were solemn, not daring to say another word. When Yan Fei arrived underground, his expression also became more and more nervous. They had dug out someone. In other words, this person was definitely a big shot from billions of years ago, a legendary figure from back then, and had survived from the previous era until now. How powerful must this expert be? Time was the most merciless blade. Those who could avoid the passage of time and transcend two epochs were all unimaginably powerful experts. Every time an epoch was destroyed, the heavens would fall and the earth would crack. Many supreme experts, no matter how strong they were, would become the dust of history. Yet, the origin ancient ruins had been perfectly preserved. This was sufficient to show exactly how powerful the experts inside were back then. They really are human figurines. Lu Junfei was shocked. This human figurine was wrapped in source stones, but he could clearly see its silhouette. The golden mask completely covered its face. Because they were afraid of damaging the figurine, Lu Junfei and the others did not dare to directly break the source stones surrounding the figurine. They only dug the figurine out. Commander Yen, this guy should be worth a lot of origin stones, right? Lu Junfei chuckled. Yan Fei glanced at him coldly and disdainfully. You only care about source stones. Do you know who this person is? This is an almighty expert from the previous epoch. If you can refine him into a puppet, even if he's not invincible, he'll definitely be unimaginable. Yes, yes, yes. Commander Yen is right. Lu Junfei nodded his head continuously. Yan Fei carefully observed it, but he didn't discover anything strange about it. However, the simple and unadorned aura it exuded seemed to be from its bones. This was a crystal-like origin stone, and the human figurine was within it. However, whether or not this figurine could be made into a puppet was another matter. This was also the only thing that Yan Fei couldn't see through. Yan Fei was very clear that the other divine weapons and armors were definitely rare treasures. There was also a mysterious book. Yan Fei had not been able to open the book box, so he did not know what kind of treasure it was. However, since it could be sealed in the book box, it was enough to tell that it was extraordinary. Even a 6th-grade battle weapon could not break the book box. Now, only this human figurine and the book box could make him excited. Let's wrap this human figurine up first. Yan Fei said in a deep voice as he gently stroked the human figurine. He was very fond of it. Let's work harder. Within a month, we must open up all the tunnels here as soon as possible. I want to clear out all the source stone mines and the origin ancient ruins. Alright, just wait and see, Commander Yen. Lu Junfei nodded. Oh right, why haven't I seen Gasolier after so long? Where did he go? Yan Fei asked. I guess he's dead. He disappeared when we were fighting against the old demons of Mount Lishan. Lu Junfei frowned. He was also curious as to why Gasolier had disappeared. Let's not think too much about it. Let's clear this place first. Milan planet is no longer safe. If that guy who escaped returns and calls for reinforcements, we'll be in a very passive position. Yan Fei's expression was solemn. He had been feeling his right eyelid twitching for the past 2 days. He was worried that something might happen. Leaving Milan planet as soon as possible was the most important thing. Commander Yen, don't worry. We've done a good job keeping this secret. Although the old demon of Mount Lishan escaped, this place is so far away from Sky Tyrant Starfield. He definitely won't be able to return so quickly. In the entire Sky Tyrant Starfield, there isn't a teleportation portal that can travel that far. You can rest assured. Lu Junfei had a solemn expression on his face. Thief. Give me your life. Today, we, the 6 patriarchs, will wipe out all of you feathered tribesmen. An earth-shattering roar shook the heavens and earth. Many feathered tribesmen were shocked, especially Lu Junfei, who had an ugly expression on his face. The corners of his mouth twitched. He had been solemn just now, but now he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. 6 Sky Star State experts stood in the void. Not to mention Lu Junfei, even Yan Fei's face was full of worry and disbelief. How could this be? Why is he here again? Lu Junfei stammered. His face was dark, and he was panicking inside. Lu Junfei was dumbfounded. He had just been bragging to Commander Yan, and now he had been slapped in the face. This speed was even faster than Mu Yunhe's return. 6 Sky Star State experts had made a comeback. Now, it was time for the feather tribesmen to feel fear. Moreover, they had killed Mu Yunhe's family. They would definitely fight to the death in this battle. How would I know? If we lose this battle, I'll make you my scapegoat. Yan Fei's stomach was full of anger, and he had nowhere to vent it. This Lu Junfei was simply a despicable person, he was too despicable. What he feared had come true. He had thought that Mu Yunhe would not return after leaving this time. He had not expected that in just half a month, he would gather 5 experts, all at the 7th sky of the star realm. What should he do? All the feather race members were scared witless. They were filled with shock. These 6 people would definitely put them in a disadvantageous position. It was unknown how many more people would fall. Back then, the 4 old demons of Mount Lishan had completely annihilated them. Although 3 of them had been killed, they had also lost more than 300 people. They had paid a heavy price. I didn't know that they would come back. Lu Junfei mumbled. He was also trembling in fear. This time, Mu Yunhe was much more arrogant than before. The 6th-7th sky of the star realm experts made them feel suffocated. Mu Yunhe, what are you doing? I advise you not to dig your own grave. You're digging your own grave. You'd better not get involved in the affairs of the feather race. Otherwise, we'll kill you. Yan Fei said in a low voice. He could only use his identity as a member of the feather race. He did not want to fight this battle. No matter what the final outcome was, 70 to 80% of his people would be injured or killed. It was not impossible for them to be completely wiped out. He was the clearest about Mu Yunhe's strength. After this battle, they could no longer afford to suffer losses, and Mu Yunhe had called for reinforcements. This time, these reinforcements were not people that those unripe melon eggs could compare to. This time, Mu Yunhe had clearly come to kill them. Now, what made Yan Fei feel the most despair was how they could appear here so quickly. Even if they went to the Sky Tyrant Starfield, it would take at least 10 years. How could they be transported here in such a short time? He didn't understand, but the name of the feather race might not be useful against these fugitives. Adding on the fact that Mu Yunhe's wife and child had been killed, Mu Yunhe no longer cared about anything else. Right now, his heart was filled with more hatred than reason. Mu Yunhe's determination in this battle was displayed. He wouldn't rest until he was dead. Harpies? You harpies are the ones I'm attacking. You've killed someone close to me, so just wait for your punishment in this battle. I will crush you all with my own hands. I will crush all of you and scatter your souls. Mu Yunhe's voice was deafening. The feather people trembled in fear, but they had no way out. This is what it means when the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman reaps the benefits. These 2 groups will probably both suffer heavy losses. Xianxia chuckled as he lay on top of the mountain, silently watching this scene. He would sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. When the 2 groups were locked in a fierce battle, it would be time for him to appear. These old demons of Mount Li are just as you said. Not a single one of them is more or less. I really admire you. Luoying said with a smile. Then why aren't you rubbing my legs? Xianxia said. Dream on. Bah. Luoying rolled her eyes at Xianxia as she spoke disdainfully, her cheeks blushing. At this moment, Xianxia and Luoying were flirting, but the people of the feather race were shivering in fear. Mu Yunhe and the other 5 experts were the source of their fear. To them, they were the most lethal weapons. You bastards from Mount Li, I will not let you off. Our Yu clan will definitely not let you get away scot-free. This time, unless you step over my body, I, Yan Fei, will definitely not lower my head. You are not fit to snatch what belongs to the Yu clan. Yan Fei roared. Yan Fei knew that there was no leeway in this battle. He had to fight to the death to salvage the situation. For the sake of these treasures and the future of the feather race, Yan Fei had gambled all his chances and even the lives of thousands of star-grade experts. Most of these people were the cornerstones of the feather race. Star-grade experts were not easy to deal with, no matter where they were. How stubborn. Why are you still wasting time talking to them? Yunhe, let's finish this. Li Peng said with a sinister smile. He had been waiting impatiently for a long time. He rubbed his palms together, eager to get into action. Right, why are we still wasting time talking to them? They're just a bunch of trash. If we want to kill them, we can do it in a matter of minutes. Sun Ben also could not wait any longer. They wanted to see if this treasure was worth it for them to travel thousands of miles and spend a lot of source stones to activate the formation. Kill without mercy. Mu Yunhe shouted. The two sides were at daggers drawn. Finally, there was no need to hide anything. A great battle erupted, shaking the entire dragon-subduing mountain range. The 6 of them were all able to fight 1 against 100. It was not difficult for one of them to suppress hundreds of star-grade experts. A battle between experts was that simple and brutal. There was nothing fancy about it. Mu Yunhe blocked dozens of star-level 6 experts. He did not dare to take this battle lightly. Although they had more experts and were more ruthless, the feather race had an overwhelming advantage in terms of numbers. They had to be careful in this battle. Fight with me. Warriors are heroes. The feather race has never had cowards. Yan Fei shouted angrily. Fight. Fight, fight, fight. Sun Ben and Li Peng rushed to the front. Hundreds of star-level experts were fighting with all their might. For the sake of treasures, for the sake of increasing their strength, they were also very cautious. The star level hadn't changed for thousands of years. Everyone wanted to break through, so who was willing to be stuck in the same old rut? The fact that there were so many feather people here was the best proof. It was just a Milan star, but the feather race had so many experts. It seemed that Mu Yunhe's words were not false at all. For the treasure, for the sake of victory, they could not afford to be careless. A massacre of life and death had begun. Although Mu Yunhe and the others were strong, they were still surrounded by so many star-grade experts. The clash between the two sides could be said to be evenly matched. If this continued, no one would be able to see through the depth of the battle. It would be very confusing. Yan Fei led the feather race experts to fight back. Even if they knew how these people had made a comeback, it would be meaningless. They had to survive and bring the treasure back to the feather race. That was what they needed to do. The battle was extremely intense. Li Peng, Sun Ben, and the others gradually found it difficult to move forward. Each of them had to face 400 star-grade experts. This was no laughing matter. The intensity of the battle was getting more and more worrying. Whether it was the feather race or Mu Yunhe, they were all extremely cautious, afraid that they would fall into a trap of death. Chapter 4696, Battle Roars of Despair. The battle between the two sides was in a stalemate. Although Mu Yunhe and the others were gradually gaining the upper hand, if they wanted to kill the feather race, they would suffer a great loss. Some of them might even die here. But the battle still continued. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, this battle would make it difficult for them to move forward. More and more star-grade experts were dying. They were all early-stage star-grade experts. They could not dodge the heavy attacks of Mu Yunhe and the others. However, Mu Yunhe, Sun Ben, and the others were also having a harder time. Their injuries were worsening. If they could last until the end, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. Damn it, these guys are fighting with their lives on the line. Do they not want to live anymore? Sun Ben was extremely depressed. However, these guys were already prepared to die. The feather race was advancing wave after wave, and their injuries were worsening. They might end up like his wife and son. They don't want to live, but we don't want to live either. We'll drag a few hundred down with us even if we have to. A bunch of early-stage star-grade trash wants to stop us? Impossible. Mu Yunhe had made a comeback. This time, he would not retreat even half a step. It was all for this day. Yan Fei was defending his camp to the death, and old demon Li Shan was not to be trifled with. If they slacked off, these guys might take advantage of them. Fortunately, they had enough people this time. Even if they lost a few hundred people, they still had more than 2,000 people. The defeated soldiers faced off against the heavily injured Mu Yunhe and the others. Both sides were evenly matched, and both sides were constantly whittling away at each other's strength. In the blink of an eye, the battle had lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The sky was dark, and the feather race had suffered over 1,000 casualties. Only 1,500 remained. As for Mu Yunhe and the others, they were already panting from exhaustion. Their injuries were also increasing. When do we make our move? Luoying glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned. Stop dawdling. It looks like they are both testing each other's limits. If no one makes a move in the end, then they are using the battle to fuel the battle. If this continues, it won't even count as a drawn-out battle. They are all afraid of losing because they can't afford to lose. If the feather race loses, they have been preparing for many years. If Mu Yunhe and the others lose, they will completely fall, suffering a double loss. It looks like they both want to wear down the others' patience and see what their limits are. Luoying said in deep thought. Of course. Jiang Chen knew that he had to make a move. He was not in the mood to continue wasting time with these people. He wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Their strength was almost completely exhausted. Now that he had made a move, it was time to clean up the battlefield. Isn't it still early? Luoying laughed. It's not early. They are both wearing down the others' patience. It is a good time for us to give them a head-on blow. Both their strength and spirit are almost exhausted. If we wait until both sides are heavily injured, they will not be stupid. As long as the other side does not use any killing moves, they will fight a drawn-out battle. No one is willing to make the first move. Whoever makes the first move will reveal their trump card. Jiang Chen muttered. It was time for them to make a head-on attack. Black King. Here. The Black King instantly appeared beside Jiang Chen. He could not wait any longer. He had been watching this battle in the dark. It had been 3 days and 3 nights. It was time for them to make a move. Later, you and Luoying will deal with old monster Li Shan and his group. I will fight the entire feather race alone. Jiang Chen laughed. Are you sure? Luoying said with a faint smile. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. You have to be careful. There are more than 1,500 stellar-level experts and dozens of 6th-level stellar-level experts. Even if they are all exhausted, they cannot be underestimated. You must not let your guard down. Jiang Chen naturally understood Luoying's worries. However, he also wanted to see how strong his strongest combat power was. After obtaining the inheritance of the Emperor Cosmos, today's battle would be his strongest opponent. This battle would be a good opportunity for him to test what kind of experts he could fight and how many people he could defeat. Jiang Chen's goal was to kill all the feather race members. Jiang Chen's goal was to wipe out this sinister, cunning, and vicious race from the eternal world. This was his ambition. Master will definitely not lose. The Black King said firmly. Look, even the Black King knows better than you that I will not lose. Jiang Chen patted his chest and vowed. It's just a group of defeated soldiers. Even if I win, there is nothing to brag about. Jiang Chen shook his head. At this time, he leapt down from the mountain. Ha ha ha, Brother Mu, how have you been? I didn't think we would meet again so soon. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. It's you? Little friend, hurry up and lend me a hand. After we kill these feather race members, we can catch up. Mu Yunhe laughed heartily. All right. Then I will help you. Don't be afraid, Brother Mu. Jiang Chen shouted. Who are you? Yan Fei's expression was frighteningly gloomy. There was an uninvited guest. Jiang Chen's strength might not be much, but there was a 7th-level star-level expert behind him. Furthermore, that black-armored man made them feel uneasy. Look at who I am. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen turned into Gasolier with a shake of his body. Yan Fei, Lu Junfei, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Gasolier was killed by you? Yan Fei's heart was in turmoil. He did not expect such a great danger to be hiding around him, and he did not know about it. I didn't kill him. I just made him wish he was dead. As for you, all of you from the feather race, you deserve to die. Jiang Chen's voice was extremely gloomy. His hatred towards the feather race made Yan Fei suspicious. This guy seems to hate the feather race to the core. No wonder you disappeared without a trace. Kid, I will definitely kill you. Lu Junfei roared angrily, staring straight at Jiang Chen. Yunhe, who is this? Li Peng asked in shock. If not for you, I would not have been able to return to the Sky Tyrant Starfield so quickly. It is all thanks to you that we were able to make a comeback and come back to snatch the treasure. Mu Yunhe said in agreement. First, he would set a trap for Jiang Chen. Then, when he let his guard down, he would kill the feather race members first, and then the rest. Heroes indeed come from the young. Sun Bin nodded. Brother Mu, I am responsible for this battle. Kill all the feather race members, and then we can split the treasure. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed. Good, good, good. I like you very much. Fight, fight, fight. Kill them all and leave nothing behind. Mu Yunhe laughed. Jiang Chen and the rest also joined the battle. However, Mu Yunhe did not expect that Jiang Chen's first attack would be aimed at him. That was exactly what he wanted, piercing his chest. Mu Yunhe's expression changed, and he screamed in despair. The battle between the two sides had reached a stalemate. Although Mu Yunhe and the others were gradually gaining the upper hand, if they wanted to kill the feather race now, they would suffer heavy losses. Perhaps some of them would die here as well. But the battle was still going on. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, this battle was going to be difficult for them. More and more Star Realm experts were dying. They were all at the initial Star Realm. They couldn't dodge Mu Yunhe's group's attacks, but Mu Yunhe, Sun Bin, and the others were having a harder time. Their injuries were getting worse. The feather people were using numbers to overwhelm them. If they could hold on until the end, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. Damn, these guys are fighting with their lives on the line. Do they not want to live anymore? Sun Bin was extremely depressed, but these guys were already prepared to die. The feather people were advancing wave after wave, and their injuries were getting worse. They might end up like his wife and son. They don't want to live, but we don't want to live either. Even if we die, we'll drag a few hundred down with us. A bunch of trash at the initial Star Realm wants to stop us? Impossible. Mu Yunhe had made a comeback. This time, he wouldn't retreat even half a step. It was all for this day. Yan Fei was defending his camp to the death, and old demon Li Shan wasn't someone to be trifled with. If they slacked off, these guys could take advantage of them. Fortunately, they had enough people this time. Even if they lost a few hundred people, they still had more than 2,000 people. The defeated soldiers faced off against the heavily injured Mu Yunhe and the others. Both sides were evenly matched, and both sides continued to whittle away at each other's strength. In the blink of an eye, the battle had gone on for 3 days and 3 nights. The sky was dark, and the feather people had lost more than 1,000. Only 1,500 remained. Mu Yunhe and the others were panting from exhaustion. Their injuries were also increasing. When do we attack? Luoying glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned. Stop dawdling. It looks like they're both testing each other's bottom line. If no one attacks in the end, then they're using the battle to fuel the battle. If this went on, it wouldn't even be considered a tug-of-war. They were all afraid of losing, because they couldn't afford to lose. If the Harpies lose, they will have been preparing to hand it over to someone else for many years. If Mu Yunhe and the others lose, they will completely fall, suffering a double loss. From the looks of it, they both want to wear down each other's patience and see the other's bottom line. Luoying said in agreement. Of course. Jiang Chen knew that he had to take action. He was not in the mood to continue wasting time with this group of people. He wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Their strength was almost exhausted. Now that he had taken action, it was time to clean up the battlefield. Isn't it early? Luoying laughed. It's getting late. They're all wearing each other down. It's a good time for us to give him a head-on blow. That's because both their strength and spirit are about to be exhausted. If we really wait until both sides are injured, they aren't stupid. As long as the other side doesn't make a killing move, they'll just fight a tug-of-war. No one is willing to make the first move. Whoever makes the first move will reveal their trump card. Xianxia pondered and said. Hence, it was time for them to attack head-on. Black King. Here. Black King appeared beside Xianxia in an instant. He couldn't wait any longer. He had been watching this battle in the dark. The battle had been going on for 3 days and 3 nights. Now, it was time for them to take action. Later, you and Luoying will face Old Monster Lishan's group. I will fight the entire harpies alone. Xianxia laughed. Are you sure? Luoying said with a faint smile. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. You have to be careful. There are more than 1,500 star-level experts and dozens of 6th-level star-level experts. Even if they are all exhausted, they can't be underestimated. You mustn't let your guard down. Xianxia naturally understood Luoying's worries. However, he also wanted to see how strong his strongest combat power was. After obtaining the inheritance of the Emperor Cosmos, today's battle would be his strongest opponent. This battle would also be a good opportunity for him to test what kind of experts he could go against and how many people he could defeat in this battle. Xianxia's goal was naturally to kill all the harpies. Xianxia's goal was to make this sinister, cunning, and vicious race disappear from the entire eternal world. This was his ambition. Master definitely won't lose. The Black King said unwaveringly. Look, even the Black King knows better than you that I won't lose. Xianxia patted his chest and said confidently. It's just a bunch of defeated soldiers. Even if I win, there's probably nothing to brag about. Xianxia shook his head. At this time, he leapt down from the mountain. Ha ha ha, Brother Mu, how have you been? I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Xianxia laughed heartily. It's you? Little friend, hurry up and lend me a hand. After we kill these harpies, we can catch up. Mu Yunhe laughed heartily. All right. Then I'll help you. Don't be afraid, Brother Mu. Xianxia shouted. Who are you? Yan Fei's expression was frighteningly gloomy. There was an uninvited guest. While Xianxia's strength wasn't much, there was still a 7th-level star-level expert behind him. Furthermore, that black-armored man made them feel uneasy. Look at who I am. Ha ha ha. Xianxia turned into Gasolier with a shake of his body. Yan Fei, Lu Junfei, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Gasolier was killed by you? Yan Fei was shocked. He didn't expect such a great danger to be hiding around him, and he didn't even know about it. I didn't kill him. I just made him wish he was dead. As for you, all the harpies, you deserve to die. Xianxia's voice was extremely gloomy. His hatred towards the harpies made Yan Fei suspicious. This guy seems to hate the harpies to the core. No wonder you disappeared without a trace. Kid, I will definitely kill you. Lu Junfei roared angrily, staring straight at Xianxia. Yunhe, who is this? Li Peng asked in shock. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to return to Sky Tyrant Starfield so quickly. It's all thanks to you that we were able to make a comeback and come back to snatch the treasure. Mu Yunhe said in agreement. First, he would set a trap for Xianxia. Then, when he let his guard down, he would kill the harpies first, and then the rest. Heroes indeed come from the young. Sunbin nodded. Brother Mu, I am responsible for this battle. Kill all the harpies, and then we can split the treasure. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed. Good, good, good. I like you. Fight, fight, fight. Kill them all and leave nothing behind. Mu Yunhe laughed. Xianxia and the others also joined the battle. However, Mu Yunhe had never expected that Xianxia's first attack would be aimed at him. It was exactly what he wanted, piercing his chest. Mu Yunhe's expression changed, and he screamed in despair. Mu Yunhe was dumbfounded. Even Sun Ben, Li Peng, and the others did not expect that Jiang Chen, who had been calling Mu Yunhe brother just a moment ago, would change sides at the last moment. Jiang Chen's unexpected attack directly pierced through his chest. Luckily, Mu Yunhe was already on guard and was extremely cautious. Otherwise, this attack might have taken his life. Bastard! Sun Ben roared. He did not expect Jiang Chen to have schemed against Mu Yunhe. This seemingly honest fifth-level star warrior was actually so fierce and ruthless, heavily injuring Mu Yunhe at the crucial moment. This, Yan Fei, Lu Junfei, and the others were also stunned. Wasn't this guy too terrifying? Whose side was he on? He sent Mu Yunhe's group away, and now he was at odds with Mu Yunhe. This guy was stirring up trouble everywhere. I didn't expect you to be from the feather race. Mu Yunhe gritted his teeth and staggered backward, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. You're wrong. I'm not from the feather race. I also hate the feather race. Now, I'm going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. I won't let the feather race off, but you guys, ha ha ha, I won't let you off either. Old monster Li Shan isn't a good person either. You guys have killed countless people, and I've asked around. You deserve to die. Jiang Chen stood with his arms crossed, speaking frankly with assurance. Arrogant and conceited guy, with just you? You want to destroy the feather race? You're dreaming. Those who offend the feather race will be killed no matter how far they are. Yan Fei said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen's strength was only at the fifth heavenly layer of the star realm, so he did not put him in his eyes. Is that so? Today, I, Jiang Chen, will see who can stop me. Jiang Chen smiled and pulled out his sword. It had been a long time since he had fought. This time, he would not retreat. He would use the blood of the feather people to fuel his passion. At this time, Mu Yunhe and the others were already defeated. Luowing and the Black King were more than enough to deal with them. Jiang Chen would face the feather race alone and decide victory or defeat in one battle. You're overestimating yourself. Ha 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 ha, you still want to deal with us together? Don't forget the saying that a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Who do you think you are? Yan Fei sneered. From his point of view, Jiang Chen was simply spouting nonsense. Wanting to exterminate the Yu race with just 3 people? Wasn't this a joke? Words are useless. Let's see who's more powerful. For Milan Star, for justice, I will destroy you on behalf of the heaven-awakened starfield. Jiang Chen said. Courting death. Yan Fei snorted coldly. Mu Yunhe and the others were strong. Although they were heavily injured, they were still star level 7 experts. But what was a star level 5 guy doing here? Attack. Kill him. Yan Fei roared. Kill Jiang Chen to establish their prestige. For the feather race, the situation was not clear. There were pursuers in front and fierce tigers behind. Jiang Chen's appearance had clearly been planned for a long time. Gasolier had already died at his hands. Moreover, this guy seemed to want to kill old monster Li Shan and the feather race. Wasn't his appetite a bit too big? Kill this group of bastards for me. I must kill him. Mu Yunhe roared. Now, he finally knew why Jiang Chen was being so kind. It was because he wanted him to fight against the Yu family. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman would benefit from it. This bastard had finally decided to act against them. Before Mu Yunhe could make a move, Jiang Chen was one step ahead. The first to strike gained the upper hand, and the last to strike suffered a calamity. But as long as Mu Yunhe had a sliver of hope, he would not give up. His vengeance had not been avenged, and the treasures were still in the hands of the harpies. In this 3-way battle, only the courageous would emerge victorious. Whoever retreated first would suffer the most. On the other side, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed like lightning as he charged into the enemy's ranks. The feather race army had thousands of star-level experts. At this time, it was as if they were on steroids. Even if they could not defeat these star-level 7 experts, could they not defeat a piece of trash like him? In the eyes of the feather race, Jiang Chen was not worth mentioning. Now, he had become an existence for them to vent their anger. Come at me. Jiang Chen shouted. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and pierced through the sky. His battle-intent sword, sweeping away everything in his path. Luoying and the Black King glanced at each other before charging towards Mu Yunhe, Sun Bin, and the others. In an instant, the battle began again. At this time, the happiest person was none other than Yan Fei. Mu Yunhe and the others would definitely not let this matter rest. The two people beside Jiang Chen were not easy to deal with either. Jiang Chen dared to charge into the enemy ranks of thousands of star-level experts. He really did not care about his life. Only the Black King and Luoying were clear about Jiang Chen's strength. These people definitely could not kill him. Even if he retreated in defeat, he would be able to protect himself. No one could kill him. Jiang Chen was almost undefeatable. That was why Luoying and the Black King could fight so fearlessly. Jiang Chen used the limitless sword, weaving through the feather race experts like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. With one slash, at least 10 to 20 people fell into a pool of blood. With one slash, the terrifying sword intent swallowed the heavens and earth. It was like a goddess scattering flowers. 10,000 swords slashed out at the same time, a whirlwind slash, a proud sword that soared through the clouds. No one could stop it, the sword slashed through the sky and descended. The limitless sword had no limits. Hundreds of star-level experts were annihilated within 10 moves. They died without a grave. Jiang Chen's silhouette was too powerful, too fast, no one could stop him. Not even a fifth heavenly layer star realm expert could last one round against him. Jiang Chen was like a mad bull as he charged into the enemy ranks. His barbaric charge destroyed millions of people. He was unstoppable. Those who block me shall die. Jiang Chen's aura was shocking. Thousands of star-level experts could not stop Jiang Chen at all. 1/4 of the star-level experts had already fallen. Jiang Chen was like a beast that did not know fatigue. This kind of battle was completely exchanging blows. Even Yan Fei could not say that he could completely ignore anyone's attack. Even he could not stop Jiang Chen's footsteps. The feather race surrounded Jiang Chen. The battle became more and more intense. Both sides were evenly matched. However, Jiang Chen knew that there were so many feather race people. It was impossible for him to kill them all in a short period of time. The first wave of attacks killed more than 400 people. Now, the feather race was trembling in fear. However, they had the advantage in numbers. With one spurt of energy, they would be exhausted. Jiang Chen could no longer be as successful as he was at the beginning. Jiang Chen was not a fighting machine. After killing hundreds of stellar-level experts, he would also be tired. Moreover, Yan Fei and the rest were not sitting ducks. They could not allow him to slaughter the feather race clansmen and remain indifferent. Damn it! I must kill him. Definitely. Yan Fei roared in anger. His heart was filled with anger. More than 3,000 stellar-level experts had entered Milan Star. Now, after this battle, their numbers had been reduced to just over 1,000. To the feather race, this was a huge blow. The cultivation of any stellar-level expert was not achieved overnight. Without absolute talent and perseverance, it was impossible to become a stellar-level expert. However, these stellar-level experts of the feather race had been slaughtered like vegetables in front of Jiang Chen. It pained Yan Fei to see this. These were the elites of the feather race. They were the true reason for their survival. They were the foundation of the Sky Tyrant Star Field. Thousands of stellar-level experts had died here. Even if Yan Fei returned to the Sky Tyrant Star Field in the future, he would definitely be held accountable. The current Jiang Chen was like a butcher. It was too scary. However, Yan Fei had to face it head-on. No matter how many casualties there were, he had to kill Jiang Chen here. Now that he was surrounded by enemies, he could only sit back and relax after finishing them off. Yan Fei had never expected that this treasure-hunting trip, which he thought was flawless, would end up causing him to suffer heavy losses. So many of his brothers had died. The core strength of the feather race had been greatly weakened. It was a pity that there were no stellar level 7 or 8 experts on his side. Yan Fei was clear that he was the highest leader of this treasure-hunting trip. He had the right to make all the decisions. However, if more powerful experts of the feather race came, he would have to stand aside. When that happened, the credit would not be his anymore. However, it was all because he thought too highly of himself. It was not just old monster Li Shan. Even Jiang Chen, who had appeared out of nowhere, had come to compete with him. At this time, the only thing Yan Fei could do was to fight with his life on the line. Only the final victor could become the true owner of these treasures. Jiang Chen had always been waiting for an opportunity. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He even made use of the east wind to make old demon of Mount Li his enemy, causing both sides to suffer. Yan Fei hated Jiang Chen to the core. And now, as if he had the help of God, he charged into the winged race's camp. No one could stop him. Is this guy a lunatic? Holy shit. Isn't this a little too strong? That's right. I didn't expect this bastard to be so terrifying. Even with so many of us, we can't stop him. It's hard to say. Right now, we might not even be able to figure out his background. Bullshit. There are so many of us. Do you think we're afraid of him alone? Fuck, look at Commander Yan's few star state level 6 warriors. Even they can't do anything to him. The people of the Feather Clan were all panicking. Yan Fei and the others took the lead and finally began a new round of attacks. This time, I'm going to tear you apart with my own hands. Yan Fei roared and charged at the very front. With a long halberd in hand, he swept through the crowd. Roar, 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 following Yan Fei's charge, the people of the winged race behind him also became spirited. Even their boss was charging without a care for his life, let alone them. This was their chance to show off. They must give this kid a fatal blow and show him who the true overlord was. Dragon soaring technique. Jiang Chen's eyes were like a knife. With his sword in hand, he continuously activated the Genesis Chi in his body. Raging flames rose and rose, and his strength directly rose to the star state level 6. With the support of dragon transformation, Jiang Chen did not fall into a disadvantageous position even after fighting over 20 star state level 6 warriors. Sword 28. Sword 29. Sword 30. The exquisite limitless sword moved wildly. Under the crowd's attacks, he charged left and right without the slightest pause. Jiang Chen's battle power was shocking. Although there were millions of people, he still charged forward. However, Jiang Chen was ultimately fighting alone. The source chi in his body was constantly being compressed and eventually suppressed by the combined forces of the winged race experts. The initial sharpness gradually faded, and many injuries appeared on Jiang Chen's body. After all, there were too many people, and they were all star state experts. In a desperate fight, Jiang Chen could only face them head-on. Blades and swords intertwined, blood and fire collided. Jiang Chen fought with all his might, constantly breaking through his limits in battle. In the face of so many powerful enemies, he was still the fearless Jiang Chen. This was Jiang Chen's imposing manner. He was never afraid of anyone. The Tao in his heart was his own unique Tao. Millions and millions of people were nothing in front of him, he felt no pressure at all. Jiang Chen was not afraid of anyone. The Tao in his heart was a unique Tao. Millions and millions of people were nothing but chickens and dogs in front of him. Even if his body was torn to shreds, he must defeat them, the trash of the winged race. He wanted to crush them with his own hands. He wanted the winged race to remember that he was their nightmare forever. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Facing the surrounding winged race experts, Yan Fei, Lu Junfei, and the others were in hot pursuit. This made Jiang Chen more and more passive. However, with his unyielding battle power, Jiang Chen's heart was emotionless. The real battle had just begun. Today, he would kill all the thousands of winged race experts and complete the real thousand slaughter. Jiang Chen advanced with each step, retreating as he fought. However, his power did not diminish at all. Facing the encirclement from all directions, his battle power became more and more astonishing. The stronger the opponent, Jiang Chen's strength continued to rise, and the limitless sword also became more powerful. Countless sword shadows descended from the sky, and the sky was filled with sword rain. It was unstoppable. 31 Sword. Jiang Chen's eyes were as red as blood, and a cold light flashed. His sword swept across the tens of millions of people. Yan Fei and the others' expressions changed drastically. They had to use all their strength to block the sword. But even so, they were still badly injured. Looking at the people around Xianxia, those who were not strong enough were instantly killed. There were more than 200 of them. What a terrifying sword. Lu Junfei's face was ashen. They were both star level 5, but he was like a speck of dust, while Xianxia was like the bright moon. Compared to him, he was like a fighter jet among trash. Many of the Yu clansmen were trembling in fear. Xianxia had once again become a demon in their eyes after killing more than 200 people with a single stroke of his sword. Yan Fei gritted his teeth. He must not let Xianxia make a comeback. As long as they worked together, they would definitely be able to suppress Xianxia with their numbers. All of you, charge. Kill this bastard, and I will be seriously injured. Today, my brothers, you are all heroes of the rise of the winged race. With a great reward, there would definitely be brave men. Moreover, the current Xianxia might not be invincible under the heavens. His face was pale and he was gasping for breath. He was also a human being. In the face of these countless feather race experts, Xianxia's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Even if his body was full of Genesis Qi, the battle power consumption was still unimaginable. If it was someone else, they would have died in a single wave of attacks. Not even their bones would be left. Single sun finger. Double dragon finger. Triple finger. 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger. Terrifying finger techniques pierced through heaven and earth. Countless people were pierced and died on the spot. But there were too many feather race experts. Xianxia retreated as he fought. He was still ambushed from all sides. It was too difficult to break through this iron bucket of feather race experts. Of course, if Xianxia wanted to leave, no one could stop him. But he did not want to leave. Only by killing these hateful feather race experts could he get his hands on the treasures. Only then could he return Milan Star a piece of pure land. 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger, 4 directional finger. Xianxia's 4 fingers struck out simultaneously. Hundreds of feather race experts were crushed by Xianxia's finger seals. The power of the 4 directional finger was monstrous and unstoppable. Yan Fei's expression suddenly changed and he quickly retreated. But those who faced Xianxia head-on could not escape their fate. The 4 directional finger was earth-shattering in all directions. The power of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning gathered in all directions. Even Yan Fei and a group of 6th heaven star level experts had to avoid it. They did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of winged race experts had fallen into a trap. The feather race experts were terrified. But they had no room to retreat. The only choice they had now was to fight to the death. If they won, they would have a chance to live. If they lost, they would have no chance at all. All the treasures would be taken away by them. Xianxia became braver as he fought. Although his injuries were getting more and more serious, he was still able to move in and out of thousands of feather race experts with ease. His heavenly dragon sword was stained with blood. Xianxia was fighting to his heart's content in this battle. No one knew how terrifying this battle was, and no one knew how much Xianxia had sacrificed. The Black King and Luoying glanced in Xianxia's direction from time to time, afraid that Xianxia would not be able to hold on. After all, there were thousands of star-level experts. Even a 7th heaven star-level expert would not be able to hold on. Luoying was ashamed of her inferiority. If it had been her in this battle, she would have long been exhausted. With so many stellar-level experts, even if she were to slaughter chickens and cows, she did not know how long it would take. At this moment, there were only 800 Yu family experts left. Xianxia's body was stained with blood, but his sword qi was still sweeping across the void. The surrounding void was dyed red with blood mist. The eyes of the Yu family experts were red with killing, so was Xianxia. Jiangwood of the Jiang of Jiangwood race. Xianxia's. Jiang. Xianxia qi was. Chen's. Jiang. No one can stop me, not even the heavens. Xianxia's roar was like thunder. He clashed with the Yu experts again. Blood mixed with the cold, frost-like sword shadows. Xianxia could no longer tell if it was his blood or the blood of his enemies. This battle filled him with fighting spirit, filled him with a domineering aura. He disregarded everything and feared nothing. The 9 tribulations imprisoning Heavenly Finger combined with the 31st sword was invincible. Xianxia had exhausted most of his Genesis Qi. His essence, Qi, and spirit had reached the peak. This battle was as domineering as one could imagine. Yan Fei and the others were deathly pale. Xianxia was like a bloodthirsty dragon. With the battle weapon in his hand, no one could match him. Even if they used numbers to exhaust Xianxia, the outcome would be the same. He was too strong. They could not stop him. 10 fifth heaven star level experts could not even last one round against him. Although both sides were seriously injured, it was hard to imagine how terrifying Xianxia's battle would be. There were as many experts as the clouds. The Yu experts felt fear and even despair towards Xianxia from the bottom of their hearts. 800 people continued to decrease. 700, 600, 500, 400, the experts of the Yu family were dying more and more. The battle lasted for a day and a night. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword tightly and remained unmoved. He wanted to kill all of them to avenge those who died in Milan Star. Millions of people were killed on Milan Star. Every one of these Yu experts deserved to die. We can't beat them. What should we do, Commander Yan? Yes, if this goes on, we will all be wiped out. Commander Yan, let's run. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. The fear the Yu experts felt towards Xianxia was indescribable. This person was a world-shocking devil, an out-and-out homicidal maniac. The feather race had never been afraid of anyone. Plus, they had never lost a battle of killing and robbing. Plus, most of the places in Eternal World were filled with experts of the feather race. They were arrogant and didn't put anyone in their eyes. But this time, they had lost to Xianxia. They didn't even dare to look at Xianxia. They were completely terrified of Xianxia, the great devil who wasn't afraid of death. How could they not be afraid as they watched their old friends fall one after another? Everyone would die one day, but some people could live for thousands of years. Some people could live for tens of thousands of years, and some people could live even longer in the long river of history. Strength was the absolute truth. In this world where strength was respected, unless you kept hiding, even if you didn't provoke anyone, you could still be killed. If you wanted to live longer, you had to become stronger. Constantly become stronger. The Yu clan thought that they were strong, and with so many stellar-level experts working together, they still could not defeat Xianxia's sword. Damn it, Yan Fei gritted his teeth, but his hands were also trembling. Was the plan he had plotted for so many years going to fail? And he was going to die here. He could not accept it, could not accept it. This Xianxia was also scheming and scheming. He used old demon Lishan to destroy their strength. Otherwise, how could he fight so many experts of the Yu clan alone, a group of defeated soldiers, countless dead and injured? In the end, he single-handedly defeated everyone. The Yu clan could not withstand him. But in Yan Fei's heart, a raging fire burned. Xianxia's strength was already at its limit. As long as they could hold on, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. Kill. Protect the Yu clan with your life. Yan Fei gripped his halberd and made his final charge. There were less than 300 people left. They had to use their last breath to defeat Xianxia. Only then would they have a chance of survival. Facing the feather race's final charge, Xianxia kept increasing his power. Under the dragon transformation, his body was like a giant demon. Xianxia ignored everyone and swung the heavenly dragon sword like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, the heavenly dragon sword in one hand and the divine judgment brush in the other. Xianxia gripped the divine judgment brush tightly as he drew out more and more cages. The Yu experts had nowhere to hide as he swung his sword. Xianxia laughed wildly to his heart's content. The feather race had long since been scared out of their wits. He was also full of confidence. Whether it was the limitless sword or the 9 tribulations imprisoning Heavenly Finger, they both made them feel suffocating despair. Xianxia's battle prowess was like a pillar supporting the heavens, constantly rising. On the other side, the Black King and Luoying had teamed up against Mu Yunhe and the others. They had also reaped great rewards. The Black King and Luoying were fighting 1 against 3. However, the 2 of them were much stronger than the 6 of them. The 6 of them were already struggling at death's door. They were defeated soldiers, so the Black King and Luo Ying didn't hold anything back against them. Only by going all out could they defeat them. Otherwise, these 7th-level star-level experts would not give them a chance to catch their breath. You bastards, Xianxia, I won't let you off even if I die. Damn it, brothers, let's go all out and kill them. Mu Yunhe shouted himself hoarse as he glared at Xianxia and the others. His heart was filled with anger. However, the other party's strength wasn't something they could handle. The 3 stinky-nosed cobblers were completely suppressed by Luo Ying and the Black King. Every step they took, they staggered, and their lives could be in danger at any time. Their injuries were also getting worse. However, under the all-out attack of old monster Li Shan and the others, the Black King and Luo Ying did not dare to go easy on them. If they fought with all their might, they could fight back with all their might. If that happened, it would not be worth it. As long as they gradually crushed them to death, they would have nowhere to run. Just as the 5 of them were going all out, Mu Yunhe turned tail and ran, once again using the blood shield technique. F***ck. Mu Yunhe, you bastard. Why did you run away? This bastard. Damn it, he actually ran away when he saw that the situation wasn't good. Bastard. Without Mu Yunhe, we have one less pillar of support. Our hopes have dwindled again. Screw your ancestors, Mu Yunhe. If I can survive, I'll definitely kill all 18 generations of your ancestors. No matter how much they cursed, it was too late. Mu Yunhe could no longer hear them. Because Mu Yunhe had long since fled far away. Even the Black King and Luo Ying were stunned. Just a second ago, they had agreed to fight with all their strength. In the next second, he was the first to run away. This caused Sun Ben and the others to grit their teeth and tremble in anger. But now, even if they wanted to run, they could not. The Black King and Luo Ying had their eyes on them. Plus, they were in a state of panic. These 5 already had thoughts of running, but they were already defeated. Even if they wanted to run, it was impossible. Kill. The Black King shouted in a low voice and took the lead to attack. This time, he did not hold back. Luo Ying was very clear that now that they were in chaos and had lost their backbone, it was the best time to kill them. Sun Ben and the others were forced to retreat. However, once they thought of retreating, their combat power was much weaker than before. At this time, the Black King could kill them without any hesitation. The 5-star level 7 firmament experts had been sent flying by the Black King one by one. Coupled with Luo Ying's encirclement, these people were completely finished. Pft. 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 The Black King used his spear to send everyone flying. While fighting, he sweated and bled. He completely defeated Old Fei of Mount Lishan. Each of them was on their last breaths and did not have the strength to fight anymore. At this time, Xianxia was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. He made a final charge. Although the feather people were full of fighting spirit, unfortunately, their opponent was Xianxia. Xianxia gritted his teeth and fought to the end. He wanted to send these feather people to hell. The final struggle of Yan Fei and the others also became extremely miserable. The number of Yu Clan's people continued to decrease. From 3,000, there were only 30 or so 6th Heavenly Layer Star Realm experts left. They were still struggling to hold on. Xianxia stood with his sword, panting heavily. However, there was only fear and despair in the eyes of Yan Fei and the others. They could not run, and they could not beat him. Why were they so unlucky to meet such a jinx? Now, all that's left is trash. I'll get rid of you too. Xianxia smiled coldly. He walked forward step by step. Every step he took was like stepping on the chests of Yan Fei and the others, making their hearts tremble. Sun Ben and the others had already been killed by Luo Ying and the Black King. At this time, they looked at Xianxia. No one made a move, because they knew that if Xianxia said he wanted to fight the feather people alone, he would definitely not allow them to interfere. Die. This is the fate of the feather people. In your next life, don't be a member of the feather people. Xianxia raised his sword. 10,000 swords flew into the sky and slashed down violently. Yan Fei and the others had already closed their eyes because they did not have the strength to escape. This time, they could only choose to accept their fate. Yan Fei's heart was filled with bitterness. The treasure that he had schemed so hard to obtain was actually going to be a gift to someone else. Bang! With a loud sound, Xianxia flew backward. His face was extremely gloomy. Above Yan Fei and the others, a grayish-brown light appeared and completely enveloped them. This is, Yan Fei's pupils constricted and his eyes widened. It's Mount Shan. Someone exclaimed. They saw a thin figure in a yellow robe appear in front of them. Yan Fei and the others instantly became excited. Mount Shan, one of the 8 great mountain men of the Feather People, and also Yan Fei's master. Master! Yan Fei could not contain his excitement. At this time, the appearance of Mount Shan was their last hope. As long as Mount Shan was here, they would be fine. Mount Shan is here to save us. We're saved, we're saved. Mount Shan is mighty and domineering. He's invincible. Many of the Feather People cheered at this time. Mount Shan had brought them hope and the joy of victory. They had gone through a series of battles and their strength was completely insufficient to hold on. However, Mount Shan was different. He was the mainstay of the Feather People, one of the pillars of their planet. Mount Shan was a powerhouse of the 8th heaven of the star level. To them, he was an existence that they could only look up to. The cultivation of the star level was more difficult with each level, especially when one reached a higher level. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. A powerhouse of the 8th heaven of the star level was a top powerhouse. Although there was only a difference of 2 levels to Yan Fei and the others, it was like heaven and earth. Xianxia's expression also turned ugly at this time. A bunch of trash. You can't even understand such a simple thing. You've really disappointed me. Xiao Yuji said in a deep voice. As one of the 8 great hermit, he was the mainstay of the perpetual wing star boundary. This time, it could be said that they had worked hard for many years before they finally cracked the hidden treasure on the Miran star. However, someone had still leaked the information, leading to a battle of life and death. This should not have happened. On a small planet like the Milan star, no one would find out even if they massacred everyone. However, at this time, so many people had appeared. The feather race had to be more careful. Xiao Yuji had specially escorted his disciple for the sake of the feather race. He had not expected that this trip would not be in vain. Yan Fei had been ambushed in the end. At the crucial moment, he had no choice but to act. As an 8th firmament star-grade elite, he could sweep through a low-grade astral domain like the Heaven-Awakened Star Domain. There might not even be an 8th firmament star-grade elite in the entire Heaven-Awakened Star Domain. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility of a big shot hiding in the depths of some astral domain. However, this possibility was very low. Everyone wanted to climb higher. As long as one had the heart of an elite, no one would want to stay in a corner. Many star-grade elites had left the Heaven-Awakened Star Domain in search of a wider sky. Needless to say, an 8th firmament star-grade elite would definitely stand at the pinnacle of the Heaven-Awakened Star Domain. Xiao Yuji's appearance made Xianxia's facial expression darken. The feather race was truly powerful. More and more experts were emerging. It wouldn't be easy to kill them all and make them disappear from the eternal world. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. The feather race's elites suppressed the world. Xiao Yuji had shrouded the entire Tiger Subdue Mountain in a layer of black fog. The Black King and Luoying were on high alert. They were no match for such an elite. However, at this crucial moment, neither of them would back down. Master, your disciple is useless. Please act and kill this bastard. Yan Fei said excitedly. As long as he didn't die, there was still hope. No one could succeed forever. This time, they were about to give up hope. However, the appearance of their master gave them great confidence. Xiao Shanran was one of the 8 great mountain men of the Yongyi star boundary. He was one of the top figures in the entire Sky Tyrant star field. The strength of the feather race in the Sky Tyrant star domain was not bad. There were many experts of the feather race stationed in the star domain. However, this time, they were very ambitious. If they succeeded, they would be able to obtain all the treasures on the Milan star domain. Then, they would spread the news to the entire Sky Tyrant star domain and even expand their territory. They might not even put the Ether star domain in their eyes. For the sake of the Harpies and for the sake of his disciple, Qiu Shan would not let his guard down. His trip to the Milan Star this time had played a decisive role in this matter. Otherwise, they would really be taken advantage of. Looks like we are in trouble this time, Luoying said with a bitter smile. She thought that they were the Oriole, but they were still intercepted by the experts of the feather race. These people were really scheming. There were so many experts of the feather race, but they were still worried. They even had people secretly watching them. The strength of the experts of the feather race was suffocating. At least, the Black King and Luoying did not dare to fight against them. Bastard, why aren't you kneeling down and accepting your death? Otherwise, when my master takes action, your soul will scatter and you will die without a burial place. Yan Fei shouted at Jiang Chen. Is that so? I would like to see how strong the experts of the feather race are. I don't want to be a dog of the feather race. This time I will definitely get the treasures. Even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, he won't be able to stop me, let alone you bastards of the feather race. Old man, if you know what's good for you, I will also advise you to take your people and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for fighting you to the death. Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. Bastard, don't be so arrogant. Yan Fei did not expect Jiang Chen to be so stubborn. He thought that Jiang Chen would be scared when an 8th firmament star expert appeared. But now, it seemed that this bastard still wanted to fight with his master. Alright, then I will give you a good fortune. I will send your soul to the western heaven, never to be reincarnated. Xiao Yuji's face was gloomy. So many of the feather race had died, and all of them were done by Jiang Chen. His strength was indeed terrifying, but it was only limited to Yan Fei and the others. Facing Xiao Yuji, who was 3 heavenly layers apart, there was no chance for him to turn the situation around. The ones that Xiao Yuji should be concerned about were Luoying and the Black King. These two were quite strong. Could it be that they were the main force? No need to look, we have no helpers, only me. Old man, do you dare to fight with me? Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a deafening voice. He was not afraid of Qiu Yuji at all. He wanted to see if he could keep Qiu Yuji here. Even if he could not win, if Jiang Chen wanted to run, he would not be able to stop him. Little brat, do you really think that you are the devil incarnate? You killed so many experts of my feather race. Today, you won't be able to escape. Qiu Yuji walked forward step by step. Each of his steps seemed to be able to move a myriad of things in the world. His aura was majestic. Blazing flames blazed behind him. Such a tyrannical aura truly caused people to feel an immense sense of pressure. After all, he was too strong. The difference between a 7th firmament star expert and an 8th firmament star expert was like the difference between heaven and earth. An expert of this level should not appear here. But for the sake of the feather race, Qiu Yuji had to take action. Then I will fight with you, 8th firmament star expert. I, Jiang Chen, do not believe that you can turn the tide. Jiang Chen raised his sword and walked toward Qiu Yuji step by step. The two of them stared at each other. Jiang Chen was showing off his ability, and Qiu Yuji was as steady as Mount Tai. When the two of them clashed, it would definitely be like a planet exploding. Jiang Chen dragged his heavy body, gritted his teeth, and ate a bunch of medicinal pills. He wanted to fight to the death with Qiu Yuji. For the sake of treasures, for the sake of the woman behind him, and for the sake of the peace of the heaven-awakened star region, Jiang Chen could not avoid. He could only charge forward. How could he not know how terrifying an 8th firmament star expert was? However, Jiang Chen still did not turn around. If he did, he would have already lost, and he would never have the chance to stand up again. Experts were always fearless. They could only advance, not retreat. At this moment, the clouds were surging, and lightning was flashing in the sky. It was like the prelude to a storm. Qiu Yuji did not put a weakling like Jiang Chen in his eyes. Isn't going against Mount Shan seeking his own death? This guy is definitely going to die. That's right. We can't compete with Qiu Shanren. This brat is arrogant, but he's just an ant in Qiu Shanren's hands. It'll be a piece of cake for them to kill him. Commander Yan, this is a great opportunity for us. It's all because of you. Otherwise, Mount Shan would not have followed us. Mount Shan really has deep feelings for Commander Yan. It's hard to repay his master's kindness. Commander Yan, we congratulate you in advance. You found a rare treasure from the ancient world. The revival of the feather race is all in your hands. Yan Fei enjoyed the flattery of the people behind him. Although the feather race had lost so many experts and it would take a lot of manpower and resources to nurture these people, it was nothing compared to this treasure. Regardless of the dawn stones, the treasures in the Origin Ancient site were all priceless. Most importantly, he wanted to strengthen the feather race's hegemony. The deaths of a few people were merely building a foundation for their hegemony. The death of the weak was not to be regretted, only the strong could survive. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Even among the Yu race, there was no hesitation. It was survival of the fittest. Those who died would be buried with them. The treasures in the Origin Ancient ruins were the most tempting. Brother Jiang, be careful. Luo Ying's expression was solemn. Even if Jiang Chen was at his peak, he would most likely die if he went up against Mount Shan. The difference between the three heavens was huge. Only Jiang Chen would dare to fight such a battle. In the eyes of the feather race, Jiang Chen was already trapped. No one could save him. At that moment, Luo Ying and the Black King stood on either side of Jiang Chen, ready to fight at any time. The Black King's heart was also filled with worry. Now, there was no way out for them. Kill, Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice, and the three of them turned into three meteors, rushing to the peak of the sky. Four silhouettes intersected with one another, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. The sky changed color, and the earth-shattering power caused the entire tiger-subdue mountain range to be frightened. All the birds and beasts within 1,000 miles fled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Qiu Yuji had gained the upper hand. He did not feel any pressure at all. With a wave of his hand, the world changed color. The Black King and Luo Ying were both forced back several hundred steps, blood spurting from their mouths. Bang, bang, the Black King's face was deathly pale. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger was torn, and he could no longer hold on to the Black Demon Spear. Qiu Yuji's strength was too terrifying, and the Black King didn't have the strength to contend against him. Luo Ying also spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The bones in her body felt like they were about to shatter. Only Jiang Chen was forced back a few hundred steps, but he still stood proudly. His body had long been tempered by the astral pull, so he was completely fearless. However, Jiang Chen was intimidated by the latter's powerful aura, and he could not remain as stable as Mount Tai. That palm just now had forced the three of them back. Other than Jiang Chen, Luo Ying and the Black King had all lost the ability to fight. The two of you, step back. Leave the rest to me. Jiang Chen said. But, Luo Ying's heart was filled with worry. The difference between a star level 7 and star level 8 was like the difference between clouds and mud. Only after exchanging blows did Luo Ying realize how great the difference was. Although Jiang Chen was strong, he was also severely injured. If he continued to fight with this Qiu Shan person, the result might be very ugly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. When I really can't beat him, I'll naturally withdraw. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The moment he turned around, his expression became solemn again. 9 deaths and 1 life, the warrior was the hero. You've surprised me a little. After taking my palm, you can actually walk so leisurely and didn't die. The two of them are already crippled. Now that you're the last one, I'm really seeing you in a different light. Qiu Yuji said with a smile. However, he was only a little surprised. According to his thoughts, he was a little surprised. According to his thinking, Jiang Chen would be directly shocked to death. Even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. However, it seemed that he was actually calmer than the two stronger experts. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Again. Jiang Chen held his sword and stood up. With a cold smile, he once again charged at Qiu Yuji. You're overestimating yourself. Die. Qiu Yuji shouted coldly. His palm descended and smashed fiercely at Jiang Chen. All-seeing palm. A huge palm descended from the sky, pressing directly at Jiang Chen. It blotted out the sun and the sky. It was extremely terrifying. 31 sword. Jiang Chen's long sword slashed horizontally and vertically towards the palm. Jiang Chen was once again shaken back. Blood gushed out. The enormous power made him feel even more strained, but he still managed to take it. Still not dead? Qiu Yuji's expression changed. Even if this kid was made of steel or stone, he couldn't be this terrifying. He could still stand up after taking 2 of his palms. Even an ordinary star level 7 expert couldn't take 2 of his palms. This guy was struggling at death's door. Instead, he was getting more and more confident. You want to kill me? You're not qualified. Jiang Chen's smile became colder. 4-directional finger. Jiang Chen flew up and the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger appeared again. 4-directional finger shot into the sky and headed straight for Qiu Yuji. Suppress him. Qiu Yuji slapped out with his palm. 4-directional finger actually pierced through Qiu Yuji's palm. At that moment, it suddenly dissipated. This guy is too terrifying. He can actually fight Qiu Shanren back and forth? Yeah, I thought he wouldn't even be able to take one move from Qiu Shanren. Don't worry, Qiu Shanren hasn't used his full strength. He's just playing with this guy. If Qiu Shanren wants to kill him, it'll be a piece of cake. Just wait and see. The feather people nodded. Even though Jiang Chen could take a dozen moves from Qiu Shanren, it was impossible for him to escape. Qiu Shanren hadn't even made a move yet. You've already made me a little angry. Kid, I won't go easy on you this time. Die. Qiu Yuji was a little irritated. This bastard actually took a dozen moves from him. Wouldn't his reputation be weakened in the eyes of the feather people? He had to kill him as soon as possible to establish his reputation. A mere star state level 5 guy wanted to defy the heavens? Dream on. Heavenly hand. Qiu Yuji pressed down again. Jiang Chen was fearless. The power of the stars in his body kept surging. He swung his fist, shattering the heavens and earth. Exploding stars. Get lost. Jiang Chen's punch collided with Qiu Yuji's heavenly palm once more. Jiang Chen was forced to take 3 steps back while Qiu Yuji's face was filled with a solemn expression. At this moment, Qiu Yuji's expression was extremely ugly. He and Jiang Chen had fought so many times, and there was no clear winner. Although he had the upper hand, Jiang Chen was not in any danger at all. The strength that this guy displayed was getting stronger and stronger. Could it be that he had been holding back all this time? A star level 5 guy, even if he had been holding back, how much of a storm could he cause? But today, Qiu Yuji no longer had the patience to tangle with him. He had to kill him as soon as possible to maintain the dignity of the feather race. Not only Qiu Yuji, but even the feather race were feeling a little nervous. Why had Qiu Shan not been able to defeat Jiang Chen after so long? Could it be that Qiu Shan could not hold on any longer? No wonder. The strength that Jiang Chen displayed made them feel suffocated. How could a star level 5 guy be so terrifying? They could not figure it out no matter how hard they tried. Good, good, good. You've really opened my eyes today. Jiang Chen, if I don't kill you, how will the feather race keep its face? Qiu Yuji had already made up his mind to kill Jiang Chen. He did not have a good fight with him in the past few times. This time, he was going to use his trump card. As one of the 8 mountain men of the Eternal Wing Astral, he was badly beaten by an unknown kid. No matter what, he could not justify himself. He had to kill Jiang Chen as soon as possible so that the feather race could take away the treasure as soon as possible. He already felt that Milan Star was no longer safe. If he delayed any longer, there might be more changes. Although Qiu Yuji had a card up his sleeve, Yan Fei and the rest were already feeling a little scared. Commander Yan, has Qiu Shan been hiding his strength all this time? Yeah, why would he hide his strength against a star level 5 trash? Don't be fooled by his star level 5. Didn't we all lose? Are you saying that you're trash? Everyone spoke one after another, feeling uneasy in their hearts. All of you, shut up. How could my master lose? You jinx, be careful that I don't cut off your tongues when I get back. Yan Fei frowned. His master's strength was undeniable, but he did not know why he could not take down Jiang Chen. It seems like the experts of the feather race are all good at bragging. You want to kill me? I don't think so. Ha ha ha, don't hurt yourself. Xianxia sneered. If they couldn't win after a protracted battle, then attacking the opponent's mind was the best option. At this time, Qiu Yuji's heart was already a little flustered. If this continued, he was afraid that he would really lose. It was impossible to lose, but how could Qiu Yuji be willing to be teased by Xianxia like this? Little brat, how dare you speak of bravery? Your time of death has come. Qiu Yuji gripped his saber with both hands, and a terrifyingly huge saber descended from the sky. Saber light flashed, and it was a dark gold color. It was extremely domineering, and there were even faint sounds of tigers and dragons roaring. To be able to die under my big blunt saber, you will die a worthy death. Qiu Yuji held the big blunt saber in his hand, raised it, and descended from the sky. Endless power broke through the shackles of heaven and earth, bringing with it an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Alright, then I will play with you. Xianxia's eyes were piercingly cold. He rose with his sword and met the attack with his sword. The world was spinning. The entire mountain seemed to be sinking. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword tightly and roared. The power of the heavenly dragon sword was not inferior to Qiu Yuji's big blunt saber. Moreover, the power of the heavenly dragon sword was unparalleled. Once the sword spirit appeared, who could compete with it? The sword spirit of the heavenly dragon sword had always been a very terrifying existence. Xianxia almost never let the sword spirit out of its sheath. This time, the heavenly dragon sword seemed to have encountered a great crisis, and began to erupt crazily. Xianxia's sword repelled Qiu Yuji's big blunt blade. Qiu Yuji's eyes shone with a cold light. Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword was roaring like a dragon. The sword spirit's mightiness had completely suppressed his big blunt blade. Otherwise, Qiu Yuji's blade would have cut Xianxia in half. Xianxia used the sky ascending stairway and began to circle around Qiu Yuji. He dashed left and right, and his eyes were very calm. Xianxia's speed had always been Qiu Yuji's sore point. After fighting with this guy for a long time, he was able to remain undefeated. The main reason was that Xianxia's speed was too fast, and this time, Xianxia had played him in circles. Qiu Yuji's heart was incomparably angry. The speed of the sky ascending stairway far exceeded Qiu Yuji's speed. Xianxia began to frantically arrange the formation. If he wanted to fight against Qiu Yuji, he had to activate the Azure Sword formation. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the opponent's continuous attacks. One slash after another, Xianxia could not keep running, so he might as well just run away. He was not seeking to live, but to win. Xianxia's steps were steady, and he retreated in order to advance. Facing Qiu Yuji slash after slash, Xianxia could only avoid the sharp edge, and began to slowly look for an opportunity. Finally, Xianxia's Azure Sword formation was completed. However, he was suppressed by Qiu Yuji to the point where he couldn't even budge. Now that the sword formation was completed, Xianxia had to give it his all. This was his only chance. Xianxia was incomparably depressed. He didn't know when he would be able to cast the magical beans for soldiers. If that happened, he would be able to complete the Azure Sword formation with a wave of his hand. The most important thing was that the 36 divine weapons were too powerful, and Xianxia had to use his heart to control them. Also, the positions of the formation were different. Ordinary formations might be able to cast the magical beans for soldiers, but for such a complicated Azure Sword formation, Xianxia didn't dare to try it. Because he knew that even if he tried, it would be useless. Only when his innate astral emperor was strong to a certain extent would Xianxia be able to give it a try. At that time, he would be able to split his attention and do all 36 tasks at the same time. Only then would he be able to complete the Azure Sword formation. However, that was only an idea. Right now, the most important thing was to kill this old man. Only by killing Qiu Yuji could he obtain the treasures. The people of the Feather Clan should all die. Xianxia wouldn't show any mercy. Azure Sword formation, activate. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and controlled the formation eye. At this moment, all 36 7th-grade battle weapons were in position. Together with the heavenly dragon sword, they stirred up the wind and clouds. As the sword formation was activated, the sky turned dark. The surrounding mountains and rivers seemed to have become stagnant. Within the sword formation, Xianxia was like a god. His might dominated the world as he pointed at Qiu Yuji from afar. Insignificant skill. You want to trap me with a mere formation? In your dreams. Qiu Yuji sneered. However, he didn't expect that terrifying sword chi would descend from the sky one after another. Even he was a bit overwhelmed. This Xianxia is really too hateful. So many divine weapons, all of them are like my blunt knife. How can he control them? Qiu Yuji originally thought that no matter how powerful Xianxia was, he would not be able to defeat Qiu Yuji. However, Qiu Yuji knew that he was wrong. Xianxia's formation was too ruthless. Moreover, it was filled with terrifying sword chi. Streaks of sword shadows pierced through the sky as if they would never change. Xianxia gave it his all. The terror of the Ashura sword formation was fully displayed at this moment. Qiu Yuji wasn't the only one who was shocked. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Xianxia's terrifying formation had struck fear into the hearts of the Yu clan. How could this be? How could this guy have such a move? Impossible. He can't possibly be a match for Qiu Shanren. It's too early to say that. This guy has exceeded all of our expectations. If he can hold on, it won't be easy for Qiu Shanren to defeat him. I believe in Qiu Shanren. This guy must be struggling on his deathbed. Don't underestimate anyone. Otherwise, we'll lose terribly. The Feather Clan fell silent. Yanfei was no exception. He naturally believed in his master's strength, but the power that Xianxia displayed was not to be underestimated. If they were in his shoes, none of them would be able to survive such a powerful formation. Xianxia squinted his eyes. His gaze was like a sword. He waved the heavenly dragon sword and countless sword shadows pressed towards Qiu Yuji. The formation was completed. Million swords returned to origin. Qiu Yuji roared as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He held the blunt saber in his hand and attacked crazily. He continuously cut down the countless sword shadows that came from the Ashura sword formation. If this sword formation was controlled by someone who was as powerful as him, Qiu Yuji knew that he would not be able to survive. Even so, Xianxia's strength was still unbelievable to him. Xianxia was clearly on the brink of death, an arrow at the end of its flight, but he was still able to teach him a lesson. This was the most terrifying thing about Xianxia. Xianxia felt neither joy nor sorrow in his heart. His goal was clear, to kill Qiu Yuji and obtain the Yu race's treasure. That was his ultimate goal. The Ashura sword formation's pressure on Qiu Yuji was endless. Qiu Yuji took each step carefully, but the injuries on his body only increased. It was difficult for him to continue. If this continued, he would die in less than 15 minutes. Qiu Yuji took a deep breath. If he really died here, it would be too humiliating. Moreover, he was killed by an unknown star level 5. Even if he died, he wouldn't accept it. You want to kill me? Dream on. I will definitely make you pay the price. Qiu Yuji's roar shook the heavens. His saber swept across the sky, but in the Ashura sword formation, Qiu Yuji found it hard to defend against the endless sword shadows. However, Xianxia knew better than anyone else that although the Ashura sword formation was ferocious, it was impossible for him to hold on for too long. He had to end the battle quickly. Seems like the master is really angry this time. This Qiu Yuji, I think he will lose for sure. The Black King was very confident in Xianxia. At this time, the Ashura sword formation's power was on full display. Even a star level 8 expert would not be able to withstand its sharpness. This was Xianxia's dominance: 29 swords, 30 swords, 31 swords. Endless sword intents flew in the sky. Qiu Yuji's heart trembled. He kept retreating, but the rain of swords would not give him any chance. Those who block me shall die. Xianxia unsheathed his sword and looked around, his aura soaring to the heavens. Even though he was only a star level 5, Xianxia's potential made him fearless. He wanted to compete with the heavens. Now, it's time to kill you. Xianxia's heart was not distracted. He controlled the formation, but he was very clear that he had to kill Qiu Yuji as soon as possible. After all, the opponent was too strong. He had to use all his means to have a chance of killing him. Star-picking palm. Xianxia moved his palm. The power of the stars changed unpredictably. A huge palm pierced through the clouds, shrouding Qiu Yuji's head with a destructive starry aura. No, this is impossible. Qiu Yuji's face was filled with panic. Although he was in a passive state, it was not easy for Xianxia to kill him. However, when the destructive palm came crashing down from the clouds, Qiu Yuji knew that his time of death had come. Star-picking palm, grasping the sun and moon and plucking the stars, Xianxia finally felt the terror of the star-picking palm. However, the person who felt it the most was Qiu Yuji, because he had nowhere to hide. Don't kill me, don't. Qiu Yuji's face was filled with terror. Even Yan Fei and the others were stunned on the spot. Qiu Yuji slowly knelt down. The terrifying palm penetrated his body. Immediately after, tens of thousands of sword shadows pierced through his body. Qiu Yuji's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Even at the moment of his death, he did not believe that Xianxia had such a powerful move. He actually surpassed the third celestial layer and killed him. It was like a fantasy story. However, Xianxia did it. All the Yu clan members were stunned on the spot. At this time, their only hope was wiped out by Xianxia. Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. He staggered a step and almost fell to the ground. He leaned on his sword with one hand and panted heavily. The sword shadows in the void gradually dissipated. Qiu Yuji's body was thrown down from the sky and finally landed on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Qiu Yuji was dead. An eighth celestial layer of the star level had actually fallen. Yan Fei couldn't believe it at all. At this moment, he kept shaking his head. Qiu Yuji was dead, and they had lost their last pillar of support. After so many years, after going through so many hardships and obstacles, Yan Fei had finally reached Milan Star. However, in the end, his hard work had gone to someone else. Thousands of his brothers from the Feather Clan had fallen. This was unacceptable to him. However, the facts spoke louder than words. Now, Yan Fei could only wait for death. If Xianxia wanted to kill them, it would be as simple as crushing an ant. Black King, kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Xianxia said in a low voice. Bastard! The Yu clan will not let you go. Xianxia, you are a devil. Yan Fei bellowed and roared. His entire person seemed to have gone mad. After all, this was the result of his many years of hard work. Now, it was all gone in an instant. No one would be able to control it. In his eyes, death was no longer that scary. What was scary was that his own hard work was not even worth mentioning. In the end, the treasure was still taken by his enemy. Xianxia's eyes were calm. Yan Fei and the others' deaths were not to be regretted. When they first came to Milan Star, they had slaughtered more than 10 million people. This was the best punishment for them. When Xianxia looked at the origin ruins, he could not help but feel a little excited. The treasures in the origin ruins should now have a new owner. What are these things? Luoying looked at the things on the ground. They were all treasures dug out from the origin ancient site. They were starting to crack. Could it be that the things in the origin ancient site are ominous? The Black King also looked at Xianxia with a solemn expression. Release all the slaves immediately. Xianxia said in a deep voice. The three of them quickly moved and rescued the hundreds of thousands of Milan natives, removing the shackles on their bodies. Thank you, deity, for saving us. Thank you, deity. We will never forget the immortal's kindness. Thank you, deity. Countless people knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Xianxia. However, at this time, he couldn't care less. There seemed to be some changes in the origin ancient site. You don't have to thank me. You guys leave first. I'm afraid there might be some changes in the origin ancient site. For safety's sake, leave this place as soon as possible. Xianxia said in a deep voice. At this moment, everyone started to flee in all directions. Xianxia's words were like an imperial edict to them. This young and promising hero had saved their lives and restored the vitality of Milan Star. Fortunately, the Yu race didn't occupy their homeland, otherwise, Milan Star would have turned into a purgatory. Those slaves were all riddled with scars. Luo Ying's heart was filled with fear, hatred and pity. Fortunately, Xianxia was there to turn the tide. Only then did Milan Star regain its freedom. The people here also regained their freedom. However, at this time, the treasures dug out from the Origin Ancient site were all cracking. Xianxia also had a bad feeling. Could it be that these things were alive? Master, this is not good. I think we should hide further away and observe the situation. The Black King said in a low voice. Then wouldn't we have wasted our lives? Xianxia sighed, his face was filled with reluctance. It was better to be safe than sorry. However, he couldn't just return empty-handed, right? He had spent so much effort to kill these people, and now he was told to run? This was not Xianxia's style. We didn't play for nothing. We saved millions of people. Our merits are immeasurable. Luoying smiled. Bullshit. Can it be eaten? Although I am charitable, if I don't get anything this time, I won't be able to sleep even in my dreams. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Anyway, I still feel that something is wrong. Luoying also stopped smiling. This warhammer looks pretty good. I'll take it first. Xianxia grabbed the black warhammer with a look of joy on his face. The warhammer was as big as a person's head and had a short handle. It was engraved with patterns similar to orchids, and it was completely black and extremely heavy. Xianxia could tell that this black warhammer wasn't ordinary at first glance. It was unknown how many years had passed, but the surface of this black warhammer was already covered in honeycomb-like corrosion. Time had left its mark on its body. But it couldn't be denied that this was definitely a divine or weapon. It was even better than his heavenly dragon sword. Unfortunately, it was now a broken weapon, but its power was most likely not inferior to the heavenly dragon sword. Xianxia didn't say much and put away the warhammer first. But at this moment, what Xianxia had been worried about finally happened. The largest Origin Ancient site was torn to pieces, and the withered figure gradually shrugged his shoulders and slowly lifted up. Mother ****. Damn it, he's really going to play me to death. This thing is alive? Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. The shriveled figure was becoming more and more corporeal under the nourishment of Genesis Chi. Who would have thought that after so many years, the top expert who once stood at the peak of the eternal world would come back to life? Luoying was also stunned. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. How many years had it been? They had no way to verify it. Perhaps only the person in the Origin Ancient ruins knew exactly how long she had been asleep and how terrifying she was. Not good. That guy is looking at us. Master, run. The Black King said in a low voice and subconsciously retreated. Sure enough, the figure slowly stood up. Although his body was still a little rusty and not very agile, the armor and divine weapon next to him once again appeared on his body. He was clad in armor, holding a sword in his left hand, a blade in his right, and 3 axes on his back. He looked mighty and domineering. His body had already recovered to more than 10 feet, and he was twice as tall as an ordinary person. His body was majestic and imposing, like a war giant waving a divine weapon. The mighty and domineering face looked at Xianxia and the others with endless vicissitudes and confusion. It was you who woke me up. The hoarse voice was full of majesty and murderous intent. I could have slept for thousands of years, and by then, my strength would have recovered to more than 50%. Unfortunately, I only have 30% now. Damn it. The war giant frowned as he roared. His roar caused the sky to change color and the clouds to gather. At that moment, Xianxia finally understood what it meant to be a powerhouse. There was no need to say anything unnecessary in front of him. This guy's strength was actually so strong that his roar could cause the sky to change color and all living things to tremble in fear. The oppressive aura that he gave off seemed to be innate. The aura of a superior existence was above the heavens. The Black King and Luoying could no longer hold on. They were even forced to kneel on one knee by this aura. Xianxia stood tall between the sky and the earth. The pressure on his body also made him feel a little pain. However, his Tao was also above the heavens. The Tao of Heaven Ascension did not fear the heavens. The oppression that the war giant gave him was only in terms of strength. This person was even stronger than Xiaoshanren. Xianxia was incomparably shocked. It was very likely that this person had already surpassed the star grade. A few ants, how dare you covet my divine weapon? Die. The war giant shouted coldly. His eyes were cold and emotionless. He slashed down with his blade. Xianxia stood with his sword and faced the sky. However, this slash directly cut a hole in Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword. Xianxia's figure flew backward, his face full of shock. Looking at the hole in the heavenly dragon sword, Xianxia's eyes were even more blazing. He knew that he had really met a powerful person today. This was only 30% of his strength. Xianxia could not even withstand one move. Even the heavenly dragon sword was almost cut in half. Now, there was only one thought in Xianxia's mind, and that was to escape. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand my attack. Not bad at all. The war giant held the saber in his hand and once again soared into the sky and slashed down. Xianxia's steps were steady and he quickly dodged. But no matter what, he couldn't escape the attack of the saber. Clang! There seemed to be another crack on Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword, and this time, it was bigger than before. Xianxia's face was pale and blood was spurting out. He couldn't hold on any longer. His whole body seemed to be paralyzed. Not to mention that his current strength was not as good as before. Even if he was at his peak, Xianxia knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand 3 moves from the war giant. Why are you still not leaving? What are you waiting for? Xianxia roared. At this time, he also displayed the sky ascending stairs and quickly rushed forward. Sky ascending stairs? The war giant's face changed and immediately a hint of ecstasy appeared on his face. Xianxia's heart shuddered. Oh no, this guy seemed to recognize the sky ascending stairs and seemed to have some understanding of it. Didn't he suffer a double loss? Where are you going? Even if you have the sky ascending stairs, you can't escape from my palm. The war giant roared and stepped on a green cloud, chasing after Xianxia. Xianxia's heart trembled. It seemed that he had really underestimated this guy. After all, this was a peerless expert from hundreds of millions of years ago. Even if he was a tiger that had fallen to the plains, he still couldn't fight against him. But he wasn't someone to be trifled with. If he couldn't win, he could still run. However, Xianxia realized that he couldn't run away from this war giant. The speed of the war giant was not any slower than him using the sky ascending stairs. In fact, it was even faster. Damn it, wasn't this the worst of his 8 lifetimes? Xianxia was a little regretful. Why didn't he run earlier? Now that he was targeted by this bastard, his situation was even more difficult. Xianxia was very depressed. He couldn't beat them, and he couldn't run away either. The lives of the 3 of them were already hanging by a thread. Even the speed of climbing the sky stairway was not a match for this war giant. Xianxia could only choose to fight with his life on the line. This was his last resort. It depended on whether the divine thought technique could confuse this war giant. If it could not confuse him, then he would only have a dead end. Divine will technique, one thought to heaven. Xianxia had already made up his mind to die. In an instant, he released all of his source astral souls, filling the entire Milan star. At that moment, the war giant really stopped, completely trapped by Xianxia's divine sense art. Beautiful. Xianxia's face was filled with excitement. Just as he had expected, this war giant had just awakened, and his soul force was far from recovering. His divine will art was able to use his strengths to attack his opponent's weaknesses. Master, let me destroy it. The Black King attacked with all his might, wanting to kill the war giant, but Xianxia grabbed him. Bullshit. If we don't leave now, we will all die here. You still want to kill him? Dream on. Xianxia roared. He brought Luoying and the Black King to the Azure Wave's divine boat and began to head towards the depths of the universe. After a few breaths, the war giant finally opened his eyes, but at this time, Xianxia had already disappeared. Bastard! No matter what, I will definitely find you, my sky-raising warhammer. The war giant clenched his sword, slashing horizontally and vertically, crossing the mountain range. In his rage, he was filled with indignation. He was a dignified supreme, but he actually let a stellar-level kid escape. This was too aggrieved. The war giant calmed his mind, and his face was solemn. He looked up, and it seemed that no one in the world could trap him. It has been 2 eras, and I am finally back. In the eternal world, only I am eternal. The war giant roared and soared up, leaving Milan's star and flying towards the depths of the universe. At the same time, in the depths of the universe, in a desolate land, a white-haired young man raised his head and looked up at the starry sky. The endless cosmos was boundless, but a resplendent star was reborn from the filthy earth, once again suspended high above the heavens. I didn't expect that person to come back. Xianxia sighed, his face was incomparably grim. They finally escaped. At this time, it was a complete miracle that they could survive. No one knew who that person was. Xianxia didn't know, Luoying didn't know, even the Black King, who had followed his former master to many places in the eternal world, had no clue. That war giant should really be the ultimate expert who sealed himself in the Origin ancient ruins countless years ago. It really wasn't easy for us to escape from him. The Black King was also constantly panting, his heart was filled with fear. No matter what, we finally escaped. It was a narrow escape. I don't want to meet this guy again. Xianxia rolled his eyes and said. If you had listened to me earlier and left Milan's star, perhaps this tragedy wouldn't have happened. Luoying curled her lips and said she also had a lingering fear. Anyway, I can't return empty-handed. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed and said. The feeling of surviving a disaster was still very comfortable. Holding the warhammer in his hand, Xianxia finally did not play in vain. The principle of entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed would definitely not be broken. You really don't give up. Luoying couldn't help but smile. Even in a desperate place, Xianxia did not forget to take away his treasures. That's natural. But it's a pity that my heavenly dragon sword was cut by that war giant, leaving 2 cracks. Xianxia said gloomily. However, an idea flashed in his mind. He could melt this warhammer and reforge the heavenly dragon sword. I'm really a little genius, Xianxia felt much better. Otherwise, his heart would be filled with sorrow if the heavenly dragon sword was completely broken. The heavenly dragon sword was not just a sword anymore. It was his family. Ever since he was in the Saint Origin world, it had gone through countless battles with him. The heavenly dragon sword already had a sword spirit. This sword was his family. Watch how I melt your divine weapon and forge a new peerless sword for me. Xianxia said in a deep voice. At this moment, they had already been on the Kanglan divine boat for more than half a month. However, they were not in a hurry to go to Li Mountain this time. Hence, they only reached the border of Heaven Tyrant Star Field and Heaven Awakened Star Field after half a month. Let's go to Heaven Tyrant Star Field to look for Feng. We can't stop. I've already searched the entire Heaven Awakened Star Field. There's no trace of Feng. This time, let's go to Heaven Tyrant Star Field and have a good look. Xianxia and the others drove the Tsanglan God boat all the way to the Sky Tyrant Star region. There were countless stars in the surroundings, all of them filled with resplendent starlight. There were mysterious and unfathomable existences everywhere, filling one with curiosity. This was Xianxia's first time traveling in the universe. He didn't know what mysteries existed on the other side of the boundless universe. The eternal world was so big that Xianxia couldn't see the borders. At least, the Sky Tyrant Star region wasn't a place he could casually travel. The Sky Tyrant Star region was far more terrifying than the Heaven Awakening Star region. Countless stars filled the universe, and small stars floated between heaven and earth. There were countless stars, but some were extremely cold, some were scorching hot, and some weren't suitable for humans to live in. A complete star realm that was suitable for humans to live in was very hard to find. Even in the entire Sky Tyrant Star region, there were only about 100 stars that were suitable for humans to live in. However, the Sky Tyrant Star region had tens of thousands of stars. Some of the bright stars emitted eerie blue light, some were filled with purple light, and some were colorful. They were all the colors of the galaxy. Xianxia and Luoying didn't know how long they had been traveling. It had been more than 2 years. Finally, they saw a region with humans. Star-level experts were able to travel through the universe, but their speed was suppressed by the gravitational force of the universe. Only Xianxia's Azure Billow divine boat, which could travel through time and space, could ignore any boundaries and travel at will. Along the way, Xianxia gradually saw many people. They were all above the star state. In order to become a qualified space wanderer, the star state was the most basic requirement. Without enough power, they wouldn't be able to survive in the universe. They would be crushed by the gravitational force of the eternal world. Hence, even space wanderers had to be very careful. There seems to be a very powerful space turbulence up ahead. We've encountered the 7th wave of space wanderers, Luoying said. The Tsang God ship floated past. Those cosmic wanderers were full of envy, but if they wanted to get a divine artifact like this, it would depend on luck. Even cosmic cloud states rarely had one. This must be a cosmic cloud state or even stronger. That's right. When will we be able to own such a divine artifact? Let's save it. How many years would it take for us to reach the cosmic cloud state? We would be dead before we even reach the cosmic cloud state. That's right. The days of living on the edge of a knife aren't easy. The interstellar wanderer is an existence that everyone hates. We should be careful. Many of the interstellar wanderers sighed when they saw Xianxia's azure waves divine ship fly past them. However, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Even stargrade powerhouses like them had no choice. Let's keep the deep-sea divine boat and see what's going on ahead. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said. The space-time turbulence in front of them was getting stronger and stronger, and the number of people was increasing as well. He did not know if all of them were interstellar wanderers. All right. Luoying nodded. The two of them found a secluded spot and kept the azure waves divine boat before continuing to fly forward. At this moment, Xianxia just realized how slow he was. He was like a snail. He couldn't even compare to 1/10,000th of the azure waves divine boat's speed. At this speed, it would take us a few thousand years to cross the sky tyrant universe. Luoying smiled bitterly. It's not as comfortable as the azure waves divine boat, but we're not here to enjoy it. Let's see what's going on ahead. Xianxia smiled. The two of them flew forward, but their speed was still very awkward. Brother, why are there so many people around? And there's such a terrifying space turbulence. Can't we get through? Xianxia asked when he saw a young man standing on a small planet, watching from afar. You guys came from far away, right? Don't you know? The youth was taken aback. That's right. We have come from afar and are preparing to head to the core of the Sky Tyrant star field, the Sky Tyrant star boundary. I can see that within a radius of 10,000 miles, the space turbulence is huge and there are many people here. Xianxia replied. That's right. This is the entrance to the netherworld. It's also one of the 8 danger zones of the Sky Tyrant universe. Usually, within a radius of 100,000 miles, it's filled with space turbulence. Even cosmic cloud states would be killed if they enter by mistake. That's why it's called the entrance to the netherworld. But every 900 years, there will be a rare phenomenon where the turbulence shrinks. At that time, the turbulence of 100,000 miles will shrink to a radius of 1 kilometer, and a large number of treasures will appear here. Some are incomplete, some are second-hand, but there are also some rare heavenly treasures that are spewed out from the center of the spacetime turbulence vortex. Isn't it very magical? Hee, but no one can enter the last kilometer, not even the gods. It's said that there was once a cosmic cloud state who didn't believe it and insisted on entering. In the end, he was killed. From then on, no one dared to enter it rashly. Lin Xiaohua sneered. You two are quite strong and should be able to go further than me. Later, when the space turbulence shrinks to within a kilometer, you can go fight for it. Everyone is waiting for this moment. Whoever gets it will get it. After all, it's ownerless. Although the treasures here aren't extremely rare, some are still remarkable. No one knows how the space turbulence appeared. Perhaps, it's connected to the end of a world. That's why it's called the entrance to the netherworld. You two need to be careful. Lin Xiaohua's power was at the 4th level of the star state. Xianxia and Luoying were stronger than him. Thank you for telling me, brother. Xianxia smiled. He didn't expect this place to be a land of death. It seemed that if he wanted to pass through here, he would have to go around this place. It's fine, it's nothing. But I advise you not to go to the Heaven Tyrant Star realm. Do you know how far we are from here? Without 10,000 years, you won't be able to reach the Heaven Tyrant Star Realm. Most of us here have never been to the Heaven Tyrant Star Realm. It might be the core of the Heaven Tyrant Star Realm, but there are countless powerful beings there. It's better to live in a remote corner. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiaoguo smiled. His face was calm and full of yearning for life. He didn't have the kind of shackles to pursue eternity. Jiang Chen was a little envious. A person like this lived a happier life than him. If there wasn't a heavy burden on his shoulders, who would bet their life on tomorrow? That's true. However, I have to go to the core area of the Sky Tyrant Star Field, the Sky Tyrant Star Boundary. Hence, I will have to take a detour. Jiang Chen sighed. It won't be long before the space-time turbulence dissipates. You guys should get ready. Good luck. Lin Xiaoguo smiled. You too. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and moved forward rapidly. Because the space-time turbulence was getting smaller, some of the people in the surroundings also moved closer to the core area. No one wanted to miss this opportunity that only appeared once every 900 years. To many people, this was a chance to change themselves and be reborn. Whoever was weaker would be able to obtain treasures and stand out from the crowd. In the future, they would be able to obtain more resources in the Sky Tyrant Star Field. Many interstellar wanderers and people from the surrounding astral realms rushed over at the same time. There were thousands of star-level experts, and they were even stronger than the feather experts. These people were all very cautious. Most of them were third or fourth heavens of the star level, and there were also some sixth or seventh heavens of the star level. However, there were very few of them, and many of them were hiding in the dark, watching silently. Looks like we have to see what treasures there are here first. If we just leave like this, we will suffer a great loss. Jiang Chen smiled. You never suffer a loss. Wherever you go, you will get something. Ha ha ha. Luoying said with a smile. Along the way, the relationship between the two of them became deeper and deeper. Although they couldn't return to Heavenly Awakening Starfield, Jiang Chen had promised her that he would bring her back to Heavenly Awakening Starfield as soon as he found Feng Air. The central area of the space-time turbulence was filled with storms. Countless meteorites were swept up. Some of them were even crushed. It was extremely violent. Jiang Chen and Luoying carefully walked into the center of the storm. The terrifying wind was deafening, as though it was about to tear their eardrums. Look, the space-time turbulence is finally going to disappear. Ha ha ha, the opportunity is here. Is everyone ready? This time, don't even think about snatching a single treasure from my hands. Heh heh heh, you have to be able to pick up some good treasures first. That's right. Don't end up with nothing in the end. That would be a huge loss. Shut your crow's mouth. More and more people rushed to the front. At the center of the vortex, a terrifying light figure spread out in the sky. The sky changed color, and the dust disappeared. It was like the world was being reborn, returning to peace. Charge! Someone shouted, and everyone rushed to the front. Layers of things fell from the void. There were broken weapons, sand and stones, plants, flowers and fruits, and even rare beasts. However, not a single one of them was alive. Jiang Chen and Luoying looked at each other, then they also joined the army to snatch the treasures. However, the treasures here couldn't catch Jiang Chen's attention. He flew straight to the core area. Maybe he could find some treasures he wanted there. Jiang Chen and Luoying passed through the crowds of people. The surrounding lights and shadows were getting dimmer and dimmer, but some good treasures could be seen, but Jiang Chen still didn't have any desire for them. If it wasn't a rare treasure, he certainly wouldn't take action, or it could be said that he was too lazy to take action. What kind of wood is that? It's so strange. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He saw a purple gold wood floating in the sky in the depths of the core area. It attracted his attention. I want this wood. Jiang Chen smiled and turned into an arrow that left the bow. With the help of the sky-ascending stairway, Jiang Chen's speed soared, far surpassing the ordinary stellar-level experts. Many people were amazed. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the 1-meter-long purple gold wood. Instantly, a calm and peaceful aura was transmitted to Jiang Chen. More importantly, Jiang Chen felt as though his body was infected by it. He became incomparably calm. That penetrating feeling lingered in his heart, as though his soul was undergoing a baptism. It was too comfortable, too refreshing. If he continued to immerse himself in this feeling, it wouldn't be long before his source astral soul would rapidly improve. If the golden osmanthus tree was able to allow him to enter a tranquil and peaceful state to cultivate his innate astral soul, then this violet goldwood was able to give him the most direct feeling. It could even cause his soul to undergo a transformation. However, in the blink of an eye, Xianxia saw that a few centimeters away from the purple goldwood had already turned dark and lusterless. It was like a withered tree, losing its original luster. However, the most direct feeling that Xianxia had was that his source astral soul had indeed improved a little at this moment. Could it be that in that instant earlier, I really absorbed a strand of soul energy from the purple gold wood? Xianxia drew in a breath of cold air. This purple goldwood was simply too awesome. He had never encountered such a treasure before. Compared to Cinnamomum cassia, it was more like an object similar to source stones that could be swallowed. Good stuff. Xianxia hurriedly kept the purple gold wood. However, at this moment, two silhouettes appeared in front of him, one in front and one behind, surrounding him. Little brat, hand over the heavenly immersion wood in your hands and we'll be even. If not, we'll have to see who's stronger. An old man with a Ross beard said with a chuckle. He stared at Xianxia with a cold expression. What do you want? Xianxia laughed. So this treasure was called the heavenly immersion wood. What do I want? At that moment, it's no longer up to you. The other skinny old man faintly said. In that case, doesn't it mean that you want to snatch the treasure in my hands? Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. Oh right, at least you know what's good for you. Hand it over. You're just a 5-level Star Realm fellow, how much ability can you have? Why do you want to find trouble for yourself? The two of them had already reached the 6th level of the Star Realm. Naturally, they didn't place Xianxia in their eyes. However, at this moment, if they could avoid making a move, it was best not to. After all, they might encounter even better treasures in the future. At that time, preserving their strength would be their last choice. What if I don't hand it over? You guys are planning to make a move. Xianxia laughed. These two wanted to pick a pushover, but they didn't expect that they chose the wrong person. At this moment, the twin fiends of the Northern Sea had lost their patience. As the famous interstellar wanderers of this generation, the two of them had killed at least 800 people, if not 1,000. At this time, a star level 5 guy actually didn't care about them at all. How could this be? I'm afraid you still don't know how powerful the double fiends of the North Sea are. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the item and kowtow to us 3 times. Then, we'll let this matter go. Otherwise, you won't even be able to imagine the consequences. Emoshibe smiled sinisterly. His face was full of beard and looked extremely horrifying. Double fiends of the North Sea? I don't care who you are. You want to snatch my item? I think you two are the ones who don't want to live anymore. Xianxia sneered. They wanted to defeat the enemy without a fight, and they even wanted him to give the treasure to them. What kind of dream would that be? He might not even be able to dream of it. I'm giving him face, but he doesn't want it. Big brother, looks like we have to teach him a lesson. Emoshihai's eyes were dark as he locked onto Xianxia. You two, who do you want to teach a lesson to? At this time, Luoying also appeared beside him. Xianxia's figure instantly became taller in the eyes of the double fiends of the North Sea. Damn it, why did this kid have such a powerful woman by his side? When the double fiends of the North Sea saw Luoying, they were terrified. They didn't expect this woman to be so strong. She was a level 7 star level. The two of them probably weren't even fit to carry her shoes. How could they beat her? We were just joking with our brother. It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Emoshihai said with a smile. The fierce expression on his face just now had now become very amiable. He was like the old man next door who was about to die, without any lethality. Yes. We were just joking. Senior, please don't take it to heart. Emoshibe also nodded repeatedly. Hurry up and scram. Luo Ying's pretty face was covered in frost. Lung Lung said. At this time, the insufferably arrogant double fiends of the North Sea had no resistance at all. They turned around and ran away faster than rabbits, afraid that this female senior would change her mind. Look at how you scared them. I was going to exchange a few blows with them. Now it's all over. Xianxia said with a smile. You have to be careful. I just saw quite a few Star State level 7 warriors. Although your power isn't bad, if a few of them join hands against us, it'll still be very dangerous. So it's best to stay low profile. Luo Ying muttered. When did you become so calm? Xianxia was stunned. In the past, Luo Ying didn't reject anyone. But now, she had become very stable and didn't want to take any risks. After all, we've only just arrived here, so we should be careful. Do you think the entire world is filled with idiots like the Harpies? If we offend any of the major factions, we'll be in great danger. Luo Ying said cautiously. It could be seen that she was very meticulous. Many things had to be considered more than Xianxia. Xianxia never cared about any enemy. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. Even if he couldn't beat them, he wouldn't admit defeat. However, at this time, Luo Ying's approach was obviously right. After all, the space-time turbulence had stopped. There were many experts here, and they didn't know which big shots were hiding in the dark. If they offended them, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. A gentleman's wealth would cause him to get into trouble. It wasn't impossible to be attacked by a group of people and then snatch the treasures in their hands. You're right, you're right. Isn't that enough? Xianxia smiled. Having a woman by his side was really different. No matter what Xianxia did, he would think twice before doing it. This was something he had never done before. After all, he wasn't a native of the eternal world. Compared to Luo Ying, he needed to be cautious about many things. Although he was already working hard to become one with this world, sometimes he still felt that he didn't fit in. Xianxia and Luo Ying went deeper into the eternal world to search for treasures. The people around them were getting fewer and fewer. Their strength was basically at the 5th layer of the star realm or above. Those with low strength, even if they came to the deepest part of the eternal world, would only be helping others. This time, Xianxia and Luo Ying searched for a long time, but they didn't find any suitable treasures. There weren't many that were worth looking at. Are those 2 golden black lotuses? Luo Ying's eyes lit up when she saw the golden black lotuses floating behind a boulder in the distance. However, before she could react, they were already snatched away by a woman in red. Golden black lotuses? Are they very precious? Xianxia asked. That's for sure. I've read in an ancient book that the golden black lotuses can temper one's body and soul. It's a rare treasure. Luo Ying said solemnly. Then let's snatch it. Xianxia said with a smile. All right. The 2 of them smiled knowingly. This world was cruel. There was no morality to speak of. Moreover, these treasures were ownerless. Whoever snatched them would own them. However, before Xianxia and Luo Ying could make a move, the woman in red was surrounded by 4 men. All 4 of them were at the 7th layer of the star realm. They were very strong. The woman in red didn't even have the ability to retaliate. Although she was also at the 5th layer of the star realm, it was impossible for her to escape from these people. Hand over the golden black lotuses. I might spare your life. Come with me. I won't mistreat you. A young man in a white windbreaker said indifferently. His expression was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Impossible. This is for my father's treatment. I won't give it to you even if you kill me. The woman in red said with a cold gaze. She was extremely determined. Stubborn fool. Do you know who I am? The young man in white frowned. Lung Lung said. I don't care who you are. No one can snatch my golden black lotuses unless you kill me. Chen Lu said with her teeth clenched. You don't know what's good for you. Young Master Huang is giving you a way out. Do you know how many people want to marry our young master? He doesn't even bother to look at them. Who do you think you are? Bitch, do you really think you're a princess? Why don't you ask around? Within 100,000 light-years of Tianqian star, who doesn't know how powerful our young master Huang Jun is? If you follow our young master Huang, you'll be able to do whatever you want in the future. The man in black beside Huang Jun said sternly. Huang Jun. Are you from the Huang family, one of the 3 great families of Tianqian star? Chen Lu's expression suddenly changed. Her heart trembled. She was also from the Tianqian star. The 3 great families were the rulers of the entire Tianqian star. No one dared to disobey them. However, these people were actually from the Huang family. Qianlu never thought that she would be unable to bring the golden black lotus back after finding it to save her father. It's good that you know. Hurry up and kowtow to young Master Huang and offer your black gold lotus. That's right. You don't know how high the sky is. Useless thing. Why don't you kneel before young Master Huang? If young Master Huang didn't like you, do you think you'd still be alive now? The 3 guards sneered as they looked at Qianlu. This woman had only spared young Master Huang's life because of her good looks. Otherwise, the 3 of them would have attacked her a long time ago. This was Tianqian star's territory. Adding on Huang Jun and his 3 guards, they were all at the 7th level of the star level. No one was a match for them. When people saw these 4, they would hide far away, not to mention fighting them. When the people heard that they were from Tianqian star's Huang family, they quickly hid far away, not daring to get close. Now, if they got any treasure, they would hide it in their clothes. Who would dare to show it to others? Wasn't that courting death? They're from the Huang family. Let's leave quickly. I've also heard that this Huang Jun is a murderous demon king. However, his strength is indeed remarkable. Although he's a disciple of an aristocratic family, his talent is outstanding. This alone can only cause others to be envious and jealous. Who asked him to be born in such a good family? We can't compare to him. Poor girl. She can't escape from his clutches. Lower your voices. If young Master Huang hears you, you'll all die. Even 10 heads won't be enough. Shoo. Let's go. Let's go there. The group of star-level warriors was shocked. Young Master Huang's name was well known. Who didn't know about him in Tianqian star? The Huang family was one of the most powerful families in the Tianqian star. The crowd gradually dispersed. At this time only Huang Jun and the others were left. They approached Qianlu step by step. Qianlu's heart trembled more and more. Her father's illness was in urgent need of the black gold lotus. Now that she had finally found the black gold lotus, such a treasure was like a blessing from the heavens. But in the end, she met Huang Jun and the other bastards. He, little girl, you better be obedient. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Huang Jun said with a beaming smile. His tone was extremely feminine. Qianlu bit her red lips. Looking at Huang Jun's terrifying gaze that was filled with lust, she knew that she would not be able to escape her misfortune today, and it was very likely that she would be humiliated by this bastard. Her father's illness was probably beyond her control, and it was very likely that she would die in front of her father. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Qianlu's heart was filled with despair, but she had nowhere else to go. After thinking about it for a while, she finally made up her mind. If this Huang Jun wanted to use force, then she would absolutely not lower her head. Better a broken piece of jade than an intact tile. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll destroy this black gold lotus. None of us can get it. At worst, we'll just die together. Qianlu gritted her teeth and said. Hey! Ha, don't do this. If you really destroy this black golden lotus, I won't be distressed, but if you hurt yourself, wouldn't I cry until my eyes go blind? Beauty. Just give in to me. As long as you follow me, you'll have a good life in the future. No one in the entire Tianqian star will dare to say no to you. Huang Jun was beaming with joy, and his eyes were extremely ambiguous. In your dreams. Qianlu said in a low voice. How about this, you have 2 black golden lotuses, and I only want one. As for the remaining one, I'll give it to you. That's my bottom line. Huang Jun frowned. It seemed like this woman really wanted to die together with him. This was not the result he wanted. Really? Qianlu was startled, and her eyes were filled with joy. Of course. As one of the top 3 clans of Tianqian Star, I, Huang Jun, am a man of my words. If I go back on my words, I'll be struck by lightning. Huang Jun immediately swore. Qianlu was a little hesitant, but she had no other choice. Moreover, Huang Jun had already sworn an oath. As one of the 3 great families of Tianqian Star, he definitely wouldn't go back on his word after making such a solemn oath. Although she was hesitant, this was Qianlu's only option. Fine. I'll give you one, and you'll let me go. Qianlu nodded and handed Huang Jun a black golden lotus. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Originally, Qianlu had already believed Huang Jun. However, in the next second, the 3 guards beside Huang Jun suddenly made a move. They took advantage of the gap and directly suppressed Qianlu. Qianlu didn't even have the strength to retaliate before she was captured by the 3 of them. No, Qianlu screamed, but no matter how she struggled, she could not break free. 3-star level 7 experts, how could they let a star level 5 Qianlu escape? Wasn't that a joke? Bastard! Huang Jun, you're lying. You beast. Qianlu's eyes were hazy with tears. She bit her lip, causing it to bleed. Ha ha ha, I didn't make a move, but my guards couldn't take it anymore, so they took you down. What else could I do? Huang Jun spread his hands, looking innocent. Qianlu never expected this Huang Jun to be so shameless, and he actually publicly went back on his word, completely toying with her in the palm of his hand. This was too despicable. However, she was like a fish on a chopping block, there was nothing she could do. Huang Jun didn't fear going back on his word, but she couldn't do anything to him. Even the onlookers didn't dare to say anything. After all, Huang Jun's identity was there for all to see. Even if he swore an oath, he wouldn't admit it. Right now, Qianlu couldn't call for help from the heavens and earth. Why? Why are the heavens doing this to me? Why? Qianlu screamed at the top of her lungs. Why did she have to find the black golden lotus, yet she was trapped in a hopeless situation without a choice? Stop shouting, no one will come to save you even if you scream yourself hoarse. The best thing you can do now is to obediently return to Tianqian planet with me, become your 13th mistress, and serve me well. When the time comes, I might even treat you well. If you don't comply, then don't blame me for turning against you. When the time comes, I'll throw you into the death row and let those death row prisoners play with you. Huang Jun said with a cold expression. Qianlu's delicate body trembled. She didn't dare to imagine that this bastard was worse than a beast. How could she be so stupid to believe this bastard? Qianlu's heart was filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing she could do. She could only blame herself for being too naive. She couldn't differentiate between a human and a dog. This young master has gained quite a lot today, let's go back. Ha ha ha. Huang Jun laughed. At this moment, he was no longer in the mood to search for treasures. He was drooling and couldn't wait to go back and teach Qianlu a lesson. If you want to leave, leave the person and the treasures behind. Otherwise, you might not be able to leave. What a joke. Who dares to poke their noses into my business? Who dares to talk nonsense here? A cold voice resounded in the sky. Huang Jun suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Chen. He was just fretting about not having anyone to play with, and this guy actually came to him. Interesting. Ignorant kid, you're courting death. The guard blocked in front of Huang Jun, glaring at Jiang Chen. It's fine if you guys steal the treasure, but you even dare to kidnap a commoner girl. Ha ha ha, looks like I have to intervene. Jiang Chen said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Who do you think you are? Kid, you think too highly of yourself. Believe it or not, I don't even need to lift a finger to kill you. Huang Jun stood with his arms crossed. No one had dared to be arrogant to him before. On Tianqian planet, he was the local tyrant. No one dared to be his enemy. He was the first. That means you're here to save the damsel in distress? Huang Jun sneered. No, I'm here to steal the treasure. Jiang Chen's calm smile made Huang Jun's face darken. He felt like he was tricked. Good, good, good. Then I'll grant you your wish. It's easy to die. On Tianqian planet, I can grant you 100 wishes. Huang Jun looked down at Jiang Chen with an incomparably cold expression. At this moment, there were also people surrounding them, and they were filled with surprise. It seemed like this battle for the treasure was going to be a bloody battle. Everyone came with the intention of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If the two sides fought, their lives would be on the line. Even if it was the young master of the Huang family, they wouldn't care. It was just that right now, they were afraid of the Huang family's prestige and the power of 4-star levels. However, if the two sides fought, they would have the chance to reap the benefits. Who would let it go? But now, it seemed like Jiang Chen didn't know his place. He dared to provoke Huang Jun. Was the Huang family's prestige something that anyone could violate? If it was for the treasure, it would be praiseworthy. If it was to save the damsel in distress, then he was a fool. Kill me? That depends on whether you have the ability or not. I want the person, I want the treasure, I want the fish and bear paws, I want them all. Jiang Chen laughed as he exchanged glances with Huang Jun. Huang Jun's expression turned even colder. Where did this trash come from? He doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Then I'll fulfill your wish. If you want to be the hero saving the damsel in distress, then you have to see how capable you are. Get rid of him for me. Huang Jun said in a deep voice. Let's see who dares to move. Luoying appeared in a flash and stood beside Jiang Chen. At this moment, she attracted everyone's attention. What powerful strength, another star level 7, most importantly, Luoying was too beautiful. As soon as she appeared, she shocked everyone. When Huang Jun looked at Luoying, his heart was filled with joy. His eyeballs were about to fall out. F***ck. Such a beauty should only exist in the heavens. How many times would I be able to smell one in the mortal world? It seems like the heavens really sent me warmth. Isn't this big sister too beautiful? Ga. Take both of them down for me. Tonight, I want a dragon to play with 2 phoenixes. Huang Jun was beaming with joy. Originally, Chenlu was already enough to make him restless. Now, there was such an outstanding beauty. How could he not do it? Quickly make the arrangements. Wasn't this a beauty sent to his doorstep? How could he let her escape? The eyes of the 3 guards brightened as they looked at each other. This woman was too beautiful. Their young master must have been moved. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself anymore. It's over. This time, they will all be ruined by the Huang family. What a pity. Sigh, such a good girl. Exactly. That bastard Huang Jun bullies others. I've always disliked him, but there's nothing I can do about it. Who asked him to be the local tyrant of Tianqian Star? It's better to be born well than to cultivate well. The most spoiled brat of Tianqian Star is none other than Huang Jun, but no one can do anything about them. If the heavens have feelings, they will grow old. We are just a drop in the ocean of this eternal world. Compared to them, we are still too insignificant. That's right. Only by becoming stronger can we not be bullied by others. How pitiful and sad. There are too many injustices in this world. Even the strongest experts can't turn the tide. Many people sighed when they saw the scene. After all, whether Jiang Chen was doing this for the treasure or to be a hero saving a damsel in distress, in front of Huang Jun, he was destined to lose this battle. Let's do it. 3 for you, 1 for me. Luoying looked at Jiang Chen and smiled. Do you really think that your man is so good at fighting? Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. I don't know if you can fight or not. But if I save the little girl, she will definitely not marry me. I'm not sure about others. Luoying curled her lips and said in a strange tone. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. Damn it, she's jealous. I'm doing this for the treasure, not for a woman. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, showing his stubbornness. Who knows? Luoying rolled her eyes. At this moment, Huang Jun's 3 bodyguards had already rushed up. You're definitely trying to frame your man. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He couldn't let Luoying take everything by herself, right? Jiang Chen fought 1 against 3. He brandished his sword and charged up. The heavenly dragon sword was still as powerful as before. The aura of the sword made the 3-star level 7 experts not dare to underestimate it. Damn. Isn't this kid too ferocious? 1 against 3? Bullshit. I don't believe it. A star level 5 fighting 3-star level 7. Dream on. I don't believe it either. It's like courting death. Everyone shook their heads. They originally thought that he had help and was fearless. But now, it seemed that he was just a fool. Hurry up and finish him off. I can't wait anymore. Huang Jun rubbed his hands as he spoke. His eyes were filled with a sinister light as his gaze constantly swept across Luo Ying's body. He then looked at Chen Lu, who was beside him. It was a blessing to have multiple wives. That was truly too beautiful. His trip this time was indeed not wrong. Treasures and whatnot were secondary. Women were the things he loved the most. Huang Jun was incomparably excited. Women were his greatest joy in life. However, Huang Jun didn't expect that the 3-star level 7 guards could not even defeat this bastard after exchanging more than 100 moves. Wasn't this a joke? 3 pieces of trash and a star level 5 guy. Is it worth it for you guys to muster such a large force? Can you guys do it? Huang Jun scolded. He wanted to personally make a move. A kid with such trashy strength actually made the 3 of them fight for so long. What was the point of having a bunch of good-for-nothings? The 3 Huang family guards were also dumbfounded. They had never encountered such a powerful opponent. Jiang Chen's strength far exceeded their imagination. This was unbelievable. How could a star level 5 guy be so monstrous? They couldn't figure it out. In addition to Huang Jun's scolding, "Why don't you do it if you can?" All they knew to do was call out from the side. They were after all star level 7 warriors, and they were originally the advisors of the Huang family. Now, they became Huang Jun's guards instead. Bao Bao felt bitter. To Huang Jun, this Jiang Chen was just a clown. If you can't even deal with a clown, what's the point of the Huang family paying so many cultivation resources for you? The 3 guards of the Huang family were getting anxious at this moment. If they didn't show some of their true abilities, they would really lose face this time around. Not only would they lose face in public, but they would also lose the face of the Huang family. If this went on, it would be strange if Huang Jun didn't get angry. But Jiang Chen was really hard to deal with, and although Jiang Chen wasn't strong, the more he fought, the more valiant he became. Fighting 1 against 3, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. It even gave people the feeling that he was sitting on a fishing platform. Who could take this? The 3 Huang family guards were suffocating. All these years, they had always been the ones giving others face, but this time, they were tricked by a kid far weaker than them. How could they reason with this? Wings of the whirlwind, chasing wind fist. Staff of lightning. Rainstorm samsara. The 3-star level 7 experts went all out, going straight for Jiang Chen. At this time, the other guard also went all out against Luo Ying. However, Luo Ying's strength wasn't that easy to defeat either. Both were star level 7 experts, and Luo Ying was a true descendant of the Phoenix race. She practically suppressed the other guard, and the battle between the two was even more intense. Fight, fight, fight. Jiang Chen's blood was boiling. The more he felt this way, the happier he was. The battle was intense, and his own strength was constantly rising. Add to that the pressure from the 3 of them, and Jiang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. The heavenly dragon sword swept unstoppably. Streaks of sword shadows landed in the sky. The entire core position of the Eye of the Storm was occupied by him. The sword chi pierced through the clouds and went straight for the root of the problem. 29 blades. Sword 30. 31 blade. Jiang Chen's sword was getting stronger and stronger, completely suppressing the 3 of them. The battle between the 2 sides had unknowingly attracted the onlookers. They were filled with admiration for Jiang Chen. Isn't this kid too ruthless? Not only did he go against the Huang family's young master, he even fought 3-star level 7 experts by himself. Oh my, I really can't believe it. I've never heard of such an expert before. This kind of expert really hides himself too deeply. Luckily, I didn't offend him. Otherwise, I might not even know how I died. Some star level 6 experts were trembling at the side. I think the Huang family's face has been completely lost this time. Ha ha ha, Huang Jun has always been so arrogant. This time, he finally found someone who can suppress him. You can't say that. Now that both sides have a winner and a loser, it's still uncertain who will be the winner. Yeah, we have to look at ourselves first. Although this guy is very strong, Huang Jun is not easy to deal with. Sigh, since ancient times, beauties often have unlucky fates. Looks like these two women will not have a good ending. Until the very last moment, no one knows who will have the last laugh. To us, this battle has benefited us greatly. Countless people in the surroundings raised their heads in anticipation. It wasn't easy to come across a battle between star level 7 powerhouses. Some people even forgot to search for treasures at this time. To them, if they could gain some experience from watching the battle, it would be beneficial. Although they might not be able to break through, it would be a valuable asset for their future cultivation and battles. Xianxia glanced at Luoying in the distance. As long as she was fine, he could rest easy. He would give it his all. Kid, let's see how long you can last. The three of us will accompany you to the end. Even if we can't decide the winner, I will make you suffer to death. Right. We can't give him a chance to breathe. The three exchanged glances, their gazes extremely solemn. They began to fight to the death with Xianxia. You guys are playing with fire. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed loudly. Wanting to fight to the death with him? You guys aren't qualified. However, at this moment, Xianxia was already prepared to fight them to the death. Moreover, the barrier of his cultivation finally showed signs of loosening. As long as he exerted himself, he would be able to break through to the 6th heavenly layer of the star realm. Once he broke through, the three of them would be like trash in front of him, to be dealt with as he wished. Let's finish this quickly. I don't want to hear any more sounds. Huang Jun stood with his hands behind his back and scolded. The three of them were furious. It seemed that it was time to give Xianxia a fatal blow. With their full strength, the combined attack of 3-star level experts could be seen, 3 terrifying lights interweaved on Xianxia, causing a commotion in the surroundings. Xianxia was engulfed by the 3 lights in the dust. His figure couldn't be seen at all. In the universe, flying rocks and falling rocks constantly gathered together, forming a meteor blade that tore through the void. Xianxia couldn't dodge at all. It's over. This kid still lost in the end. That's right, we all forgot. Those are 3-star states. It seems that strength and weakness are irreversible. It's simply wishful thinking to think that the weak can win against the strong. That's right. It seems that we still have to cultivate properly and strive to break through as soon as possible. If you're weak, don't be a hero to save the damsel in distress. This is a classic case of losing the wife after the soldier. The hero saved the damsel in distress, but he lost his wife as well. Everyone laughed. Once Xianxia died, Luoying would definitely be captured by Huang Jun. At that time, their wives would have to become someone else's concubine. This Xianxia was really too arrogant. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Young Master Huang, this guy is already dead. The leader of the guards said proudly. At this moment, Chenlu's face was also filled with shock. She didn't expect that the man who saved her would lose his life as well. This made her heart filled with helplessness and bitterness. In the midst of everyone's laughter, a rainbow-colored figure soared up into the sky from the center of the dust cloud. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The three of them were dumbfounded. Originally, Huang Jun had a smile on his face. He wanted to praise the three of them, but now, he couldn't say anything. Bastard, you're not dead yet. Huang Jun's pupils constricted as he said fiercely. You're not dead yet, why would I be one step ahead of you? But today, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Xianxia said indifferently. Chenlu also raised her head and stared at Xianxia, her heart filled with indescribable joy. Ignorant brat, who do you think you are? Ha ha ha, you want my life, who do you think you are? What a reckless fool. Kill. Under Huang Jun's command, the three once again charged at Xianxia. However, the current Xianxia had already broken through to the 6th level of the star realm, he was not afraid of anyone. The 3-star level 7s were no longer a threat to him. This time I will make sure you die without a burial place, turn into ashes. The 3 Huang clan guards were furious. They thought they had killed Xianxia, they did not expect him to make a comeback. This Xianxia is too shocking. Yeah, I also did not expect him to rise from the ashes, and even break through to the 6th level of the star realm. This is too unbelievable. This time, I'm afraid it's really hard to say who's better and who's worse. Everyone looked at each other. Xianxia had risen again, his strength had broken through, and he was able to fight against the 3 of them with an overwhelming advantage. The 6th level of the star realm, Xianxia, was unstoppable, wielding the divine judgment brush, sealing the surrounding space. The 3's range of movement became smaller and smaller, constantly being suppressed by Xianxia. Damn it, how did this guy become so strong? Yeah, we seem to be getting more and more passive. The 3's faces turned pale. Xianxia held the divine judgment brush in one hand and the heavenly dragon sword in the other, attacking from both sides, not letting the 3 guards have any chance to retaliate. Under dragon transformation, he became stronger and stronger, constantly being beaten down, their defenses broken. If this continued, the 3 would not have any chance of winning. Young Master Huang, we can't hold on anymore. The 3 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. If this continued, the result would be obvious. They would definitely be in a passive position, and their lives might even be in danger. A bunch of trash. What a disgrace to our Huang family. Huang Jun flew into a rage out of humiliation. He didn't expect this outcome at all. They couldn't even deal with a star state level 6 kid. You guys can really go eat shit. A bunch of good-for-nothings. I'll have to do it myself. Bastards, when you get back, all of you go to my father and beg for forgiveness. Huang Jun was extremely furious. At this time, he had to make a move. Otherwise, if something were to happen to these 3 people, he would be in danger. Now, with his help, they would definitely be able to suppress Xianxia. Die, little brat. Huang Jun roared and rushed into the sky. He drew his saber and saber shadows filled the sky, slashing down continuously. Even the stars in the universe were shattered at this moment. Huang Jun was indeed strong, no weaker than the 3 guards. However, even with him, they still weren't a match for Xianxia. Xianxia's sword chi was domineering and powerful. A 30,000-meter-long sword shadow split the sky and earth, directly scaring Huang Jun to the point where he pissed his pants. Not only him, but the 3 guards were also like dead dogs, scared out of their wits. The 4 of them weren't a match for Xianxia at all. After 10 exchanges, they were completely routed. The sky darkened, but Xianxia's starlight shone brightly, shining brightly. What power! This person has probably reached the star state level 8. Strength doesn't represent battle prowess. For star states couldn't even fight back. It's enough to see how strong he is. Our Tianqian planet is probably going to have a wave. That Huang Jun fellow has finally met a true opponent. He. Serves him right, as the saying goes, those who are unjust are doomed. Isn't that so? Who knows how many evil things he's done and how many people he's killed? This is retribution. Everyone looked at him with disdain. From this, it could be seen how unpopular Huang Jun was. In Tianqian Star, he was the biggest scum. Where do you think you're going? Xianxia chased after them relentlessly. The 4-star realm experts were beaten to a sorry state by Xianxia. Give me the black gold lotus. Xianxia roared furiously. He stretched out his hand and snatched the dark golden lotus from Huang Jun's hand. My treasure. Huang Jun roared. However, compared to his life, treasures weren't worth mentioning. They only knew how to run, and they had no time to fight Xianxia. They didn't dare face him head-on, as Xianxia was like a deity of the heavens and earth, and there was nothing they could do. Don't run. Stop that guy for me. Huang Jun roared angrily. He was so scared that his face turned pale. No, he's too strong. Let's run, young Master Huang. Yeah, young Master Huang, we really can't beat him. If we don't run, we're really done for. Huang Jun rolled his eyes. He knew he had to run, but they had to be able to run first. If they didn't stop Jiang Chen, how could he run? With a stretch of his hand, Huang Jun transformed the square inch into a circle and set up a small array formation. Red net formation. Activate. Huang Jun let out a low roar and activated the spirit design. Huang Jun disappeared instantly and ran away. However, the rest of the guards were dumbfounded. Mother asterisk Kerr, aren't we done for? Huang Jun ran, leaving them behind. What should they do? That bastard. The three cursed, but Jiang Chen had already caught up. If this continued, they would be finished. They'd become Jiang Chen's prey. Want to run? No way. Jiang Chen shouted. At this moment, Huang Jun activated the teleportation formation and escaped by himself. But these guards could only die for him. Damn it, at most, we'll just die. The three of them gritted their teeth and roared. They rushed towards Jiang Chen angrily, determined to fight to the death with Jiang Chen. You won't have the chance. Jiang Chen's voice was incomparably calm. His sword left a sound. The limitless sword had sealed off all their escape routes. They had nowhere to hide and could only be slaughtered by Jiang Chen. In the end, the three of them were killed mercilessly. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was dyed red with fresh blood. Everyone around him shuddered. The last guard was gradually suppressed to death by Luo Ying's hands. He didn't have a single chance to escape. Luo Ying's murderous aura burst out. She instantly slit the man's neck. The last guard was already dead. It's a pity that Huang Jun escaped. He's definitely a ruthless person. Mother asterisk Kerr, I'm completely convinced. This is a true peerless expert, hiding in the city. Even if all of us joined forces, we might not be his match. Isn't that so? Luckily, we didn't make an enemy out of him. Otherwise, we'd be dead for sure. Even that little tyrant from Tianjin planet fled pathetically. We'd definitely die. You really can't judge a book by its cover. However, this guy probably won't dare to appear on Tianjin planet anymore. Once he's caught by Huang Jun, he'll definitely suffer. Everyone was afraid of Jiang Chen. This guy was too terrifying. No one dared to look him in the eye. This wasn't something an ordinary person could compare to. A 6th Heavenly Layer Star Realm killing 3 7th Heavenly Layer Star Realm experts. No one would believe it if they knew about this. Right now, Jiang Chen was like an unparalleled god of war. Everyone kept a respectful distance, afraid of offending Jiang Chen and dying a horrible death. Are you all right? Jiang Chen looked at Chen Lu. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Chen Lu heaved a sigh of relief. That Huang Jun was finally beaten away. Now, she could be considered to have escaped. However, her black gold lotus was lost. At this moment, it was in Jiang Chen's hand. It's good that you're fine. Jiang Chen nodded. Benefactor, I have a favor to ask. Chen Lu said softly, looking extremely embarrassed. Just say it. That, my father is seriously ill and needs the black gold lotus to treat him. However, those 2 black gold lotuses are both in your hands. Chen Lu said. Benefactor, please don't overthink it. I just want to exchange something with you. As long as you're willing, you can follow me back to the Chen family. As long as it's something that you're interested in, I definitely won't be stingy. However, I only want one. As long as it can cure my father's illness, I don't care what you want. Chen Lu said nervously. Your father is ill? Is he in urgent need of the black gold lotus? Jiang Chen said. Chen Lu nodded. Then I'll give you one. Thank you, benefactor. Chen Lu said gratefully. It's nothing. It's not worth mentioning. This black gold lotus is for you. I only need one. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Chen Lu's face was filled with astonishment and joy, but she didn't know what to do. To Chen Lu, the golden black lotus was naturally an extremely important thing. But now that Wu Jinlian was in the hands of Jiang Chen, and it was Jiang Chen who saved her, Chen Lu didn't dare to ask for it. Jiang Chen was too strong, so strong that it made everyone shudder. At this moment, the surrounding people were filled with shock. They hadn't expected this. Jiang Chen had driven the Huangs away. What was more surprising was that Xianxia had given the black golden lotus to Qianlu as well. Benefactor, please come back to Tianqian planet with me. Although my Qin family isn't the overlord of Tianqian planet, we still have some treasures. As long as you're interested, I won't be stingy. Qianlu said seriously. No need. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Besides, you're so filial. Xianxia said, waving his hand. No, benefactor. My father has always taught me that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring. I won't take advantage of you for free. Qianlu was very stubborn. She looked very serious. Since that's the case. Alright then. I need some rare metal ores and materials. I wonder if you have them? Xianxia asked. I don't know. But you can go back with me first. We'll see when we get back to our family. Besides, we have the biggest trading market within 100,000 light-years on Tianqian planet. Many interstellar wanderers like to go there to trade. Treasures are often found there. Maybe you can get what you want, benefactor. Who knows? Qianlu said. In that case, let's go there. It's not a bad idea. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Don't call me benefactor. It's awkward. Just call me Brother Jiang. Okay, Brother Jiang. Qianlu said, smiling. It seems that you're quite happy. Are you going to marry into my family? Luoying rolled her eyes at Xianxia and said. Xianxia's mouth twitched. Why didn't he notice that Luoying was so jealous? It seemed that he would become a henpecked husband in the future. I'm just helping others. Xianxia patted Luoying's shoulder and said with a smile. You must be sister-in-law? Nice to meet you. Qianlu nodded. Yes. Luoying nodded. It was mainly because Qianlu was too beautiful that she couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. Although Xianxia wasn't the kind of person who would fall in love with everyone he met, she still felt a little uneasy. You've suffered some injuries. This black golden lotus can be used to refine 100 turns golden pill for you. It can help you. Although it might not help you break through to the 8th heaven, it will definitely make the fire phoenix power in your body more stable. Xianxia held the black golden lotus in his hand and looked at Luoying. There was still some residual power in her body that hadn't been completely cleared. Refining 100 turns golden pill would definitely help her get rid of all the impurities in her body and perfectly integrate the real fire phoenix power. That's more like it. Let's go. Luoying smiled and followed behind Xianxia. The storm was getting bigger and bigger. The people around them also gradually left. Now that the storm has started to return, it's very dangerous for us to stay here. Brother Jiang, you should leave with me quickly to Tianqian Star. Qianlu looked serious. Okay. Xianxia nodded and left the center of the storm. The three of them went all the way to Tianqian Star. Tianqian Star was a very beautiful fiery red planet with a tinge of blue in the middle. It was the Gulf Stream between the lakes and the mountains. It was very beautiful. Xianxia was shocked when he saw this planet. His eyes were filled with emotions. His home was not inferior to this heavenly Qin star. Looking at it from afar, it was very beautiful. Compared to the surrounding planets, it was indescribably magnificent. Xianxia didn't know how to describe it. Xianxia was shocked when he saw this planet. Majestic, grand and full of vitality. It's so beautiful. Such a planet is full of vitality when it's full of people. It's rare to see such a planet in the universe. Xianxia couldn't help but praise it. Yes, our Tianqian star is the largest and most beautiful star in 100,000 light-years. It's also one of the top 10 star realms in the Sky Tyrant star field. There are countless experts here and the resources here are very rich. It's said that it has existed for hundreds of millions of years. Even after 100 million years, it won't dry up. Qianlu said with a mellow smile. Not only is the planet beautiful, but the people here are also beautiful. There must be many girls like you. Luoying was constantly reminding Xianxia not to look or listen to indecent things. Xianxia smiled bitterly in his heart. She was really a jealous person. He didn't have the time to think about this. The most important thing now was to find Feng Er. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Now, Xianxia's biggest dream was to reforge the Heavenly Dragon Sword. Because the Heavenly Dragon Sword had been cut alive by the mysterious Source Ancient Site, Xianxian had to reforge the sword. Tianqian star was the largest astral boundary within 100,000 light-years. It was also one of the most powerful places in the Sky Tyrant starfield. It could be ranked in the top 10 and was also the core of trade. Jiangchen wanted to take this opportunity to see if there were any materials that could reforge the Heavenly Dragon Sword. If he wanted the Heavenly Dragon Sword to shine again, he had to find even more terrifying materials. Moreover, there were many people coming and going here. It would be easier for him to find news about Feng-er. Tianqian Star was the center of the Sky Tyrant starfield. There were almost no countries here. It was just a complicated network of forces that covered the entire Tianqian Star. The heavenly star was terrifyingly big, and it would take at least 3 to 5 years to travel through it. This was because it was impossible to travel freely in the star boundary like in the universe. You had to take care of more things in the star boundary. In front of us is our Qin family. That mountain is our sacred guardian mountain. It is called Dongqin Mountain. Our Qin family has been guarding this place for 1,000,000 years. Dongqin Mountain is one of the 3 great forces in the western border. Our Qin family is one of them. The spiritual qi here is very rich. It is an excellent place for geniuses. There are already millions of people living in Dongqin Mountain. There are treasures everywhere in Dongqin Mountain. The mountains in front are extremely dangerous. Some people have even seen star level 9 demonic beasts. Chen Lu introduced to Jiangchen and Luoying. That's the Donghua mountain range. It's 100,000 miles long and contains countless treasures. But it's next to the Tang of the East. The Tang of the East is full of interstellar wanderers. The Tang is also the trading center of the entire Tianqian Star. Chen Lu looked at the vast mountains and said solemnly. She was clearly in awe of the Donghua Mountains. Her spirited eyes sparkled with her attachment and love for this homeland. Looks like your Qin clan is also a big clan in the western border. Mount Dongchen, the mountain is majestic, and the cliffs are thousands of meters high. Not bad. Jiangchen chuckled as he gazed at Mount Dongchen from afar. It was indeed very majestic, with clear waters and 1,000 mountains, a sight that made one feel relaxed and happy. Terrifying Genesis chi assailed one's nostrils. It was truly a blessed land. Who is the most powerful person in the western border? How strong are they? Luoying asked curiously. Well, Chen Lu hesitated for a moment before saying, the strongest in Shijiang should be my grandfather. He's a star level 9. However, the other 2 factions, the Xingtian Manor's leader and the Quafu clan's leader, should also be star level 9. In the western border, there were 3 factions, and there were far fewer experts than in the Central Plains. In the Central Plains, there are 3 major factions, the Yi family, Xiao family, and Huang family. The bastard Huang Jun we encountered outside the astral realm is from the Huang family. They are the 3 most powerful families. They pretty much control the resources and connections of the entire Tianqian planet. All 3 families have cosmic cloud states. What? There are cosmic cloud states on the Tianqian planet? Jiangchen was shocked. It seemed the difference between the Heaven Awakening starfield and Heaven Tyrant starfield was too vast. This wasn't the Heaven Tyrant starfield. If this was the Heaven Tyrant starfield, wouldn't they be able to find cosmic cloud states easily? In the entire Heaven Awakening starfield, the strongest person was only a star level 6. There might be hidden masters, but they didn't show themselves to the world. However, the Tianqian planet was different. There were 3 cosmic cloud states in the Central Plains. No wonder people shivered. Jiangchen didn't dare to guess just how strong a cosmic cloud state was. At least, he wouldn't be a match for a cosmic cloud state. It was definitely an insurmountable mountain. Jiangchen was very curious about the Tianqian planet. With cosmic cloud states, the Tianqian planet would definitely be stronger than the Heaven Awakening starfield. There would be more treasures. Of course. Do you think our Tianqian planet is an uncivilized planet? We're one of the top 10 astral realms in the Heaven Tyrant starfield. In terms of trade, we can definitely rank top 3. Chen Lu was very confident. It seems I need to be careful of this Huang Jun from the Central Plains Huang family. Jiangchen touched his nose. He didn't expect he really offended such a powerful figure. But as long as we behave in the western border, the Huang family definitely won't invade the western border to deal with us. Don't worry, the Chen family isn't weak. Looking at Chen Lu's happy face, Jiangchen nodded slightly. Luoying and Jiangchen were slightly relieved. However, they were not familiar with this place after all. It was better to be careful in Heaven Chen Star. Let's go, I'll take you to see my grandpa first. He will be very happy to know that you guys saved me. Chen Lu smiled. The three of them entered Mount East Chen. Quite a few people greeted Chen Lu with smiles on their faces. It seemed that Chen Lu's relationships with people were quite good. At the peak of Dongchen Mountain was an extremely grand palace. It was extremely majestic. It was as though the entire mountain was cut off and built on top of it. It was antique and full of charm. Third uncle, where are you going? Chen Lu saw a black-robed middle-aged man and went up to greet him. The black-robed man frowned when he saw Jiangchen and Luoying. Who are they? The black-robed man asked coldly. They're my friends. Third uncle, let me introduce you. This is my benefactor, Jiangchen, no need. Don't bring these riffraff back. Your grandpa doesn't like it. Humph, the black-robed man snorted and left. Chen Lu was a little confused. She didn't know why her third uncle had become so strange. Moreover, he didn't like Jiangchen and Luoying. Strange, why is third uncle so angry? Chen Lu asked in confusion. When she looked at the housekeeper in the distance, he shook his head. He was her grandpa's housekeeper, the chief housekeeper of the Chen family, Xianxia. Grandpa Zhong, my second uncle. What happened? Chen Lu frowned. I don't know. You're here to see your grandpa, right? He's in seclusion. You should go back. Xianxia turned around and left. He didn't seem to have any good thoughts about Jiangchen. Chen Lu murmured. Chen Lu was confused. She didn't know why the Chen family would be in such a hurry and act so mysteriously. She had only been gone for half a year. How did it become like this? Even her grandfather, who hadn't been in seclusion for a long time, went into seclusion. Her second uncle used to be very hospitable, and this had never happened before. Did something happen in the family? It seems like the Chen family doesn't welcome us. Jiangchen shrugged helplessly. At this moment, Chen Lu's expression also changed slightly. She said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, brother Jiangchen. I don't know why it became like this. Let's go and see your father's condition first. Jiangchen said. Okay. Chen Lu hurriedly brought Jiangchen to her father's residence. Xiaoqing, Xiaochui, is my father at home? Chen Lu asked when she saw the two maids. Master is at home, but his condition is getting worse these days. Xiaoqing said softly. What's going on? I see that everyone in the family is very strange. Did something happen in the family while I was away? Chen Lu frowned. It's the third princess. She was harmed by someone. Xiaochui said. What? My third aunt, she. Chen Lu's pretty face was covered in frost. She was emitting extreme anger and resentment. She had the best relationship with her third aunt. They grew up together and played together. Their relationship was very close. She was closer than other family members. She was more like a sister to her. Chen Lu found it hard to accept that her third aunt was harmed. She felt like a knife was being twisted in her heart. She couldn't accept this fact. Her third aunt was the most outstanding prodigy of the Chen family. How could it be? Her power was star state level 7, how could she be so easily harmed by others? No wonder her grandfather was in seclusion, and her third uncle was also very mysterious. He was full of hostility towards Jiangchen and the others. Even the hospitable Jiangchen became so cold. This matter most likely had something to do with outsiders. However, brother Jiangchen saved her life. Chen Lu trusted Jiangchen a lot. Take me to father. The rims of Chen Lu's eyes reddened. When she pushed open the door, she saw her father lying on the sickbed. His eyes were sunken in, and his expression was one of extreme loneliness. His father was already seriously ill, and his third aunt's death was a huge blow to him. Melancholy was written all over that desolate face of vicissitudes. "Father!" Chenlu couldn't help but call out to her father. At this time, Chenbadian was also slightly startled and woke up from his daze. "Father, my third aunt, what's going on?" Chenlu and her father looked into each other's eyes. Although she didn't want to talk about her third aunt and make her father feel worse, she couldn't get over this hurdle in her heart, so she had to find out the truth. "Your third aunt was deceived by someone. An unknown man cheated her feelings and stole our Chen family's weeping blood dragon pearl. That person was very cunning. Even your grandfather couldn't catch him. At the last moment, your grandfather hit that person with his palm. He used your third aunt as a shield, and your grandfather accidentally killed your third aunt, so he blamed himself. And that bastard was seriously injured by your grandfather and escaped into the 100,000 mountain range." Cough, cough. Chenbaishan's face was as gloomy as water. He coughed twice. His entire person was incomparably angry, and his eyes were bloodshot. "If I didn't become like this, I'll definitely kill that bastard no matter what." Cough, cough, cough. "Father, are you all right?" Chenlu quickly helped her father to sit up. Her heart was filled with incomparable grief and indignation. It turned out that someone had harmed her third aunt. She didn't know how much her grandfather would blame himself. He loved his third aunt the most, but now, she was actually killed by her. To him, this was a huge blow. "Who are they?" Chenbadian finally noticed the presence of Jiangchen and Luoying. "They are my friends. Father, brother Jiangchen saved my life. If it wasn't for him, I would have been dead. Moreover, I brought back the black golden lotus. This time, you can definitely be saved," Chenlu said excitedly. Her third aunt had already left. She couldn't bear the fact that her father had also left her. Hearing that Jiangchen had saved Chenlu, Chenbaishan's expression softened a little. He looked at Jiangchen and nodded slightly. "Even if you find the black golden lotus, it won't help at all. Miracle Dr. Lu is already dead. The thief who appeared with your third aunt not only harmed your third aunt, but he also started a massacre in the Chen family. Hundreds of people were killed and injured. Even Miracle Dr. Lu couldn't escape death. I'm afraid that in the entire western border, there's no other Miracle Dr. Lu. Even if I find the black golden lotus, I'm afraid that my illness can't be cured. Perhaps, this is fate." Chenbaishan's face was bitter. He didn't want to die, but in this situation, even if he had the black golden lotus, there was no way for him to return to his previous self. Chenlu's face was ashen. She had painstakingly found the black golden lotus for her father, but it was useless. Miracle Dr. Lu was the only person in the western border who could cure her father. However, the black golden lotus was found, but Miracle Dr. Lu was gone. Could it be that God was deliberately making fun of her? Chenlu was extremely sad. Her face was pale and she was in a daze. "I'll give it a try. Maybe your father still has a chance to live," Jiangchen said. "Brother Jiangchen, you know how to treat illnesses?" Chenlu said in shock. "I'm an alchemist. It shouldn't be a problem for me to let your father have a look." Jiangchen smiled. Chenlu was very surprised. This was really a case of a village at the end of the tunnel. "Really? Thank you so much, brother Jiangchen." Chenlu nodded repeatedly. "Looks like there's another chance for you to perform, brother Jiangchen," Luoying said with a faint smile. Jiangchen pretended not to hear and nodded as if nothing had happened. "Let me have a look at your condition first." Jiangchen looked at Chenbadian. When Jiangchen's hand landed on Chenbaishan's wrist, he felt an extremely cold force, as if it was going to devour him completely. That kind of abnormal force was full of adhesion. In an instant, Jiangchen felt an intense chill rushing towards him. This chill seemed to spread throughout Chenbaishan's limbs and bones. It was everywhere in his 8 extraordinary meridians. What a terrifying chill. "You must have been poisoned by some kind of demonic beast, right?" Jiangchen looked at Chenbadian in surprise. Chenbadian nodded, slightly surprised. He did not expect Lin Fan to be able to see that he was poisoned by a demonic beast. Chen Lu looked at Jiang Chen expectantly, feeling very nervous. Miracle Dr. Lu was already dead, so now she could only put all her hopes on brother Jiang Chen. If brother Jiang Chen was also helpless, then even if she was very reluctant, it would be useless. With brother Jiang Chen's help, there's no knot that can't be untied. Luoying smiled. She didn't hate Chen Lu, but she had a strong sense of possessiveness as a woman. However, seeing how filial Chen Lu was, she had a good impression of her. Filial piety was the most important of all virtues. A filial person would never go wrong. Really? Chen Lu looked at Jiang Chen cautiously. The golden black lotus can only temporarily suppress your pain for 100 years, but I'm afraid it won't be able to completely remove the cold poison in your body. Jiang Chen said. Only 100 years? Chen Badian murmured. 100 years was enough for him. To be able to be with his children and family, every day was good. Chen Lu's heart skipped a beat. Did brother Jiang Chen just give my father a death sentence of 100 years? 100 years? Only 100 years? 100 years? Thank you, brother Jiang Chen. Chen Lu's eyes were slightly red. I said that the golden black lotus can sustain your father's life for 100 years, but it can't remove the cold poison in his body. I didn't say that I can't. Jiang Chen smiled. Chen Lu suddenly raised her head and looked at brother Jiang Chen, full of doubts. Although the golden black lotus is a fire medicine, it's not that simple. Give me your golden black lotus. As long as I remove all the cold poison in your father's body, it'll be fine. Really? Brother Jiang Chen. Chen Lu was inexplicably surprised. She was looking for the golden black lotus to help her father regain his courage. The golden black lotus was secondary. As long as her father could recover, it was more important than anything else. Let's start. The cold poison has already penetrated into the bone marrow. I'm afraid it will take me 3 days and 3 nights to cure it. You guys go out first, I'll treat the cold poison now. Jiang Chen said. Plop, Chen Lu directly knelt before Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with tears. Brother Jiang Chen, thank you. Get up. What are you doing? Jiang Chen frowned and gratefully helped Chen Lu up. I'm still counting on you to bring me to find rare metal ores. Naturally, I have to help you and build a good relationship. He. Jiang Chen smiled. Chen Lu was very clear that big brother Jiang Chen didn't want her to bear too much pressure. After Chen Lu and Luoying left, Jiang Chen used the heavenly flame in his body to help Chen Badian heal. Although Jiang Chen rarely used the sky flame to deal with his enemies after entering the eternal world, he did not deny the power of the sky flame. For 3 days and 3 nights, Jiang Chen carefully treated Chen Badian, removing the frost poison in his body bit by bit. Chen Badian felt that his body was getting better day by day, and he felt more and more comfortable. This warm feeling was something he had never felt in the past thousands of years. With the frost poison in his body, he was powerless to reverse the situation. Not only was his strength declining, he was also facing a life and death crisis. This was the scariest thing. However, the heavenly flame in Jiang Chen's body made Chen Badian feel full of vitality, and he once again shone with the glory of the past. At this moment, his strength was returning bit by bit. The heat waves in his body came one after another, and the cold poison gradually faded away. His body felt warm and comfortable. On the evening of the 3rd day, Jiang Chen finally finished his work. He looked a little tired, but treating Chen Badian did not take up too much of his time and energy. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had his own selfish motives. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to sweep across the entire heavenly star. Therefore, he needed the help of others, especially the Chen family, which was one of the 3 major families in the western border. The heavenly star was vast and boundless, and it was impossible for him to travel across it in a short period of time. In order to find Feng Er, he needed the help of Feng Er. And this east wind was the Chen clan. If he treated Chen Badian, the Chen clan would definitely be grateful to him. At that time, he could borrow their strength to find Feng Er. My strength is back. Chen Baishan's gaze was like an arrow. He felt his body recovering, and his heart was getting more and more excited. Finally, it stopped at the 8th level of the star realm. Senior's strength is indeed extraordinary, Xianxia said with a smile. Chen Badian suddenly stood up and solemnly bowed towards Xianxia. His face was solemn and his eyes were filled with respect. Little friend Xianxia, you flatter me. If it wasn't for little friend Xianxia, I'm afraid that I would have already lost my life. I will never forget this kindness. Chen Badian was full of gratitude to Xianxia. It's nothing. It's nothing. Xianxia waved his hand. Little friend Xianxia, now that you've cured my illness, you're the closest person to me. If you're in any trouble in the heavenly star, just tell me. I'll do my best to help little friend Xianxia out. Chen Badian smiled. If that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. Xianxia smiled. Xianxia, my young friend, please speak your mind. I am looking for someone. He is my son, Jiangfeng. I am not from the Sky Tyrant Starfield. I am from the Heaven Awakening Starfield. My son went missing and left home. All these years, I have been searching for him. Unfortunately, there has been no news, but I have never given up. When I was in the Heavenly Awakening Star Field, I searched many star realms, but there was no news. Hence, I guessed that he might have come to the Sky Tyrant Star Field to find my son, Jiangfeng. If Senior can help me find Feng, Xianxia will be eternally grateful. Xianxia gradually restrained his expression and said in a serious tone. Chen Badian thought for a moment and nodded. All parents in the world care for their children. I can feel the worry and sorrow in little friend Xianxia's heart. Leave this to me. As long as he is in my heavenly Chen star, I will never let little friend Xianxia down. However, I have just recovered and haven't appeared in the Chen family for a long time. I am afraid the people in the western border have forgotten about my existence. When I get out of the mountain, the first thing I will do is to help Xianxia find your son. Chen Badian said confidently. Great. Xianxia will be eternally grateful. Xianxia said. Xianxia, my young friend, you are too kind. You saved my life. If you continue to be so courteous to me, how am I going to live? Ha ha ha. Chen Badian shook his head. All right. The two of them left the house together. At this moment, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on Chen Lu, who was resting on a stone table in the courtyard. It was an extremely moving scene. Her golden figure was noble and elegant, inviolable. The real Sleeping Beauty was just like that. In the middle of the courtyard, a young man who looked 13 or 14 years old was waving the giant axe in his hand. He was vigorous and domineering. This is. The huge axe in the young man's hand shocked Xianxia. What kind of meteorite was that, to have such power? If that meteorite was used to forge the heavenly dragon sword, it would definitely be a rare treasure. The inky black meteorite carried a trace of remnant star energy. Xianxia could clearly feel that the energy contained in the meteorite was not something any ordinary material could compare to. This meteorite should be the core of a star, something left behind from the core of a star that had been burnt to ashes. After billions of years, the star power was completely exhausted, leaving behind this meteorite rock for future generations. Xianxia was extremely excited. This was something that could only be found by chance. If he could use this meteorite rock to reforge the heavenly dragon sword, then the star power in his body would be like a fish in water, becoming even stronger. The perfect fusion between the heavenly dragon sword and the star power would also make his power even stronger. The stronger the heavenly dragon sword, the stronger he would be. The combination of the strong was the most terrifying. Father, you're done? The young man kept his huge axe and looked at his father with joy. Not bad, my son's sacred heaven axe is really getting better and better. Ha ha ha, I'm very happy. Chen Badian laughed loudly. The young man was Chen Baishan's son, Chen Nan. His power had already reached the third sky of the star level. Although he looked young, he was at least 1,000 years old. At this moment, Chen Lu woke up too. Her body shook violently as she looked at her father and Xianxia. Father? Chen Lu was also extremely surprised. You're done? Chen Lu said excitedly. Chen Badian nodded slightly, his eyes filled with joy and pride. If Chen Lu did not find Xianxia, how could the frost poison in his body be removed so quickly? although Miracle Dr. Lu was not there. Even if Miracle Dr. Lu used the black golden lotus to treat him, the result would probably be the same as Jiang Chen, or even worse, at most 100 years. And now, Chen Badian could also see that Jiang Chen's power was not ordinary. Although he was only a sixth sky of the star level, Chen Badian actually felt that he could not see through him. Chen Lu flew over and opened her arms. It's all thanks to my son. Chen Badian opened his arms and prepared to hug Chen Lu. But what shocked Chen Badian was that Chen Lu was actually hugging Jiang Chen. Was this the legendary saying that a grown girl couldn't be kept at home? Chen Badian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was too awkward. He had thought that Chen Lu was coming for him, and he had even opened his arms. In the end, she had leaped into Jiang Chen's embrace. Even his youngest son, Chen Nan, couldn't help but snicker. Jiang Chen was also stunned, his face full of shock. Thank you, big brother Jiang Chen, thank you. Chen Lu said while crying. The wish that had been hidden in her heart for a long time had finally come true. Her father had finally recovered. Her hard work for so many years had not been in vain. Big brother Jiang Chen had even saved 2 lives of the Chen family. Chen Lu's gratitude towards Jiang Chen was indescribable. At this time, she could only hug Jiang Chen tightly to express her gratitude. Your father has already thanked me. Jiang Chen had an awkward expression. At this time, Luoying coincidentally appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, smiling as she stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had an innocent expression. I didn't do anything. Daughter, did you carry the wrong person? I'm your father. Chen Badian said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. At this time, Chen Lu also stood up and retreated, her face red as she rolled her eyes at her father. Father, are your injuries all healed? Chen Lu was still worried about her father. Thanks to Jiang Chen's treatment, I've already recovered. It's just that my cultivation has stagnated these few years. Otherwise, I would probably be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with your grandfather. Ha ha ha, even so, I will try my best to recover my strength. Star level 8 peak is nothing. Chen Badian said confidently. Right, big brother Jiang Chen, what do you want? I'll bring you to the Chen family treasury to choose. As long as you like it, our Chen family won't be stingy. Chen Lu smiled like a blossoming flower. Jiang Chen smiled and pointed at the huge axe in Chen Nan's hands. I want the same material as that axe. Does your Chen family have any more of the meteorite rock? You want this? Okay, Nan, give the axe to your big brother Jiang Chen. Chen Lu said. Chen Nan had an awkward expression. He unwillingly handed his axe to his sister. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Return the father and son to my brother. A gentleman doesn't take what others love. I just want this meteorite rock. But if I take your brother's, I don't want it anymore. Ha ha ha. Also, this axe isn't enough. I'm really sorry, big brother Jiang Chen. Our Chen family only has this axe. We don't have a second one. Chen Lu said helplessly. You don't have a second one? That's fine. Jiang Chen said. Little friend Jiang Chen, do you really want this meteorite rock? To tell you the truth, I found it in Mount Formless in the 100,000 Mountains. I found the most famous blacksmith in the western border, but he couldn't refine this meteorite rock. In the end, I had to grind it for 500 years to get it to this state. Chen Badian said. Senior, do you mean that there's more of this meteorite rock? Jiang Chen was delighted. There should be more. Mount Formless isn't just a mountain in the 100,000 mountains. It's also a terrifying sinkhole. Underneath the sinkhole is the truly terrifying place. It's a purgatory formed thousands of years ago. It's been there since my father's era. The bottom of the sinkhole is boundless, and this meteorite rock was found there. I also saw a large piece, but I couldn't touch it. I could only dive down to 10 miles below the sinkhole, and I couldn't go any deeper. If no one is looking for the meteorite rock, it should still be here. Chen Badian said. Sinkhole. Meteorite rock. Jiang Chen's eyes were blazing. It seemed that he had to go there. For this meteorite rock, it was really worth the risk. Well, thank you. Senior, just tell me where it is, and I'll look for it myself. Jiang Chen was incomparably solemn. The heavenly dragon sword had to be rebuilt. It was the most important part of his life, and it was also his brother. The broken heavenly dragon sword was like a brother who was seriously injured. I'll go with you, Chen Badian said. Your injury has just healed, and your strength is not stable yet. It's better for me to go by myself, Jiang Chen said. I'll take you there. Brother Jiang Chen, I know where the sinkhole is, Chen Lu said with a smile. Well, if you go. Can you do it? Chen Badian frowned and was a little worried. Don't worry, senior. If it's really impossible, I won't take the risk. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring your daughter back safely, Jiang Chen said. I don't mean that. Little friend Jiang Chen, you worry too much. I'm just afraid that you'll return empty-handed, Chen Badian sighed. After bidding farewell to Chen Badian, Jiang Chen, Luo Ying, and Chen Lu headed straight for the 100,000 Mountains. The 100,000 Mountains was just a general name because the mountains here were endless and unfathomable. It wasn't just 100,000 miles. Within the mountains, it was vast and boundless. Mountains were connected to mountains, trees were connected to trees. There was no way to see far. Sometimes, the mountains rose and fell, and sometimes, waterfalls flowed. In short, in the 100,000 mountains, you could find the most magnificent natural force. The mountains were tens of thousands of feet tall, and the trees were thousands of meters tall. Walking in the mountains, there were places where there was no distinction between day and night. It was all covered by ancient trees that were tens of millions of years old. There are many beasts in the 100,000 mountains, and they are all very powerful. Some even travel in groups of 3 to 5. Star-level beasts are as numerous as the hairs on a cow. We should be careful. Even 5th or 6th level star-level beasts are common. Although there are almost no 7th or 8th level star-level beasts in the outskirts, if we encounter a group of 5th or 6th level star-level beasts, it will be very difficult, Chen Lu said with a serious expression. The three carefully walked across the 100,000 mountains. This journey lasted for 7 days. It wasn't easy to fly across the entire 100,000 mountain range. Even in the sky, there might be endless gales and torrential rain. Once the demonic beasts in the 100,000 mountain range were angered and their territory was invaded, the consequences would be very serious. About a few dozen miles ahead, we are almost at Formless Mountain. Formless Mountain is closely connected to the Sky Pit, so it is quite famous. In the entire western border, most people know of the existence of Formless Mountain and the Sky Pit, but not many dare to come here. Around Formless Mountain, there is a natural miasma. Many star-level warriors have fallen here. In the depths of Formless Mountain, there is the Sky Pit. Just how big is the Sky Pit? No one knows how deep it is. Even I don't know. Moreover, he is very secretive about this sinkhole and has never appeared before. My father came to the sinkhole before and was reprimanded by him, Chen Lu explained to Jiang Chen. Seems like this Sky Pit isn't a good place. Even with your grandfather's strength, this place is so respectful. We really have to be careful. Luoying looked at Jiang Chen and said with a smile. However, no matter how dangerous it was, she would definitely accompany Jiang Chen because she knew how important the Heavenly Dragon Sword was to Jiang Chen. Recasting the Heavenly Dragon Sword meant a lot to Jiang Chen and no one could stop Jiang Chen. When we reach the sinkhole, you should go back first. Chen Lu, don't let your father worry about you. Leave the rest to me, Jiang Chen said. How can we do that? Big brother Jiang Chen, you can't be thinking of chasing me away, right? I know I'm not as strong as Sister Luoying, but I'm still a star level 6. I can at least protect myself. I want to go down with you. Chen Lu wasn't afraid of the Sky Pit at all. She didn't even care about her grandfather's warning. She just wanted to follow big brother Jiang Chen to explore the Sky Pit. Even your father said that the Sky Pit is very dangerous. It's better if you don't go with me. Otherwise, if something happens and I can't protect you, how am I going to explain to your father? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Big brother Jiang Chen, I'm not a kid anymore. My father can't control me. I have to go with you. Chen Lu bit her lips and looked determined. Since she's so insistent, then let's go together. You just have to suffer a little. Luoying said with a smile. She was holding Chenlu's arm. Both of them seemed to be very close. Even Xianxia had no idea what had happened when he was treating Chen Badian. Alright then. Since his insistence was futile, Xianxia had no choice but to bring the two of them along. In truth, Xianxia didn't even want to bring Luoying, but she wouldn't agree even if he tried to stop her. Moreover, if he came with Chenlu, Luoying would most likely kick over all the vinegar jars in the Chen clan. At noon, Xianxia and the others finally arrived at Mount Formless. The poisonous miasma around Mount Formless was a 10-mile radius that needed to be dispelled with Genesis Chi to form a protective golden bell. Otherwise, even a star-level expert wouldn't be able to withstand the miasma. However, Jiangchen's 5-elemental trigram fire formation was set up in all directions, and no miasma could penetrate it. In an ancient mountain range overgrown with weeds, the vegetation was colorful, and the more this was so, the more poisonous the miasma was. After the three passed through the miasma, Chenlu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Big Brother Jiangchen really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. The miasma couldn't enter their bodies at all. After the miasma passed, there was a landslide in front of them. The slope was very long and extended down for hundreds of meters. Moreover, everything within a 10-mile radius was the same. The more they wanted to go down, the more they couldn't see anything. In this place, it was the same in all directions, forming a huge pit. This was the so-called sky pit. We're here, Big Brother Jiangchen. This is the so-called sky pit. My father found the meteorite rock here. I hope we can return with a fruitful harvest this time, Chenlu vowed. Chenlu vowed solemnly. She was filled with anticipation for this place. The mysterious and unfathomable heavenly pit was something she had always wanted to explore. She was even more confident after following Big Brother Jiangchen this time. Her father wasn't clear about Big Brother Jiangchen's strength, but she was very clear about it. Even 4-star level 7 experts weren't his match. This kind of person was the scariest. He hid his strength well. If they wanted to defeat Big Brother Jiangchen, they would need a star level 8 expert to make a move. Only then would it be possible. Jiangchen looked around. This place was indeed very big. He couldn't see the end with a glance. This deep and bottomless black pit, no one knew what was hidden in it. At least, even the star level 9 Chen family's leader, Chenlu's grandfather, was very afraid of this place. Jiangchen had to be even more careful. However, he had to get the meteorite rock. With the meteorite rock, he would be able to reconstruct the heavenly dragon sword. This was his only chance. Jiangchen definitely wouldn't miss it. Slashing at the edge of the sky pit, Jiangchen felt that there seemed to be an indistinguishable dragon roar and tiger roar coming from the bottom of the sky pit. It also sounded like the raging roar of a storm. In short, it was an extremely unsettling sound that kept echoing in his ears. Moreover, the thing that made Jiangchen depressed was that even his natal astral soul was unable to detect what kind of existence was in the sky cavern. This made Jiangchen even more excited. Meteorite rock, here I come. Let's go down. You too, be extra careful. Jiangchen glanced at Luoying and Chenlu as he said in a low voice. The three of them began to slowly dive down towards the bottom of the sinkhole. There was no vegetation around the sinkhole. It was pitch black like coal. Ravines were scattered in the middle, like quicksand pouring into the sinkhole. However, with the naked eye, they couldn't see the situation underground for a few hundred meters. Even Jiangchen and the others could only see about 3 kilometers down. The rest was pitch black. Darkness was terrifying to anyone, because they could feel the presence of death in the darkness. Jiangchen threw a fireball into the sinkhole. The fireball kept falling, but the light of the fireball was gradually devoured by the darkness. They still couldn't see the edge or the bottom. The three of them were very careful and didn't dare to be careless. Even Jiangchen was the same. Chenlu's father had said that even a star level 8 expert like him didn't dare to look for the meteorite rock directly. They had to be even more careful about the sinkhole. I've heard the older generation say that there is a Gu Tianma imprisoned in the sinkhole. In the entire Tianqian star, no one dares to go underground. Once the sky demon is awakened, there will be a merciless massacre. Those who fall into the sinkhole won't survive. Chen Lu said in a low voice. However, at this moment, the deeper she dived, the more nervous and excited she became. She was even filled with curiosity. No matter who it was, they would always be filled with desire towards the unknown. Chen Lu was no exception, even though this place was extremely dangerous and mysterious. Her grandfather had once reprimanded her father. Her father's biggest regret was that he couldn't enter the sinkhole and explore it. However, today, she could finally fulfill her father's wish and take a good look at this place. This had always been her dream. Gu Tianma, Jiangchen frowned and murmured. No matter what was down there, he had to find the meteorite rock. Even the Heavenly King couldn't do it. No matter what, it's best to be careful. Luoying nodded. The three of them followed the walls of the sky pit and went down. The fireball in Jiang Chen's hand could only illuminate 100 meters. It was surrounded by layers of black stalactites. When Jiang Chen and the others dived down for tens of thousands of meters, they finally felt a chill. That chill came from the depths of his heart. The surrounding temperature was only around -50 degrees Celsius, which was not fatal at all. But to Jiang Chen, this chill had a profound meaning, because it seemed to have been purposely emitted by someone. Suddenly, Jiang Chen focused his eyes and saw a meteorite rock the size of 3 fists. Over there. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He flew over and grabbed the meteorite rock tightly. He couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. Although this meteorite rock was not enough to refine the Sky Dragon sword, it was a good start for Jiang Chen. According to Chen Lu's father, if they continued to go down, they would definitely find the meteorite rock. As for why the meteorite rock appeared here, Jiang Chen had no idea. I seem to feel a chill that is quietly approaching us. Chen Lu looked around. The darkness was boundless, but now that brother Jiang Chen was here, she felt quite at ease. This should be the meteorite rock that my father mentioned. Brother Jiang Chen, should we continue to look down? I'm a little scared. Chen Lu said in a low voice. I told you not to come, but you insisted. You should go back. I will go down with Luoying. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. It's okay, I can do it. Chen Lu said while gritting her teeth. If Sister Luoying could do it, she could definitely do it too. This was her territory. She would definitely protect her. Sigh. Jiang Chen shook his head. He also saw the determination in Chen Lu's eyes. Let's continue walking. Just be a little more careful. However, this meteorite rock is indeed extremely precious. If we can find a few more of them, it would be a great fortune. The treasures in this sky cavern can only be found by luck. Luoying said. Jiang Chen also had the same intention. If he missed this village, he might not have this shop again. The surrounding black rock wall seemed to be washed by the rain. It still felt like there were thousands of ravines. However, immediately after, Jiang Chen felt a great pressure because the meteorite rock in his hand seemed to have become very heavy. It was extraordinarily abnormal, as if it weighed thousands of kilograms. The surrounding space seems to be changing. Jiang Chen had an ominous premonition. The black area underground became more and more humid and cold. A chill came from his heart. Moreover, the meteorite rock in his hand already made him feel like he couldn't hold it anymore. I feel like there are countless eyes staring at me. Luoying looked around, but she couldn't see anything. However, she had a premonition in her heart and she was very nervous. Heavenly flame prairie fire. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He moved his palm, and 100 zhang-long flame instantly lit up the 4 walls of the sinkhole. At this moment, ear-piercing screams resounded throughout the whole sinkhole. Squeak, 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 squeak. Sure enough, the black rock wall that was originally like a ravine began to fall, and countless eyes appeared in the surroundings. So many eyes, Chen Lu had a creepy feeling because all the eyes were staring at them. They were filled with a bloodthirsty feeling. What is this thing? Luoying frowned, her face gloomy. This kind of densely packed thing was very unfriendly to women. Both Luoying and Chen Lu were disgusted. It's a bat. Jiang Chen's voice was solemn. There were many bats, probably tens of thousands of them. Moreover, they were all very big, about the size of a fierce tiger. They were all hanging on the rock wall. Jiang Chen's fire had awakened them. All the bats were staring at them, full of anger and malevolence. I know, it's the soaring blood bats. I saw them in the 100,000 mountain range. I didn't expect this to be their nest. Chen Lu's pupils constricted as she murmured. She couldn't help but feel her scalp go numb. These soaring blood bats are very terrifying and very cunning. They are all demonic beasts that live in groups, and their strength cannot be underestimated. Each soaring blood bat has the battle strength of a stellar level. Although they can't dominate the 100,000 mountain range, if they were to face so many soaring blood bats, even my grandfather would have to avoid them. What should we do now? Retreat? Luoying looked at Jiang Chen. Do you think we can make it in time? They are already staring at us. Jiang Chen murmured. Be careful. These flying blood bats can suck human blood and their feces are poisonous. Chen Lu said in a low voice. Her face darkened as she rapidly retreated. However, the overwhelming number of flying blood bats had already blotted out the sky above their heads. Not a single ray of light could be seen. In the darkness, pairs of blazing eyes flickered with a frightening eerie light. There were tens of thousands of soaring blood bats. Chen Lu's heart was filled with despair. It seemed like her grandfather was right. This place was simply hell on earth. No wonder her father had been scolded by her grandfather when he had come here and was lucky enough to return. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he stared at the surroundings. However, even he could not maintain his usual calm in the face of tens of thousands of flying blood bats. These guys were charging forward wave after wave without any fear of death. There were tens of thousands of them, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that there were hundreds of thousands of them. It was simply impossible to count. Such a huge swarm of flying blood bats had practically crushed all their escape routes. There were no exits in all directions. Escaping was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I feel that my vision and hearing have become numb. There are too many of them. I can't hold on much longer. Chen Lu brandished her sword and frantically slashed out. Rays of sword light shot out in all directions. However, those soaring blood bats didn't seem to fear death at all. Furthermore, when she slashed at them, they didn't die at all. On the other hand, her sword was already full of cracks. Luo Ying's situation was not much better than Chen Lu's. She was already in a very difficult situation. Although she had killed many of the flying blood bats, there was no way for her to retaliate. All she could do was struggle to cope with them. The flying blood bats' bodies were too hard, as if they were made of diamond. Most importantly, the poisonous gas emitted from their feces had already made their situation worrisome. The Genesis chi in their bodies seemed to be greatly restricted, making it impossible for them to display their peak power. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Compared to Luoying and Chen Lu, his situation wasn't that bad. His heavenly dragon sword was still very powerful and terrifying. Even though it was damaged, it wasn't a problem for it to chop this group of soaring blood bats into pieces. However, Jiang Chen was not made of steel. Although the Genesis chi in his body was continuously pouring out, the heavenly dragon sword had also been greatly worn out. After killing over 1,000 soaring blood bats, the blade of the heavenly dragon sword had begun to become a little warped. The toughness of their bodies made Jiang Chen speechless. Such a tough body was almost comparable to the heavenly dragon sword. These soaring blood bats were not easy to deal with. 5 elemental trigram fire array. Jiang Chen activated the formation and protected the 3 of them within it. The surrounding poisonous gas slowly dissipated, and the pressure the 3 of them had to face from the soaring blood bats had lessened. But even so, it was still hard for them to imagine how long it would take for them to kill so many soaring blood bats. Time passed minute by minute. Jiang Chen felt extremely depressed. He had already killed no less than 10,000 soaring blood bats, and the heavenly dragon sword was full of cracks. He could still hold on, but Chen Lu and Luoying couldn't. If this continued, they would most likely be exhausted to death. The number of soaring blood bats was unimaginable. Gradually, Jiang Chen lost his initial patience because there was no end to them. He didn't know where the end was. Luoying and Chen Lu were almost exhausted. Black King, bring the demonic beast army and fight with me. Jiang Chen roared. Although there were many soaring blood bats, he was not to be trifled with. Under the leadership of the Black King, countless demonic beasts flew out from the Buddha prison pagoda like wild horses. There were more than 3,000 of them. The weakest was at the second heaven of the star realm, and the strongest was at the fifth heaven of the star realm. Such a force shocked Qianlu, and her scalp went numb. Isn't this a little too much? Qianlu didn't dare to imagine that brother Jiangchen had such a trick up his sleeve. Wasn't it better now? Roar, roar, thousands of demonic beasts were fighting the soaring bloodbaths in the crater. It was like a group of demons dancing in a frenzy. The Black King wielded the divine spear. He was like a deity that had descended to the mortal world. He wasn't any weaker than Jiangchen. He followed beside Jiangchen and killed the soaring bloodbats. The terrifying demonic beasts had been suppressed in the Buddha prison pagoda for a long time. Now that they were released, they had boundless power and continuously attacked the countless soaring bloodbats. He has many tricks up his sleeve. Your brother Jiangchen isn't someone to be trifled with. Luo Ying's beautiful eyes flickered with pride. Although they were in a difficult situation, as long as Jiangchen didn't retreat, it meant that he still had a chance of survival. Qianlu nodded. Her admiration for brother Jiangchen was obvious. Brother Jiangchen's strength was not bad even among them. There would definitely be a place for him on the Tianqian planet. In the Battle of the Crater, Jiangchen led thousands of demonic beasts in a life-and-death battle. It completely shocked Qianlu. Brother Jiangchen seemed to be omnipotent. The soaring bloodbats seemed to be stimulated. The more they were killed, the more blood stimulated every beast. Whether it was the soaring bloodbats or the army of demonic beasts behind Jiangchen, they were all bloodthirsty. Every beast had followed the Black King's master, Long Fu. They had slaughtered countless tyrants and survived in the Buddha prison palace for many years. They were not ordinary demonic beasts. Jiangchen was almost evenly matched with the soaring bloodbats. After a long time, his heavenly dragon sword had countless cracks. However, the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword was still extremely fierce. In the sword's soul, there were hundreds of dragon roars. It was as if a dragon's might covered the sky and the sun. With the sword's soul, the heavenly dragon sword was peerless. 31st Sword. The limitless sword was undefeated in hundreds of battles. Even after killing 30,000 enemies, Jiangchen still did not frown. At this moment, the entire crater seemed to be filled with ghostly wails and wolf howls. The echoes of screams filled the sky. I want to see how many soaring bloodbats you have. Jiangchen frowned. His sword chi did not decrease at all. The army of demonic beasts was ferocious. 3,000 demonic beasts were equivalent to tens of thousands of soaring bloodbats. The intensity of the battle made Qianlu and Luo Ying's blood boil. In this battle, Jiangchen was like an unparalleled divine king. It shocked Qianlu greatly. Even though Luo Ying had some understanding of Jiangchen's strength, she could not help but be shocked. His fighting spirit was above the clouds. No one could stop him. With a sword, a mouth full of blood, and a body full of iron courage, he was invincible. More and more soaring bloodbats gradually fell. Their blood almost filled the crater. However, in the bottomless crater, the roars of dragons and tigers once again made Jiangchen's heart heavy. 5 Elemental Divine Fire. Scatter. Jiangchen looked straight ahead. The divine fire in his hand shot out in all directions. Countless soaring vampire bats were ignited by Jiangchen's 5 Elemental Divine Fire. The divine fire spread out, connecting the soaring vampire bats with the flames. It was like a sea of fire. Countless screams could be heard. Jiangchen kept activating the 5 Elemental Divine Fire, but it consumed a lot of his energy. The flames kept fusing together. The flying bloodbats turned into flaming shadows and fell down from the sky, illuminating the sinkhole and making it brightly lit. What terrifying flames! Qianlu couldn't help but click her tongue. Big brother Jiangchen's combat strength was just too strong. Countless soaring bloodbats couldn't even put up a fight against him. Be it the demonic beast army or the 5 Elemental Divine Fire, they had killed more than 100,000 soaring vampire bats. At this time, the number of soaring vampire bats seemed to be decreasing. There was no longer a swarm of them in front of them. Kill, the Black King's divine spear swept across the land. The demonic beast army was even more domineering. Facing these soaring vampire bats, their battle blood was completely ignited. The intensity of the battle was unimaginable. Chenlu was still in a state of shock. Brother Xianxia's battle prowess had impressed her. If it had been her father, he might not have been able to break through this place either. There was no need to explain one's valiant life. Squeak, 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 an ear-piercing sound was heard by everyone. Currently, Xianxia had almost killed 100,000 soaring blood bats. The number of bats in front of him was getting lesser and lesser. They couldn't form any kind of formation. Fiery shadows fell into the abyss one after another. However, even after the flames disappeared, Xianxia still couldn't see what was happening in the abyss. It was bottomless and unfathomable. However, the squeak was getting closer and closer. Xianxia frowned. This sound was like a roar coming from the abyss. It was hysterical and made people's scalps go numb. It was a tremor that came from the depths of their souls. No one could remain indifferent. "It's coming," Xianxia murmured. "What's coming?" Luoying and Chenlu were slightly shaken, their faces filled with astonishment. "The leader of the soaring vampire bats, the real Bat King," Xianxia said with a calm expression as he waited quietly. The remaining thousands of flying blood bats were all struck down by the Black King spear. The bloodthirsty and furious demonic beast army was showing off their strength. Squeak, 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 the voice was heard once again. However, what followed this voice was a terrifying demon beast with a wingspan of 10 zhang. It completely blocked Xianxia's sight and flew up from the bottom of the crater, landing on Xianxia's body. Xianxia let out a muffled groan. He pulled out his sword and forcefully slashed at the flying blood bat's body, but it was useless. The flying blood bat's speed was just too fast. Even with the ascending stairs to heaven, Xianxia was barely able to dodge the bat's second attack. However, the surrounding rock walls were smashed into pieces and shattered into pieces. Countless rocks kept falling down, but it didn't cause any ripples on the ground. A few of Xianxia's ribs were broken. This flying Bat King was too terrifying. Its strength was not any weaker than an 8th heavenly layer star realm expert. "Big brother Xianxia, be careful." Chenlu frowned. She was extremely worried. Her heart was already tightly clenched. Luoying was no exception. Their injuries were more serious and they had consumed too much energy. They could not fight anymore. Even if they ate Xianxia's elixir, they would not be able to help Xianxia to capture the flying vampire king in a short period of time. Xianxia was continuously knocked away. The flying vampire king's wings were as sharp as a sword. Every time it hit Xianxia's body, it would leave a faint bloodstain. If it was not for the combination of the star's tyrannical body and the dragon transformation, Xianxia would have been defeated. His body was as hard as a rock. Even the heavenly dragon sword might not be able to hurt him. This was where Xianxia's confidence came from. That was why he dared to confront this peerless beast head-on. "To be able to fight hand-to-hand with me, your strength is indeed abnormal. You killed 100,000 of my descendants. You will definitely die." The flying vampire king's voice was incomparably deep. His hoarse voice was filled with endless anger. 100,000 flying vampire bats were completely annihilated by Xianxia. Even the flying vampire king found it hard to accept such an outcome. He thought that his cultivation would improve after dreaming for 3,000 years. However, he did not expect that when he woke up, all of his descendants had fallen down and turned into ashes. "Your body is indeed strong. Flying vampire bat, I want to see how strong your body is." Xianxia's eyes were shining brightly. He really wanted to compete with this flying vampire king. He was so strong because of the combination of the astral pull and the dragon transformation. However, why was this flying vampire king so strong? Xianxia saw that the flying vampire king's eyes were extremely bright like the stars. This was not something that ordinary demonic beasts could compare with. Could it be that the initial brightness was because of the geological problem? The meteorite rock was comparable to a divine weapon. Even the heavenly dragon sword might not be able to cut it. That was why Xianxia was so excited. He wanted to obtain these meteorite rocks and melt them to reforge the heavenly dragon sword. This was Xianxia's biggest dream. My body isn't something you can imagine. I've almost eaten all the meteorite rocks here. It's impossible for you to defeat me. I am an immortal existence. You can't kill me. The flying vampire king laughed wildly. He was extremely arrogant. At this time, Chenlu's expression changed. What? The meteorite rock was eaten by him? This was completely unimaginable. These soaring blood bats actually consumed the meteorite rock as food. This completely overturned their understanding of the world. No wonder the flying vampire bat's body was so hard and overbearing. It turned out that the meteorite rocks had changed their physique and made them as hard as a rock. Xianxia squinted his eyes. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The meteorite rock was actually eaten by him. This flying bat king seemed to be what he was looking for. If he could smelt his body, he would be able to extract the essence and get rid of the impurities to reforge the heavenly dragon sword. This is getting more and more interesting. It seems that if I don't kill you today, I will have come here in vain. He laughed and said without any fear. On the contrary, he was full of excitement. Then let's see who will have the last laugh. Xianxia kept his heavenly dragon sword and fought the flying bat king with his bare fists. The flying bat king's body was indestructible. Xianxia was very clear about this. Moreover, he was at a disadvantage when they fought previously. It was hard to imagine how strong this guy was. Most importantly, his strength had already reached the 8th heaven of the star level. Whether it was his body or strength, he was far stronger than Xianxia. This battle was a narrow escape for Xianxia. If he could kill the flying bat king and refine him, it would be enough for him to reforge the heavenly dragon sword. Master, we will live and die with you. The Black King stood beside Xianxia and was ready to die. No need. You guys are not his match. There is no need to sacrifice yourselves. I alone am enough for this battle. Xianxia said faintly. He alone was enough for this battle. Any more and he would only become a dead soul under the flying bat king. This guy was too strong. Ordinary demonic beasts would probably be crushed to death by him. Even the Black King might not be able to take 3 moves from him. If not for his dragon transformation, Xianxia would not dare to fight the flying bat king head-on. At this moment, he had no way out. He had to fight with his life on the line. A fighter is a hero. After killing this flying bat king, he would have the heavenly dragon sword. Luoying and Chenlu clenched their fists tightly and stared at Xianxia. This battle was not a joke. If they lost, all of them might die here. You guys go first. Leave the rest to me. Don't be a burden to me. Xianxia said in a low voice. Luoying was shocked. Xianxia said so. It meant that he was not 100% sure that he could defeat the opponent. The pressure brought by the flying bat king was too great. The main thing was that he did not have any weakness. This was the most terrifying part. Xianxia was ready to fight to the death with him. Therefore, he must eliminate all worries. No, I have to stay here with you. Luoying said in a low voice. The more it was like this, the more worried she was about Xianxia's safety. Xianxia was not a god, and there were things that he could not handle. Black King. Do it, take them both away. Xianxia's voice was solemn. There was no doubt. All right. The Black King led the demonic beast legion and retreated step by step. At this time, Luoying and Chenlu were also surrounded and had no choice. If the Black King wanted to restrain them, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. The 2 of you, Master has given orders. Please excuse us. The Black King gritted his teeth. He didn't dare to disobey Xianxia's arrangements. If something happened to his master, they would definitely die. However, if he didn't listen to his master, he wouldn't have a choice. Xianxia, you bastard. Luoying's eyes were blurred with tears. She roared angrily, but Xianxia's figure was already getting further and further away from her eyes. The Black King followed his master's orders and took the 2 away. Now, only Xianxia and the Flying Bat King were left in the giant crater. The life and death battle between the 2 was about to begin. Xianxia kept attacking and punching the Flying Bat King with all his might. He wanted to block the Flying Bat King's path of attack. The Flying Bat King was also very smart. He knew that Xianxia wanted to take his people out of here and fight him to the death. His children and grandchildren were already dead. This guy must not be let off easily. You want to run? No way. The Flying Bat King flapped his wings and rose into the air. Raging winds roared and the surrounding stone walls tumbled down. Xianxia directly used the ancient soaring dragon technique, causing his strength to continuously rise. Every punch landed on flesh. Xianxia repeatedly punched the Flying Bat King's body, but the Flying Bat King's defensive power was too astonishing. Even hundreds of punches and thousands of falling clouds seemed to be nothing more than tickles to the Flying Bat King. It is impossible for you to defeat me. You will only become a delicacy for me. The Flying Bat King bared his fangs and his claws were as sharp as diamond. They slashed through the air, stirring up a series of sonic booms that made one's hair stand on end. Xianxia was as unmoving as a mountain. Facing the Flying Bat King's attack, two figures, one large and one small, collided like two planets, causing sparks to fly. 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger. Xianxia's finger technique was like a mountain. Genesis Chi surged out, shaking the earth and mountains. 1 sun finger. Double dragon finger. 3-fold finger. 4 directional finger. 4 fingers shot out in succession. Each finger contained an incomparably terrifying pressure that crushed downwards. Scar after scar appeared on the Flying Bat King's body. However, even the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger was unable to penetrate the Flying Bat King's defense. The battle between the two had escalated once again. Ayo ayo ayo, the Flying Bat King let out a shrill howl. Its sharp claws tightly clamped onto Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was firmly locked in place, unable to advance or retreat. Die. You can't withstand my attack. I am the only existence in this pit, ha ha ha. The Flying Bat King was incomparably arrogant. Its sharp claws tightly clenched together, and a series of explosive noises rang out from Xianxia's body. Unparalleled dragon transformation. Xianxia roared. His body, which was as tough as a mountain, was similarly indestructible. It was like a collision between a spear and a shield. Astral pull, exploding heavenly stars. Xianxia's figure was like a rainbow. With a roar of fury, the power of the stars in his body instantly burst out. The endless power shook the Flying Bat King's mind. The Flying Bat King was unable to withstand the power of the stars, and was directly sent flying by Xianxia. Damn it! The Flying Bat King's cry was incomparably cold, and it was burning with anger. However, its body was too hard. If it was an ordinary demonic beast, it would have long been torn to pieces by Xianxia's exploding heavenly stars. However, it was still intact. The reason was naturally because it had eaten the meteorite rock. If it wasn't for the power of the stars in the meteorite rock, which strengthened the Flying Bat King's body, and the special characteristics of the meteorite rock, which made it so tyrannical, how could a mere Flying Bat King have such great power? Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze was like a knife, staring at the Flying Bat King. The battle between the two had once again escalated. Whether it was Xianxia or the Flying Bat King, both of them deeply felt the terror of the other. It was not as easy as they had imagined to determine the winner between the two. Xianxia clenched his fists, and his methods were frequent. He was almost going tit for tat with the Flying Bat King. His small body was not worth mentioning in front of the Flying Bat King, but the power that erupted from Xianxia was shocking. The Flying Bat King flapped its wings, and constantly collided with Xianxia. The Flying Bat King's tyrant body and the dragon transformation were almost evenly matched. Xianxia loved to fight hand-to-hand. Moreover, his body had been strengthened many times and was now indestructible. Even if he was compared to the Flying Bat King, it was still difficult to distinguish who was stronger and who was weaker. The terrifying fists continued to smash down. The Flying Bat King was also very cautious. The exchange between the two of them seemed to be casual. However, every time they exchanged blows, there would be an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. The surrounding stone walls were constantly shaken and countless mountain rocks fell into the crater. Every time he attacked, Xianxia had the determination to face death with equanimity. Only in this way, he could exert his strongest combat power. Only by killing this flying bat king, he could reconstruct the heavenly dragon sword. Starlight enter the body. 100-star refinement. Exploding heavenly star. Xianxia kept smashing his fists, the power of the stars constantly poured into his body. The stars were shining brightly, shining brightly. As the brilliance circulated, it was like a golden god of war, accompanied by blue light, constantly lingering around Xianxia. His momentum was vigorous and his combat power was shocking. Chi chi chi, Xianxia's body was like a divine weapon, crushing the heavens and the earth, and all living things were silent. The flying bat king's sharp claws tore and clashed with Xianxia again and again, and separated again and again. Xianxia's strength had now reached the 8th heaven of the star level. He was strong and not weak. He was on par with the flying bat king. The blessing of the astral pole was Xianxia's biggest reliance. Now that his body was constantly getting stronger, it was the best proof. The flying bat king was even more shocked. He could not imagine how a human body could reach such a terrifying strength. Whether it was the reaping wing or the tearing claw, it could not shake Xianxia at all. Therefore, for a while, the two of them could not do anything to each other. The sparks from the collision were the most intense. Let's see how long you can last. I will exhaust you to death even if I have to. The flying bat king said while gritting his teeth. He flew west and swooped down. His sharp claws cut through the air, even the space seemed to become distorted at this moment. Humph, then you have found the right opponent. I will accompany you to the end. Xianxia's eyes were cold. He stepped on the sky ascending stairs and completely dodged the flying bat king's attack. In the next moment, he took out the heavenly dragon sword. Dozens of divine swords flew up to the sky. The Azura sword formation was once again set up by Xianxia. Xianxia dashed left and right, continuously setting up a sword formation. With the heavily damaged heavenly dragon sword as the lead and the 36 divine swords as the support, they set up an inescapable net in the heavenly crater. As soon as the formation was completed, countless sword shadows swept across the heavens and earth, continuously shooting towards the flying bat king. The flying bat king let out a furious roar and soared into the sky. Facing the endless sword shadows, it flew around recklessly, breaking through the sword lights that blotted out the sky and earth as it charged towards Xianxia. Heaven's roar. The flying bat king breathed in and out, causing mist to rise and light pillars to shoot up to the sky. They intertwined with Xianxia's sword formation, destroying countless sword lights. His body was indestructible. When the sword lights hit his body, they could only leave faint marks on his body. The foundation of the flying bat king was not harmed at all. Xianxia was also very shocked. There was no way out now, he must fight to the death. The Azura sword formation had never failed, but this time it was completely defeated. Although Xianxia was not defeated yet, the Azura sword formation could not break the defense of the flying bat king. This meant that the purpose of the sword formation was not as good as before. The power of the heavenly dragon sword could not cut down the flying bat king. Xianxia really could not do anything to him. However, facing the endless peerless sword lights, although the flying bat king was not afraid, it was not to the point of being unconcerned. He was also careful with every step. Once his weakness was hit, he might be seriously injured. However, Xianxia knew that the Azura sword formation could only trap him temporarily, it was impossible to kill the flying bat king. It's time to use the divine will technique. Xianxia's eyes were as cold as ice, and his expression was solemn. After calming himself down, he started expanding his natal souls. He had already mastered the first level of the divine sense skill, and although he hadn't completely mastered it yet, it was still very powerful. The divine will technique had a total of 4 levels. The first level was heaven with a thought, the second level was hell with a thought, the third level was reincarnation with a thought, and the fourth level was immortality with a thought. This was the peerless inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. It was definitely a real killer move. However, because the divine will technique was too powerful, even if he had broken through the natal spirit, Xianxia still did not dare to try it. It could only be considered as a small success. However, he had no choice now. He could not break the defense of the Flying Bat King, so he could only find another way. If he could use the divine will technique to defeat him, then it could be considered as saving the country in a roundabout way. With this thought in mind, move your divine will, heaven with a thought. Jiang Chen's eyes were calm, and his mind was incomparably calm. The power of the natal spirit was released in an instant, and in an instant, it covered the sky and rushed towards the Flying Bat King. The power of the divine will technique was unstoppable, and it was filled with endless spiritual pressure. Almost in an instant, the Flying Bat King let out a blood-curdling scream. Obviously, his soul was completely unable to withstand the soul pressure brought by the divine will technique. The soul was even more cruel than the body. The soul pressure made the Flying Bat King lose his initiative in an instant, and he was on the verge of collapsing. The power in his body was instantly dispersed, and his soul was attacked. That kind of piercing pain made the Flying Bat King's scalp numb. His face was incomparably ferocious, and he opened his bloody mouth, howling to the sky. Awoo, 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 awoo. The Flying Bat King did not expect Jiang Chen to have such a despicable method. With a move of the divine will technique, heaven with a thought, it was as if the entire heavenly pit had become silent. That kind of terrifying soul-tearing feeling made the Flying Bat King completely lose his combat strength. 10,000 swords returned to origin, kill for me. Jiang Chen roared, and once again activated the Azura sword formation. He gathered all the strength he had in his life, and it was unstoppable. Countless sword shadows, like a sky full of icy rain, shot down. This time, the Flying Bat King, who had completely lost his offensive strength, had his eyes pierced, and even his throat was pierced. All the weak points on his body were pierced. Jiang Chen used all his strength, and fought with all his might, shocking the heavens and earth, and making the gods and ghosts weep. The terror of the divine will technique made Jiang Chen smack his lips, but his soul force was also completely drained. That kind of tearing feeling caused his head to split open, and he felt as if his head was about to split open. But because of this, the might of the divine will technique was something that Jiang Chen could not underestimate, and his heart was filled with raging waves. Jiang Chen kept panting, his face was extremely grim. Looking at the huge beast that had lost all signs of life, he finally let out a sigh of relief. After such a long battle and taking down the Flying Bat King, he was already exhausted. He looked like an arrow at the end of its flight. If the Flying Bat King could hold on any longer, he might be the one who lost. However, Jiang Chen's soul had also suffered a certain degree of damage. This divine will art was too powerful. Jiang Chen had to forcefully use it to barely kill the Flying Bat King. One should know that the toughness of this fellow's body was not any weaker than the heavenly dragon sword. It was because it had eaten too many meteorite rocks that it became so terrifying. This was something that Jiang Chen deeply agreed with. His own astral pull and dragon transformation almost could not withstand the Flying Bat King's insane attack. In the end, he relied on the soul attack to save the country and counterattack. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with emotions. Although this Flying Bat King was a star level 8, with such body strength and power, coupled with the fact that he was in his own territory, even a star level 9 would not be able to escape from his clutches. Whether it was the hundreds of thousands of flying blood bats or his own shocking combat power, they had become the unique existence in the sky pit. Unrivaled and invincible, this battle was also a narrow escape, but he saw hope. At least he did not get injured for nothing. Outside the sky pit, Luoying and Chen Lu were filled with worry. They did not know what Jiang Chen's current situation was. Both of them were blocked by the Black King. Their faces were filled with anger, but the Black King could not do anything. The master's words were like an imperial edict. He had to obey without any hesitation. I wonder what Brother Jiang Chen's situation is now. Chen Lu's face was filled with worry. But there was nothing she could do no matter how anxious she was. The Flying Bat King that big Brother Jiang Chen was fighting was an 8th heavenly layer star realm existence. It was indestructible and indestructible. Even her father would be defeated by such a demonic beast. However, Brother Jiang Chen resolutely sent them back for their safety. Brother Jiang Chen did not have any confidence at all. If he was confident, why would he let the Black King send them back? Luoying did not say a word. She was worried about Jiang Chen. If something happened to Jiang Chen, what would she do? Jiang Chen asked them to leave because he was prepared to fight to the death. It was hard to say who would emerge victorious. Chen Lu might not know, but Luoying was very clear that Jiang Chen had never been in such a situation before. Everything seemed to be within his expectations. But now, he had completely lost confidence and could not guarantee their safety. This was the first time. His decision was to prepare for a rainy day and think of all the disadvantages. Sister Luoying, brother Jiang Chen, Chen Lu looked at Luoying. She was no less worried than Luoying. At this time, Luoying could not be bothered to be jealous. Jiang Chen's safety was what they were most concerned about. Now, it all depends on his luck. Luoying murmured. As long as I am alive, it means that Master is fine. At least for now, he is safe. The Black King glanced at the two. Chen Lu and Luoying's pupils shrank. At this moment, they heaved a sigh of relief. Your life is linked to brother Jiang Chen's. Can you sense him? Chen Lu asked anxiously. No. The Black King shook his head. Although my life is linked to Master's, I still can't sense his existence. I can only determine whether he is alive or not. In that case, it's good. At least, it means that Jiang Chen's life is not in danger. Luoying heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the terrifying sinkhole. Jiang Chen, you must come back alive. You must. I believe that brother Jiang Chen will be fine. He will be blessed by heaven. Chen Lu smiled. The smile in her eyes was incomparably calm. If the Black King did not die, Jiang Chen would definitely be able to come out alive. I also believe that Master will not be trapped in this sinkhole. Even a mountain of knives and a sea of fire will not be able to trap him. The Black King said solemnly. However, the next moment, his expression began to change. How could this be? How could this be? The Black King clutched his head tightly. His expression was hideous as he rolled on the ground with a splitting headache. At the same time, he was not the only one. The thousands of demonic beasts all began to howl in agony. What's going on? What's going on? Has Big Brother Jiang Chen met with a mishap? Chen Lu didn't want to believe it, but looking at the Black King and the thousands of demonic beasts hugging their heads and wailing in agony, the two of them looked at each other and felt a wave of panic and despair. Master! 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 Before the Black King could finish his sentence, he collapsed on the ground, motionless and lifeless. The Black King was not the only one. Thousands of beasts had also collapsed on the ground. None of them were spared. There was no longer any life around the sinkhole. Instead, it was filled with an aura of death. Big Sister Luoying, this. What should we do? Brother Jiang Chen won't be in trouble, right? Chen Lu's eyes reddened. The Black King had just said that the two of them were inextricably linked. They would live or die together. However, the Black King had collapsed. Didn't that mean that brother Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to escape this misfortune? Chen Lu's words made Luoying even more nervous. She shook her head frantically. Impossible. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Luoying screamed as tears flowed from her eyes. She was filled with despair. I've met countless difficulties along the way with him. Even in the great sovereign's tomb, he never gave up. He won't give up here. Absolutely impossible. Luoying shook her head with all her might, shouting at the top of her lungs. But even if she didn't want to believe it, the Black King's words were deeply rooted in her heart. The Black King, as well as the thousands of demonic beasts, were all dead at this moment. There was no sign of life. Although she didn't believe it, fate had played a big joke on her. Then why did the Black King collapse? Why did it turn out like this? Compared to Luoying, although she did not have a strong relationship with Jiang Chen was her savior. Hence, she had always treated Jiang Chen like a brother. This time, she had followed brother Jiang Chen to this sinkhole, but she had never imagined that this would be their eternal farewell. Big brother Jiang Chen, I will find you. I must find you. You go back, I'll go find him. Luoying said calmly. However, no one knew how desperate she was in her heart. She wanted to see him, dead or alive. But if the Black King were to die, Xianxia's chances of survival would be slim. It could even be said that there was no chance of survival. No, I want to go as well. I was the one who brought Big Brother Xianxian here. I can't let you take the risk alone. Sister Luoying, I know that you have deep feelings for Big Brother Xianxian, but Big Brother Xianxian also saved me. Do you think I can leave in peace? Chen Lu's words moved Luoying's heart. One more person meant one more power. At the very least, this was the Heaven Star. Perhaps she really didn't understand this place as well as Chen Lu did. All right. The two of them looked at each other. There was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. To both of them, Xianxian was equally important. Not only did Xianxian save her life, but he also saved her father's life. Therefore, Chen Lu admired Xianxian very much. Brother Xianxian was in such a situation, how could she be indifferent? The two of them went straight towards the heavenly crater. But this time, something that made them despair happened. After diving down for a kilometer, they couldn't go any further. An invisible force pushed them out. This force was something they simply couldn't resist. It was soft, but it made them unable to resist. As they stared at the pitch-black sinkhole, both of their hearts trembled incessantly. Why? Why is it like this? Luoying screamed at the top of her lungs, but she couldn't go down no matter how hard she tried. It didn't seem like a formation, but rather an unimaginable energy that completely separated them. The sky cavern had already formed an enormous barrier, and they were outside of this barrier, unable to enter at all. What's going on? Chen Lu, tell me, what exactly is going on? Luoying's heart was flustered and uneasy. If she couldn't enter this sinkhole, then she and Xianxian might really have to part ways forever. I don't know why it's like this either. Big Brother Xianxian might have met with some mishap down there, although Chen Lu didn't believe it, her intuition told her that it was true. Brother Xianxian could not be saved. Perhaps they should have believed that when the Black King and his army of thousands of monsters fell, Xianxian might have already ceased to exist. Shut up. Impossible. Impossible. Xianxian will be fine. Luoying roared crazily as she launched a series of terrifying attacks towards the sinkhole. However, there was no response at all. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. A natural barrier formed in front of them. It couldn't be seen or touched, but it blocked the last chance of survival between them and Xianxian. The two women hugged each other, tears streaming down their cheeks. Xianxian kept the corpse of the flying Bat King. This time, he would definitely be able to reconstruct the heavenly dragon sword. At that time, his strength would definitely rise to the next level. While he was thinking, Xianxian felt that the surroundings of the sinkhole had become colder and colder. There was a roar coming from the abyss, which made him feel very uneasy. Xianxian's eyes were extremely cautious. The surrounding space seemed to be constantly collapsing, completely cutting off any connection between him and the outside world. He also seemed to feel that the surrounding space was becoming more and more closed. There was not a trace of air at all. Although the flying Bat King had been killed, the sound from the sinkhole, the roar of the dragon and the roar of the tiger, did not seem to stop. Instead, it became more frequent at this time, which made people feel very uneasy. I can't stay here for long. It seems that I have to leave this place quickly. Xianxian's injuries were very serious now. He quickly swallowed a few medicinal pills. However, if he wanted to recover to his peak, it would not be possible in a short period of time. He felt that there must be a huge beast under the sinkhole, and he was afraid that he would not be able to resist it. Xianxian was never a timid person, but what was hidden under the ground made him feel very uneasy. If he could avoid going, he would leave as soon as possible. Everyone had curiosity, but curiosity killed the cat. It was not a joke. Xianxian felt that if he really continued, his life would be in danger. He had already achieved his goal, which was to find the materials to reconstruct the heavenly dragon sword. Just the body of the flying Bat King was enough. Xianxian stepped on the sky-ascending ladder and wanted to fly up. However, he did not expect that there would be layers of invisible waves pressing down on his head. It seemed like a fantasy for him to rush out of this sinkhole. How could this be? Xianxian became more and more uneasy. He tried more than 10 times, but every time, he would be pressed down by the invisible waves, sinking deeper and deeper. Damn it! Xianxia knew that it was impossible for him to leave this place. He might have to continue to go down and find out what was going on. This was not Xianxen's original intention, but he had no other choice. He was forced to keep going down. He began to be a little afraid of what was hidden under the sinkhole. However, since there was no hope of getting out, he wanted to see who was behind this and what kind of secret was hidden in this sinkhole. But now, Xianxia was worried that Luoying and Chen Lu would be worried about him and wanted to come down to find out what was going on. He had not gone out for a long time, he hoped that they would not do anything stupid. Otherwise, there would be no way out. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to search for his son, Xianxia would have nothing to fear. However, he had something to worry about now. Therefore, he wouldn't dare to drag the emperor down from his high horse like he did in the past. However, the feeling of being forced to stay in this sinkhole had returned. Once upon a time, Xianxia and De Huang roamed the Saint Origin world unhindered. Those days were unrestrained and fearless. Even now, he was still filled with emotions and memories. Weak roars could be heard coming from the bottom of the crater. It sounded like tens of thousands of horses galloping, but it also sounded like the roars of dragons and tigers. Xianxia began to dive deeper and deeper, searching for the truth. Since he couldn't get out of this place, he could cast aside all his worries. The 5-elemental fire in Xianxia's hand flickered continuously, illuminating the surrounding cliffs. The sinkhole was about 30 meters wide. At this moment, Xianxia could see it very clearly. What a magnificent painting on the wall. Xianxia's eyes flickered as he murmured. The sinkhole grew larger the further he went. The space around it had already reached 100 zhang. The 5-elemental divine fire in his hand also lit up the surroundings. Paintings of intense battles were carved on the faint red walls. They were extremely vivid, and caused Xianxia's heart to be filled with astonishment. It was as if these battles were happening right in front of his eyes, yet it also felt like it had happened yesterday, as if it was a lifetime ago. On the cliff, there were countless half-man, half-horse humanoid beasts that were as large as mountains and rivers. The jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards followed behind them as they fought against the giants in the sky. The giants were incredibly large, and they were no different from the mountains, rivers, and swamps below. The giant and the humans fought for a long time, resulting in countless casualties. Thousands of soldiers and horses fell under the mountains, rivers, and swamps. The giant had 3 heads and 6 arms. According to the scale of the painting, it was estimated to be several thousand zhang tall. It held a shocking hammer in its hand, capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Between the mountains, rivers, and swamps, there was a dragon-shaped demonic beast that looked like a golden dragon. It was exactly the same as the giant. It only appeared at the end of the battle, clashing with the giant continuously. Countless demonic beasts and humans were involved in this battle. Corpses and skeletons were scattered all over the place. Xianxia looked at the final battle scroll for more than 100 miles before he finished looking at this shocking and earth-shattering picture scroll. Xianxia believed that this was definitely an epic battle that had taken place over countless years. Moreover, this 100-plus kilometer-long painting scroll was completely hidden in this sinkhole. As for how deep this sinkhole was, Xianxia didn't dare to imagine it at all. Xianxia could feel that this extremely long scroll was filled with boundless and magnificent spirit. He was shocked by it and dared not to take it lightly. It was as if the peerless giant and the azure dragon were about to break through the stone wall and come out. Xianxia's mind was completely captivated by the painting. He couldn't extricate himself from it. It was as if the giant and the dragon were about to break through the walls. Finally, in the final battle, the giant and the dragon disappeared from the world. As for the ending, Xianxia didn't see it. Strange, there's no ending, Xianxia frowned, feeling a little depressed. After looking for so long, there was still no ending. However, he suddenly realized that he had already arrived at the bottom of the sinkhole. Scroll of the World. Why did it have such a name? Xianxia looked at the bottom of this world-shaking painting. There were 4 big words written vertically, and it looked like they were written with a sharp sword. It didn't look good, but it gave off a righteous and domineering feeling. He stepped on a thick layer of fallen leaves and the uneven ground. There was nothing within 100 zhang radius. Xianxia released the divine fire of 5 elements and tossed it into the distance. However, what surprised Xianxia was that the bottom of the sinkhole was so huge. Several thousand meters ahead, there were 2 stone lions that were 100 zhang tall, guarding a huge door. The door was huge, and it was covered with black stone pillars. The stone pillars were engraved with sacrificial runes. The eyes of the 2 lions were bright and full of vigor. They had the power to devour the heavens, giving Xianxia a great shock. When Xianxia arrived at the foot of the stone lions, he discovered that there were corpses everywhere. There were demonic beasts and even humans. There were many of them, and the yin qi was extremely heavy. The surrounding mountain gates were connected to each other. Only these 2 stone lions piqued Xianxia's curiosity. What kind of existence was this? First, it was the over 100 miles long scroll, then the 2 stone lions. The scroll of the lost world. Xianxia had no idea what it was, but if Qinlu was here right now, she might be able to find out what it was. Xianxia didn't know the names of any of the demonic beasts here. He didn't even know where the demonic beasts in the scroll came from. When he passed through the 100,000 mountain range, he didn't see any demonic beasts like that. The scroll seemed to depict the scene in the 100,000 mountain range, but it also didn't seem to be. In short, Xianxia was new here and couldn't tell what it was. But at this time, he was pressed down by an invisible force and couldn't leave the sinkhole. That was why he had the courage to move forward. The yin qi here was so heavy that even Xianxia felt a trace of silence. It was an indescribable feeling. In short, it was as if he was suffocating. There was no Genesis qi here, only endless yin qi. His body seemed to be infected by this aura. Roar roar, the dragon's roar that sounded like it came from the abyss once again resounded in Xianxia's ears. This dragon's roar came from the mountain gate that was guarded by the stone lion. More than half of the mountain gate's boulders had collapsed, leaving only a narrow path. Anyway, there's no way out. Let's take a look first. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, he couldn't avoid it. Xianxia's strength had already recovered, but at this time, he was still very careful. After entering the mountain gate, the surrounding space became a little distorted. This was something that Xianxia had never felt before. It was distorted. The space was twisted and turned. The space around him was like this, which made Xianxia unable to feel the slightest sense of security. It was as if he had been thrown into a private space. Damn it, why is the space like this? Roar roar roar, the dragon roar grew more and more intense. Xianxia's eyes rapidly turned. Black yin qi lingered around him, strand by strand, it had already solidified. Xianxia gasped. What kind of terrifying yin qi could cause such a large spatial distortion? Although he didn't know if the spatial distortion had anything to do with the yin qi, at least Xianxia didn't feel the slightest sense of security. It was as if there were countless eyes staring at him from all directions. Xianxia quickened his pace and passed through the mountain gate. In front of him, there were potholes and corpses everywhere. There were also broken stone pillars and broken walls. In front of him, there was a huge hall. The 16 doors around it had long been smashed. At a glance, Xianxia could see the inside of the hall. In the middle of the hall, there was a very large stone platform. The stone platform was original and couldn't be seen clearly. Xianxia could only continue to walk in. When he walked to the entrance of the hall, his body seemed to be penetrated by a stream of yin qi. This feeling made Xianxia feel like he was floating. He didn't dare to imagine it at all. Although he suppressed his body, he still couldn't stabilize it. What a terrifying yin qi. Xianxia's expression was incomparably dignified. The yin qi continued to spread out and the surrounding space became even more distorted. The stone platform slowly rose up. Beneath it was a white, oval jade coffin that didn't seem to have any pattern. Yes, it was a coffin. Xianxia was not mistaken. His eyes gradually narrowed as his gaze fell on the coffin. In the center of the coffin was a woman wearing a 5-colored dress. Half of her face was golden and she was lying quietly on top of the coffin. Black yin qi lingered around the beautiful woman. She was lying there quietly, motionless. However, the space around her was distorted. This made Xianxia feel very strange. The yin qi seemed to be coming from her body. This made Xianxia feel very strange. What a beautiful person. But she seems to have been dead for many years. Xianxia murmured. When he appeared in front of the half-masked woman, his face was filled with shock. Although the other half of the face was covered, it was undoubtedly very beautiful. Her clothes were blood-red. Even her jade-like hands were very delicate. Her skin was very lustrous and gentle like jade. Xianxia looked up and down. This woman indeed had no signs of life. She was dead and couldn't be more dead. However, after so many years, she was still able to maintain such a corpse without rotting. It was really unbelievable. The surroundings were covered with dust. Only her body was untainted. This was the most amazing thing. She seemed to be sleeping, but there was no sign of life. On her chest was a bronze mirror. This bronze mirror was very bright and it was shining on the woman's head. If the woman didn't have any signs of life, Xianxia would have to be very careful. He walked around the woman a few times but didn't make any movements. She was wearing a golden hairpin and a jade ornament on her head. It seemed that she had an illustrious status. Finally, the only thing on her body that moved Xianxia was the bronze mirror. He didn't know whether the bronze mirror was a treasure or not because the woman and the bronze mirror didn't have any aura. No, it wasn't that there wasn't any. There was only an aura of death that permeated the surroundings. Roar roar. The dragon roar resounded once again. Xianxia suddenly raised his head and looked at a dry well not far away. Indeed, there was a dry well in this hall, and the dragon roar and tiger roar were coming from this dry well. However, just as the draconic roars and tiger roars rang out from the well, Xianxia suddenly felt an extreme chill rising from his heart. When he suddenly turned around, he found that the woman with the golden mask was already standing in front of him, and their eyes were only 0.01 centimeters apart. What the F***? Xianxia's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly retreated. However, that woman seemed to follow him like a shadow. Her dull eyes were empty and lifeless. Although she was very beautiful, she was like a shell without a soul. What the hell are you? Xianxia shouted angrily, and his palm shot out like a thunderbolt. However, that woman also raised her palm and directly pushed Xianxia back. Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. Her strength was too strong. Who the hell was she? Was she dead or alive? Instead of retreating, this woman advanced and approached him once again. Xianxia could feel the strong murderous intent from her body. Although it was unconscious, it was full of power. Moreover, the death aura from her body also burst out at this moment, like thousands of swords sweeping over at the same time. Exploding heavenly stars. Xianxia roared angrily, and forcibly withstood this woman's attack. The masked woman rose up against the wind, and the energy in her distorted body couldn't be underestimated. She directly approached Xianxia, as if she wouldn't stop until one of them died. Thud. 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 Xianxia kept retreating, and his face was ugly. He didn't know where this woman came from, and she seemed to be very strong. There was no hesitation at all, and she went straight towards him. Who are you? Are you dead or alive? Why do you want to kill me? Xianxia frowned, but he didn't get any response. This masked woman seemed to have gone crazy, and punched out heavily. It seemed light, but in fact, it was like a thunderbolt. Who would have thought that this delicate woman, who looked so weak, was like a god that descended from the heavens? Xianxia couldn't deal with her at all, and he kept retreating. 30 swords. 30 swords. Xianxia kept using limitless swords, but the effect was minimal. This was the first time that Xianxia was in such a passive position, and he was beaten up so badly by an unknown existence. Bang bang bang. The woman's technique was very strong, and there were no fancy moves, no stagnation, only violent punches, and endless attacks. There wasn't a trace of yuan qi in her body, and there was no power of the stars. Could it be the lifeless yin qi? Xianxia's face sank, but he couldn't resist at all. Even if he used dragon transformation again, Xianxia could only defend passively. Four-directional finger. Xianxia used all his techniques, but it was useless, and he could only defend himself. Roar, 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 roar. At this time, the roars of dragons and tigers sounded again, and the woman actually stopped what she was doing, and turned to walk towards the dry well. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, the lady's eyes moved. Her blood-red eyes shot up to the sky. She became incomparably angry. The moment she rushed towards the dry well, a monstrous chi filled the air. The surrounding void became distorted. Xianxia's heart was filled with doubts, but the woman didn't attack him anymore. Instead, she stood in front of the well and roared with all her might. Her screams were so piercing that Xianxia's eardrums almost burst. This masked woman's power might have reached the peak of the star state or even the cosmic cloud state. At least, Xianxia couldn't fight back against her at all. He didn't even have the slightest chance to retaliate. What does she want to do? Xianxia was very curious. That roar should be the source of her anger. Who made the roars of dragons and tigers in the dry well? What was hidden inside? It was getting more and more confusing. Xianxia was very curious about this woman. Where did she come from, and what did she want? What kind of hatred made her so angry? Roar, a terrifying roar rang out once again. Even the dry well seemed to vibrate as the surrounding space grew increasingly distorted. Xianxia discovered that the space here was completely independent. There was not even a trace of the Genesis chi he had sensed in the outside world. The woman seemed to have gone crazy as she roared at the dry well. Her roars intersected with the roars of the dragon and tiger, causing Xianxia's scalp to turn numb and his face to turn green. Even with his 6th-layer star stage strength, he found it difficult to cope. Sizzle, all of a sudden, a dragon spirit rushed out from the dry well. The masked woman seemed to have gone crazy as she clashed with the dragon spirit. The battle was about to begin. The terrifying power caused Xianxia to continuously retreat all the way to the edge of the hall. The dragon spirit and the woman continued to exchange blows. Black light filled the hall as a pair of sharp palms continuously struck the dragon spirit that had risen from the ground. The battle between the man and the dragon was extremely intense. Xianxia was unable to interfere at all. Daughter of Qiamo, you want to destroy my cultivation? Dream on. You haven't been suppressed to death after so many years. It seems that I have underestimated you. Luo Yi's voice was indifferent. He was the dragon spirit. You killed millions of my people and destroyed my father's advanced cultivation. I, Sumo, will not rest until I die. Even if I die, my will not waver. I will not let you live in peace. Sumo or Isoli said as he stared at Luo Yi. The terrifying energy undulations made Xianxia extremely cautious. From the looks of it, the two seemed to have a deep hatred that was difficult to resolve. Xianxia furrowed his brows. This dragon soul shadow seemed to be similar to the giant dragon he saw in the scroll of the Lost World. He couldn't be the giant dragon in the painting, right? Your father obstructed my path, so he had to die. I am the true God, and no one can make me submit. I followed your father for countless years just to wait for that day to pass the samsara tribulation. He wanted to surpass the ages by himself, but that was just wishful thinking. Ha ha ha. You're able to reforge your body with death chi. I've really underestimated you. However, it won't be long before I break the seal. At that time everyone will die. Luo Yi's arrogant and cold voice was like that of a monarch looking down on the world. His dragon head stood up proudly and disdainfully. Are you sure you can break through my father's seal? Back then, he risked his life to seal you in the prison of heaven and earth. Even after millions upon millions of years, the demon refining well hasn't been able to refine you. You really are lucky. However, it's impossible for you to escape. My father used 81 heavenly lightning talismans to imprison you in this place. He also placed a lightning attraction and an aura of death on me because he was afraid that one day you would be able to escape. My death aura was used to activate the lightning attraction and the heavenly lightning talismans. For the billions of people, for my father, for the world, I will never let you destroy the heaven star. Suemoer's eyes were cold as he stared at Luo Yi. The two of them seemed to be at loggerheads. This guy actually wants to destroy the entire heaven star. Xianxia took a deep breath. This dragon spirit phantom Luo Yi seemed to be a great demon that had been suppressed by Suemoer's father. However, after so many years, this great demon that should have been dead seemed to be rising again. And this peerless woman was the existence left behind by the Almighty to keep the evil dragon in check. The 50-kilometer-long world relic scroll was hovering at the bottom of the sinkhole. It must have been an ancient text left behind from ancient times. It must have existed on Heavenly Chen planet. An era of civilization, an era of glory. It must have recorded the final battle of Heavenly Chen planet. The strength of this evil dragon and this peerless woman in the past must have been unimaginable. Xianxia's eyes were solemn. If this evil dragon really broke out of the seal, it might be a catastrophe for the Heaven Star. The peerless expert found in the source ancient site on Milan Star should be from the previous era, just like them. Xianxia pondered and said. However, at this time, the two seemed to be at each other's throats. Their fighting spirit was soaring. I'm afraid that these two people are not easy to deal with. No wonder I'm able to come here. It's truly too difficult. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Now he just wanted to leave this place because this was not a place he should be in. The peerless expert in the source ancient site had left a deep impression on him. There was no way he could compare to existences of this level. Now that he had come here by accident, he didn't want to do so either. Wishful thinking. Do you think you can do anything to me? If I want to go out, no one can stop me. I will stay here because this devil refining well is my paradise. Only here, the place closest to the core of the star, can I recover the fastest. If I want to go to heaven, no one can stop me. Ha ha ha. Luoyi laughed wildly. Then let's see who will have the last laugh. My father sacrificed his life for you. I will not let the tragedy happen again. Sumoer put his palms together and his eyes were like lightning. What? The core of the star? Xianxia's eyes widened and his heart was in turmoil. How is this possible? There is a star core in Tianqian star. Xianxia didn't believe it at first because the meteorite rock was a peerless treasure left behind after the transformation of the core of a star. Logically speaking, the core of a star should no longer exist. However, according to what this evil dragon said, there was still a star's core hidden under the crater that had existed for billions of years. His heart was filled with excitement and his hands were trembling. Initially, Xianxia had planned to leave silently, but after listening to what the elder said, he didn't want to leave anymore. The core of a star was an extremely terrifying and rare treasure. There might not even be one star core among millions of stars, because the Milky Way and the solar system had been evolving for countless years. It had been a long time since the birth of the eternal world. Most of the cores of stars had already been burned out. This was definitely a treasure land. However, because of this place had been coveted by the evil dragon Luoyi for countless years just for the core of a star. This time I will not leave. Xianxia squinted his eyes. He had always been a man who would never give up until he reached the Yellow River. Although there were many dangers along with it, there were also countless possibilities. Once he could obtain the core of the star, his strength would certainly improve by leaps and bounds. The battle between the two of them was very intense. Both Sumoer and Luoyi used all their means. Luoyi's dragon soul power engulfed the sky, and his roar was earth-shattering. His sharp claws tore through the void. Although Sumoer was wearing a mask, Xianxia could still see that her face was full of anger. She was no different from Luoyi's. Her jade-like palms flew out with enough power to break the sky. Wisps of black demon chi rose from her hands. Even Xianxia didn't know whether she was dead or alive, or whether she had been dead for tens of thousands of years and only had a shell left. However, Xianxia didn't dare underestimate her strength. The battle between the two of them was extremely fierce, and Xianxia had no choice but to avoid it. However, what surprised Xianxia was that the evil dragon Luoyi didn't seem to be able to get too close to Sumoer. His range of activity seemed to be limited to 10 meters around the dry well. He couldn't go any further. However, Sumoer didn't care about that. She only had one goal, and that was to continue suppressing Luoyi and sealing him in the dry well. However, it seemed that although Sumoer was very strong, she was still lacking compared to Luoyi. After fighting for a long time, Sumoer gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. In fact, Xianxia felt that if this continued, she would be in a very passive position. However, Sumor carried the hopes of billions of people and her father's last wish. She definitely wouldn't let this go. If the evil dragon were to break out of the seal, it would be a disaster for the entire Sky Star. This place would become a living hell. Sumor wouldn't let that happen no matter what. You must have a death wish. Get lost. Sumor's voice was deafening. This kind of earth-shattering battle power made Xianxia sigh. He was still far from being able to match up to her. It seemed like obtaining the star core that Luoyi spoke of was not going to be easy. Wanting to sit on the sidelines and reap the spoils of war was almost impossible. Now that things were looking up, it was going to be difficult for him. The strength of these two people had already reached the peak of the star grade, perhaps even higher. He had no way of interfering. Damned girl, when I fought with your father on Tianmen Mountain, you were still a little girl. You want to suppress me? Dream on. The roar of the azure dragon, Luoyi flew up into the sky. Although he couldn't go too far away from the well, Sumor was also having a hard time. His body was hit repeatedly, and he was forced to retreat. The battle was so intense that Xianxia didn't dare to slack off. He watched intently, as this was an indescribable benefit to him. After all, the battle experience of such a powerhouse was very important. 10 words demon sealing seal. Sumor formed a seal with both hands and punched Roy's head. However, Roy's roar was still as loud as thunder. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. His 2 front claws were completely free to move. Break for me. Luoyi tore through the void continuously, completely unmoved by the blood-colored 10 words demon sealing seal. He put his claws together and punched again. Bang! Sumor was sent flying, and his expression was extremely ugly. You actually broke through a corner of the 9 dragons demon sealing seal? Sumor's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't believe it. The 9 dragons demon sealing seal was a supreme array that his father had specially developed to suppress Luoyi. For billions of years, it had been flawless. However, in the end, there was always an oversight, and this fella had still managed to discover a slight flaw. Now that there was a crack in the 9 dragons demon sealing seal, it meant that this fella would break out of the seal soon. Once the crack in the seal was magnified, the devil refining well would no longer be able to seal Luoyi. How could this be? Sumor was extremely anxious, but there was no use in being anxious. He simply didn't know how Luoyi had done it. Could it be that his father's years of hard work and life's work were going to go down the drain? Billions of lives had been sacrificed in vain. Sumor was indignant, but what could he do even if he was indignant? Now that he had found a flaw in the 9 dragons demon sealing seal, he was no longer a match for Luoyi. It wouldn't be long before Sumor would no longer be able to suppress Luoyi, and the result would be an unimaginable tragedy. Although the 9 dragons demon sealing seal is very strong, I have been accumulating it bit by bit for so many years. After billions of years, I have finally succeeded. You want to trap me? Absolutely impossible. Even that GMO couldn't kill me. His cultivation base is already heaven-defying, and he can even avoid the great tribulation of the world. But he still couldn't kill me. The current me is already indestructible. Once I'm born, I'll destroy this devil refining well. Who in the world can trap me then? Ha ha ha. Luoyi's roar resounded continuously, his voice shaking the heavens and earth. Xianxia's expression was extremely unsightly. It seemed like he had to make a move. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, he had to fight Luoyi. Otherwise, he would be killed by him sooner or later, so he might as well make the first move. What Xianxia hadn't expected was that this seal would excite him. Although he couldn't defeat Luoyi, there was a possibility that if he could repair the 9 dragons demon sealing seal, Luoyi wouldn't be able to break out of the seal. This might be an opportunity. However, this might also put Xianxia's life on the line. He had no other choice. He couldn't leave this place, and this was the only way to obtain the star's core. He had to defeat Luoyi and reseal him in the devil refining well. Then, everything would be foolproof. It would definitely work. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He had already made his preparations. No matter how much the 9 dragons demon sealing formation changed, he had to repair it. Only then would he be able to get what he wanted. You trap him, and I will repair the seal. If you are willing, I believe that we can work together to reseal him. Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. At that moment, Sumor turned around and glanced at Xianxia. His eyes were filled with disdain and surprise. I know that you might not believe me, but do you think you have a choice now? If we can't reseal him in the devil refining well, we'll all die. He's too strong, and you're no match for him at all. But if you can trap him and I can repair the formation, then everything is possible. Opportunities were fleeting, and this was her only chance. If she chose to believe in Luoyi, she would most likely be consigned to eternal damnation. However, if she chose not to believe him, she wouldn't be able to retaliate and would most likely be killed by Luoyi. Even if Luoyi couldn't kill her, the outcome would still be the same once the seal was broken. Hence, Sumor was struggling internally. Although she had been dead for 10,000 years, her father had used the death chi to reconstruct her body to ensure that she would still be alive after billions of years. Hence, Sumor wasn't just a walking corpse. She just existed in a different form now. At the very least, her spiritual energy and her will still existed. She didn't have a choice. Although she didn't trust Xianxia was too weak. He was so weak that she could ignore him. How could someone like him help her deal with the ancient evil dragon? Was this a joke? It was a fight to the death. Warriors were heroes, since he had no other choice, he might as well put himself in a hopeless situation. Lowly worm, do you think you can seal me with just your strength? Ha ha ha. This is the funniest thing I've heard in my billions of years. Do you know that I could kill a few hundred cosmic cloud state trash with one slap? I'm not someone a bug like you can be my enemy. The day I break the seal will be the day the Tianqian planet falls into despair. Luoyi was still incomparably confident. He raised his head high and did not put Xianxia's words in his eyes. Because Xianxia did not have the qualifications to make him bow down. Xianxia was just an insignificant ant, how dare he challenge him? Wishful thinking. Xianxia was incomparably shocked. As powerful as the evil dragon Luoyi was, even a cosmic cloud expert couldn't escape from his hands. Luoyi must have been a terrifying existence in the past. At least, it was not something that Xianxia could imagine. However, for the Star Core and his own survival, he had to make a decision. How would I know if I don't try? Xianxia smiled. Courting death. Roar. Xianxia's body kept shaking. If it wasn't for his true dragon body, he would have been scared to death by this roar. That kind of aura was definitely that of a supreme existence. Your opponent is me. Sumo disregarded everything and rushed towards Luoyi. Her eyes were filled with hope when she looked back. Xianxia was her last hope that she could entrust to him. Hopefully, he could bring a miracle to the entire Tianqian planet. What are you waiting for? Sumo shouted and charged towards the evil dragon Luoyi. Xianxia took a deep breath. It was time to show his true skills. Whether or not he could rebuild the formation and make up for the flaws would all depend on today. Xianxia's understanding of formations had already reached the pinnacle. However, this 9-dragon demon sealing formation was set up by an almighty being billions of years ago. It had even trapped a supreme expert who could destroy the heavens and decimate the earth. After such a long period of time, it had still persisted. This was enough to show how extraordinary it was. Xianxia had to put his heart and soul into it. Only then would he be able to see if he could succeed. The battle between Sumor and Luoyi continued. Xianxia didn't dare to be negligent, as Sumor was fighting with her life to buy time for Xianxia. Hence, Xianxia had to study the 9-dragon demon sealing array properly. He had to fix it. Xianxia used the no-beginning array to deduce it continuously. There were 108,000 arrays in the no-beginning array that had evolved into tens of thousands of variations. It was rather terrifying. Whenever Xianxia encountered an array formation that he couldn't crack or had never seen before, he would have to use the no-beginning array to deduce it. It would be great if De Huang was here. If the two of them worked together, it would definitely be easier. He didn't know how De Huang was doing now, but he had to be more careful now that he was alone. The no-beginning array began to deduce it. Xianxia focused wholeheartedly and didn't dare to be negligent. It had to be said that when Xianxia fully understood the 9-dragon demon sealing array, he couldn't help but be impressed. The almighty, Sumore's father, Chiemo, was definitely the strongest existence in the world. He didn't know how to deal with such a powerful array formation. The array formation was inextricably linked, with countless array bases and array eyes. Every part of the array formation contained a crucial mystery. Xianxia peeled away layer by layer before he could see the specific mystery of the 9-dragon demon sealing array. Just seeing the 9-dragon demon sealing array was already very difficult, let alone starting from it and regaining control of the array formation. Those who hadn't experienced it wouldn't be able to understand. This was also why Sumore didn't trust Xianxia. However, she had no choice but to believe him. Xianxia was her last hope. It would be fine if he could trap Luoyi, but if he couldn't, both of them would die. Xianxia was getting more and more excited. If this went on, it would be a challenge for him. However, this challenge was really too difficult. As the battle between Sumore and Luoyi became more and more intense, Sumore gave it her all. This was the only way she could buy more time for Xianxia. Otherwise, if Luoyi got rid of her, Xianxia wouldn't be able to escape. Death might not be scary, but Sumore was afraid that the promise she had kept for thousands of years would be broken just like that. Her father had given her a lifetime of prayer, hoping that she wouldn't forget her mission and suppress this place forever so that Luoyi wouldn't be able to rise again. More and more of the array formation's foundation was uncovered by Xianxia layer by layer. Like a foggy forest, he could only carefully remove the surrounding cover bit by bit. Only then could he see the original appearance of the 9-dragon demon sealing array. After a long time, Xianxia finally saw the 9-dragon demon sealing array clearly. The evolution of the no beginning array made Xianxia even more excited. This was the first time he had seen such an array formation. Even after so many years, the array formation had only loosened a little. After hundreds of millions of years, too many things no longer existed. Although this array formation wasn't as good as it was in the beginning, it had only been torn a little by Luoyi. However, the 9-dragon demon sealing array had already been completely dissected by Xianxia. In other words, he had the ability to repair it, but it would depend on how much time he needed. On the other side, Sumore was getting more and more passive. She was continuously forced to retreat by Luoyi. If not for her special body, her soul would have dissipated long ago. End of chapter 4800. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.